The one woman I thought was interesting, she goes, I don't think I've ever voted in a primary before.
I saw that, yeah. You had that interview earlier.
Yeah, we heard that in the morning newscast. But yeah, she goes, I don't think I've ever, and I asked her why. And again, it matters. There's a lot at stake.
Matter.
Remember, we had these conventions. You can have primaries and have uncontested, candidates.
Sure.
Everyone thought, well, we have the Republican, they nominated Kendall Qualls, and then Lisa Namath, well, I'm not going to honor the endorsement. I'm going to go, and then Mike Lindell. So here we are with three high-profile Republicans.
And clearly, she's got some money behind her because we saw a lot of her commercials.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of Kendall Qualls commercials, at least on our air.
I wonder what we're going to do tomorrow. How quiet will it be,
For a short time.
More basements and roofing.
Until they rework it with the candidates who will be running against.
We'll get a very short reprieve, but going into November, it's going to come up pretty quick.
Exactly right. Bill, always a pleasure. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. And we should also mention Wisconsin is holding their primary election today. Lots of focus on their governor's race as well. Now, Fox 9 will have full coverage this evening all the way through the results being announced. So stay with us both here on Fox 9 and on Fox Local. And at 8 o'clock, be sure to catch our election special, hosted by Tim Blotz and Corin Hoggard, along with our political analyst, Blois Olson. Always good to hear from Blois. Luigi Mangione and his lawyers have another pretrial hearing today. He's asking the judge to allow the live broadcast of his upcoming murder trial. Mangione's legal team argued the court should also allow the media to attend. Also during today's hearing, prosecutors will raise concerns about the suspect's supporters intimidating potential witnesses. Mangione is charged with killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson on a sidewalk early in one morning in Manhattan, shot in the back. The state trial is set to begin September 8th. The separate federal trial is also in the works. Former State Senator Nicole Mitchell has a date now for an appeal of her burglary case. The hearing is scheduled for September 30th. She was found guilty of breaking into her stepmother's home in Detroit Lakes to retrieve some of her late father's belongings last year. Shortly after all of that, she resigned her seat from the state Senate. She is now running for the Woodbury City Council. A new study shows that most educators in classrooms in the Twin Cities were affected by Operation Metro Surge. Voss Research and Strategy surveyed over 4,000 Education Minnesota members about their experiences. The poll finds that in the Twin Cities, 93% of educators were affected. 91% saw an increase in the number of absences. 89% observed higher anxiety and fear in their students. Research shows these factors can lead to lower academic performances, and educators are concerned it might have affected this year's MCA test scores. Those test scores usually come out in late August. Senior producer Nick Lambert, he's at the helm in there this morning with what's ahead over the next few hours on All Day. Good to see you, Nick.
Oh, good to see you as well. What do we got for you? We will actually be speaking to Steve Simon again in about an hour. Just mentioned that. About primary day, so we're going to hear from him after we just heard from him. And Vikings back at it. We are expecting Kevin O'Connell at the podium at 1 o'clock, and we, of course, will bring you that live.
The quarterback competition heating up. I mean, it sounds like it's right now. At least they're saying it's kind of a toss-up.
You know, as a lifelong Vikings fan, it's the dance of the preseason is always fun because we got to say something. So you get a bunch of people standing around, and it's, ooh, look at that toss. And it's like, let's just calm down, everybody.
There's plenty of time, and there's so much scar tissue to deal with.
Yeah, and I don't, whatever.
I got you.
But really quick, going back to Steve Simon, we will have him on. Rob Olson will be talking to him at 12:15.
Yeah.
If you have a question for Steve Simon, right there is your QR code.
Yeah.
Going to give everybody an extra second just to make sure they can get that QR code. And so we're going to be moving on shortly, you and I.
They got their phones right now, got the TV. Yep. They got it.
Boom. And so moving on, though, to the very important question of the day.
Huge.
We're talking burgers.
Yes.
What chain has the best burgers? Fellow senior producer Andrew Milner, I think, is waiting this one for Culver. I think she's voting for Culver's over and over
She's the
again.
Culver's bot.
Yes.
Yeah.
So weigh in there. You can see there's another QR code, and we will go from there.
Excellent.
Right now, Culver's commanding
lead.
Yeah.
And out of that grouping, I would have to say that's probably my pick personally. Shake Shack is also very good.
I try not to eat a lot of fast food burgers. I do love a good burger, but out of that group, I'm going, I think, Five Guys.
Five Guys, all right, very good.
Yeah.
That's why we have different restaurants.
Yep.
Restaurants, different strokes, different folks.
Exactly.
All right, Nick, thank you, and we'll keep up on that, and we'll have look at the forecast again with our pal meteorologist Keith Marler. That's coming up on the other side of this break right here on Fox 9 All Day at 11.
And get paid today.
Keith Marler here, meteorologist extraordinaire.
Viewer, gentle viewer,
You know this is.
were you with us at the beginning of the show?
This is not good.
If you were with us at the beginning of the show, when you were watching,
Well, you mean the beginning of the 11? Oh, all right. Yes, thank you.
if you were watching and paying attention, I showed a graphic that showed our dew point here in the metro at 65. Talked about how this morning we had a dew point of 60.
60. I did remember that.
65 is greater than
60.
60. And as I sat down, Tom said, "So is the dew point going up yet?" And I said, "Tom, he goes, is it rising?" And I just looked at him and I went, "Did you Did you even pay attention?
I did not to the first one. I'll be honest. I missed that part.
You were very busy. I know.
I
You were
was
very busy during that
trying
time
to get to our friend Bill Keller and all the fun. That's
I
going
know.
on
Bill
with
would
election.
come in and you guys are all chummy.
So your primary, you have your new voting place. You've been there for a while now, but or do you have a different place?
Have we segued into voting now?
No, I'm just curious about.
I know. I realize
your
that because I
plans.
will go. Yeah, I will go vote. Susan made sure that we're going to go vote. Yeah, because we always vote early, so we go to City Hall.
Yeah.
And I realized, oh no, I have to go to my polling place, and so I went and I had to log on and go. Is it the same place that I
know.
haven't been to in like 4 years?
Yeah.
And it is.
It is.
And I printed out my sample ballot.
There you go.
Because I forget. I mean, I've lived in Minnesota forever. But I forget you don't have to be registered for a political party to
you do
that.
not.
I always forget that.
But you have to vote for
I know,
one.
you have to
party.
pick a side.
You have to
But
pick a side.
they give you the one ballot. I also didn't know that because I've never voted in a primary before.
Yeah. The Blair voted yesterday.
So they just give you one ballot and you pick from column A or column B and then you choose it. It's like ordering from a menu.
Yes, but you cannot.
How exciting!
Yeah, sure. And whether
You brought it up.
I know. I know. No, it's good. We love to vote here. We do.
Are you ready for dew points?
Are we ready?
There it is.
Oh, 65. Look at that.
Look at that.
What
And
are
look
the
at
odds?
Look at the 70s. So, yeah, we did have a respite this morning because our Iowa stole our energy. But, yeah, now we're still going back around.
Blame Iowa.
No, Iowa's got their own little troubles.
Oh, that's true.
But, yeah, the surge of humidity is coming. So 87 degrees today, muggy. The dew points are climbing back to the upper 60s. So that 87 is going to feel like 90. So today, a lot like what we did on Sunday. 87 was our high on Sunday with dew points in the upper 60s. It felt like 90. We're going to do the same thing today. Hazy, smoky sunshine. Tonight, dew points will slide a little bit to the mid-60s. They aren't going to fall a lot. Don't go open those windows. 68 for your overnight low with some passing clouds. And then for tomorrow, dew points will hang out in the middle 60s. More hazy sunshine. Maybe a poppy dayside storm in the state is possible. We start to destabilize a little bit. But a much better chance for a couple of isolated storms, really, Wednesday night into Thursday morning, kind of sliding out of the Dakotas. Kind of similar to what we did this morning. But this morning's were pretty low in because we didn't see much in Minnesota side. We saw them mostly into Iowa really developing. So 81 degrees outside right now with a dew point of 65. We actually have a heat index if you want to talk about it. It's 83.
83, I was gonna
Yeah,
say.
it's not that exciting, but it's something. You can already calculate it. And temperatures in the metro right now are in the mid to upper 70s to flirt with the lower 80s. We're 81 at the airport and down in Lakeville. 80 right now as we go over to St. Michael. 79 in North Branch. 80 in Stillwater this hour and in Hastings. And widespread temperatures in the mid to upper 70s for most of greater Minnesota as a whole. But it's those juicy dew points that are really grabbing hold. Let's watch those dew points one more time just so it sinks in on you, Thomas.
I think I'm going to go with 65 for MSP.
I'll give you-
65.
You win. Amazing that. And those dew points again moving in from the south west and surging up into the 94 corridor, so increasing. But yeah, all those storms that we had in Iowa this morning really blew up. We had tornado warnings out over Dyersville, over near the Field of Dreams. They had an 85 mile per hour straight line wind gust or 83 mile per hour gust. We have a camera that we're showing there this morning. It knocked the camera out, and I don't think they've reestablished contact with it yet. I'm not sure. Yeah, tornado warnings racing across parts of the south side of Chicago, the southern burbs of Chicago right now, and out of the south side of Lake Michigan. So we'll talk about that as we move on into the last of the 11 and certainly at the top of the noon hour.
Right. Big story for those folks. But for us, just a little juicy.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I'm paying attention.
I know you always do.
We'll be right back. Welcome back. It is a Twins Tuesday here on Fox 9. The Twins taking on Baltimore tonight at Target Field, continuing their 9-game homestand. 6:40 is the first pitch. An intensely busy stretch for Target Field. Sold out all weekend for the Savannah Bananas. Heard of them? Twins communication director chatted with our Hannah Flood this morning about all of the action.
It has been one thing after another between Noah Khan concert, flipping that within 36 hours to the Savannah Bananas, having 3 awesome sold-out nights, and then back to Twins baseball last night, a great win. It's been one thing after another, but we want to have it any other way.
It's good to have a busy stadium in the summer, right?
It is good to have a busy stadium. You know, we really pride ourselves on bringing people here, being a gateway to downtown Minneapolis, and all told over the month of August, we're going to have about 500,000 people come through the Target Field gates, which is exactly what we want to show them a great time in the summer.
Three concerts this summer, not so odd, but it is a little odd, the timing.
Yeah, you know, 3 concerts, we like to try to do that most summers that we can, but to have 3 within 1 month and 3 within about a 2-week span, now that's new, that's different.
We also have eyes on TCO Performance Center today, where the Vikings are at practice again after a break on Monday. We're expecting to hear from head coach Kevin O'Connell about 1 o'clock. We'll bring that to you live right here on All Day. Speaking of live, let's take a look at the Field of Dreams, and this is in Dyersville, Iowa, thanks to EarthCam. We believe this is live. They had a problem earlier, but you can see they don't have great weather right now. Today, the St. Paul Saints will face the Iowa Cubs for the MILB at Field of Dreams game. The MILB returns to the field for the first time in 4 years. There are still limited tickets available, starting at $100. The Twins, they'll be taking this same field and trip down the iconic Field of Dreams later this week. On Thursday, they will play the Philadelphia Phillies. Fox 9 Sports Director Jim Rich and Don Mitchell will be there for us. First pitch, 6:30, Thursday night this year on Netflix. New this morning, clear your holiday schedules because the Timberwolves will be home for Christmas. The team announcing they will welcome the Oklahoma City Thunder to Target Center Christmas Day. This will be the first time in franchise history the Wolves are hosting a Christmas Day game in Minneapolis. The full NBA schedule for this upcoming season released this Thursday. A lot more for you when we come back here on Fox 9 All Day. We'll talk about some of the numbers when it comes to food insecurity, especially for students in our country. Find out where they get this information when we come right back. Welcome back on this Primary Tuesday. It's also Twins Tuesday, and not to mention Taco Tuesday. A lot going on this day. And glad you're with us here on Fox 9 all day at 11. I'm Tom Butler. It's 11:33 right now. There's a new survey out this morning that claims more than half of parents surveyed say their children would not have enough to eat if it weren't for school meals. That survey coming from the organization No Kid Hungry. And joining us right now is Mariana Joyal. She is the Senior Manager for Media and Engagement with No Kid Hungry. Mariana, thanks for joining us and appreciate you taking time out to talk with us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us to talk about this really important findings.
Well, let's talk about this because it's shocking when I saw the numbers. 59%, according to your survey, 59% of parents say that their child would not have enough to eat if it weren't for school meals. So can you give us some context to this? Who did you talk to, in what states, and how many people were part of the survey?
That's right. The survey results are definitely shocking and so relevant. We're talking, we surveyed over 1,200 parents nationwide across all demographics, and what we found was a common thread. We're talking about it's back to school season, and parents with low incomes are facing a mounting financial pressure to afford their essentials like groceries, household bills, and now they're having to afford school supplies as their kids are getting ready. So we're talking about nationwide, 83% are worrying about being able to buy all the food they usually would due to this rising cost. We did get some data across the regions. So we spoke to some parents in the Midwest, and they told us that the highest financial pressure, it's really forcing them to make really tough choices. In the past 12 months, we're talking about the lack of funds having to make them drive them to these impossible choices. We're talking about 40% in the Midwest told us they either had to skip utility bills such as electric or gas, and 51% are having to cut back on groceries, and other parents are having to skip meals. But there are school nutrition programs that are a lifeline for so many families.
Right. And after doing this survey, and I'm sure it took some time to compile all this information, what does this say about the state of food insecurity in the U.S. and where we have been and where we're now currently at?
Absolutely. This is so many more families are facing surmounting pressure just due to the rise in food prices, and we're also seeing a lot of cut in nutrition programs that are key for so many families. 4.5 million people have lost SNAP eligibility this year due to HR 1, and we're talking about that includes 1.5 million children. Parents with low incomes are really facing mounting financial pressure to just face the most basic necessities such as nutrition. That's why for all of these families and many more, school meals are a constant in their life, and they are the most important source of nutrition because it guarantees that they come to school ready to learn.
Right, and we know a child who is well fed will do much better, certainly when it comes to not only learning, test taking, and just retention and all that goes with that. Are there any personal stories that you'd like to share from those you surveyed? Anything that kind of stood out in your mind as to something you would like to talk about?
Absolutely. One huge takeaway is that these are working parents. These are working parents that sometimes have 2 or 3 jobs that are really still struggling to make ends meet, although they're dedicating a lot of time, and not only that, having to put more time to work, which is taking away from their time with their families. We heard from parents like Joelanis in New York and others in Texas that this inflation and this hardship is really taking a toll on them, and that without the certainty of nutritious school meals, they would really struggle to guarantee, and they would have to put off paying expenses and other surmounting pressures that would be really hard for them to deal with. But they will always put their children first.
Well, right. That's what parents do. That is for sure. All right. Mariana Joyal, Senior Manager in Media Engagement at No Kid Hungry. We appreciate your time, and thanks for chatting with us this morning.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
You bet. All right. It's 11:38. Want to take a break, or should we go on to Butler business there, Nick? What do you want to do? Let's do some Butler business. It is Butler business time. A new poll finds some Americans are turning to AI for financial advice, but many don't trust it. The Gallup poll, done with financial services firm Edward Jones, surveying more than 5,000 U.S. adults, the survey found that about 1 in 5 who wanted financial advice used AI, but only 3 in 10 have at least some confidence in AI's ability to manage money. But listen to this, 73% relied on their own internet research. That way they could be the gatekeeper, I suppose. Pick and choose what they like. Roku is adding a 24-hour AI channel to its streaming offerings. The channel is called Fairground AI. It features narrative series, movies, and shorts, and it's all entirely created by AI. And guess what? The ads that air, also just about all AI generated. There are more financial concerns for the U.S. Postal Service. We've heard this many times before. Well, reported a $2.5 billion net loss for the third quarter. The Postal Service says it needs a series of actions from Congress to address mounting financial issues. Without congressional action, the Postmaster General says the Postal Service will be forced to close thousands of unprofitable post office stores. We know that could affect a lot of rural post offices that people depend on in smaller communities, reduce its level of services, and raise prices. Let's hope they can maybe finally figure that all out. Mercedes-Benz is facing a new lawsuit over its logo. Listen to this. Drivers in California filed a class action lawsuit claiming their driver's seat got so hot the metal logo on the back of the seat gave them second-degree burns on their backs. Mercedes-Benz has not responded yet to this lawsuit. All right, we're going to have another check of our weather forecast with my little brother, meteorologist Keith Marler, when we come back here on All Day on this primary day and Taco Tuesday. White Bear Lake, you're looking good. We'll be right back. a good thing we don't air our commercial time. You were chatting with some people from the Jason Show who are just now leaving. Everyone good? Everyone fine who watched the show today?
Well, the restroom is right outside the door
Yes,
here
it is.
because we're in a sub. This area is on a hallway.
We call it Studio C, right?
Yeah.
Which some call the C closet,
Yeah.
possibly.
But yeah, and they're going to let you into the newsroom at some point, right?
I don't think so.
You don't think you're stuck over
I
here?
think this is it.
They might let you out.
No.
I am allowed to bounce to all the different places.
Well, you're
When I
like
go.
a hybrid.
I am, man. I go all over the place.
You're a
You know what?
maverick.
I've got a little office upstairs.
I know you do.
I get to sit with salespeople.
You're kind of like a chameleon around here.
Oh, I don't even know. No one knows where I am. They don't know where to find me. Either that, hold on, I've rethought this. They don't know where to put me.
There's that.
It's like everyone takes a turn keeping me.
That's very true.
I've rethought that now. And it makes so much more sense now that I think about it. Hi, Tom.
Hi, Keith. Let's talk about the weather. This Tuesday is Twins Tuesday. It'll be a good night at the ballpark. It'll be hot.
Yeah, it's summer. It's August. If you're going to buy a ticket in August, what are you going to expect?
It's hot.
You're going to sweat. And lo and behold, that's what you're going to do as our dew points are creeping up there. It feels like 83 degrees outside right now. We mentioned our dew point is up. Our dew point's in the mid-60s. We got dew points all in the 70s in southern Minnesota. So yeah, we feel like we're deep into the 80s now. St. Cloud, Cambridge, New Richmond, all feeling like the 80s. We're heading to 87 degrees for an actual high today, but our dew point in the upper 60s is going to make it feel like 90. So a heat index around 90. A lot of us with a heat index between 85 and 90 for the day today. Comfortable weather up north. Highs in the 70s with mostly sunny sky and dew points in the 50s are going to feel great. Overnight tonight, those lower dew points will lead to a comfortable night up north with clear sky. The rest of us some passing clouds. Stuffy, but the dew points will relax tonight a little bit. Still sticky though, with dew points in the mid 60s tomorrow. A relief from the higher humidity.
Yeah.
Again, but par for the course.
And not very windy.
No, not very windy at all. Very light winds, only around 5 miles per hour for the next couple of days. The upper level wildfire smoke will remain in the atmosphere for hazy sun today and tomorrow. We might pop an isolated rumble with mid 60s dew points for tomorrow, but a better chance tomorrow night and into Thursday morning. Less humid tomorrow, Thursday afternoon though, with a high around 83. And then look at those 70s. Most of the 7-day forecast in the 70s. Upper 70s, nice on Friday. Unsettled weather Saturday though, as we have a chance for some rain showers coming out on here Friday night and into Saturday. It's not that I don't like it. It's just it's hard to ping down. It's hard to pin down timing yet, just because it might look like it's going to rain more than it does rain on Saturday. And they look great Sunday and Monday, both mid to upper 70s with decent dew points. But yeah, 81 degrees for an actual temperature. And there's that dew point, Tom, of 65. And just so I don't want you to forget it, I want you to look at this map. I put it in here next just for you.
Okay.
It's the dew point map.
It's the dew point. And there it is, 65.
65 for a dew
Committed
point.
it to memory.
With dew points in the 70s, just waiting.
I know the Grand Marais at 51. I memorized that one too.
You did.
Just because I have got dew point envy.
Yeah, I do too.
A little bit.
I love that comfortable dew point up north. But either way, we'll talk more on the rest of what's going on with those storms that moved from Iowa early this morning. Now with some tornado warnings in parts of the southern end of Cook and Lake counties there from the south of Chicago, and that severe weather and our wildfire smoke. And we'll talk more on our 7-day forecast that's coming up at the top of the noon.
Let's hope that the Saints get their game in tonight.
Yeah, I think that we've got an earth cam there that I think is frozen because conditions in Dubuque and there at the Field of Dreams are technically they're listed as fair.
Yeah.
So I think it's partly cloudy there. For all signs are pointing to a breaking cloud cover. I look at the satellite picture. You can see the ground through the satellite. That's great.
Yeah.
And the rain moved off back in the 9 and the 10 o'clock hour this morning.
All right.
But yeah, an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust at the Field of Dreams this morning.
That's not good. That's had to do a little damage, I would think. Yeah.
There were some trees down around the city there.
Yeah.
Around there in what's the name of the town that it's in?
It's in Dyersville.
Yeah.
All right, Keith, thank you. We'll see you in the next segment for What's Trending Now. Good stuff. Yeah. But right now, let's find out from our producer extraordinaire, Nick Lambert, what we have coming up at 1. Is that when we are going to have Secretary of State Steve Simon on the show, 1 o'clock hours?
Nope. 12:15.
12:15.
We are having Secretary Simon on. Questions right here, please.
That's your QR.
If you got a question for Steve Simon on primary day. And sorry, I'm trying to read this push alert. It's not cooperating. But the Minnesota Vikings, it sounds like, today we're going to have some news at training camp.
Okay.
They, I believe, have named a starting quarterback.
Oh, boy.
I apologize that I am in a Kyler Murray is going
There you
to
go.
be.
Wow, big shocker.
Shocking. Yeah, you'll always remember where you were, Tom Butler,
Big
when you
shocker.
heard the news.
You know, I guess I owe Keith $350 now because we had a bet on that.
Yeah, my initials came.
I think actually Kevin O'Connell was listening to us talk about 40 minutes ago and was like, I should probably let these guys know who the quarterback's going to be.
Let him off the hook.
Yeah,
There we go.
exactly.
Good stuff. All right. Thanks for that, Nick. Good.
Excellent.
All happening live right here.
Steve Simon, questions?
Yeah.
Boom. Let's give him 5 more seconds. 4, 3, 2. Excellent.
And we're back with trending right after this break. It's just like old times, the old 11, doing a little trending. Although we moved our trending, used to be about 20 minutes, 25 minutes into the show. Now we're right at the end of the newscast.
Thank you for reminding me.
There you go.
Here, I thought it was just 11:20.
No.
I used to stand on the other side
You're
of
over
you.
there.
And I stood up.
You'd be right there. We'd
Now
be
we sit
standing by each
down.
other. We'd be over in that big studio. You like hot dogs?
Sure.
Of course. Who doesn't? You like yours with ketchup and mustard?
No.
No, just
Never
ketchup.
mustard.
Just ketchup.
Ketchup's great.
I'm a mustard guy. But how's this for an oxymoron, Keith? Luxury hot dogs. Luxury hot dogs.
I don't know. That's apparently the summer trend across the country, though. For example, there's a $100 Golden Glizzy. Sold at the...
What the heck is that?
We're about to find out.
Yeah.
It's sold at the 2026 Miami Open Formula event. It is a croissant. It's topped with a creme fraiche and caviar.
Oh, well.
At the Breckenridge Ski Resort in Colorado,
Yeah.
you could buy a $60 hot dog tower.
A tower.
A tower of hot dogs.
Okay.
And in Denver, Colorado, Rockies fans could buy a 2-foot-long Glizilla. It costs $45.
A 2-foot. I can get a foot-long hot dog at the State Fair for like under $10.
I was going to say, it's not $22.50.
No, no, it's not.
I've never had one of those foot-longs at the fair.
You know, I did. The funny thing is, I did a story with the guy who was I think he's the proprietor, the guy who first came out with it, because he says about a foot long because they're all not quite.
not gonna
so it's
measure it out.
about a foot long.
Yeah.
He never offered to give me one.
Oh, really?
I did the whole story with him. Yeah. You'd think he'd
Did
want
you
me
say,
to,
but I'm TV's Tom Butler?
No, but you'd think he'd want me to try the product.
You'd think so.
Nope.
You know the onion ring place? I got an email. They want us to come visit them. They're celebrating 70 years out there.
Are you talking the Australian folk?
No.
Oh, no.
There's an onion ring place. It's a dad and his daughter's onion ring place that I know I've seen them out there at the fairgrounds, but I've kind of
I don't
passed
think we've either one had it.
I haven't either.
All right.
And I just saw a little ping on that,
Let's
so I
do
got to go
that.
track them down too.
Yeah.
See, been out there for 20-something years, and there's new stuff to find all the time. Fast food burger battle sends the home of the hot and juicy burger from the silver to the bronze.
Wendy's, what happened, loses its place as second largest burger chain, now in third place. The company's sales slipped 7% last quarter, making it sixth consecutive quarter of declining sales.
That's a lot.
Someone has some splaining to do there. Burger King now surpasses Wendy's as the number 2 spot. McDonald's remains number 1. Wendy's new CEO, Bob Wright, acknowledged consistent decline and says, yes, they're going to do something, then improve their menu, and pricing will be a big part of it, so they'll get people back to Wendy's.
I still think Wendy looks like Pippi Longstocking.
For sure. I've always thought that as a kid.
I think so. Pippi.
So which chain is your favorite burger? We've asked you that. Keith, is yours up here? Your favorite?
You mean for a fast food burger?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Culver's is ahead.
By a bunch.
Holy crap.
By a bunch.
But I mean, yeah, it's local.
Yeah.
It makes sense. Culver's is fine.
Yeah.
Five Guys is great. I would prefer out of this batch. I would go for a Five Guys burger, but I still don't consider Five Guys fast food because it doesn't have a drive-through. If I want a drive-through burger,
that is true.
Man, I don't know.
You have to go in and sit down or pick it up. Shake Shack, I think, is always pretty good too.
Yeah, Shake Shack's
But Culver, the thing I really
Shake
like,
Shack's pricey.
it is a little bit. I like Culver's French fries, the crinkle cut.
Yeah.
Pretty darn good.
Yeah, they are. We get a family order of fries when we go to Culver's because it's like barely more expensive than a large, and it's like 50 larges crammed into one giant thing.
It's incredible.
It's very economical considering everything else is coming from. You ever gotten a dog at Culver's?
No.
Don't. It's delicious, but it's like $1 million at Culver's.
Oh, my.
That's the one thing that's super expensive on their
pricey.
order. Their cheese curds are good at Culver's, though. Wendy's, I'm a sucker for their double stack. Just saying.
Yeah, and I can't tell you the last time I went to a BK.
Well, BK's got a little hit here in the Metro. I will say the West Metro Burger King franchise is not...
It's non-existent.
Well, it really
in
is.
Eden Prairie.
It's a rough go. Yeah, it's the one in Eden Prairie became a car wash.
Yeah.
I mean, they tore it down and rebuilt it. The actual
true.
building did not become
Now it's a car wash.
You're correct. That's what I
It's
said.
a car wash.
Yeah. And Mickey D's is Mickey D's. I mean, I know it's got 1%, but I mean, you know what you're getting there, and if you're craving it, that's what you want. So
That's true.
go get it.
And it tastes the same no matter where you go.
Just about.
McDonald's.
Unless you get a Royale with cheese. That's another.
Very nice.
There you go, another part of the world.
There you go. Good stuff. Do we have a little Zen to show people?
I'll give you some.
We can let's do a little Zen. We need some Zen on this primary day. It's an election time.
Is it?
It is. So let's Zen it up. This is our moment of Zen. Is this Flandreau State Park? Is that how you would say that in New Orleans?
That's how I'd say it.
It is beautiful. Enjoy it. We'll see you again tomorrow, amigos. Enjoy.
morning. Welcome to All Day here at noon. Rob Olsen in here for a couple of hours on this primary day in Minnesota. Here's what's on tap in addition to primary coverage. Vikings training camp. We've got availability coming up in about an hour. Head coach Kevin O'Connell. The headline today that we just talked about is that Kyler Murray's been named the starting quarterback for the Vikings for this season, according to the coach. So we'll hear him certainly talk more about that coming up in about an hour from TCL Performance Center. I don't think that comes as a big shock to anybody. There's a quarterback competition. They had to treat it as such, but of course, all the odds were on Kyler Murray being brought in to take that kind of leadership role, that lead role, and continue the development of J.J. McCarthy. So that's coming up in about an hour. And again, primary day, as I mentioned, we'll be talking to Karen Scullin here in a few minutes as she's out covering. Really, a lot of it has got to do with voter turnout and the advanced number of votes that have come in with early voting, whether it's absentee voting or early voting in person, has basically set a record in Minnesota for a non-presidential election year. We're going to be talking to Secretary of State Steve Simon coming up in about 15 minutes as well. He had a big news conference yesterday talking about the early voting numbers, talking about the polling observers from the Department of Justice that will be in Hennepin and Ramsey counties, and really trying to take a very calm demeanor about this. It's not alarmist. This is not unusual. It has happened before in previous elections. So really trying to get the record out there about what these observers can and cannot do, what they will and will not do at polling sites today. But first, we got to get over to Keith Marler standing by at the weather wall here. Keith, I heard you just talking about your favorite fast food there as we continue our poll. And any issues with that so far, with Culver's being in the lead?
No, not at all. That's fine. Delicious burger, and his favorite burger more than anything else. But yeah, I have no trouble with a good old butter burger. The trick is, though, do you have a single or do you have a double? And I guess that depends on any given day.
Oh, well, it depends how hungry you are when you're looking at that menu board.
I know my son Jack always waits for that time of year when they have the I don't remember the name of it, but it comes with a slab of fried mozzarella on top of it, like a giant cheese curd.
Yeah.
Oh, the Curder burger. That's the name of it. The Curder burger. So it's like a giant flat cheese curd.
That sounds really
on top of it.
It's right now, actually. Yeah.
It's kind of disgusting, but it's kind of delicious at the same time. Very heavy. 82 degrees out the door right now. Not something you want to eat necessarily in a muggy environment outside. 82 over 67. That dew point keeps climbing. We talked about it this morning. I said that it was a misleading tease that our dew point was a slow jump on us, that we were getting a reprieve from our morning, but our dew point was still going to jump. So 82 feels like 84 with that dew point of 67, and it's probably going to pick up another tick or two. And I said we were aiming for a dew point around 68 this afternoon, and that combined with our high of 87 is what we're going for. That will give us a heat index right around 90. We're right on deck to get there, no problem. Widespread temperatures now in the low to mid 80s across most of the heart of the metro. That 84 in West St. Paul, 82 in Cottage Grove, 81 in White Bear Lake, 83 in Forest Lake and in Crystal this hour. Orono coming in at 79, and then widespread temperatures in the upper 70s, Wilmer, Hutchinson, Redwood Falls, 72 in Mankato. That's a little interesting. A little extra cloud cover has blossomed, and a couple of spritzes and sprinkles tried to flare up on the radar not too long ago. 81 in Red Wing, 80 in New Richmond, 80 in Cambridge, and widespread mid-70s to the north. That's some of that heat release from some of that dew point that's just flaring down there. Widespread dew points in the 70s all across southwestern Minnesota where it's been contained. But again, our dew point dipped down into the 60-degree range. The dew points have been in the 50s yesterday and into this morning from St. Cloud to Cambridge, but as you can see, that bubble of humidity crept on up into now central Minnesota as well. Very pleasant feeling across the north. Despite the fact that we've been pleasant feeling up north, the wildfire smoke can't escape anybody's attention. This is from the Pacific Northwest, and I just wanted to show you, we've been talking about it, but I don't show it to you that often. Overall, the deepest of oranges are the thickest of smoke, and it's in the upper atmosphere, very diffuse in the upper atmosphere, but still spreading out. We're not alone in all this. This is just a particulate matter of that upper level smoke. It just takes everyone from southern Canada all the way down, even impacting Kansas and parts of Missouri. But that trail comes off the Pacific Northwest, and that's why we have that hazy, opaque filter in the atmosphere. Now at the surface, in our surface weather, that stationary boundary has kind of drifted down into Iowa as the focal point for all the storms this morning early on, and kind of kept the energy out of southern Minnesota. A few showers and storms flared on up there, but the heart of the matter has been really across from eastern sections of Iowa through Illinois, Indiana, down on into Ohio, and into now West Virginia with severe thunderstorm watches, a trail of them along that boundary. And that's where we'll continue to see that severe weather. We saw in Dyersville the winds gusting to 80 miles per hour and some trees down. That's where the Field of Dreams action's going on. Well, the Field of Dreams is, but where the baseball action with the Saints is later on tonight with some tree down damage there. We'll have more on that as the afternoon progresses. And then tornado warnings near Dubuque that stretch across northern sections of Illinois right through the southern sections of the Chicago suburbs. And now severe thunderstorm warnings, flood warnings, and tornado warnings for portions of northern Indiana and southern Michigan. Tornado warnings racing across there with those cells moving at 60 and 70 miles per hour. Winds gusting to 90 plus miles per hour have been recorded from these cells as they raced across northern Illinois. So these are continuing to just book it with straight line winds and again spinning up some isolated tornado reports as well, but all of that wind damage being reported in across the afternoon. For us, though, hazy sunshine flares on in. A couple of radar returns, as I mentioned in Mankato, trying to say peekaboo over the last hour, but they didn't live long now, did they? Otherwise, we're living in, again, as I mentioned, just some hazy sun for the better part of the day today. Highs today in the mid to upper 80s, but a heat index around 90. A day today that feels a lot like what we did on Sunday, where it was kind of that sticky, steamy afternoon. Overnight tonight, dew points fall off into the mid 60s with some highs tomorrow in the middle 80s again. We'll keep those mid 60s alive. Can't rule out a popcorn rumble of thunder for tomorrow, but a much better chance tomorrow night and into our Thursday morning. Very disorganized, not very strong or powerful, but just it's a chance as we see some passing clouds into our Thursday morning as well as the dew points slide on off into Thursday afternoon. So for today, muggy with some hazy sunshine. Dew points slowly rise to the upper 60s through the afternoon. We're just about there. 87 degrees feels like 90 for the rest of the afternoon. Quiet and warm tonight. Dew points slide down into the mid 60s with an overnight low of 68. Again, mostly cloudy sky at times. And then more hazy sunshine for Wednesday. A bit humid. We'll keep a dew point around 65. A pop-up rumble is possible. There's a little trigger in the atmosphere, but it's a little baby one. High around 86 will feel like 86 or 87 as we go on into the day. But a much better chance for some poppy rumbles Wednesday night and into Thursday morning. We put those to bed. Partly sunny sky, 83 degrees and less humid. Dew points will be around 60 on our day on Thursday. So today feels like Sunday. Tomorrow feels like yesterday. And then Thursday will feel just as it is. As we go into Friday, that's a beautiful day right there. Partly cloudy sky, highs a tick below average, but just barely. Average highs 82. We're going for 79 with dew points in the 50s. I think we'll be okay there, but we get us a little surge of humidity again. That will ring out some unsettled showers, maybe some thunder showers Friday night and into the day on Saturday. And then backing off of that, very pleasant, mid to upper 70s with sun. Take us on into Sunday and Monday of next week. Rob?
You know, Keith, you mentioned the Field of Dreams site in Dyersville. With the Saints tonight, the Twins on Thursday. We have a live camera here, the Earth Cam.
Now,
it's extraordinarily hazy.
We have a camera.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it working yet? I know it was broken earlier. I will trust you.
Oh, so that's not live then.
I don't know. Yeah, I know the data at the bottom of it is live. I cannot confirm by looking at that camera if the actual picture that they're pumping through there is live. Okay. Look, I say show it. Show it right now, and we'll see.
Okay.
If you got it up.
Because this doesn't seem like it seems like it would be a current picture.
Yeah, if it looks really dark and dim, there's a few drips that are kind of still on it.
Yeah.
The report out of Dubuque right now, which is the latest reporting, the closest reporting station, Dubuque is about 17 or 18 miles from the Field of Dreams. Oh no,
that one's live. That's not the same one I'm seeing on my monitor.
Perfect. That is now, we're back to a live picture in
Dyersville.
Dyersville, thank you. Yes, that is so much better looking than the pictures we were getting and then probably what you saw as well. There we go. So yes.
So that is the Field of Dreams movie site that we're seeing right in front of us with the picket fence in front of the farmhouse. And then in the distance is the MLB at Field of Dreams Stadium. And that is in the background beyond the cornfields.
Right, and they had 85 and 80 to 85 mile per hour winds race through there back in the 8 and the early 9 o'clock hour this morning. And they are in the town of Dyersville. There are some reports of some trees down and some wind damage, but as you can see, Again, looking pretty good from this view. And again, the sky's cleared. And the satellite picture, I could see the ground from the satellite picture, so I know that they were seeing some sunshine there. So I knew that that picture that we were seeing earlier wasn't quite as dour looking as what we had seen earlier.
Yeah, because I was seeing this in the monitor and here I'm like, what is happening down there? So that was okay. Good to clear that up.
Nice to see that picture looking better.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Keith. Appreciate it. It is, of course, primary day in Minnesota. We've been covering this a lot in the recent weeks. Coming up to today, we heard from Secretary of State Steve Simon yesterday. We'll chat with him up again here in about 5-10 minutes or so. But of course, we have coverage all the way throughout the day. So here on Fox 9 and on Fox Local, our streaming app. At 8 o'clock, we've got a election special hosted by Tim Blotz and Corin Hoggard, along with political analyst Blois Olson. So a lot of coverage throughout the day. And we'll be checking in with Karen Scullin here, hopefully in a few minutes. And of course, Minnesota is not the only state going to the polls today. In Wisconsin, the Democratic gubernatorial primary is one of the closest watched races in the country right now, because it is pitting a progressive Democratic socialist endorsed Francesca Hong against a more moderate Democrat, Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley, who's been endorsed by the current governor of Wisconsin. Also in the race are Joel Brennan and State Senator Kelda Roys on the Republican side, U.S. Representative Tom Tiffany leading the polls there by a large margin. Former State Senator Nicole Mitchell, you'll recall we covered this trial. We took it on our streaming last year. In its entirety. Well, now she's got a date set for her appeal of the burglary conviction, the result of that trial. The hearing scheduled for September 30th. Of course, she was found guilty of breaking into her stepmother's home in Detroit Lakes. She says she was trying to retrieve some of her late father's belongings. That happened last year. Shortly after then, she resigned from her seat in the state legislature. Now she's running for a seat on the Woodbury City Council. Let's see. We are continuing also to cover reactions to a very controversial piece of technology. We had a discussion yesterday with the mayor of North Branch about this. As more Minnesota communities are taking a step back from those automated license plate readers. You know, the big name in that, of course, you know it by flock cameras. They make so many of them. These advanced license plate reading cameras sparking a big debate. Again, we mentioned North Branch. Police even praising them as crime-fighting tools, but critics, the public, worry about privacy concerns. This is a bag over one of the cameras in North Branch. They'd installed 3 of the planned 7 before putting a halt to it and bagging the 3 that had been put up. So we've been telling you about the public backlash for weeks, even in Winona, where they've been vandalized. And there's cities that are saying that they've had enough. For example, the mayor of North Branch pausing the city's contract with Flock. As you saw there, plastic bags over the 3 cameras that have been so far put up. Meantime, Isanti County Sheriff says his agency will not continue to use the Flock cameras either after a free trial ends this month. All right, other headlines today. In Anoka Hennepin, a judge delivering a blow to parents in the North Metro who were hoping that a school funding ballot question would be on the ballot this fall. The judge ruled that only the Anoka Hennepin School Board has the power to put a levy referendum on the ballot. That this petition from a group of parents pushing for that, from a legal standard, is simply not enough. The parents are appealing an accelerated review right now, so that should come soon. They want the voters to decide whether to raise property taxes to prevent cuts in school funding. Let's see, another headline today. Luigi Mangione, the man accused of killing United Health CEO Brian Thompson, back in court today. Both sides expected to finalize the questionnaire for potential jurors, settle many evidentiary issues, and the last-minute pretrial motions. The trial is set, this is a state trial in New York, is set to begin September 8th. So again, the big thing here is that both sides need to finalize the questionnaires for that jury selection that would begin that day. Another big issue today that they're discussing is media access. The defense is pushing for the entire trial to be carried on live television, for the right to a public trial for transparency. So that's what they want. No limits on coverage. Arguing that media restrictions would violate, again, his constitutional right to a public and transparent trial. But the problem here is New York law. They normally don't allow cameras during criminal trials, so that's got to be ironed out here. The prosecution agrees the case should be public, but they've raised concerns about Mangione's supporters. Yesterday, sending a letter to the judge that read, in part, in high-profile cases like this one, it is not physically possible to permit unfettered courtroom access to every interested member of the press or the public. We learned today there will be an overflow room for the public. They believe it should be audio only, though, to prevent misconduct. Mangione facing 8 state charges, including second-degree murder in connection to Thompson's killing, also facing federal charges for the same crime. That's a trial expected to begin in January. It comes after the state trial. Mangione, pleading not guilty to all the charges, faces the possibility of life in prison, though, if convicted in the state case. All right, coming up in a few minutes here, we'll be talking to Secretary of State Steve Simon of Minnesota. Again, he talked extensively yesterday. We're going to chat with him more today. If you've got any questions for him, please submit those here to All Day, and we'll see if we can get them out there. Nick, I know we got a few in, but
yes, we did. Yeah. But I believe we can get the Chiron back up. If somebody has a last-minute question they would like for Secretary Simon, now is the chance. Pop it in right there. And we're going to head to break here, and he'll be on in about 2 minutes with us.
All right. We'll be right back in All Day Live.
Okay. Steve, thank you.
Bay.
Welcome back to All Day Live. You know, it's a little over 5 hours ago when voters began heading to the polls for the primary day here in Minnesota to decide who advances to the general election in November. Yesterday, Minnesota Secretary of State Steve Simon holding a news conference talking about some of the issues here, a massive early voting turnout, and what that may mean heading into the fall's race. Also talking about monitors from the Department of Justice at polling sites in Hennepin and Ramsey counties. But again, saying that this is not necessarily a unique situation here. Let's talk more about some of these things and bring in Secretary of State Steve Simon. Steve, good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Let's get to that first. I mean, this is certainly a headline that attracts a lot of attention here about the monitors that the Department of Justice is sending about 20 staff from the Civil Rights Division's voting section and from the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota in Hennepin and Ramsey counties. Now, obviously, again, this, catches a lot of voters' interest in what this means. You were very, very calm yesterday. Very, again, trying to make sure this is not an alarmist thing. You're saying that this is not unusual. We've seen it in previous elections. Talk more about this.
Yeah, that's right. This is not a fresh or new thing. This is something that for the last at least 4 elections, the Justice Department has sent these kinds of observers, and it's for a very limited purpose. It's not just a general look and see mission. They're really focusing in on specific parts of the Voting Rights Act that guarantee access for people with disabilities and for people who are American citizens but whose native language is not English. So this has been a longstanding thing that they do. It's really a small group. They're not going to be able to visit that many places. The good news is, just in an abundance of caution, the Attorney General's office, with our input, is watching the watchers. So they are literally in real time following the observers as they go from polling place to polling place. And I have to report no incidents. They're not taking pictures. They're not doing anything they shouldn't be doing. They are complying with the law. But I understand, this being Minnesota, home of the surge this last winter, I understand the anxiety that some people are feeling when they hear that the Justice Department or the federal government is sending someone here to do something around elections. But this is something we're familiar with. We're watching it, we're monitoring it, and so far, so good.
Yeah, and similar efforts made recently in Michigan and other states as well, but it seems like these are blue states or Democratic-led states that where these monitors have been sent. I mean, what's your understanding about the rationale for where these monitors are being sent?
Well, in terms of the foreign language piece, there's a real set formula about which jurisdictions even comply and have to comply with this part of the Voting Rights Act. So the overall scope is pretty narrow and limited. I don't know how they choose which states they're choosing. All I know is that in Minnesota, this is not new for us. This has been happening for at least the last 4, maybe longer elections under administrations of both political parties. But we're watching them. We're making sure that they're not doing anything they're not supposed to do. Approaching voters when they're not supposed to approach them, approaching the polling place. Hennepin and Ramsey counties declined the invitation to have them in the polling place, which they can do. So they are out there with the rest of the public. You, me, and all your viewers can be outside the 100-foot perimeter of a polling place. That's anyone, whether it's DOJ or the guy down the street. And so they're entitled to be there. But so far, the observers report that the watchers of the observers report that they're doing what they need to do and they're abiding by our rules and laws, which is good. We just want to keep it that way.
What was the experience in 2020, 2022, and 2024 when similar observers were in Minnesota? What were the reports or feedback from those years?
Same thing, uneventful. They complied with the law. They didn't sort of harass or intimidate voters. They were just there to gather information about disability access and about access to non-English language materials for American citizens who maybe were born somewhere else. So we're cautiously optimistic that this is going to turn out okay. But look, we got 7.5 hours plus to go. And we got folks who have eyes on them the whole time and following them wherever they go. So I think it'll be okay.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit too about the turnout. You mentioned yesterday, as of Monday anyway, 206,000 early votes, setting a record for a non-presidential election year primary in Minnesota.
Yeah, it's people absentee, so I'm sure that number is going to climb when we look back on it. Yeah, I mean, this is an election that people are caring about. It's inspired a lot of enthusiasm and passion, and it's perceived as close in a couple of the particular contests. And really, that's the difference in Minnesota and most places, I think, between a general election and a primary. In Minnesota, we really pride ourselves on most years being #1 in America in voter turnout in the November election. And people do it out of a sense of pride and duty and obligation and citizenship. It's just not that way with primaries. It's so driven by who and what is on the ballot. And so you can't necessarily draw a straight line between our super high stratospheric general election turnout and primary turnout. But this might be the difference. The modern day record was in 2018. Then, as now, there were some really interesting and close contests in both major political parties. And at that time, in 2018, the final turnout was somewhere between 22 and 23%, which for a primary, especially an August primary in Minnesota, is pretty high. So it's certainly possible that we could meet and exceed that, given the enthusiasm and the turnout indicators that we're seeing so far.
We do have a couple of questions from viewers that we wanted you to address. And the first one kind of heads back to some of the polling location and monitors, et cetera. So let's bring this one up here. The question is, I guess, do we have the full screen for that? No. The question, I'll just read it to you then. Sure. What specific protocols are in place to safeguard polling locations against voter intimidation or unauthorized interference on primary day? So protocols in place to safeguard against interference.
Yeah, great question and a very relevant question. So here's the deal. We're really blessed in Minnesota to have really good, strong, precise laws. The precision part is really important. It's not just loose and airy. For example, in Minnesota, the law is the only folks who can be in a polling place are voters, of course, election workers, anyone who naturally works in that building, the church, the school, the city hall, etc. And each major political party can send one, only one, not a mob, not a swarm of people, one person to be a representative of that political party, to be a so-called challenger. Even then, our laws are very precise. No challenger may speak to a voter. No challenger may stand within 6 feet of a voter. And they can only issue challenges to a voter based on personal knowledge. That's the exact phrase in the law. So it can't be a whim or a hunch or a feeling or a vibe or anything like that. Even as to law enforcement, we have strict rules. And by the way, these have been here for many decades. These aren't fresh or new. So as to law enforcement, federal, state, or local, the rule in Minnesota is you can't preemptively post law enforcement at a polling place, even if it comes from the best of intentions. Even a kind-hearted sheriff or police chief who says, just to calm everyone down, I'm going to put a cop at the door or a sheriff's deputy at the entrance. You can't do that in Minnesota. What you can do is, even 1 minute after the polls open, they can obviously always respond to an incident. So if, for example, a fist fight breaks out in the polling place, of course you can call the cops. Of course you can call the sheriff's office. But you can't beforehand, for no reason, post someone there. And that ought to make some people feel a little bit more safe and secure, particularly as to the federal government. For those who, in view of the ICE surge, are anxious about that, that ought to give some people some comfort. And that's not even counting the federal and state anti-voter intimidation laws that we have that say that anyone, law enforcement or anyone else, who's harassing, threatening, or intimidating, they can be bounced, they could even be arrested, and it's a crime to engage in those behaviors. So I think in terms of the law, we've got that covered. And we do have a really good tradition in Minnesota of having very calm polling places. We really only very rarely have incidents.
All right. Another question, and this is one, right from the age of social media. This viewer, Joy, asks, can I take a photo of my completed ballot? Only the ballot. No people or surroundings. People like to post that they voted and wondering or keep a record of their ballot. Can they do that?
Yes. And this has been decided by the courts over the years. It was litigated, but the bottom line is yes. Some people call them ballot selfies. You can take a ballot selfie. Just don't take a picture of someone else. But if you want to pose with your ballot or take a picture of your ballot and send it or post it, you can do that. That is perfectly legal.
Good to know. In terms of, the questions about election security, I don't know, yesterday in the news conference going over the process, but let's talk about this again in in the precincts and the counties, the way that ballots are tabulated, and then the way it's brought in with the absentee ballots. Right. Walk us through again this process and how people can be assured that there's no way for outside interference or hackers or
That's
something
right.
to influence this.
Well, the first thing I always tell people is, remember, we are a paper ballot state. We vote on paper. We don't vote on machines or push buttons. We have good old-fashioned paper, which you can touch and feel and see and audit. There's always an audit trail with paper. So how does it work? Well, it's your friends and neighbors, the election judges, the poll workers who are in the polling place. And at the end of the night, at 8:01, after the polls close, they start that tabulation process. So what happens is that there are unofficial results, and they're always just unofficial, subject to later proving up and making sure the math lines up. But on election night, you have these unofficial results. Some counties, those can be modemed in through a secure system to the nerve center at a county. Others, like Ramsey County, for example, they have people drive them in. And when they drive them in, those results, that's a specific task in state law that requires political balance. You can't have just one person of one political party drive those in. It's got to be a couple people at the same time. Then they go to the county, and the county looks over those numbers as well. And when everything's in, they will post those numbers too. Afterwards, the county has to go through kind of a reckoning process. And then we do the same thing with post-election audits and reviews at the state level after that. So there's multiple layers of review to make sure the math lines up, that the ballots match up, that everything's on the up and up, and everything is something that anyone can watch. At 8:01, anyone in Minnesota, any one of your viewers can go into any polling place, not just their own, and watch as the tabulation process happens. If you live in St. Paul and you want to go in the one in Minnetonka or vice versa, you can do that. Once the polls are closed, it's totally open. Anyone can come in and watch what's going on.
And then tabulating the absentee ballots or the mail-in votes as well. And I have witnessed this process take place in which these are carefully removed from the envelopes. And it's usually, isn't there a double envelope procedure too? And then there are observers selected from both parties there to then go through and transfer what was mailed in onto an actual official ballot. What you are mailing in is not an official ballot. I think people should know that, right? It's transferred over to another ballot?
Well, I see what you're saying on that. It is an official ballot, but there is that separate process that you're talking about, these absentee ballot boards. And I just witnessed one today. As I often do on Election Day, I'm going around and visiting people and various elections offices. So what happens is a party balanced body called an absentee ballot board will look at those absentee ballots that come in through the mail or are hand delivered, and they will determine whether it even goes into the pile to be counted. Someone else does the counting, but they in the first instance have to determine, okay, did the voter do it right? Did they sign it? Did they have a witness sign it? Is there some defect in the ballot, just some sort of physical defect? If everything's on the up and up, then it goes into the pile to be tabulated and counted. And again, that is a thing with party balance under state law. And that's something that we've had for quite a number of years in Minnesota. So yeah, that's the ones that are cast before Election Day. But critically, in Minnesota, everything's blended and merged together. We're not one of those states where you say, oh man, candidate A is ahead among the mail voters, but let's see if she can maintain that lead with those who voted Election Day. Nope, they're all mixed in, all merged together after the polls close. So you can't tell whose vote total was higher in one method or the other method of voting. Everything's blended together after polls closed, and they're all reported as just one unified result for a particular county.
Yeah, and then a process too, we should point out, to make sure that those that have come in by mail aren't duplicates, that same person showed up at a polling place.
Exactly right. Once in a while that can happen. I'll give you just a quick example. Let's say someone sends in their mail ballot, and they're just getting nervous about whether it's going to arrive in time or not. They're checking the website, which you can do, by the way, at mnvotes.gov. You don't have to wonder whether your mail ballot arrived in time. But let's say that someone this morning is checking to see if their ballot that they mailed several days ago arrived, and they don't see that it's arrived yet. And they say, you know what, I just don't want to risk it. I'm going to go in and vote in person. You can still do that. You're not bound by that prior choice. But when you do that, the ballot that's on its way in will be nullified. And so that when it arrives, it'll be destroyed. So just extending this hypothetical, let's say someone goes in this morning, they're like, I got up this morning, it's not on the website. You know what, I'm just going to go in and vote in person. And then the ballot does arrive later this afternoon. There will be no double counting. One of the first things that's done is to make sure that person hasn't already voted. And you get those numbers and those results in real time. So what will happen is that absentee ballot that came in later will just be nullified. It will be destroyed. It will not be counted.
Okay. Thanks for the time today. No busy day for you, as it'll get busier throughout the day. But Secretary of State Steve Simon, thanks for the time.
Thanks for having me.
All right. We have to take another quick break here on All Day Live. And let's see, Nick, when we come back, we're going to be talking more about the Luigi Mangione trial in New York. The state trial The hearing that he had this morning, pre-trial hearing ahead of a trial that begins in September, just about a month from now. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to All Day Live on this Tuesday primary day. A lot of coverage still ahead. Hope to check in with our Karen Scullin, who's covering some of the voting process today at polling sites here. Of course, we'll have coverage all day long here on Fox 9, both on air and on Fox Local, including an election special this evening with Tim Blotz and Corin Hoggart and our political analyst, Blois Olson. The polls, of course, close at 8 p.m. The Secretary of State's office saying that we should see the results by the time you're having breakfast tomorrow morning. Minvotes.gov is a way to track the results as they come in. Vikings training camp, we expect to hear from head coach Kevin O'Connell coming up about 1 o'clock today. And the big headline there is Kyler Murray named the starting quarterback, which a lot of people suspected would be the outcome here, but that word coming from TCO Performance Center today. We'll hear more about that from the coach in about 20 to 25 minutes. Let's see, another story today that we talked about a little bit. We're going to talk more in depth right now, and that is about Luigi Mangione, the man charged with accused here of assassinating Minnesota-based United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in downtown Manhattan. This was in December of 2024, a pretrial hearing for his state trial this morning. That trial set to begin in about a month. So let's bring in Lisa Evers with our sister station, Fox 5 in New York. Lisa, thanks for taking time.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you. Good to talk with you. Such a tragic case. And some developments today where we learned that Luigi Mangione was back in court. This is the Thurgood Marshall Federal Courthouse. You see right behind me, a lot of major national stories have come to light there and been adjudicated there. And then as you look through here, we're in Foley Square. And then down the street is the Manhattan Criminal Court, which is where the proceedings today took place. This could be possibly the last pre-trial hearing before his trial on the New York State murder charges actually begins on September 8th. And he was in court today. He was there. His defense team was there. And the judge gave both his defense team as well as prosecutors a questionnaire assignment, a homework assignment, if you will. They have to come up with a questionnaire because September 8th is when the jury selection process is going to begin. And the other big issue here is about cameras in the courtroom. Mangione's defense team wanted cameras in the courtroom. There's just one glitch to that. There's very strict New York state laws that in the rare occasion when they do allow a video camera pool, like which I'm sure you've seen many times, you know, there'll be like one station or one video feed that pools and shares with everybody. Even if they decide to allow that, which has happened only in very few cases in the past, it would only be able to record and transmit the opening statements and the closing statements. The other big news that came out of the hearing this morning here at Manhattan Criminal Court was this idea of the jury being anonymous. The jury is going to have to be absolutely anonymous in this case. There's a lot of concern about the supporters of Mangione. There were some that were there today. They started wearing green because of they're using it as a color of support for him because of the cartoon character that's named Luigi. And there weren't that many out here today, but we've seen many others in the past. We've seen people camping out in front of the courthouse on the sidewalk, and they're very concerned about people taking advantage of the situation. So the judge did agree to have an overflow courtroom, because these courtrooms, even though the buildings look very big and majestic, and they are, once you're inside the actual courtroom, it can't accommodate usually more than 100 people in the audience, in the spectator section. And they're concerned because Mangione's going to be allowed all sorts of experts for his case. They'll be taking up some of the front rows. His team, prosecutors, they typically have interns and other people from their staff who are there as well, taking up another couple of roles. So maybe that leaves several dozen, maybe 50 or 60 at the most, available seats. So they're going to have this overflow room, and we're still waiting to hear about this big issue of the cameras in the courtroom, and also what is going to be on the jury questionnaire. The jury selection expert that I spoke to about this, she said, you can be sure one of the top questions they're going to have is how influenced are you by the media coverage of this entire trial? Because we've never seen anything like this here in New York, where you have somebody who's convicted of a murder. There's a tremendous amount, according to the NYPD and prosecutors, of forensic evidence that they will introduce that ties him directly to the murder of CEO, United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. And they still don't understand why there's this huge outcry of support for him. They're concerned about that. They're concerned about that influencing the jury. Now, if the jury's anonymous, they won't see any of the demonstrations that are happening outside here on the street or in any of the areas around here, depending on how big the crowds get. They're going to be brought into the courthouse in an underground, through an underground garage in the back, and they won't be they won't be subjected to having to see the crowds that are out there or walk through them, which of course is going to be a security concern. But it's they're moving pretty fast with this. The Manhattan DA wanted to have the state trial before the federal trial. Meantime, Mangione is still incarcerated at what I call the notorious MDC. It's the federal detention center called the Metropolitan Detention Center, where he's staying because of those federal charges, which are now on hold. And he's there. This is the same place that Diddy was at for a long time. Same place El Chapo was at. R. Kelly, very famous defendants were also at that detention center at one point, and it's pretty run down and pretty old. So it's not. Yeah.
So again, the top assignment here, as you had mentioned in your reporting this morning, the top assignment is to come up with the jury questionnaire that both sides agree on. Again, standard protocol in cases, in trials, but this could be a little more contentious about what we ask the jurors. And then the issue of the cameras in the court. You mentioned opening and closing statements. Has that been decided, or is that what is being suggested?
Well, that is the narrow window, like the narrow little box, if you will, where New York state law would allow cameras in a courtroom. And the reason being, they don't want to show a defendant, they don't want to show an individual, they're still under the presumption of innocence until there's a jury verdict, or until that defendant takes a plea bargain with the district attorney. So that's the reason they have that as a very strict condition of any
So
cameras in the court.
that's what's currently allowed, and the defense wants the whole thing on camera. So that's what the judge has got to decide if they can vary
Make an
from the
exception.
rules that are set.
Absolutely. Now there's some courthouses in the other boroughs in Queens, for example. If it's a sentencing, they will allow allow a video cam. Will allow video cameras in there with certain provisions. Sometimes they're not allowed to show the image of the judge. And this particular one, like today, which has been pretty standard throughout these pretrial hearings for Luigi Mangione, they have a pool still photographer that will take still pictures, is allowed to get closer to Mangione, sitting there at the defense table, and take those pool photos. Those are made available to all of the media that is there covering it. We had access to them as well, and so it's not even clear yet if they're going to allow this at that particular time, because once you talk about an anonymous jury, that is a very that is a very, very strict legal standard, and there's not a whole lot of leeway with that.
Have you heard yet, Lisa? Sometimes, again, we're a month out. So in terms of how much time the judge has blocked off, or what the expectations for the length of the trial are at this point, or I don't know if you've seen a witness list, if that's been put out about how many witnesses might be called. Any of that information out yet?
No, none of that information is out yet. And I think the real thing that they're worried about, everybody's kind of worried about in general, is this jury questionnaire. Now, keep in mind that Mangione's lead attorney in this case is Karen Friedman. She is the wife of Mark Agnifilo, and if that name sounds familiar, he is the one that helped Sean Diddy Combs beat the most serious federal charges in his racketeering trial, and helped him beat that and basically get off with much more a minor conviction on what's considered a minor charge. But they're very, very skilled lawyers. They're very tough lawyers. They are not afraid to push the envelope at all. And so I think it's really going to depend, a lot of it, that the opening statements day, for example, that will vary depending upon how long the jury selection process takes. And if there's challenges to jurors, there's a certain number of challenges that they get. They will bring up Agnifilo, the team at Friedman. I'm sure that they will find creative ways to try to get the people that they want on the jury. They have to be very careful too, because they don't want anybody that's a sympathizer. They're going to have to rule out anybody that has gripes against the healthcare system because of Mr. Thompson's occupation. They're going to have to, there's a lot of considerations that they have to take into account, and keep them. I mean, that's basically like a month away, and you take out the weekends, and that's a very short time to come up with a questionnaire.
Yeah, that they ensure can find fair and impartial jurors. All right, Lisa, thanks for taking the time. We'll let you go and get back to work, but appreciate you talking to us.
All right, we'll be keeping our eye on this. We'll be down here every day once it starts, and happy to talk with you. Big shout out to Minneapolis, everybody, all my family and friends in the Twin Cities.
No, that's good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay, bye-bye.
Again, this trial is set to begin at this point with jury selection on September 8th in New York. And then the federal trial that is currently scheduled to begin at the beginning of next year. Once this has taken place, expected again that this could take some time for the state trial alone. But as she mentioned, hadn't heard any point yet, any information shared about what the expectations are for that length. A lot of times you'll see judges block their calendar, and that gives you an indication, or an indication from attorneys how many witnesses they'll call, or how much time it's going to take to present the prosecution side, et cetera. But just anticipating that this will be a lengthy trial. Let's see. We got to take another break here, I believe, right now, Nick. Yes, we do. And on the other side, we're going to hear from meteorologist Keith Marler about what to expect here as we head into the weekend. As a pretty beautiful but dry August continues.
day.
Cloud cover broke free this morning, leaving us with some hazy sunshine for the better part of our day. Dew points on the rise, the big dew point pool, the surge, a slow rise, not quite the big push from this morning that we talked about 24 hours ago for this morning, because Iowa stole our energy. Big storms down in Iowa really blossomed and brought some tornado warnings across, and some severe thunderstorm warnings, and winds gusting to 60, 70, and 80 miles per hour for eastern Iowa, heading through parts of Davenport, the Quad Cities, Dubuque, over near the Field of Dreams. Saw a wind gust of 80 miles per hour there in eastern Iowa, heading and racing through Illinois into the early afternoon hours now, and racing over towards Chicago, as we've been talking about. All that energy continues to push on well outside our viewing area, of course, but our dew points rising on the backside of all that slowly but surely. So it's a muggy day today, muggier than yesterday, with hazy sunshine as those dew points slowly rise to the upper 60s. 87 degrees, feels like 90. Quiet and warm with passing clouds tonight. The dew points will dip a little bit back to the middle 60s as we go for an overnight low of 68, and then we'll hug those dew points in the middle 60s tomorrow. Hazy sunshine, just a bit humid. Pop-up rumbles possible. Day side or evening side tomorrow at 86, but there is a better chance for some shower and storm actions. Still very isolated tomorrow night and into Thursday morning, especially across southern Minnesota as a whole. Again, it's not really much of a window open style day today, but if you're out and about doing things, trees are still pinging pretty high. Weeds are still pinging pretty high in the pollen count. Trees are non-existent. Grass is low to low medium, but weeds are the biggie, and they have been for the past 2 or 3 weeks now. So again, pollen count still very high when it comes to those weeds. As we go on out the door for us today, though, hazy sunshine, that smoky haze still in place as the dew points slowly rise back up to the mid to upper 60s today, and that's why we're looking at a heat index closer to 90 for the afternoon. Today will feel a lot like what we did on Sunday, as a matter of fact. Then dew points slowly slide back off with a few random rumbles that try to pop up. We'll do a couple of them maybe tomorrow afternoon or evening. Better chance tomorrow night and Thursday morning, and then another chance for some showers and some isolated rumbles Friday night and into the day on Saturday. And by the weekend, though, we're talking about much cooler, milder weather overall, as we're talking about highs only in the 70s Friday, Saturday, Sunday, even Monday, as we look ahead on the 7-day forecast overall. So for today, across Minnesota and Wisconsin, central and northern Wisconsin, hazy sunshine. That smoky haze is in place. Again, it's the wildfire smoke out of the Pacific Northwest that continues to be with us, and it'll be with us tomorrow as well. So there's not much in the way of mid or high level cloud cover. A lot of smoky haze out there with that gentle surface flow out of the northeast around 5-ish miles per hour. The bubble of humidity surges up and over us as we have the zonal flow coming in out of the west, and that's what's pushing that smoke along and helping steer some of that other humidity that's out there. Tomorrow, partly sunny sky to mostly sunny, hazy sun with an isolated rumble. Dew points fall off to the middle 60s. We'll have temperatures in the middle 80s. That'll feel like the middle 80s. A better chance, though, for some scattered and hobnobbing scattered showers or thunder showers that take us into Thursday morning, and that'll help to kind of knock the dew point down a little bit, too. So statewide, comfortable 70s up north with dew points in the 50s. We'll go for 87 in the metro. That'll feel more like 90 with that increase in humidity as we go on into the day-to-day with that good old hazy, smoky sunshine that we've gotten so used to as of late. Overnight tonight, still sticky, but dew points fall off a little bit. Mid to upper 60s for your overnight low. Very comfortable weather up north. Again, dew points remain in the 50s with overnight lows in the 50s across northern Minnesota. And then for Wednesday, mostly sunny sky on average. Again, comfortable 70s up north with lower dew points. Highs in the low to mid 80s for the rest of us with dew points in the middle 60s. And I can't rule out a stray rumble, especially out west heading on into the afternoon, but a much better chance as we go on into our Wednesday night and into our Thursday morning with that chance for some thunder showers that should wash out some humidity. Partly sunny sky, a high of 83 for your Thursday afternoon. 70s are back on Friday with partly cloudy sky. Nice day on Friday, but then our next system, our wave, rolls across the area Friday night into Saturday. Saturday just looks unsettled more than anything else. Passing clouds, it might actually look like it's going to try to do something more than it actually does something. It's way out there on day 5. We got a lot to get through before we get there. But again, it's just one of those looming, ominous looking days of not dangerous thunderstorms at the moment, just kind of like edge of raininess here and there as we go into our Saturday. But pleasant looking mid 70s on Sunday with decent levels of humidity. And then as we go into Monday, sunny mid to upper 70s continue. In the meantime, muggy 87 feels closer to 90 as we head on into this Tuesday afternoon.
consultation today.
Welcome back. Hi, Nick.
How you doing?
All right. We've been running this poll today on All Day about your favorite burger chain, and this was predicated on, I forget which poll it was, showing, well, I don't remember now. We talked about it this morning, and now it's escaped my memory what this was inspired by.
Yes.
But we've run our own poll, and Culver's is certainly the local favorite by a bit of a landslide.
Yeah, I think we got some, well, I guess hometown bias isn't necessarily, but I get the east of the river people are weighing in hard on their love of Culver's.
Yeah, and I would generally, if you're just saying which has the best burger, right? It is a hard competition because when you look at, well, Five Guys and Shake Shack, I would expect Shake Shack to be higher than that, obviously. But McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King, those have been around for decades, a long, long, long time.
Well, last hour, because we've been talking about this for a while, I think Keith Marler had an important caveat, and for it to be fast food, you have to be able to go to the drive-thru. So Shake Shack has to take a hike, and Five Guys would have to take a hike.
I suppose, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
it's not.
So Culver's versus the rest of that field.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, they're still fast, but you're right. They're not like, it's not like a fast food chain that you think of, you pull up to the drive-thru and get a burger.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would make sense. But the other ones are just, you know what they are. And they've been around forever, and they're just kind of the old reliables. But if you're saying, actually, which of those is the best burger, okay. Predominantly 57% are polled.
Yeah, I mean, if
Culver's.
I'm Desert Islanding that menu, I'm going Five Guys.
Are you?
If that's the universe from which I'm allowed to select.
Well, today it is.
Yes.
But yeah, that's a good one. I'm trying to think. There are a lot of good burgers out there.
Well, hey, how about we go to break? We're going to get hopefully some Karen Scullin.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. I am being corrected in real time. Senior executive producer Lori Fisher
Oh, okay.
says Shake Shack has a drive-thru.
They do.
I'm not going to lie. I've only been to Shake Shack once at the airport, and I've walked by the OG one in Madison Square Park in New York. So I don't know what she's referring to. So I have to fact-check the fact-checker.
We'll have to look at that. The only one I've been to is at the Mall of America, which
Okay.
obviously you can't drive through either. So.
Oh, fact-checking the fact-checker is fact-checking me. I don't know what level of inception we're on, but she says it's the Maple Grove one.
Well, of course.
Yes.
Yes. Maple Grove's got everything.
Yeah, no, she is part of the Maple Grove Power Rankings. So
The unofficial mayor of Maple Grove, Lori Fisher.
excellent. Hey, we're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna get back to Karen Scullin. She's on. Nope. And
All right, we'll talk to Karen. We got KOC coming up here in a few minutes too. So we'll see who starts first.
yes.
Bay.
All right, welcome back to All Day Live. Now, the 1 o'clock hour, we are awaiting a live camera from Vikings training camp. Kevin O'Connell, head coach, expected to address the media here any time now. And with the news that Kyler Murray is the official starting quarterback here for the season, I don't think a big surprise to a lot of people. But they did say it was a quarterback competition. Primary day, though, in Minnesota, so we want to talk about that first while we're waiting for the Vikings. We've had what's been billed as a record early voting turnout. Let's get Karen Scullin in here to chat more about this today. Karen, I know you're out and about, or as the Canadians would say, a boot. Out and a boot, heading to polling locations, et cetera. I mean, what all is, what's kind of your focus throughout the day today?
Really just kind of everything. It's the everything day. I think you mentioned it. Voter turnout is going to be big, and it has been big even in the early voting. In terms of early voting, I think there was 206,000 ballots that were accepted in terms of early voting. So that's good news. I think it beats out the 155,000 that was set back in 2022 for early voting. So we're doing pretty well there, and so far so good in terms of in-person voting today. It seems like all the polls are pretty busy, kind of a steady stream. It's not packed like it would be during a general election, but certainly a nice steady stream of early voting. And I think the reason that there is a bigger turnout is we have some big races this year, some pretty hot races. And of course, the U.S. Senate race in terms of DFL, very, very heated. And this is between Representative Angie Craig and, of course, Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. Kind of up in the air on who's got that one. It depends who you talk to, but certainly kind of a moderate versus progressive race there. So that'll be an interesting one to watch. Spending there has already been crazy at $27 million. So it's a high stakes primary there. And then also the Senate GOP between Michelle Tafoya, Adam Schwarzy, and Royce White. That's a big race as well that people are interested in voting in. So big one there.
Yeah, that U.S. Senator, it'll be interesting because Flanagan and Craig have been in the polls that we've seen fairly close in the polling. And so it becomes kind of a, is this a metro versus suburban versus out, where those votes come in.
And of course, it's interesting there because Gwen Walls came out and endorsed Angie Craig. So, the governor's wife. So it'll be real interesting to see how that one turns out in the end. Yeah. But then also, the governor's race is bringing people out. I think Amy Klobuchar for the DFL is pretty much a shoe-in, but you have a hotly contested GOP race here in the primary between Kendall Qualls, Lisa Damoth, and Mike Lindell. Trump, of course, endorsed Mike Lindell. But it seems like Lisa Damoth is kind of playing a big part here. And then the Republican Party endorsed Adam Schwarzy. So it's kind of all mixed up there when it comes to the GOP race. But so that's a good one to watch as well. Yeah, and the polling for the GOP in the governor's race. The Senate and the governor's race both on the GOP side are very, very interesting. In the governor's race, Mike Lindell has consistently polled higher than Lisa Damoth. Right. And, but then the questions, there's always been questions about how accurate are the polls. We've seen that every election cycle where sometimes they're pretty close and sometimes they're not at all. I mean, they just didn't measure accurately for whatever reason. And so be very curious to see how these votes turn out. Right. I feel like I've, talked to some voters who are typically Trump supporters, but are not going to be voting for Lindell and instead Lisa Damoth. So it will be interesting to watch that one for sure. And then what happens after the primary? Does Tafoya or do they all stay in the race? Does somebody drop out? So that'll be interesting to watch. And then there's also been the question today about this DOJ monitoring in Hennepin and Ramsey counties. I think that's kind of interesting, but it really shouldn't be because this is something that they've done in the past. They've done before, yeah. Right, 2020, 2022, 2024. So it's really nothing new. I think with the ICE surge, it's a little more on people's minds, but they're just sort of watching the watchers, more or less. Yeah. And they will not be inside the Hennepin and Ramsey polling locations. They were not allowed inside there. So they're just kind of keeping an eye on things. And I heard your interview earlier with Secretary of State Steve Simon. He didn't seem too concerned because they had consulted with his office. So I think all's pretty good there.
Yeah, he was definitely not trying to raise any alarm about that, saying this has happened before and with no problems there. And it's happened this primary season, most recently in Michigan. No problems there either. So trying to make sure that people do not get terribly stressed about this particular observer situation from the DOJ.
Right. And we're actually kind of in Hennepin County today, checking out some of the voting locations. We're here in Whittier Community Center. Yeah, getting ready to go in and see how voting's going there. But they've been pretty busy, I know. And I think one of the races there that's also bringing out a lot of voters today is that of the Hennepin County Attorney's Office. Mary Moriarty is not running again for re-election. So that leaves Cedric Fraser, former U.S. Attorney Anders Folk, and then Diane Krenz and the Ramsey County Assistant Attorney. They're all running, but Cedric is kind of in line with Mary Moriarty's policies, whereas like Anders Folk and Diane Krenz are looking to take it in a new direction. I think, we're talking specifically about some of her plea deals that she's done and some of her beliefs in terms of younger criminals or juvenile criminals. I think Cedric's probably more in line with that than Anders Folk and Diane Krenz are. So that's a big one to watch here in Hennepin County.
Okay, Karen, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Talk to you later. And if I'm watching over here, by the way, if you keep seeing me glancing, I'm watching for the Vikings video to come up because we don't want to be late to that, but we're not seeing anything yet. We're going to mention that we're going to have coverage of the primary all day long through the results being announced. So both here on Fox 9 and on our Fox local app. At 8 o'clock tonight, we've got an election special with Tim Blotz and Corin Hoggard hosting, along with our political analyst, Blois Olson, who, by the way, will be joining us scheduled for about 1:30 today to talk to about this primary as well. Of course, the Vikings availability being kind of the wild card in this when that happens. Minnesota, of course, not the only state going to the polls today. Over in Wisconsin, it's the governor's race, the Democratic governor's primary. One of the closest watched races in the country right now is it pits a progressive Democratic socialist endorsed candidate, Francesca Hong, against a more moderate Milwaukee County executive named David Crowley. Crowley endorsed by the current governor. Also in the race are Joel Brennan and State Senator Kelda Roys. On the Republican side, U.S. Representative Tom Tiffany leading the polls there by a large margin. So a lot of eyes on that race in Wisconsin. Let's see. We'll take a break. Nick, have we heard any word from TCO Performance Center? And then nothing, not a word.
Yeah, we're working on it, hopefully.
Okay, all right.
Because we got a quarterback.
Yeah, we got a quarterback. Apparently, Kyler Murray named the starter. Supposed to be hearing from Kevin O'Connell here. We're trying to track that down. Going to take a break, though, and we'll be right back. Well, that happened fast. Our shot came up from TCO Performance Center, and Coach Kevin O'Connell started talking right away, so we join him now in progress.
They embrace the competition, and ultimately I do think, there's been improvement. I think there's been guys really with positive feelings towards their own individual outlook on things, as well as, our team's confidence in the position. I'm also really appreciative of the rest of our players, coaches, Nolan and his personnel staff, the collaboration that's kind of took place amongst everybody, as we really wanted to, kind of do this for, as many of the purposeful, right reasons to help it be a healthy, good outcome. And I also, think that from how we did the reps to, the types of, Flo's involvement from a standpoint of looks that, we gave the guys different challenges on different days, while letting them, kind of compete at the same stride early on in camp. It's been a true competition, and we feel like we're at a place, where we've made a complete evaluation. I kind of always had, and we had this timeline as Nolan and I worked through the summer, kind of talking about what we wanted this to look like. Right around now, feeling like between 9 practices and another day of, a little bit lower volume physical work, but same type of thing above the neck mental, we would have a good idea of kind of where guys were at, and would want to provide clarity not only for the players involved, but most importantly for our team, our offense, and the direction that we're going to go, so we can really, start honing in on exactly, what we're going to be offensively and how we're going to play complementary in all 3 phases. And I think, we feel like, we accomplished, a lot of those things, and like excited about it, like I said. But in the short time, just speaking about Kyler, I think he's demonstrated what he's capable of, both the experience he has playing at a high level in this league, but also his experience now of coming in here, being challenged. And I think he's shown enough to really project with the right prerequisite now of work for a starter leading into a camp, that we can get the rhythm, the timing, we can get the mastery of our system and this year's system, regardless of what we've done in previous years, what we're going to look like, how we're going to play. There's different things and nuances that, we're going to fit to what our players, Kyler included, do the best. And, in my opinion, he's got the skill set and the abilities, not only just from a standpoint of accuracy, but his ability to affect the game with his athleticism. But he's also proven to be smart, very hardworking, and able to take in a lot of information and churn that out. Now we really want to give him the opportunity to really start building a comfort level, not only with the system, but with the guys. In no way does this diminish anything that JJ's demonstrated. There's been real strong, solid evidence of growth. Some of the things we really pinpointed for him in the off seasons, he's shown just a tireless commitment to doing those things, and it's shown up out here on the grass, and even more so than that, he's embraced it, the challenge of it, with the right mindset every day, that I think will have great benefit, on him moving forward, this daily improvement mindset. And clearly, as we've learned over the years, and nothing changes as far as JJ being an incredibly important member of our quarterback room and our team, as we need to make sure the original intent of what all of this was. We feel like we're on our way to doing that with a lot of work to still go. I'm confident in our entire quarterback room. Speaking on that point, I think Carson and Max have both shown in somewhat limited reps, trying to get those other guys reps, not only what they're capable of, but where they're at in their comfort level and their ability to go in and make throws. So as far as depth goes, we feel like we've got 4 guys we can win with, and now we get to go into kind of some opportunities in the preseason and let all 4 of those guys get some time and start really building what we're looking for from an offensive, united, kind of in-line, everybody knowing what to do, how to do it, and playing together. It's very, very important. Nolan and I met with both of the players this morning and had, great dialogue with those guys, as well as meeting with our team, shortly thereafter, to make sure that, as I've said all along, it would go the players, the team, and then first stop we got letting you guys know as well. So, we'll move forward. Kyler will begin, the process of really looking at things now as our starter. We'll still be getting JJ a lot of work, a lot of reps, because it's very important that his development and ongoing growth and arrow up that we feel very positively about continues. As we not only work through the rest of training camp, but specifically even in regards to this week, as we're kind of doing a little bit of a mock week type of week for us. We'll do some early down, normal down work today. We'll get into some pass likely stuff tomorrow, and then we'll do some third down, shrink the field little work like you guys have seen us do during the regular season. We're going to play our guys. We can get into it a little bit later in the week, kind of what that looks like. But we're going in and told the team everybody plan on playing, and every individual player will have their own kind of program and plan for the game on Saturday. I know that's a lot, but I just wanted to be as open and open it up to you guys from here.
Do you and Nolan have any concern at the outset that whoever did emerge as the eventual winner in this thing might fall a little bit behind by not taking all the reps, or was that just seems kind of a necessary evil?
I think it was important. I think it was important not only for Kyler coming in new, when at some, there can be some parts of that where I think it was a positive seeing another guy with the same type of group that you're out there with, whether it's the ones or twos. They took reps with both. Go in there and run a lot of the same principles as we installed. Some installs match up better than others. Some plays are better than others versus, what Flo tries to do every day. It's an incredible challenge, so they've clearly been stressed every day from that matter. But it's just the appropriate time now that to allow our team and everybody clarity for exactly the direction we're moving going forward. Yes, yeah, you'll see him still take a ton of reps today, and we want to be absolutely mindful of not only where he's at right now and where we think he can get to as well by the start of the season. We've just learned over the years, we don't hold the cards. We need as many guys comfortable and ready, and I think even though maybe the news was tough this morning, he went into this thing trying to battle and win this thing. He's ready to go, and the guys on this team love him. We love him. Just the reaction, even when I told the team of for both those guys, this has been a total, complete organizational effort that, tried to communicate at an elite level with everybody involved, including you guys, as best as I could. But, this is the direction we're going and moving forward.
Obviously, injuries happen. Do you see JJ having a future with the organization outside of whether?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to me, he's still a guy that's only played 10 games. He's shown improvement off of last year, even in this training camp with the work he's put in and his comfort level just growing a little bit day in and day out. I'm still very excited to continue to, get to work with him every single day, coach him. And I truly, as he knows, he's holding the pen on his story, and we're going to support him and try to just help him continue to improve as a young player at the, the most difficult position in sports. And, he's got to also understand this isn't just a long-term mindset, which we want to have always for a player his caliber and a young player like him, but it could be an immediate response needed. And, JJ's the kind of guy that'll be ready to rock and roll. I know that.
What was the typical practice? What did you see on film or live practice that separated them?
Yeah, I think, not to dive too far into it, but what I would say is, there's moments in time where there's comfort from Kyler in the scheme. He had some really high completion days where, he was able to show some really, really good understanding of just putting the ball in play, playing with great timing, rhythm. You guys have seen him be explosive when there's opportunities there, but you've also seen him check the ball down and put the ball in play and get us from a 1st and 10 to a 2nd and 3. And then, as you continue to look at the body of work through those 10 days, what jumped out is what could be. And at some point in this thing, knowing the timeline we had and knowing that we needed to do some sort of a projection based upon a lot of those things, and then as the installs piled up and you'd see a little bit of a slowdown from a processing standpoint, it would then maybe the next day there was an immediate response, and just some of those things bode really, really well for his role now as we lock in on this thing and try to do the best we can to prepare him, as well as the one-on-one that can take place with me and him, as well as doing things that he's comfortable with within the confines of how we want to be with our philosophy on offense.
Are you going to give a cup call or close call?
Yes. Yeah, it absolutely is, just because what they put into it, and what they put into it, and our original intent from really the first time I talked to you guys last season all the way up until now. This has been an important part of the growth and development of not only individual players, but the 2026 Minnesota Vikings, with the intent of always wanting to do what we thought was best for the team, but not sacrifice the ability to really get some of that growth and development through a competitive process with these two guys. And I think benefited both those guys and maybe accelerated some things, and maybe also let us know exactly where we're at with both guys, and in our attempt to get them both ready. Even if JJ's a snap away, that's really, really important, as we've learned here.
And will you plan to give either of them any preseason game time?
Yes, they'll both play on Saturday. I think I'm just talking about in general, what we think he can be in our offense, and that is with Kyler, that's a part of it, but at the same time, he's also demonstrated rhythm, timing, anticipation, getting through progressions by how we talk about reads in a timely manner that can help avoid negative plays, even sacks, or not being in the rhythm and timing of how we work through progressions. All of those are opportunities for completions. All of those are opportunities to set up other things. We're running the football very, very well against a really good defense right now. It's a battle every single day, but our ability to then marry our pass game to that on the early downs and try to really put defenders in conflict, and then clearly with his ability and what he's done in this league athletically, that's we want to find the best possible way to activate that on as part of some plays, but at the same time he's going to go be a football player in those moments. And we've even seen it in training camp, some of those moments. He has not turned the football over a lot, but one of the turnovers the other night was off of a movement, off schedule, did a great job getting up and out, and then it's a turnover with Zay getting him on that as a cloud corner, kind of sinking underneath Justin right there. So those are learnable, teachable moments, but it's going to be about protecting the football, because we know it's well documented. We win a lot of football games when we break even or better in that margin, and our quarterback has a clear role in that amongst all 11 on offense.
Two more for Coach. Kyler, or would allow any quarterback in this situation to assert himself more as a leader now that it's, okay, this is your offense?
Yeah, I think so. But like I told JJ, his elite traits as a leader and what he is in that locker room, none of that changes, and our players feel the same way towards him. It's about Kyler really assuming the role. So now that as we go through the process of schematically, fundamentals, how we're building what we're asking of him, having the dialogue with him of how we best do things that he's comfortable with, and are there some things he likes that he needs to get more comfortable with, we can now curtail it to, that's really what we're all talking about by the time between now and the season. But yeah, absolutely, the ability to walk in that huddle and command has been part of this throughout the whole process, because I think that's a non-negotiable for the quarterback position in any offense at any level. From a standpoint of running the show, calling the play, being really, really demonstrative, and everybody knowing exactly what to do, because then we can hold everybody else accountable to who knows where to go, what to do, and how to do it, and that's where we move forward from here. And quite honestly, I like where our team's at, but across the board, it's early enough where we're still seeing too much of that, and that's the challenge for our whole team on a daily basis, is how many plays can we have all 22 guys on the field doing the job, and sometimes the defense wins, sometimes we win on offense, but the most important thing is that there's a bunch of stuff to coach off of, and guys are gaining confidence, not always through just success. It might be learning exactly how something's going to need to be done off of a rep that will then help them when the real ball starts.
Last one. You mentioned JJ as this elite.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's ultra competitive. I think it's clear he loves football. I think he carries a certain amount of, presence to him when he walks in the huddle. And obviously, what we've been able to see over not only the spring, where he called a lot of plays, but throughout training camp is just the comfort now in what we're doing and what we need out of him. And then, I think it's the accountability side too. He's real quick, to put it on himself, in a film session with the guys or whatever it is that, that's a great route. I'll hit that. That's on me. And he may not be the rah-rah guy and the guy that, everybody looks to for that, energy of, explosion, like maybe some of our other captains or some of the other leaders we've had here. But I think it's going to be his presence, and I think it's going to be his professional approach, and then hopefully his improvement and comfort so that, the truest, best version of him can come out. And our offense is what we've tried to do in the past with other quarterbacks as well.
You've talked a lot about quarterback journeys over the years, and JJ's has been an interesting one. How do you think this shapes his journey, or how do you hope it shapes it?
Look, he's a young player with a whole bunch of outstanding things in his future. I genuinely believe that JJ's gonna work as hard as ever, just because the immediate temporary result wasn't exactly what he's wanted. I know he's going to be ready to go. I know he's going to continue to improve, and the long-term mindset of him as a Minnesota Viking and all the things that he's brought here is still absolutely part of the long-term vision for sure. And I'm excited to see him go do that and get to do it with him.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
All right, head coach Kevin O'Connell at TCO Performance Center talking about Kyler Murray being named the starting quarterback and the reaction from J.J. McCarthy to that news. We got to take a break. There might be some Vikings players coming up to the podium. We'll watch that and join that if we can, but we'll be right back.
Ba-ba-ba.
All right, welcome back to All Day Live. No players coming to the podium at TCO Performance Center. The coach finished and the microphones were curled up and taken away. So we're going to move on to some regional headlines right now that we've not been able to get to yet today because it's been pretty busy. And we begin in the city of Duluth, Minnesota. There you go. Because the city there needs to decide what to do about short-term vacation rental licenses. You know, this is Vrbo and Airbnb. Last November, the city put a one-year moratorium on issuing any new licenses for short-term vacation rentals. And the reason here is because they're concerned about the supply of single-family homes in the city of Duluth. The mayor's saying that, let's see, right now, It's 2% of Duluth's housing that are being used for vacation rentals. They're concerned about that increasing. Is they're going to see the need for more single-family homes in the years to come. So that is a critical issue. So the city's now got until November to figure out what to do when that one-year moratorium expires about whether adding more short-term vacation rentals. Those who are already operating rentals and have a license would be grandfathered in, so they wouldn't be affected by a potential future ban. So the city council debating what to do moving ahead as they see the end of that moratorium coming up here in a few months. All right, elsewhere around the region, let's go to the Eau Claire, Wisconsin region, and this is in nearby Cadott, Wisconsin. An exotic animal rescue effort over the weekend there that took in about 30 animals. This is a surrender event that was hosted by an animal rescue. And the purpose here is to stop people if they own exotic pets, snakes, whatever it be. If they don't want them anymore, they don't like people just to release these into the wild for a variety of reasons. Among them, in some cases, these exotic animals are unlikely to survive. So organize this at J&R Aquatic Animal Rescue over the weekend, and about 30 turned in that effort. All right, let's see. Continuing on here, let's go to Bismarck, North Dakota, where state lawmakers have a special 3-day special session coming up next month. Right now, that has been called for one purpose: to focus on regulations around kratom. There's a lawmaker, though, that wants to add to the agenda. They want lawmakers to consider what to do about data centers while they're back at the Capitol for this 3-day session, proposing a bill that would prohibit public officials from signing any non-disclosure agreement with a data center developer. We've seen this issue time and time again where, there's a data center being developed, but there's been a contract signed that you can't say who's behind it. So again, this lawmaker says we want to add this to the agenda. There's a legislative leader saying that that is probably unlikely, that it is skeptical, that they're focusing on kratom. That's the reason the special session was called, but that discussion is ongoing. All right, let's see. Moving over to Brainerd, Minnesota, where the school district's now reviewing policies related to bullying, how it's with the policies, how it's policed, how it's reported, how it's reacted to, asking community members now to weigh in on bullying policies. This is being reported by the Brainerd Dispatch, and it's surrounding some very, very tragic and sad news over the summer because there have been 2 middle school students who took their lives this summer, attributed to bullying. So again, this study by the school district there to examine, are there any gaps that exist in current policies? How are staff trained? How are the policies applied? How are the complaints received? How are those complaints acted upon? So the district reviewing policies, asking public to weigh in. All right, let's go down to Iowa, shall we? Down to Des Moines. Specifically the suburb of Des Moines called Urbandale. There's a Texas-based convenience store chain that wants to open its first Iowa location there, getting a little bit of pushback from the public. I think there's 2 camps here, because it's a mega convenience store. This was being reported by KCCI TV and a lot of other sources down there as well. The store, if you haven't heard about it, it's called Buc-ee's. Google this. It's massive. In this case, 74,000 square feet, 60 plus gas pumps, 20 electric vehicle chargers, about 200 employees. Some of these locations that I looked at in Texas have more than 100 gas pumps, and it's basically the size of a grocery store that's considered a convenience store and gas station. It's got some momentum within the city of Urbandale. There's some organized community opposition, mainly because the size of the thing. All right, let's see. Time to take another break here, Nick. Let's see. What do we want to do when we come back? Oh, when we come back or now? Okay, when we come back, a check on the forecast, plus more talk, more discussion about primary day in Minnesota. Minnesotans headed to the polls. Many of them have already voted, but then today in person. We'll be right back.
today.
All right, welcome back to All Day Live. In a minute here, we're going to talk to our political analyst, Blois Olson, about primary day and about the early votes that have already come in. Some interesting things that we look at the demographics on those as well. We want to remind you that we'll have coverage all day today on Fox 9 and on our Fox Local app. Tonight, an 8 p.m. special hosted by Tim Blotz and Corin Hoggard. Blois will be part of that as well as we look at what has been a very historic primary for Minnesota, and it's the middle of the day. So let's bring in Blois to talk about exactly that, the historic numbers here. Blois, we look at the number of early votes that have come in, more than 200,000 already, and what do you attribute this to?
Hey, good afternoon, Rob. Look, I start with just the amount of ads and attention on this primary. I also think that there's some enthusiasm, especially on the Democratic side, but also on the Republican side. I always reflect back and how I trace these. And from the earliest days of the year when I was traveling to Republican gubernatorial forums, Republicans had a lens on their opportunity to win, driven by fraud, Governor Walz's unpopularity. Republicans were encouraged by Trump's winning a second term. And then for Democrats, Metro Surge really, I think, gave them energy. So there's been a lot of energy on both sides. You have 3 statewide visible primaries. We haven't had that in a long time. And so, I talked to a few people today, just anecdotally, every people that vote in a primary, don't vote in a primary. And they all had a very different or specific reason for showing up. Some were showing up because they really wanted to have a voice in the Democratic Senate primary. Some showed up because they really wanted to have a voice in the Republican gubernatorial primary. And these are more independent-minded voters who usually wouldn't be primary voters. But I've said many times before, people think of governors differently than they think of senators. And when you have 2 high-profile races, I think Minnesotans are engaged and want to, have the best person they think represent them, and they're going to show up for it.
Looking at the governor's race on the GOP side, Mike Lindell has been polling ahead of Lisa Demuth and Kendall Qualls then as well, the GOP endorsed candidate. But it's really seen as a primary race between, at this point, Demuth and Lindell. Kendall Qualls said he thinks that he would have surprising numbers, but at this point, it seems to be between those two. Do you think this will be tighter at the end of the day than the polling has suggested?
Yeah, I want to be careful on the day people are deciding that they should vote for who they want.
Yeah.
And they shouldn't, And so, Rob, what I would say is, in the Republican primaries, you have to start with the basic fact that no endorsed candidate for Republicans has lost since 1994. That gives you a kind of a head start as a Republican endorsed candidate. And then it's ads and personality and organizing and all the other things that go in. And so I say this honestly, I think any combination on the Republican side is possible tonight. I really do. I think you could see any combination in the statewide races come to bear tonight.
Interesting. I read some of your in your newsletter this morning, looking at some of the demographics of the early votes that have come in, noting that 66 plus at 56%. I guess that's not a surprise, but 18% of them in the 36 to 55-year-old age group. What strikes you about that?
The economy, cost of the economy.
Yeah.
Also, this youthful movement in both the Republican Party and the Democratic Party towards a more progressive, a more MAGA mindset in both. We've seen that younger group that even turned out at, I think, 12%, Rob, 18 to 35. That's a demographic that if they stay at 12% after today, that's incredible, because young people generally tougher to vote and don't vote in primaries. But Gen Z and millennials are more engaged. They're the most impacted by the state of the economy. the job market, technology. They're the most likely to identify as politically homeless. And they're trying to find leaders they can follow, and they're having trouble doing it. So if they saw somebody in this primary field that they thought, they were certainly going to show up for.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, you mentioned 12% in 18 to 35, and then 18% from 35 to 55, 14% 56 to 65, and then again, that's the early voting demographics that we're seeing. We expect, the Secretary of State's office said, we should know the results here by the time people are getting up tomorrow and eating breakfast. This is one that doesn't generally lag as long as a general election might be.
Well, and I always want to remind people, because we in the newsroom have to remind ourselves tonight, the local precinct counts the votes. They bring it to the county accumulates it and reports it to the state. And we just don't get results in the way we used to. We used to get results very gradually, and now we get, for instance, when Hennepin County dumps tonight, we're going to know a lot. Mm-hmm. When Crow Wing County dumps tonight, we'll know a little. But the speed at which those counties dump their data and we get them we could go from 0 to 100 in 5 minutes, or we could be putting along at 10 miles an hour all night.
Yeah. All right. And I know they said they refresh this every 10 minutes or so on on their website. All right. And then lastly, any particular trends that you look through as those numbers come in?
Yeah, where the votes are. So like tonight, I'll be watching the 2nd congressional district area, because you have that congressional primary there, and how that congressional primary plays out and the numbers there. So for instance, turnout there would traditionally be 40 to 50,000. If that number gets to 60 or 70, that's going to have a larger impact on those statewide numbers. And since that's Angie Craig's home district, that might have a bigger impact on that Senate race. And so I look at it kind of congressional district by congressional district. And then I look at the big counties, in this case, Hennepin and Ramsey. But you have that Hennepin County attorney's race in Hennepin, which is also going to be telling, because you can start to look at where people vote in that race versus where they vote in the Senate race, or where they vote in the other DFL races. And then for Republicans, we're really looking at the congressional districts 7, 1, and 6. Some degree 8, but those would be the districts where Republicans have the greatest intensity, especially in the 6th district, and that will determine kind of who has momentum coming out of those districts as we go forward. All right,
Blois, thanks so much for the time. Busy day for you as well, and we'll certainly be hearing from you later on tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Rob.
All right, see you later. Let's see, Nick, is it time for a break? And then, yes, we're going to hit a break. We'll be right back at All Day Live.
Cleared out those morning clouds for a lot of us out there this morning, and we're working our way into the afternoon with a much better vibe with some hazy sunshine for the most part. Again, hints of blue, shades of blue, but not the deep, rich blue, thanks to humidity levels that are increasing for the day today. And, of course, that smoky haze that's in the upper atmosphere, same old smoke we've been talking about for the Pacific Northwest. It's just kind of, again, spread and dissipated over the upper Midwest as a whole. Muggy today with hazy sunshine, dew points rising up for the rest of the afternoon into the evening, into the upper 60s, mid to upper 60s. So at times, assuming that our maximum dew point and our maximum temperature kind of correspond to 87, we'll feel like 90 or at least close to it, a little bit juicier in the atmosphere than where we were earlier this morning, certainly, or where we were yesterday with our dew points yesterday in the low to mid 60s. And a dew point actually got down to 60 at times earlier this morning. Northeast winds remain light around 5 miles per hour. Overnight tonight, dew points will slide back to the middle 60s, 68 for your overnight low with some passing cloud cover. And then for tomorrow, more hazy sunshine, humid. Can't rule out a pop-up rumble. It's possible. Highs in the middle 80s, but a much better chance for some poppy rumbles tomorrow night and into Thursday morning, especially for the southern half of the state. Less humid with dew points in the low 60s with highs in the lower 80s. Very seasonable weather on Thursday. Nice 70s on Friday with partly sunny sky. Very unsettled, though, as a wave comes across the upper Midwest. Rainy showers possible Friday night and in through Saturday with passing cloud cover, keeping us in the 70s. And then very pleasant 70s. Take us into Sunday and Monday of next week.
I like that. Sounds good. All right, we got to have one more check on our viewer poll today, and we appreciate everybody.
I think it's fair to say it's a runaway.
A little bit of a runaway, yeah. Culver's 60%, Five Guys 19%. In second place, but a distant second place.
No, this is not particularly a close one.
No, not a terribly competitive competition here.
I like myself a greasy burger. I try to avoid the chain burgers. Last time I had Burger King, I was in the Albany airport a few weeks back, and it was on a Sunday. And there's a Burger King at the Albany airport, and there's a Chick-fil-A.
Okay.
Famously closed on Sundays.
Yeah.
So that really ratcheted down the options to one thing.
Makes the choice simple.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, all right, guess I'm doing this.
Yeah.
It was underwhelming, I would say.
Well, I tell you what, I do enjoy a good Whopper every now and then.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've had a Whopper. Wow, well, let's just tell some stories, Rob. In high school, I had an internship with the city attorney's office in Minneapolis. And every single day for lunch, I went to the Burger King.
Yeah.
This was a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I think it was the Pillsbury Tower, like the kind of white one right down by the government center.
Yes.
There's like two of them. Every single day I ate a Whopper for lunch.
You
I don't
didn't
know
vary
how
that?
I survived that.
You just went to the same place every day.
I don't know. It's like I was like 17. I'm working downtown. You think that there's all sorts of good options. I don't know what came over me, but every single day I would sit there and get a stupid Whopper and eat that.
No, I do. And they're kind of a nice treat every now and then. And for me, it's a nostalgia treat in the sense because back probably around those same time frames, I would eat more of them. And so every now and then. You know what I still do appreciate when you can get them is if you come across a Hardee's.
Oh, okay.
And get a mushroom Swiss burger from Hardee's. I don't know why that is also just kind of a,
I don't think I've ever had a Hardee's burger.
They're not that many around anymore.
Yeah,
and then, of
Carl's
course,
Jr. or something overtook them. I can't say I'm a great fast food mind, so.
But then, if this were truly a full competition, non-regional, you put In-N-Out burger on that competition, and I don't know.
Roommate
I don't
from
know
Texas,
who can beat that.
In college, he was a big Whataburger guy.
Yeah.
People love their Whataburger. In-N-Out Burger. I mean, they do the never frozen stuff. That's always helpful. I think Five Guys does that as well.
Yeah, we were in Scottsdale this past January, and the first stop is the In-N-Out Burger. Now, if they were here, would I go as often? Maybe not. I don't know. But boy, those places are packed.
Well, I mean, I'm old enough to remember when it was just a California place.
Yeah.
And they're slowly encroaching out to everywhere.
All right. Well, thanks for everybody voting today.
Yes, excellent work, everyone.
And
clearly a Wisconsin-heavy voting contingent.
Yeah, very much so. Let's see. The Powerball. Nobody won last night.
Yeah, so near $1 billion. What would you do if you had $1 billion and you can't say by the Cleveland Cavaliers?
Well, that wouldn't even be on my list. It wouldn't even occur
it's
to
an
me.
obscure Super Troopers reference.
All right. 975 million estimated after nobody won the grand prize. So it's now the 8th largest jackpot in Powerball history.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's big, but there were 7 bigger than that.
There certainly are. I tell you, if I won, you see that window behind you, you would see a Nick-shaped hole in that window. And that might be the last you ever saw me.
Just a perfect silhouette of you running through the window.
That's it.
All right. Well, good luck to everybody for that. Oh, and I wanted to mention this, unless you want to continue right down the line. We got 2 minutes.
Yeah, we got 2 minutes.
One is Kyler Murray being named starter.
Yeah.
Any shocker to you?
No, not even a little bit. I mean, I think we were all sitting around waiting for this moment. I got a text from a buddy right now. I'll read it to you because he said it well. The secret no one didn't know.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
I mean, to the Vikings' credit, they did because they didn't last year.
Mm-hmm.
They did make this a competition. I mean, they've said that, and everybody assumes, well, you don't bring in Kyler Murray if you don't really kind of have him sort of penciled in to be the starting quarterback.
They might have penciled him in with a Sharpie, but
But last year, they had named J.J. McCarthy the starting quarterback. Period. There was no competition, and that led to maybe us missing out and getting some other options at quarterback. So, was it Daniel Jones?
Well, yeah. I mean, we can play that game for a while, but it was Kyler Murray's job. We all knew it.
It was his job to lose.
You have what JJ could do in preseason versus what Kyler has done in the regular season, and those are not going to be.
Yep. All right, 30 seconds left. I just wanted to bring this up, and that is the domestic box office at the movie theaters has hit $4 billion.
Yeah.
And it's thanks to The Odyssey and Spider-Man.
No one goes to the movies anymore.
Oh, well, they are now, and the last time they topped this was in 2023 when it was the summer of Barbenheimer.
Mm-hmm.
Barbie and Oppenheimer. So there are bright spots in the world
It's franchises and directors driving it. It's not actors anymore.
Movies you want to see on a big screen,
I mean,
too.
I finally got 10 seconds. Finally saw The Odyssey. 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
Yes.
All right. Thanks for joining us. See you tomorrow.
Union. AB 1340 is the most significant expansion of collective bargaining rights in California history. It paved the way for our victory today. We fought for drivers and we fought for the future of the labor movement. We know that winning our union will lift up hundreds of thousands of drivers in California. It will have an effect on workers across the state. Our victory will have an effect on workers across the country. I'm honored to share my story and to be a part of what I consider one of the biggest victories in my life. We've made this happen because of the strength and the power of working people.
That's right.
Our fight hasn't been easy, and there's much work ahead, but together we have purpose, and we have a shared commitment to making sure that every driver is treated with dignity and respect. Thank you. Okay. Right now, it's my pleasure to introduce David Green, President and Executive Director of SEIU 721.
Thank you. How we feeling? All right, it's great to be here today. My name is David Green, and I'm proud to be the President Executive Director of SEIU Local 721. And we're the largest union in Southern California, representing more than 100,000 public and private sector workers. Welcome to our house! And I have to tell you, SEIU 721 has supported rideshare drivers since day one for more than 12 years.
Thank you.
And that's why I'm so proud to be here today as we announce the formation of the largest gig driver union in the world. I'm going to say it again. The formation of the largest gig driver union in the world. The California Gig Workers Union. And let me tell you, you all know this, that gig drivers are some of the most exploited workers in this country, right?
Sure. Yes. Sure.
And it's no secret that multi-billion-dollar gig corporations want to erode gig drivers' pay and workers' rights so they can get richer while drivers get poorer. How do we feel about that?
Thanks for joining us here on All Day Live. I'm Courtney Godfrey. Happy primary day. It is election day in both Minnesota and Wisconsin. So voters will be taking to the polls all day today to narrow the field for November. The biggest races include the open governor's seat here in Minnesota and the U.S. Senate seat that's being vacated by Tina Smith, as she announced last year she would be retiring. Also being watched closely is the race for the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, as several candidates vie to replace Mary Moriarty. She announced last year that she would not be running for re-election. Polling places close at 8 p.m. tonight. You can vote as long as you're in line by that 8 o'clock mark. That is state law. So make sure you get there by 8 and you'll be able to vote. It's also primary day in Wisconsin today, where the Democratic race for governor is getting national attention. State Representative and self-described Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong is facing Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley in a contest that could help define the future of the Democratic Party. Crowley re-entered the race last month after Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez dropped out due to a campaign finance controversy. Outgoing Governor Tony Evers has thrown his support behind Crowley. And in that same vein of it being primary day, we heard from Secretary of State Steve Simon today. Let's hear what he had to say as we enter the polling, the voting era today. Okay, apologize for that. Apparently we do not have sound on that clip from Steve Simon, but a reminder, polling places will be open until 8 o'clock tonight, and you can vote as long as you're in line by 8. In other news, the man accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was back in a Manhattan courtroom today in what was Luigi Mangioni's final pre-trial hearing ahead of his state murder trial. In that hearing, the judge ruled that the jury will remain anonymous, citing concerns about the high-profile case and potential intimidation. Mangioni has pleaded not guilty. Jury selection is set to begin September 8th. And the Vikings finally have announced their starting quarterback. Not to many people's surprise, it will be Kyler Murray. He'll take the first snap in Week 1, beating out J.J. McCarthy for the job. Murray, the former #1 overall pick, signed with Minnesota in the offseason after 7 seasons with the Arizona Cardinals. He'll become the Vikings' 4th different Week 1 starter in the last 4 years. Kara Savage is going to join me throughout the show today. Kara, what do you think of the pick? It's like the worst kept secret in the NFL right now.
Right. I mean, this would have been my guess. I think that every year we get a little hope, or people. The last 3 years, it's been like it's JJ season, and I think that you could guess just based off of how that's gone, it was going to be Kyler Murray.
Yeah, I mean, if we spent this money, went out and got this guy, I mean, it had to have been him, right? I just think that they wanted it to appear like they were giving everybody a shot when they knew it was going to be him all along. But I can finally stop asking the sports reporters, so any update on the quarterback competition? Like, at the very least, our sports reporters are very relieved that they don't have to answer that question anymore.
Yeah. It's been a constant question for like months.
And I know that they get pretty irritated every time I ask. It's like, okay, Courtney, just ask it. I know you want to ask. I still don't have an answer.
Just ask. No one knows. We all have the same idea of who it's going to be.
I can't wait to hear from Ahmad later. He's down there in Eagan. He's at TCO Performance Center. He's been there for training camp. So he's going to have the pulse on things with the Vikings, and I guarantee you he's going to be like, yes, finally stop asking me.
Finally, you can start just saying the starting quarterback, blah, 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 instead of the constant,
The starting quarterback, yeah. In other sports news, did you see that the Timberwolves are going to play a game on Christmas?
Yes, they are. Yeah, 8 p.m. on Christmas. They're playing Oklahoma.
And now, has this ever happened before? Do we know if they've played a Christmas game before?
Courtney,
I put you on the spot.
You did put me on the spot, but
That's okay. I don't know the answer.
I can't keep up, honestly. I know. So last year the Vikings played on Christmas.
Well, I'm so the NFL plays Christmas.
Right.
That's a long tradition that the NFL plays on Christmas. I don't remember there being an NBA game on Christmas, let alone a Timberwolves game. But anyway,
the Timberwolves have played on Christmas 4 times before. So they played, they played on Christmas last year and against the Denver Nuggets. 2024, they played the Dallas Mavericks. 2017, they played the Lakers. And 2016, they played OKC.
Just December, nobody's thinking about the NBA, so.
No, unfortunately.
For basketball, I'm happy for you basketball fans, but during Christmas, all I'm thinking about around Christmas is football. And if I got equal amounts of Christmas presents for each kid. Did you and your siblings do that? Did you count presents where it's like you had to make sure you got the same amount as your sibling?
I don't think I ever sat down and counted exactly, but I think that I think my mom definitely tried to make it as even because we would go in a rotation. And it's kind of awkward when one kid's out of presents and one kid still has some.
Yeah, man.
I think she just tried to make it somewhat even, but
I just think there's a lot of pressure on moms these days, and one of those immense pressures is making sure that you get equal amounts or equal value presents. If one kid gets a $200 present, the other kid better get a nice present. Otherwise, the $200 present is the only present, and the kid understands that.
Right. I mean, that's not a bad problem to have. So
we can talk about. We have several months to work this out.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
Anyway, Timberwolves playing on Christmas. Basketball fans, hurrah! All right, Kara Savage is going to continue to join me throughout the day and help me out as we cover primary election day. Big news here, both in Minnesota and Wisconsin. We will start to see results rolling in around 8 o'clock. In a little bit here, we are going to talk to one of our reporters who is going to be at the polling places. We're also going to check in with our political contributor, Blois Olson, who's going to give us a little more insight into how he thinks tonight may go. And that's all coming up after this quick break. Stay with us. Welcome back. While we wait for one of our reporters to get on the line and chat with us about all things primary election day, we're just going to run through some of the basics of primary day. So what you need to know if you're showing up to the polls today, this stuff is important. As long as you are registered, so you've already pre-registered with the Secretary of State's office, you've shown up to vote for 4, that means you're registered. You do not need to show ID. If you haven't yet registered, you are going to have to bring some kind of proof. So a bill or something like that. Can we pop that graphic up on the screen so that everybody can see this? This is what works as a proof of residence. So you can bring your Minnesota driver's license, permit, or state ID. Doesn't have to be a driver's license. You can also use a tribal ID, utility or rent bills that show your home address. I've also used a bank statement that shows your home address on it as well. That also works. Any photo ID with, student housing, that anyone that can help register, that can, and then anyone who can vouch for you is what I'm trying to say. So a registered voter who can vouch for you, can vouch that you are a U.S. citizen and that you live where you say you live. So all kinds of ways that you can prove that you're a citizen and that you are legal and eligible to vote. Also, big news yesterday that we received that we had an extreme amount of early voting. So more than 200,000 absentee ballots were cast yesterday, and that was before 3:30 p.m. So we know that that is a new record for a non-presidential primary election, new record for here in Minnesota. And a reminder, I mentioned this earlier, but if you have yet to vote, that's okay. You've got plenty of time. Polls don't close until 8 o'clock tonight. And that doesn't mean that you're going to be locked out if you show up at the door. You can vote if you are in line by 8 p.m. Also at 8 p.m., here on Fox 9, we're going to be having an election special. So we've got a special show coming up. It's going to have our political reporter, Corin Hoggard, our former political reporter and anchor, Tim Blotz, and then our political contributor, Blois Olson. They'll be hosting that show starting at 8 o'clock. It's going to be streaming here on Fox Local, and you can also catch it on Fox 9. That show is going to go until 10 p.m. They're going to have all the election results and all the big news, top stories out of Minnesota, Wisconsin, and nationally today. All right, our very own Karen Scullin is on the line. Like I've been saying, it is primary day across Minnesota and Wisconsin. She's in Hennepin County, Minnesota, covering the election and hanging out at the polling places, I'm sure, throughout the day. Karen, I know not much action yet. It doesn't really start to heat up until much later, but how are things going out there?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, as you mentioned, early voting was huge. I think it's 206 or 209,000 early voting in person and by ballot, of course, mail-in ballot. We were here at Whittier Community Center for the 8th and 9th precinct in Ward 10. And they were telling me that because early voting numbers are so strong, actually the in-person numbers are down. And so they think that it'll kind of all balance out in the end, but that because early voting was so strong that, the in-person numbers are just kind of, trickling in. They're doing okay, but certainly nothing bang up. We're going to go to another precinct, another polling location, and see if it's any different over there. But I mean, it's good news all around, he said, because people are engaging and getting their voice heard. So however people vote is a good thing. It just means that in-person voting might be down just a little bit, at least at this location. So it's going well, though. But I think a lot of people are coming out and mailing in their ballots and coming out today because we have some really hot races going on. Of course, U.S. Senate race on the DFL and the GOP side are huge right now. On the DFL side, we've got the Senate race with Representative Angie Craig and Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. And we know that Angie Craig was endorsed by Gwen Walz, the governor's wife, instead of the lieutenant governor. That's interesting. That's kind of I would say, a moderate versus progressive race, with Angie being more of the moderate, Lieutenant Peggy Flanagan being more of the progressive in that race. And then also on the GOP side, that's also turning out to be a huge one with Michelle Tafoya, Adam Schwarzy, and Royce White. No Republicans won that seat since, 2002. So we'll see what happens there, but certainly it's one that a lot of people are talking about.
Okay, and the Department of Justice announced today that they are going to have election watchers outside polling places, I think in 2 Minnesota counties. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Right. Hennepin and Ramsey counties. It's interesting, though. This is getting a lot of attention, I think, just because of the ice surge in the wintertime. But this is actually pretty standard stuff. Steve Simon, our Secretary of State, was on earlier saying, the DOJ works with the Secretary of State's office. They're aware of it. They will not be allowed, the DOJ will not be allowed inside the polling places, but they'll be outside kind of watching the watchers. And the DOJ working with the Civil Rights Division just to make sure everything's going okay and smooth and transparent and that kind of thing. But this is really nothing new. They've done it the last several elections. And I imagine they'll, do it in the general as well.
And I believe they do have to follow the same rules as the general public, where they have to maintain that 100-foot, they have to be 100 feet back from the polling place.
Right.
So, okay, also a big race to watch, and I don't think it got much attention until the final hour. At least, that's just my opinion from a consumer who was, reading the news and consuming news about the races. But the Hennepin County Attorney's race is one that a lot of people are watching closely, since Mary Moriarty has been quite polarizing, and she announced she wasn't running for re-election.
Right. So you have State Rep Cedric Frazier. He seems to have the biggest name in this race. He's been around for years. He was actually a big Mary Moriarty supporter, so his beliefs seem to be pretty much in line with hers. And the way she thought and her policies did create a lot of controversy. So you do have, like, former U.S. Attorney Anders Folk. He wants to take the office in a different direction, not so much in line with some of Moriarty's more controversial policies. And then also Diane Krenz, she's also looking for a break from Mary Moriarty's way of doing things. And then you also have the Ramsey County Assistant Attorney. I think it's Hao Wynn. He is also running for that office. So you've got 5 pretty strong candidates, but I would say Cedric stands out the most. And then also the former U.S. Attorney Anders Folk. Those 2 are probably the big front runners in that race, but drawing a lot of attention. You're absolutely right.
It does seem like that race is between people who believe that the office should remain apolitical. And then, there is a candidate like in Cedric Baker, he's backed by the DFL, who don't mind that office being a little political.
Right. I mean, Frazier was notorious for being in a lot of background. Every time Moriarty was talking about a new policy that she was implementing that might be controversial or something that she's doing, he was there behind her. So he really did support her. Now, you didn't really see her campaigning with him at all. I don't really know why, but she didn't campaign with him at all. But they have, I think, been supportive of one another throughout this campaign cycle. And certainly, I think, come November, it'll be big. That's a big one.
Yeah, interesting to note that Mayor Jacob Fry endorsed Folk, not Cedric Baker. So
very interesting, yeah.
And then Hennepin County Sheriff Dwana Witt supported Wynn. So it's going to be quite the race.
There. It is. And then we didn't talk about the race for governor either. That's going to be a big one to watch as well. I think we know Amy Klobuchar is probably going to be it for the DFL, but pretty up in the air when it comes to the GOP on where they end up with Kendall Qualls. You have Mike Lindell and, of course, Lisa Dameth. So I don't know on that one. That's some guesswork, and people are saying different things. So we'll have to see what happens there.
Well, much like you said, the DFL, it seems to be a race between the moderates and the progressives. That race seems to be a race between, the further right and the more moderate right.
Right. Agree.
So it's going to be super interesting, and you're the perfect person to be out there covering it. So Karen Scullin, we over the years, Karen, we've covered a lot of elections, and I was texting with you earlier that these days are a lot of sit around and wait, and
just sit around, wait and watch, pretty much.
Yeah, and just regurgitate the same stuff we've been saying for weeks, and then 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock comes, and it just starts to get going.
That's when
quick.
It's fun. That's when it really kicks up, and that's the fun part is watching the results roll in, and it goes one way and then the other way. But yeah, actual voting day is kind of like voter turnout, and how we're doing and what the races are to watch and that kind of thing. And maybe it's basically reminding people to vote. As we said, you have until 8 o'clock.
That's right. You got until 8 o'clock. Got to get that in, Karen. Thanks so much for joining us, and Godspeed today.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Our reporters working hard out there in the field today, and they'll continue to cover this. We are live throughout the afternoon. Now we're live until 10:30 tonight. So, and if I know this place, we'll be live as long as it takes for those results to come in. So stay tuned, because we may continue on the air as long as we need to. All right, we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, I believe we will be chatting with our political contributor, Blois Olson. He's going to chime in on all those races and give us his professional opinion about where he thinks things could go. Stay right there. Welcome back. Happy primary day, everybody. Polls are open until 8 p.m. tonight, where Minnesotans and Wisconsinites today head to the polls to narrow down the field for November. All right, earlier today we heard Minnesota Secretary of State Steve Simon addressing the Department of Justice having election monitors outside many polling places in two of the biggest counties, Hennepin and Ramsey. Here's what Steve Simon had to say today.
I want to be clear about this. This is not new. This is not fresh. This is something that the Department of Justice has been doing for many election cycles under multiple administrations of multiple political parties. And the reason for these specific election monitors has to do with enforcing some provisions of the Voting Rights Act, actually enforcing them. So it has to do with making sure that voters with a disability have access, and making sure that voters whose native language is not English also have access to certain instructional materials in their native language. That's the purpose for it. These are a small number of advisors. They can be in no more than 7 precincts at any given time. They contacted Hennepin and Ramsey County because they needed permission to be in the polling place. Those 2 counties denied that permission, so they do not have permission to be and will not be in the polling place. Instead, they will be and are right now outside of the 100-foot perimeter. Under Minnesota law, any member of the public, me, you, anyone watching or listening, can stand outside a 100-foot perimeter of the polling place. They will be there as well. The only new wrinkle this year is we have coordinated with the Minnesota Attorney General's office to have observers observing the observers. That's new this year. That hasn't happened before. We just want to make sure that all the rules and laws in Minnesota are being followed in terms of not interceding or interfering with anyone's freedom to vote.
All right, that was Secretary of State Steve Simon, and as he ran through what these election monitors will be doing, he did mention that these election monitors sent here by the Department of Justice are a very common thing, that they show up here in Minnesota and states across the nation just to make sure that everyone is given a fair opportunity to vote. He said he does understand with the current climate why people may be a little uncomfortable or skeptical of federal agents of being outside polling places. So he said that is why the Secretary of State's office has partnered up with the Attorney General's office to make sure that they have watchers watching the watchers. So he's working with the Minnesota General's office to have people making sure that those federal agents are observing Minnesota law. As he mentioned, they were declined the requests to be inside the polling places, so they'll have to be outside the polling places within that 100-foot zone. And that's where they will remain. All right, it sounds like our political contributor, Blois Olson, is not on the line yet, so we're just going to toss it to a quick break. Once we get back, we should have Blois in, and we'll be able to chat with him then. Stay right there. Welcome back. Happy primary day, everybody. Polls are open across Minnesota and Wisconsin, so some big races taking place both here in Minnesota and in Wisconsin. Governor's races, U.S. Senate races. These are the primaries, so this is where voters get to narrow down who will move ahead to the November general election. And like we've heard our reporters say, this is very much, most of them, races between the moderate and progressives in the Democratic Party and then the establishment Republicans versus the MAGA Republicans in a lot of cases. So it's going to be really interesting to see who comes out on top tonight when results start to come in. All right, I want to bring in my producer, Kara Savage. Kara, some big news from Target Field today. They said that August is going to be their busiest month in Target Field history. I mean,
yeah,
wow.
I mean, we had Savannah Bananas, which there was 3 sold-out nights.
Which, by the way, I did not know they were so popular. I knew that they were big TikTok, Instagram
I didn't know
celebrities.
that. I didn't even know that.
I didn't know they could sell out MLB stadiums 3 nights in a row. And that, I actually last minute went on to buy a ticket. They were $600 a piece because I needed 5 of them. I was like, absolutely not.
Wow. I mean, I did not think that they were going to be that expensive at all. I knew that it was kind of I remember when they announced this and people were really excited about it. And to be honest, I didn't even know what it was.
Well,
but it was huge.
I think if
you're
great
for them.
I think if you're not a 10-year-old boy, your interest isn't there. But I think every mom with young boys, I don't know a single mom with young boys that didn't go this weekend. So I can see that. And then Noah Khan, that was a huge concert. Sold out, I think. So that was a big concert. Tim McGraw coming up on August 23rd.
And the Chicks. Tim McGraw and the Chicks. I know.
So that's going to be a big concert. I've seen several shows at Target Field. It's always a good time.
Yeah.
But pretty impressive that they say that this is that this has rounded out to become the busiest August, the busiest month in history. So, pretty well. By the way,
good for them.
My Chemical Romance, they can sell out a stadium. That shocked me a little bit.
Didn't know that at all, but that's great. Good for them.
I was like,
love it.
Chemical Romance. They're didn't know they were still around.
Yeah, I mean, I bet it's for a lot of people. It's like if they've ever been a fan, they're like, oh, might as well go.
Yeah,
and I feel like in the summer with a summer concert, there's more. I don't know. It's fun.
Anyway, big month for Target Field, and you know who's also a big concert goer? Our political contributor, Blois Olson. He's on the line now. Hey, Blois, how's it going? Can you hear me? He can't.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay, perfect. What concert are you most looking forward to this summer?
You know, it's funny. In all my spare time this week, I started marking dates on my calendar for concerts.
All right. You going to Tim McGraw?
It's a maybe. Hardy is probably higher on my list at the State Fair because I haven't seen him.
Okay.
I've seen Tim McGraw, Dan and Shay at the new Mystic Lake.
I saw that. And
then
you made it to Chris Stapleton at the amphitheater, I think, right?
I did make it to Chris Stapleton, but here's the one. It's not for Zach Brown. It's for Brothers Osborne at Target Center in October. So I'm a big Brothers Osborne fan, and I've never seen them live.
Okay, that'll be a good one.
There you go.
I love it.
Maybe we'll sit next to each other.
I love that. Yes. This is a crazy story, and then we'll actually talk about elections. But Blois bought our tickets to the Thomas Rhett concert on New Year's Eve. This was like 4 or 5 years ago. That was fun, Blois. And do you know, ever since then, my husband's like, we should go to a concert with Blois again. Like, we love sitting next to you. So
what if your husband and I had each other's numbers? Then we could coordinate. We could coordinate golf. We could coordinate concerts.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
You'd way rather golf with him than me anyway. He's a way better shot.
Golf with both of you. We'll do a home and home.
All right. Now to the task at hand. It's primary day here in Minnesota and Wisconsin. I do want to talk about Wisconsin with you, but let's start with Minnesota. In both states, it seems like it is a race between the moderate and the progressives on the Democratic side, and then with the Republicans, it seems that it's the establishment Republicans versus the MAGA Republicans. But let's start here at home. The governor's race. I mean, I don't think that there's anyone saying that Amy Klobuchar is not going to get the nomination on the Democratic side. So everybody is really watching the GOP side of this race. And I think I heard you on earlier all day saying it could go either way.
I can see any combination on the Republican side between the governor's and the Senate race on the Republican side. I will say about the governor's race on the Democratic side, Kobe Lane is challenging Amy Klobuchar. She got 30% at the state convention. And so it'll be interesting to see how high her percentage goes today. because I would really see that as kind of the where the index of the far left in the DFL is, and I think that's something to watch. Politico just came out with a update on why contenders for 2028 presidential are watching Minnesota, and it's because Minnesota is seen as the state that has been moving to the left, but maybe not flipped. And after Mandami and Michigan, maybe Minnesota does slide farther left. And what does that mean for the 2028 presidential? So there's a lot of things to watch today and what they impact going forward. But as we look at that Republican side, you have to look at the fact that the endorsement has mattered in every race since '94. And then it's like pick your winner in each race. I think there are favorites. I think there are ways in which people should expect people to finish, but I'm not going to be surprised by anything on the Republican side tonight.
Let's talk about Hennepin County Attorney, because this is a race that really didn't get much attention until the final hour. It's supposed to be a nonpartisan race, but it does seem, and correct me if I'm wrong, that this race seems to be a race between those who don't mind politicizing the office and those who think it should remain an apolitical office.
Yeah, Cedric Frazier has the Democratic endorsement. When is a prosecutor in Ramsey County. He's been visible on some kind of police reform issues. And then Anders Folk has been, visible on some of let's get a little tougher on crime. He's a former U.S. attorney, deputy U.S. attorney here. So this will be a 5-way race where the top 2 will go on to November. And so you'll start to see, I think, this race get way more attention in the coming weeks once we're done.
Do you think endorsements matter in this race? I mean, you see Hennepin County Sheriff DeWanna Witt was endorsing Wynn, Mayor Jacob Fry endorsed Folk, Representative Ilhan Omar endorsed Cedric. So do you think that endorsements matter in this race?
They do, because a lot of those people have their own political networks, right? And so like Ilhan Omar has her own list. And if she sends to her list, then that's influential. And so those are the things you watch. And those are like getting up and brushing your teeth for these candidates. If they can't get those endorsements, then they're going to have a tough time breaking through today.
Yeah, it was just interesting to see how spread out those endorsements were, between all those high power, influential people within the county. All right, let's shift over to Wisconsin, because there, too, it seems to be, for the gubernatorial race, a race between the progressives and the moderate Democrats. So get us up to speed on what's happening over there. It seems like the progressive is still polling, at least my last check before the show, she was still polling ahead of the moderate.
Yes, Wisconsin's been kind of a mess from a gubernatorial standpoint for Democrats. They weren't able to unify. They had a candidate drop out, then jump back in. They had a candidate in who was polling second drop out because their fundraising proved to be not what they thought it was. In fact, they had a finance director and a campaign manager that told the candidate that the candidate had more money than they did, and then the candidate didn't have money to finish the race, and so that candidate dropped out. But the Francesca Hong, who's the Democratic Socialist running in Wisconsin, has been polling ahead. I've been talking to a lot of Wisconsin folks the last few days. They expect her to win, and that's going to set up probably the governor's race to watch in the country, because you'll have a very MAGA member of Congress, Tom Tiffany, running against a Democratic Socialist. And this is kind of what the far left has wanted since Bernie Sanders was kind of pushed out of the race in 2016 and 2020. They wanted it to be the forced choice between MAGA and DSA. And if that happens next door in Wisconsin, it'll be fascinating to see if that kind of prairie populism pushes over into Minnesota at all in our Senate race or something like that.
With Wisconsin being a battleground state, if that happens, if we see Hong win tonight and you see a progressive go against the GOP nominee, what does that tell you about nationally where we're at politically?
It tells me that there's been a shift. I think that we see parts of a shift. We just haven't seen a full-on shift. The Midwest overall has been less predictable for MAGA candidates and DSA candidates. For instance, Michigan was much more closer for the Democratic Socialists last week than some of the coastal states. And Iowa and Michigan, the Trump-endorsed candidate lost. And so I like to call that Midwest kind of sensibility, but you have to wait and see how it comes in tonight. So for instance, if Mike Lindell does not win today, that's a message sent to Washington about MAGA and Trump. If Mike Lindell does win, that's a message to traditional Republicans being sent in Minnesota that the party and those who vote in a primary are, more aligned with Trump than not.
Okay, Blois Olson, you're going to be here in studio at 8 o'clock. Is that right?
I am. If you guys ever let me get out of my office and get over, I'm just kidding.
Take it up with my bosses, Blois. Take it up with my bosses.
There are bosses, Courtney, and it's all good. I'm just teasing. Apparently, I was not very good at scheduling my day today, so
That's okay. That's okay. Blame your assistant, right?
That's a whole different story for a whole different day.
We've got time. Okay.
No, we don't. No. We're not going to bring Fluence Matters into the Fox 9 studio today.
8 o'clock, Blois is going to be co-hosting an election special here on Fox 9. I bet they'll go until the majority of the results are in. And he'll be with Corin Hoggard and Tim Blotz, so that should be a show to watch. That starts at 8 o'clock. Blois, thanks for making the time.
No problem. See you soon.
All right. Great conversation. We're going to take it to break here, and we'll be back with more after this. Welcome back. A proposed renters' rights ordinance will now go before St. Paul voters in November after a judge overturned the city council's decision to keep it off the ballot. Cole Hansen is one of the people who fought to get this issue on the ballot, and he joins us now. Cole, thanks for coming on the show.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Many say that the judge's decision was a win for renters. You're with Safe Homes St. Paul. You're on the side of renters. Why do you see this as a win for renters?
Well, we see this as a common sense solution for the problems that I think every renter in the city or renter in Minnesota is familiar with. Everything from broken screens to issues with the weather seal around your door. that's what renter right to repair is meant to address. And we're excited that we won in court and are able to bring this question to St. Paul voters in November.
Okay, so I guess I got to start with this. Why does this need to go on the ballot in the first place? This seems to me like something that could just be decided by a city council. The ordinance would allow renters to make necessary repairs themselves if a landlord fails to address them. Why does that need to be a ballot issue?
Well, we brought it to the ballot because we saw in Duluth that when a similar measure was brought to the city council, it ultimately lost at city council. They ended up having to take it to the ballot anyway. So seeing how things went in that situation, we decided it would be best to bring it to everyday folks in St. Paul at the ballot first.
And then when renters make the repair, according to the law and how it's being written on the ballot, what happens after they make the repair? Are they reimbursed or is it out of their own pocket?
So as written, renters would be able to withhold 50% of their rent or $500, whichever is greater, and use that money to then pay for the repairs, either the equipment to do something small on their own or working with a repair person or contractor to make those repairs. So they wouldn't necessarily have to pay money after they pay their rent. That is the point of something like this, as opposed to existing tenant remedies like rent escrow. At the point that the fix is done, anything that is fixed or any new equipment that's purchased belongs to the landlord or property manager because the tenant is ultimately renting. So it will be to the benefit of the next tenant.
I'm curious about the anecdotal stories that you heard that prompted your organization to want to put this on the ballot. Was there a specific case or specific landlord, or, I mean, are you hearing these stories frequently? What was it that motivated you?
Well, one of the stories that stands out to me from some community sessions we held earlier in the year was a series of renters who lived in a duplex and the electricity had gone out in their kitchen. So they did something prudent. You know, they felt like they had a good deal on rent. They didn't want to rock the boat, but they wanted a working kitchen. So they ran extension cords across their duplex unit to power everything in their kitchen, including their range. This sort of thing is extremely dangerous, and we don't recommend it. But it's the sort of thing that if a tenant felt comfortable, if they felt like they wouldn't lose anything by either reaching out to their landlord or getting these sorts of things fixed, then they wouldn't have to do. So that's the scariest thing, but we've seen examples in St. Paul of everything from broken handrails, fallen ceilings, water damage. These things add up over time, and the goal is to get ahead of these things through simple, no-nonsense repairs.
So could renters, you know, but right now, as the law exists now, can renters make those repairs on their rental property if the landlord doesn't respond to their request, or are they legally not supposed to?
Well, I would direct those tenants to their lease. Most of the time, leases prevent that sort of thing. If your landlord is into supporting you doing that, make sure you get it in writing. But by and large, you know, as a renter, you are paying for a service, and that service is housing. And that housing should be safe. It should be held up to municipal and state building codes, inspections, that sort of thing. So as of now, there's only a few remedies, and most of them just involve withholding rent from a landlord or property management company until they eventually come to fix it by court order.
So some council members, the city council voted 5-2 against putting the measure on the ballot, which, as I mentioned, a judge has now overturned. But the city council members who voted against it said they supported the policy, but were concerned about potential legal problems. What were their legal concerns, and how do you respond to it?
I mean, the concerns that were raised during the hearing yesterday before Honorable Judge Ireland in Ramsey County were, in his own words, largely hypothetical. Situations of, you know, what happens if the foundation cracks or if there's issues in a stairwell or a handrail. These are the sorts of questions to be handled in court at some other date. They wouldn't preclude St. Paul residents from putting an ordinance on the ballot. As the judge himself said, there are many times where cities will pass ordinances that eventually end up in court, and only a handful of pieces might be pulled off while the rest of the ordinance remains intact. So our position since the beginning is that tenants deserve a robust protection that is useful and, most importantly, based on common sense. You know, anybody can fix a window screen. And that was why we brought it the way we did, and why we're happy we'll be able to bring it to voters in November.
The city attorney warned that she feared that the city could face a lawsuit if this ordinance had passed. What will happen then? If the city faces a lawsuit, will your organization get involved to fight that?
I mean, that remains to be determined because we've seen this same language passed in Duluth just last year as a part of their ballot initiative. And there have been no lawsuits or filings against the city of Duluth in the last year, as far as we are concerned. So we are not in the business of hypotheticals. We want to make sure tenants have concrete plans and actions to make a difference for their housing and that of their neighbors.
You have Duluth to look to, but do you know about other cities in the country that already have similar laws on the books?
Certainly other cities do. But, when it comes to how those cities manage their rules, they have very different rental markets, very different legal environments. So we don't want to draw too far away from the state of Minnesota when looking for examples.
You're calling this a victory for working people. Why?
Because working people are those who rent in St. Paul. The city is more than half renters, and yet there's not a single renter on city council or in the mayor's office. The mayor is not a renter. So this is really a victory for the everyday people in St. Paul who rent, who are looking to have safe housing for themselves, or the folks who live next to those who rent. A dangerous rental property, unmaintained rental property, is a danger to homeowners and businesses next door. So a safer St. Paul starts with safer rental housing, and we're really excited to bring this to residents in November.
All right, Cole Hansen from Safe Homes St. Paul. Appreciate you coming on the show.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right. I'm sure we'll see Cole again before the November election because, as he mentioned, that ballot measure will be on the ballot in November. It will let voters decide whether renters can make necessary repairs themselves if a landlord fails to address them. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, we'll get a check of the weather and your headlines. Stay right there. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us. It is primary day across the country, but most importantly here in Minnesota, with voters taking the polls today to decide who will move on to the November general election. The biggest races here include the open governor seat and the U.S. Senate seat that will be vacated by Tina Smith as she announced her retirement last year. We're also watching closely the Hennepin County Attorney's Office race as several candidates vie to replace Mary Moriarty after she announced she would not run for re-election. Polling places close at 8 p.m. tonight. And it's also primary day in Wisconsin, where the Democratic race for governor is getting national attention. State Representative and self-described Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong is facing Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley in a contest that could help define the future of the Democratic Party. Crowley re-entered the race last month after Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez dropped out due to campaign finance issues. Outgoing Governor Tony Evers has thrown his support behind Crowley. We'll be covering that race along with so many more throughout the day today and during our election special that's going to start airing at 8 p.m. tonight right here on Fox Local. And the man accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was back in a Manhattan courtroom this morning in what was Luigi Mangioni's final pretrial hearing ahead of his state murder trial. In that hearing, the judge ruled that the jury will remain anonymous, citing concerns about the high-profile case and potential intimidation. Mangioni has pleaded not guilty. Jury selection is set to begin September 8th. And the Vikings, they finally have named their starting quarterback. Not much surprise here. It's going to be the guy, Kyler Murray. He'll take the first snap in week 1, beating out J.J. McCarthy for the job. Murray, the former #1 overall pick, signed with Minnesota in the offseason after 7 seasons in Arizona. He'll become the Vikings' 4th different quarterback in week 1 starters in the last 4 years. Yeah, we just can't seem to find the right guy, but hopefully Kyler's the guy. Kara Savage joins me now. You think that Kyler's going to be our guy? You think he's going to be Superman? He's going to take us all the way? What do you think?
I'm hopeful, as I am at the start of every Viking season.
You know, my son, he's so little. He loves the Vikings.
Right.
And he loves to point out that we let the quarterback go that went on to win the Super Bowl. He's like, that's the Vikings guy, Daddy. Why'd we let him go? Daddy's like, son, I have no good explanation.
No, there's really no good answer to that. And
the answer to that is, when you are a Vikings fan, life of heartache.
Yes. Minnesota sports fans in general.
Yeah, we got the Lynx.
That's true. That's true.
We got the Lynx.
We got the Lynx. We've got the Frost.
The Frost. I was gonna. So basically, the women are
the
just,
Minnesota ladies are
they're coming
keeping
through.
us afloat.
They are. They're coming through for us. They're the only ones helping
seriously.
us out.
Yep.
In other big news today, this you know, we've been following this throughout our wildfire coverage, and it was that image of the Camp Widgie, the YMCA camp wooden canoes that they sank into the water to protect them if wildfire reached the camp. Good news today, the camp is back open. The canoes, they say, have been, I don't know, what do you say, resurrected?
Yeah, they took the stones off of the canoes and now they're afloat.
And what's interesting is they said once you take the stones off, you know, they pretty much come back up. I mean, they know what to do. These canoes are made to float, and the campers are well trained in how to, I don't even know how to say this, but how to get a canoe that's flipped or sank back floating again.
Yes.
Clearly, I never went to
They
camp
said
in the
swamp.
Boundary
They called it a swamp canoe, so they
Thank
know
you.
the protocol for when you have a canoe that's still that's full of water. You know how to effectively
get it afloat again.
Get it afloat again.
Wow. Yeah. We got there, Kara.
We
got
did.
there.
Yes. Yes.
But big news, you know, that I think that just signals where we're at in the wildfire fight, and I think it's wonderful that campers are back. You know.
Yep. They welcomed campers back last week, so this is week 2 of campers.
It's great. We've got well over half the Boundary Waters now open to day access, overnight camping. There's still some portions that are closed, but it's just all good news in the firefight.
And more portions of the BWCA will open on Thursday.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, more boat launches.
Check your permits. I had a friend who went last weekend.
Great.
She didn't know if she was going to be able to go until Wednesday.
Wow.
So excited that she was able to do that.
Amazing. And this is your neck of the town. Or no, you don't live in Uptown.
No, I don't, but I have friends in Uptown. So.
Uptown Porch Fest. Kara,
Yeah.
please fill me in. This seems like something a 20-something would know all about.
Okay, I am so excited for this. I've never actually been, but I've heard about this. So it's mostly in the Wedge area, so not technically Uptown. if you are, but it's called Uptown Porch Fest. And it's basically people in the area will sign their porches up through this organization that organizes it, whatever. And then local bands will sign up to play on those porches. So there's like a whole map, and you can walk around the neighborhood and check out all the different bands playing on different porches all over.
Cool.
Yeah. And it's like I think it starts at 1 p.m. on Saturday and it goes till 6 p.m.
In the same spot that we have the cat tour, by the way.
Yes, same spot as the cat tour on the porches. Now it's bands.
So we look at cats, we look at porches.
Yep.
The Wedge neighborhood, they're a chill vibe.
Very chill vibe. Yeah, I've got a lot of friends over there, and there's the Replacements house is over there. So I feel like it's on brand for that to be the home of Porch Fest.
That house was on an album cover, am I correct?
Yes, yeah. So that house, one of the Replacements album cover is them sitting on the roof of that house.
Very cool. The history that no one knew about the Wedge neighborhood. All right, Uptown Porch Fest happening not technically in Uptown, but in the Wedge neighborhood this week.
Yeah, it's just called Uptown Porch Fest. So.
Wonderful. Thanks, Kara.
Of course.
I'm going to bring in. I'm like, don't go to that two-shot yet. She's not ready. She's slouching in her seat. Now she's ready. Erica Marisic, Pretty in Pink, thanks for joining us today.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
So I hear that we are going to get some rain, which we badly need.
Eventually, yes. So today is going to be dry. There were just a few showers really early this morning, but most of that activity was actually in Iowa. And some storms went through the Chicago area, and now they're in Ohio. And my friends from college live in Ohio, and they texted me and they were like, "Oh my gosh, you should be here. These storms are crazy. You would love it." And I was like,
"You would love it, right?
Yeah.
You're a meteorologist. You guys love that stuff."
Yeah. So that's the system that came through earlier. We barely saw much from it. It was mostly towards the south. But today, daytime, it's going to be quiet, partly sunny, a little bit of a haziness in the upper levels. So it's not going to affect the air quality, but kind of more of a filtered blue sky than a bright blue sky. And high temperatures, 80s, slightly more muggy than yesterday. So it could feel like even 90. And then tomorrow, the dew points are going to be a little bit better. And then overall, this is your setup for today. So you can see that storm complex off towards the east on the bottom right side of your screen. That was in the upper Midwest earlier, but now it's pretty quiet here. There's high pressure, so rain-free at the moment in our state. Just some clouds here and there, but overall pretty pleasant for your Tuesday. So far it reached 86, typically 82 is your high temperature, so even a little bit above average and not really anywhere near those records. And across the area, temperatures 80s, 70s at the moment, currently 85 in the Twin Cities. One of the warmest spots, even 86 for Red Wing La Crosse. And light breeze kind of varies depending on where you're at. So if you're north, it's coming from the northwest. But if you're south, it's coming from the northeast. But mostly northerly winds. So that's why it's, fairly quiet today. And then looking ahead, so clearing quiet today. Also fairly quiet tomorrow. But tomorrow there starts to be minimal chance for an isolated shower and thunder shower in the afternoon. But most people are going to stay completely dry tomorrow afternoon. It's more Wednesday night to Thursday that there's slightly better chances for some showers and rumbles of thunder. That's southwest of 94. So waking up Thursday, you could see a little bit of moisture. And then after that, the next best chance for rain, more widespread rain potentially, could be Friday night into Saturday morning. And with that comes some not as warm temperatures. So your highs are going to be in the 70s at the end of the week. And for now, highs are in the 80s. So it feels pretty summery.
I was talking to a family photographer. She's done my family photos forever. I'm like a chill mom. I'm like, I don't care, wear whatever you want. I just want to document you when you're little and cute. I'm over the matching outfits and stuff. So I'm pretty low key about it. But we've had to reschedule a couple times, and she said she's so busy this week because she's taking senior portraits.
Oh, yeah.
For incoming, they're going to be seniors next year, and they're wanting to take their photos now while it's like pretty outside. But she said, I'm booked every night, and the forecast is not great for me with rain like Friday night. It looked like Thursday night, too. I mean, she's
Friday
Saturday
night's
night.
probably the worst. For the midweek, it should be okay for the evenings, but yeah, Friday night is probably the worst.
But is that going to...
It is Saturday morning.
We're supposed to take our photos on Friday evening.
You are?
And I do not want to be inside my house because I have 2 children and my house is messy. So
Yeah.
I always am just like, just get a nice photo in the lawn, you know, like on the grass.
Yeah, maybe you can find a covered area.
great.
But we'll follow back. We'll follow up later in the week because it's only Tuesday, so we'll fine tune the timing on that and hopefully it works out for you.
Erica, what kind of dance, like the opposite of a rain
The opposite
dance?
of a rain dance. I also have a rain stick. Maybe if I like flip it upside down or something, it
Do
won't
whatever
rain
you
for
need to do, because I have 2 children who picked out their bribes, by the way. They have to be bribed to take family photos.
What are their bribes? I'm really curious.
Yes, well, they're like those gummies on like a stick, so they're like different characters and stuff. It's like a skewer with like large gummy bears on him.
Like edible, like
edible.
Okay, it's candy. Okay.
Yeah, so if you want them to smile, you feed them a treat after every smile. They're like a dog, Erica.
No, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, they're like a dog.
Dogs and humans are alike.
The dog will be in his crate because I can only handle so much stress. Like
That's fair.
The dog will not be seen in the family photo, okay? Because it takes enough to get 2 small children to smile. Then you add the dog in the mix. It's like, forget you.
And the dog never is looking at the camera. The dog's like, looking at you guys. So.
Ruins the picture
Yeah,
every
then it's
time.
just kind of like, what's the dog doing?
Yeah. So they are eager to get their treats. So, man, oh man.
Well, hopefully you won't have to reschedule. We'll cross our fingers.
Well,
I'll
I
do
tried
a
to
reverse rain
reschedule, and
dance.
she said, I can't do any other night because I'm so busy with these senior portraits. Like, this is the night. And we've already had to reschedule like 3 times. So it's like.
Well, 3rd time's a charm, so.
Every day we're going to be talking about these family photos. Like, is Courtney going to be soaking wet in her family photos?
You should start like a poll on like Instagram and have people vote.
Yeah, and honestly, it's like maybe we'll just do them outside in the pouring rain.
Yeah, that could be cool.
That could be
a different vibe.
That could be unique.
Yeah, different. It's kind of like an artistic edge to it. Like, we wanted the rain.
Yes.
I don't know.
Imperfect.
Yeah.
And in
Perfectly
nature.
imperfect. It's how life is.
All right, Erica Mrazek, I think you're going to join us in a little bit, so we'll see you throughout the show. We appreciate you making the time. You're kind of like the reprieve from all the Election Day coverage today.
Busy day, yeah, for everybody.
Busy day. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back after this. right, welcome back. Big news from the Vikings today as they have officially picked their starting quarterback. Kyler Murray will be the quarterback in week 1. So big decision made today as they officially name the offensive leader of the team. Coach Kevin O'Connell made that big announcement today. This was him earlier at TCO Performance Center.
And onward, I'm really proud of how Kyler and JJ went about their business. They've been great teammates. You know, the quarterback room is an important place, and I think it's been one of which there's been a lot of high-level ball, great dialogue amongst all the players with Josh and Jordan and myself. When they're in there, they embrace the competition, and ultimately I do think, there's been improvement. I think there's been guys really with positive feelings towards their own individual outlook on things, as well as, our team's confidence in the position. I'm also really appreciative of the rest of our players, coaches, Nolan and his personnel staff, the collaboration that's kind of took place amongst everybody as we really wanted to, kind of do this for, as many of the purposeful, right reasons to help it be a healthy, good outcome. I also, think that from how we did the reps to, the types of, flows involvement from a standpoint of looks that, we gave the guys different challenges on different days, while letting them, kind of compete at the same stride early on in camp. It's been a true competition, and we feel like we're at a place, where we've made a complete evaluation. I kind of always had, and we had this timeline as Nolan and I worked through the summer, kind of talking about what we wanted this to look like. Right around now, feeling like between 9 practices and another day of, a little bit lower volume physical work, but same type of thing above the neck mental, we would have a good idea of kind of where guys were at and would want to provide clarity not only for the players involved, but most importantly for our team, our offense, and the direction that we're going to go, so we can really start honing in on exactly, what we're going to be offensively and how we're going to play complementary in all 3 phases. And I think, we feel like, we accomplished, a lot of those things and like excited about it, like I said. But in the short time, just speaking about Kyler, I think he's demonstrated what he's capable of, both the experience he has playing at a high level in this league, but also his experience now of coming in here, being challenged. And I think he's shown enough to really project with the right prerequisite now of work for a starter leading into a camp, that we can get the rhythm, the timing, we can get the mastery of our system and this year's system, regardless of what we've done in previous years, what we're going to look like, how we're going to play. There's different things and nuances that, we're going to fit to what our players, Kyler included, do the best. And, in my opinion, he's got the skill set and the abilities, not only just from a standpoint of accuracy, but his ability to affect the game with his athleticism. But he's also proven to be smart, very hardworking and able to take in a lot of information and churn that out. Now we really want to give him the opportunity to really start building a comfort level, not only with the system, but with the...
All right, that was head coach Kevin O'Connell. It sounds like we also have sound from J.J. McCarthy. So just to recap there, Coach Kevin O'Connell announcing his quarterback pick. So Kyler Murray will be the offensive leader of the team going into the first preseason game against the Giants this weekend. That's an away game, but that's the first preseason game this Saturday, and Kyler Murray will be the starter. Is this O'Connell talking about J.J.? Okay, got it. But I also want to go to this clip about Coach O'Connell as he praises J.J. McCarthy and talks about how they are still focused on his growth in the team. Take a listen.
Does this diminish anything that J.J.'s demonstrated? There's been real strong, solid evidence of growth. Some of the things we really pinpointed for him in the off seasons, he's shown just a tireless commitment to doing those things, and it's shown up out here on the grass, and even more so than that, he's embraced it, the challenge of it, with the right mindset every day that I think will have great benefit, on him moving forward, this daily improvement mindset. And clearly, as we've learned over the years, and nothing changes as far as JJ being an incredibly important member of our quarterback room and our team, as we need to make sure the original intent of what all of this was. We feel like we're on our way to doing that with a lot of work to still go. I'm confident in our entire quarterback room. Speaking on that point, I think Carson and Max have both shown in somewhat limited reps, trying to get those other guys reps, not only what they're capable of, but where they're at in their comfort level and their ability to go in and make throws. So as far as depth goes, we feel like we've got 4 guys we can win with, and now we get to go into kind of some opportunities in the preseason and let all 4 of those guys get some time and start really building what we're looking for from an offensive, united, kind of in line, everybody knowing what to do, how to do it, and playing together. It's very, very important.
All right, you were just listening to head coach Kevin O'Connell about his decision to name Kyler Murray the starting quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings. This, of course, comes after J.J. McCarthy and Kyler Murray were pitted against each other in the competition, competing for that top spot. It sounds like we've now got Ahmad Hicks, our very own sports reporter, on the line. Ahmad, you're out there at TCO Performance Center, I believe.
Yeah, I got a little lost with time. I was watching practice, trying to get some good video, take some notes, and then Kara called me. I was like, oh, crap, I'm late. So, yes, I'm here now.
We'll forgive you. We'll forgive you. That's all right. Okay, so we just heard from Coach O'Connell, but I want to break it down with you. So, obviously the headline is they're no surprise. They're going with Kyler Murray. They're going with Kyler Murray as the starting quarterback. But he talked about how the players embraced the competition.
Yeah, they can't do anything else. You know what I'm saying? Competition is what brings out the best in your teams. And I think that we've seen that thus far throughout training camp. I'll sit here and say, though, neither quarterback has wowed. And I think that's kind of why you go with the decision that they decided to go with today. I think that Kyler Murray has shown enough flashes to where you're like, all right, give him all the reps. Let's get him comfortable in this offense, because the dynamic that he brings to this team with his legs and his athleticism, you just can't pass that up. Now, when it comes to passing, he has completed far more deep balls than J.J. McCarthy during this training camp. He's taken a lot more shots. He's also taken a lot more risk, and he's come up with quite a few interceptions. But head coach Kevin O'Connell thought that this was the right time right now to help kind of, get some continuity with the offense, get everybody on the same page, and just, let the team know who's going to be their quarterback moving forward.
The coach said that he told Kyler and JJ this morning that he sat them both down separately and let them know their choice. Have you guys had the opportunity to talk to Kyler Murray since this decision was announced?
No, they're going to have a scrum after practice for him, and it's going to look seriously so funny on social media, because you're going to see like 30 people surrounding this guy. We're all going to be taller than him, the microphones, the tripods, everything. It's going to look hilarious when you see it on social media later, but we will be able to hear from K1, QB1 of the Minnesota Vikings following practice today, and I'm sure they'll make J.J. McCarthy available here in the near future. But as of right now, we'll get Murray after practice, and we'll get to hear all about what he thought when he heard the news and things like that. Coach O'Connell said that JJ took it about as well as you could. He's a competitor. He wanted to win. Wasn't happy that he lost the job, but they said they still have all the confidence in him in the world. He's going to be their backup quarterback, which means he's probably going to play a ton in the preseason. I probably envision him playing the first half of every preseason game, and then Max Brosmer getting quarters 3 and 4. So we'll kind of figure out what J.J. McCarthy has in him this preseason during the games.
A lot of people believe that they knew it was going to be Kyler the entire time. So can you walk me through the mindset? Obviously, you're not in their head, but you talk to these guys a lot. What was the mindset from Coach O'Connell and the head office in making this a competition and not just announcing Kyler from the start?
Well, I think they learned from their mistake last year when they just handed the keys to the ship to J.J. McCarthy, didn't bring anybody in to compete with him really, and then you saw what happened during the season. So I think this year, just to kind of pay their respect to J.J. McCarthy, I think they let it be known that they wanted it to be a competition. Kevin O'Connell said it was close, but throw on the resume, throw on the highlight reels for Kyler Murray. You'll see why they brought him in, and they certainly didn't bring him in to be a backup quarterback. So I think we all knew it was Kyler's job to lose. As long as he didn't come out here during training camp and stink it up, I think we all knew the Vikings were going to go with him. So Now it's just about him getting comfortable in this offense and JJ continuing to be that elite leader that he has been since he was drafted here. That's something Kevin O'Connell mentioned during the press conference today, that he's always a first-class leader. They expect him to keep doing that this year, and hopefully he can be better during preseason.
Okay, the news that we've been waiting for. I can finally stop asking you. So,
it's funny. I went on record last night during our newscast, and I'm like, this is a lot closer than everybody thinks, and I think it's going to drag out until next week. And then I wake up this morning and I see the news, but I understood after listening to Kevin O'Connell and kind of being a former player, like, you have to get your offense and your team comfortable behind one guy. You can't be trotting out two quarterbacks for a month in practices and then expect everything to be, all good in week one when you take on the Packers. So you understand this. Some people question the timing of it, but right now, training camp practice, it's your most important time of the year where you get a ton of reps in pads to go up against a really, really good defense. So, I guess it was right. It was the right time for the call, and let's see what happens after this.
okay, we will see. Ahmad Hicks, thanks for joining us from TCO Performance Center.
Sorry about being late. I won't be tardy next time.
Okay, you better not. You better not.
All right.
The teacher gets mad.
I'll have my alarm clock on next time.
All right.
All
right. That was Ahmad Hicks, live from TCO Performance Center, talking about Kyler Murray, who has now been officially chosen as the starting quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings. Their first preseason game is against the Giants this Saturday. It's an away game, though, so don't try and hop online and get tickets right now. Their first regular season game, though, that will be here at home at US Bank Stadium, and that will be against Green Bay. We're going to take it to a break. We'll be back after this. Welcome back. Well, as we have mentioned repeatedly on our show today, it is primary day, so voters are taking to the polls to narrow down who will make it on the ballot come this November. The biggest races happening here in Minnesota are probably the governor's race and the race for U.S. Senate. And both here and in Wisconsin, it's really become a race between the moderate Democrats and the progressive Democrats. And then on the Republican side, it's really become a race between the establishment Republicans and the MAGA Republicans. So it'll be interesting to see what happens tonight. And many political contributors telling us that they believe this will be a signal to shifts and trends on the national level. Earlier today, let's play this bite. Sorry, producer's talking to me in my head. I do want to play this clip from Steve Simon before we get to our reporter from Milwaukee. So we do have a reporter in Wisconsin who's going to fill us in on everything that's happening over there. It's some exciting races happening in Wisconsin. But first, I do want to play this clip from Secretary of State Steve Simon, because there has been some concern over news that federal officials will be outside some polling places in Ramsey and Hennepin County today. Here's what Steve Simon had to say about that.
I want to be clear about this. This is not new. This is not fresh. This is something that the Department of Justice has been doing for many election cycles under multiple administrations of multiple political parties. And the reason for these specific election monitors has to do with enforcing some provisions of the Voting Rights Act, actually enforcing them. So it has to do with making sure that voters with a disability have access, and making sure that voters whose native language is not English also have access to certain instructional materials in their native language. That's the purpose for it. These are a small number of advisors. They can be in no more than 7 precincts at any given time. They contacted Hennepin and Ramsey County because they needed permission to be in the polling place. Those 2 counties denied that permission, so they do not have permission to be and will not be in the polling place. Instead, they will be and are right now outside of the 100-foot perimeter. Under Minnesota law, any member of the public, me, you, anyone watching or listening, can stand outside a 100-foot perimeter of the polling place. They will be there as well. The only new wrinkle this year is we have coordinated with the Minnesota Attorney General's office to have observers observing the observers. That's new this year. That hasn't happened before. We just want to make sure that all the rules and laws in Minnesota are being followed in terms of not interceding or interfering with anyone's freedom to vote.
All right, you were just hearing from Secretary of State here in Minnesota, Steve Simon, talking about federal election officials being on ground in Hennepin County and Ramsey County, monitoring those polling places. You heard him mention there that he doesn't think that anyone needs to be concerned about these individuals being on the scene because they will not be inside the polling places. They have to maintain a distance of 100 feet or more away from the polling place. They've also involved the Attorney General's office here in Minnesota to have watchers watching the watchers to make sure that they're not doing anything illegal. So I do want to bring in one of my colleagues from Fox 6 in Milwaukee. Reporter Jason Calvi is their political reporter over there in Wisconsin. He's been keeping a close eye on the primaries over there. Jason, thanks for making the time to talk to us here in Minnesota.
Great to be with you, Courtney. Thanks so much.
Well, much like Minnesota, you've got some big races on the ballot today. Probably the biggest talker. Everybody's talking about this one nationwide. I mean, the network news is covering this. Every major outlet in the world is talking about this race. And it really has become a race between the progressives and the moderates for governor. Tell us what's going on.
Yeah, so we've seen poll after poll showing the Democratic Socialist, Francesca Hong, leading the polling, leading the field for the Democratic primary. So the big question, and this is why it's so interesting nationwide, is will a battleground, this key swing state, as you know, one of those states that really decides who wins the White House, it goes back and forth between Republicans and Democrats here in battleground Wisconsin. Will this swing state pick a Democratic Socialist to be the nominee for the Democratic Party? That is a key question that's really been playing out since the losses in 2024, when the Democratic nominee for president, Kamala Harris, lost every single swing state, including Wisconsin. The question for Democrats nationwide is, what should the party look like moving forward to recapture Congress and the White House? And we saw in the New York mayoral race, we saw that in the races for Michigan's Senate race last week, really this battle over what you call the progressives versus the more moderates. And I would call it more the battle between those who want to go farther to the left versus maybe more the status quo or the establishment-backed Democrats. And that's exactly what we're seeing here in Wisconsin in Francesca Hong, the Democratic Socialist, leading the pack right now for the field, at least according to the polls. And then you saw sort of the more establishment people, including Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers, who himself is a Democrat, getting into this race and backing David Crowley, who's the Milwaukee County executive. Now, Governor Tony Evers had the choice to potentially run for a third term, and he announced back in July of 2025 that he was going to be retiring, was not going to seek re-election. So for one whole year, he hasn't gotten involved. He hasn't backed anybody. He hasn't endorsed any of the candidates running for governor. And at the very last moment, when it looked like all of the polls were showing Francesca Hong with a commanding lead in the Democratic primary, at the last moment, he got involved and backed somebody who the week earlier had actually dropped out of the race. That's David Crowley. He had dropped out of the race. He had been running for almost a year. His poll numbers were 3% statewide for the Democratic primary. So at that point in time, he actually dropped out of the race, endorsed the Lieutenant Governor, Sarah Rodriguez, who was also running for the governor's race. And then she had this major scandal. Her campaign really imploded because of problems with her campaign finance reports. So then she drops out of the race. David Crowley, who had gotten out of the race, backed her. He gets back in the race, and the very next day, Governor Tony Evers, after one whole year of silence, gets involved and backs David Crowley. So you see this kind of push from the establishment or the kind of status quo to continue on to fight, potentially fighting the Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong, putting all of their eggs in one basket, that is to back David Crowley. So we're going to see exactly how that plays out here in Wisconsin today. That really national question of what the Democratic Party should look like moving forward, a question that's playing out in Minnesota, that played out in Michigan last week. It's going to be playing out nationwide this fall as well.
It's been really interesting to follow just what you laid out there. I mean, the lieutenant governor dropping out of the race because of these campaign finance issues, and then Crowley jumping back into the race, Evers throwing his name behind him. It has been wild to follow. So, just hats off to you having to cover this the last year. Talking about the Republican side of this governor's race, is there anyone really going up against Tom Tiffany?
There is, but I think at the end of the day, I think most people think that Tom Tiffany he's a presumptive nominee at this point in time. He has more than $10 million in the bank, so that's a large amount of money ready to go for this general election. He's been backed, and this is really crucial a lot of times when you look at Republican primaries. Not always the case. They don't always win, but when they have the backing of President Donald Trump, that can speak volumes to voters. And we saw that here in Wisconsin, that President Donald Trump endorsed Congressman Tom Tiffany. He represents up north, so some of the areas in the border of Minnesota there, next to you guys. He represents some of that part of Wisconsin. He's been in Congress for several years now, since 2020, and previously to that was serving in the state legislature. So he's likely going to win. I mean, I think nobody's thinking Andy Mansky, that's the challenger here. He's a young professional. He works in the hospital industry as a technician. He doesn't have a lot of money in the bank, doesn't have the endorsement of President Donald Trump, and just doesn't have the same resources that Tom Tiffany has. So I think a lot of people think, I think everybody here thinks it's safe to say Tom Tiffany is going to win this nomination on the Republican side. So what does that mean for Republican voters? Well, here in Wisconsin, when you go into your primary ballot box, you're going to have all on one piece of paper the choice between voting Democrat or voting Republican in the primary. It's up to you, and it's private, it's secret. Nobody's going to know. You don't ask for a particular ballot. They give you the ballot with both parties' primaries on them. Now, you can only vote in one. So if you vote for the governor's race, you can't then switch over and vote for the Republicans on another race. So I think what you're going to see here is I think you're going to see some Republicans potentially deciding. I know some of them have told me that they're actually going to be voting in the Democratic primary. Why would they want to do that? Well, when they're looking at the field of Democratic candidates, they think potentially that Francesca Hong might be an easier person for Republicans to beat. So they're going to vote in the Democratic primary for her in the hopes that Tom Tiffany can more easily beat her as opposed to David Crowley. Why would they think that she'd be easier to beat? I mean, as people often say, be careful what you wish for, because it's possible she could become the next governor. But I think one of the things that some of the things people are pointing to is some of the things that gained national attention in the last 2 weeks, which is the old tweets from Francesca Hong back in 2020 when she tweeted things like defund the police. And I questioned her about that after the debate when she said she would not sign a bill that took away funding from police. I asked her why the sort of discrepancy, why the flip-flop here. So there's old tweets that Francesca Hong has faced, including another one that's called for canceling Thanksgiving. So I think Republicans see some of those old tweets as a big liability for Hong. So that's why you're going to see some Republicans potentially voting in the Democratic primary for governor today.
Yeah, that I have heard that myself, that the Republicans would be happy to face off against Hong, but they're a little more nervous about Crowley as Wisconsin is seen as up for grabs. Talk to me about that, the 3rd congressional district in western Wisconsin. Yep. So that's another progressive versus establishment race.
It's a little bit more confusing there because you see somebody like Bernie Sanders getting involved there and backing Rebecca Cook. So the question is, Bernie Sanders did not endorse in the governor's race. He did not endorse in Wisconsin's governor's race. He did not endorse Francesca Hong, which we found curious, and actually asked Francesca Hong about that yesterday. Why did Senator Bernie Sanders not endorse you? And she said, there's differences here between federal and statewide races. So with this one that you're mentioning, the 3rd congressional district, which again is on the other side of the border from folks watching in St. Paul, Minneapolis, Twin City area there, on the other side in Wisconsin, the 3rd congressional area, the Driftless region that goes all the way down the Mississippi River there. It's a battleground district. I mean, this is one of those key districts that's going to decide who wins the House. Is it going to be Democrats or Republicans that control the United States Congress? And that's all going to flow through your neighboring district there, the 3rd congressional. So you have these two candidates who have been sort of vying for the Democratic nomination. And Rebecca Cook has received the endorsement of Bernie Sanders, received endorsement of other people in the party. And she's also run, I believe this is her 3rd time running for that particular seat. So she's a known item there in the area. And so it's a big question there, again, on the future direction of the party. But I think nationally, that particular race, whoever the Democratic winner is of this congressional primary tonight, is going to face off against Derek Van Orden, who is the Republican congressman that represents that district. And you have to look back. That district has swung back and forth. Ron Kind was the most recent congressman before the Republican Derek Van Orden, and he represented that for a long time and was a Democrat, and then it flipped over to Republican control. So I think that is the seat that both Republicans and Democrats at the national level are really focusing in on as one of those that's going to be crucial to determining who's going to win Congress this fall.
How's voter turnout so far? Do they give you guys numbers there in Wisconsin? Because I know here in Minnesota we had record voter turnout for early voting.
Yeah,
Dr. Dog today.
In record for a primary election. So how's voter turnout looking so far there? What are you expecting? And how important, how much does Madison and Milwaukee play a role?
I think right now the numbers from the state reveal about 285,000 people have voted early. So that's either via mail or voting early at their clerk's office or early voting site. So about 285,000 people have voted early. I think what's really crucial for everyone listening to keep in mind is that in Wisconsin, you don't get a do-over. Once you send in your absentee ballot, you can't get a do-over. So what happens when your candidate drops out, which is actually what happened here in the Democratic primary for governor? You had several candidates that were in the race, then dropped out, and another candidate got back in. What happens if you cast a vote for example, Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez, who's no longer in this race? In years past, you used to go through a process called spoiling. What it meant is you'd go into your clerk's office, say, hey, I want to redo my absentee ballot. They'd go find your envelope, because we don't open the absentee ballot envelopes until Election Day. I'll explain that in a second. So they go in, they'd find your particular absentee ballot envelope, they'd open it up, rip it up, give you a new one, and you got to vote again. So that's called spoiling. But this July, the Wisconsin Elections Commission, which has jurisdiction over elections in Wisconsin, they ruled that there was going to be no more spoiling of absentee ballots, meaning no more do-overs. Meaning in this primary, if you voted for Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez and now she's out of the race, you're out of luck. She's still on the ballot. Your vote's still going to count for her, but she's not really putting up a campaign here. Same thing with former Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes. He also dropped out of the race. His name's still on the ballot. If you voted for him, it's still going to count for him, but he's not really putting up an effort to win this race. So that's a key thing I think people should keep in mind listening to Minnesota, is that there's no more spoiling. So there's no more redos. That's going to potentially play into the calculus of who wins and loses tonight, because all these people, 100,000 people who had voted before Mandela Barnes got out of the race, and I think something like 60 to 70,000 who voted before Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez got out, they thought those two candidates were in the race, and at the end of the day, they dropped out.
Wow. It's so interesting, and we'll be watching closely what happens in Wisconsin. Jason Calvi, Fox 6 reporter, we so appreciate you joining the show.
Courtney, great to be on. Thanks.
All right. Again, biggest race to watch tonight out of Wisconsin, arguably, is that race for the Democratic primary for governor. State Rep Francesca Hong versus the Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley. We'll have all the results here on Fox 9 and Fox Local throughout the day. And our special election coverage show starts at 8 p.m. here on Fox 9. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back after this. Welcome back. Over the weekend, hundreds of scooters and e-bikes took over downtown Minneapolis in what's being called a scooter takeover. It looks like a viral TikTok helped draw the crowd to downtown Minneapolis to make this happen. The group rode through downtown. At one point, some of them even got on 35W, creating traffic issues. And now the event is getting attention from Lime, the scooter company, who says it is working with local authorities to identify riders who may have broken the law. Manjeet Rege is from the University of St. Thomas, and he's here to talk about how geofencing could possibly be a solution to prevent events like this from happening again. Manjeet, thanks for coming on the show.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
Okay, so what is geofencing, and how do you think it could help in a situation like this?
So geofencing is the process of drawing a boundary on the map. And based on that, each of the devices, like, for example, a scooter has a GPS chip. So when that particular device enters a boundary which has been marked by geofencing, it can cause a trigger. So think about something like you're driving around and the grocery store comes by and you get an alert on your phone saying that you need a gallon of milk, right? So in this case, though, it would be a different kind of an alert, and the action would be something like slowing down the scooter or maybe bringing back to a complete stop.
So the geofencing, if the scooter went into a zone it shouldn't have gone into, it could disable the device.
Right. So that depends on how it has been implemented. It can basically bring the scooter to a stop completely. It can prevent the scooter from being parked in a particular area. If there is a speed limit and the scooter is going beyond that speed limit, it can lower the speed of the scooter as well.
Do you know of any scooter or bike companies that currently use this technology for that purpose?
Yeah, so Lime, in fact, has that capability built in. And in other cities, such as Denver, Denver, in fact, has a part of the approval process. So a scooter company, when it applies for a license, it has to basically enable this particular technology. Lime does have that technology. It's just a matter of configuring it for our cities.
Do we know if Lime had this in place for the scooters that were taking part in this takeover over the weekend?
From what I have understood, I think that was not implemented in the past. So, Lime has, from what I know, two versions of the scooters. The older versions used to send like a heartbeat, that is the GPS coordinates of the scooter, to a central server. And then if that scooter is entering a particular boundary, the server would basically trigger an action. The newer scooters have that intelligence embedded on the scooter itself. So it is that trigger is 90% faster.
Got it. Now, I did notice in the video that there were plenty of people who were on not just those rental scooters and rental e-bikes, but they were on their own personal e-scooters and e-bikes. Is there a possibility of making this technology available even when it's someone riding on their own personal device? Like maybe your phone can tell that you're getting on the freeway with a scooter and it can stop you somehow or alert you. Have you ever seen it used in a private way like that?
No, not from what I understand, but it is possible to have a centralized coordination. So if you envision a scenario where you have a number of scooter companies as well as personal e-bikes, when you are entering a particular zone, you may have to use a particular app to register and enter that particular zone. So now you have these apps of different companies as well as personal e-bikes sending that GPS coordinated information. And that is where the central coordination from the cities would come in.
Do you see law enforcement possibly using what is called a geofence warrant, so where law enforcement uses technology to identify devices that were in a particular zone during a particular time frame, looking at cell phone pings and such, to then go back and maybe try and talk to people who broke the law on Saturday night? Do you ever see that, where law enforcement goes back after the fact and does this, what's known as a geofence warrant?
That's a legal question, but from a technology point of view, what happened on Saturday evening is something that we can learn from. And I think moving forward, it is certainly possible to implement this kind of a technology so that we prevent the riders from getting into the freeway, for example.
Are there privacy concerns when it comes to geofencing?
Not really, because the rider's personal information is not being shared. What is being shared here is the physical location of the bike itself. So from that point onwards, it is up to the right company to make sure that it is not sharing personal information.
I'm just curious why all these companies aren't using the technology at this point.
And in some places it is. So it is a matter of mandating. So in Santa Monica, for example, the moment there are a number of scooters, automatically the speed gets lowered. In Munich, in Los Angeles, Denver, I already mentioned. So it's a matter of mandating and implementing this.
Okay. Manjeet Rege with the University of St. Thomas. I so appreciate you joining us to talk about this issue of geofencing.
Thank you so much.
All right, and just because it is so interesting, I do want to play a clip of what this looked like over the weekend. So like I mentioned, this is hundreds of people who got on electric scooters and e-bikes Saturday night in downtown Minneapolis, and they did what the internet has dubbed a scooter takeover. There are reports that these individuals met up because they were encouraged by a TikTok video. So a TikTok video drew the crowd out, and the crowd rode together through downtown Minneapolis and southeast Minneapolis, at times completely taking over sidewalks and streets. As I mentioned, some of them even at one point entered 35W, which created obvious traffic and safety concerns. So the event is now, of course, getting attention from Lime, the scooter company, who says it's working with local authorities to identify riders who may have violated the law and company rules. We're also hearing from local law enforcement who say they are investigating. Meanwhile, there is reports today that another scooter takeover is planned. It looks like we might have that video ready to go. Let's go ahead and play that if we've got it, as we hear about another scooter takeover that could be happening this weekend. Good job, guys. Wow, just incredible. Hundreds of scooters and bikes, and you see it there. It looks like a lot of them are those Lime scooters, Lime bikes taking over the streets. So wild, as Minneapolis police say they continue to investigate the incident. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back after this. Welcome back. Well, the man accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was back in a Manhattan courtroom today in what was Luigi Mangioni's final pretrial hearing ahead of his state murder trial. In that hearing, the judge ruled that the jury will remain anonymous, citing concerns about the high-profile case and potential intimidation. Mangione has pleaded not guilty. Jury selection is set to begin September 8th. And this is some new news that came across our desk just within the last hour or so. The Plymouth Police Department this afternoon posted about a dog on the loose. This dog is wanted, and they want to capture this dog because they claim, is responsible for an attack that ended in another dog being killed yesterday afternoon. So they say that an aggressive German Shepherd with black coloring and brown underneath was involved in an incident near the 11,000 block of 37th Avenue North in Plymouth. They say that no human injuries were reported, but the dog did kill another dog and then fled the area. He has not yet been located after that attack took place yesterday afternoon, despite an extensive search by police and animal control. They say that witnesses have observed the dog limping and suspect it may have broken its leg. While there have been no reports of the dog being aggressive towards humans, out in abundance of caution, officers are advising residents to look out for the dog, matching that description. Again, a German Shepherd with black coloring on top, brown underneath. He allegedly was involved in an attack yesterday that ended in one of the dogs being killed. So they are now looking for that dog in Plymouth. If you have any information, you can call the Plymouth Police Department with that. And in more positive news today, we got some big news out of TCO Performance Center in Eagan, as the Vikings have picked their starting quarterback. Kyler Murray has got the job. He beat out J.J. McCarthy. The former #1 overall pick signed with the Minnesota Vikings in the offseason. He previously played with the Arizona Cardinals for 7 seasons. He's going to be the 4th different Week 1 starter in 4 years for the Vikings. Hopefully this time we get it right. And he will make his debut possibly in the preseason game this weekend against the Giants. Unlikely. They don't usually play the starting quarterback, but you never know. His first regular season game will be at home at US Bank Stadium versus the Green Bay Packers. All right, Kara Savage joins me now. She's helped me out throughout the day today. Kara, you put this down on our list as a talker, whether you should record yourself in the gym or not. So people who record themselves working out at the gym, hot or not?
Not. Sorry.
Not.
I'm not. I understand that. I know some people are like influencers, like, and so they maybe record like them doing like the certain workout. I understand that. I think that's okay, but you should make sure that no one else is in your video.
I don't know. I think it's worse when it's an influencer. I think if you're just an everyday person recording yourself working out and you're posting it on Instagram because you want people to see how swole you got at the gym, or I don't know, you know, or you just have no other content and that's all you do. So you post about being at the gym. That gives me less of an ick than the influencers who, like, if you're an influencer and you're making money posting gym content, get a private gym or find a gym that will lease you some space so that you can shoot content and not bother at other people's workouts.
Or go at times when you know the gym isn't as busy.
True. And also, as long as you're not getting other people in your video, like, I don't want to be filmed at the gym if I'm not, like, if I don't know that it's happening, you know?
Yeah, I hate it. I mean, I think the craziest thing is when you film yourself during a workout class.
Oh, no,
like,
no,
I was behind someone in a yoga class a few weeks ago, and he was filming himself, and I was directly behind him, but just enough where, like, I was under his legs in the video. And I was watching him take selfies and videotape himself the entire time. And I was frustrated because these aren't cheap classes, you know. I want to go, I'm trying to decompress and do my yoga, whatever, and I don't want to be completely
now you
on full display.
You gotta make sure you look good because you're the co-star in his social media video.
And also, it's a hot yoga class. It is 100 degrees in there. I do not want to be on camera.
So I do post videos of my workouts sometimes, and that is because my social media page is really used as an advocacy platform for individuals with disabilities. I have a prosthetic leg after a traumatic accident, and there's a lot of people who follow me like right after an accident or right, you know, around the time that they find out that they're going to become an amputee. And for me, posting video of me doing like box jumps and stuff like that is really inspiring or helpful for people who are like, wow, am I ever going to get back in the gym? Am I ever going to do these things that I want to do again? So for me, I like to post those things to show people like, hey, you can and you will. And then when I was a competitive snowboarder on the U.S. team, I would post workouts because because it was my life. Yeah, like that's all I was doing all day. And I think people were interested because I am a public figure being on the news. People were interested in seeing my progress on the U.S. team. I haven't posted much gym content since retiring from the U.S. team. Right. I'm not opposed to it, but I am, when I do get video, I'm not bringing a tripod out. Like if you're bringing a tripod out,
that's crazy.
You in the gym, just stop.
I know.
And I also am very conscious of other people. Listen, I've thought about this, like in my yoga, when I do yoga classes, I've considered like this would be great video for other people to see how you do yoga on a prosthetic leg. Yeah. But I'm like, the people in this class don't want to be in my video, and they're gonna think that I'm a weirdo.
I mean, I understand that, and I think that's great, and I get a lot of like ideas for workouts from videos that people are posting on the internet, but it's more for me, I think, just making sure that people aren't in your video, because people aren't going to the gym or going to a workout class wanting to be filmed for the most part. And
so did the guy in your class, did he bring a full tripod setup? Like,
no. He just had his phone propped up like in front of him on the mirror.
So
and he was just like,
everybody
come
knew.
on, dude.
Everyone knew what he was doing. He was not being discreet about it.
Yeah. I just think that filming yourself in a workout class and other people are in the video, I think it's rude, and I also think it's disruptive. It's distracting.
True. So, I think like workout class, weight room are different.
Yeah.
Are different things.
Yeah.
And I'm a no for the workout class. I'm a it depends in the weight room. But bottom line, just don't get in other people's way.
Agreed.
Don't disrupt their workout.
Agreed. And one thing, sorry, I've been in classes when instructors are like, hey, I'm making a video of me like teaching a class or whatever. Like I'm just gonna pan the room. If you don't want to be in it, like go to the side or something. Like I can respect that, and I understand. Like it's like, okay, they're trying to promote their class. Like I'm going to support that. So that's my other disclaimer.
Okay, well that's fair too. They're instructors, and they're probably fitness influencers on the side, whether they have a lot of followers or not. That's probably a lot of their content. So as long as they're giving you a disclosure, fine.
Agreed.
Okay, should we take a break or go to weather? Let's go to weather. All right, I've got Erica Marisic in the, no, she's going no, yes, no, yes, no, yes. She's here. She is here and she is ready. So I'm going to go to her. These voices in my head again. Erica Marisic. Well, that's another debate. Are there voices in my head? Am I crazy? Two separate debates.
There should be a all-day segment where people could hear what you hear.
That is actually true, because
behind the scenes.
I'm really used to it. You know, you're probably used to it. Years of doing this for work, you're so used to hearing people and like still being able to talk. This show, because we are unscripted and we just go all day just throughout live events and what's happening now, it's a little more and it's a little more chaotic.
I kind of love it. It's kind of great. That adds a lot of excitement to the afternoon.
There you go. Somebody's got to like it. And we like having you here.
Thanks.
You know, this weather, you really can't beat it. This weather is feeling a little more average.
Near average temperature-wise, slightly more humid than yesterday. Yesterday was pretty nice overall. But today, similar dew points in the upper 60s though, so the high temperature in the mid to upper 80s actually kind of feels more like the 90s. But as we're heading into the later afternoons, kind of starting to back off a little bit from the temperatures. And then tonight, lows will be in the 60s. And then I also have some graphics if you want to pull those up. So for tomorrow, it's going to be similar to today, partly cloudy, mid 80s, summer-like, very nice. And then, so overall, there's this stationary boundary towards the south. And through the midweek, there are going to be some disturbances that ride along it. So that's going to bring the next chance for showers, which will be later in the midweek. Isolated chance for Wednesday afternoon, but better chance for isolated showers, thunder showers for Wednesday night to Thursday morning. So that's the overall setup. Overall today that's leaving, partly cloudy skies. It was a little bit rainy for some in the southwest this morning, but overall now just clouds for southern Minnesota, a little bit clearer up for places around the Brainerd Lakes area and northern Minnesota. So overall, mid 80s for the high temperature. Typically it's low 80s, so fairly close. The morning was really warm. The morning started off in the low 70s. Normally it's 60s, so quite a warm start, but slightly above average afternoon, and a whole lot of 80s, 70s right now. And then Grand Marais, always not as warm there. They're in the 60s. So wind overall, mostly from the north. If you're in northern Minnesota, that's from the northwest. If you're in southern Minnesota, that's from the northeast. And pretty mild day. I mean, a little bit more sun would be nice, but it's dry for now. And there's kind of an upper level haziness to the sky, so it's kind of a filtered blue sky when you do see that clear stuff. So into the rest.
Is that
of
a meteorological term?
Yeah, stuff.
Clear
yeah,
stuff.
Clear stuff.
I'm glad I'm not the only one.
Stuff. You know, so descriptive. But okay, so summer temps for the midweek, and there's that chance for an isolated shower Wednesday night to Thursday. Then temperatures back off with highs that get to the low 80s by the end of the work week. And then the next best chance for rain, that's going to be Friday night to Saturday morning. That could be widespread, and that could potentially bring, I was looking at some models earlier, perhaps a half of an inch. I mean, that's still a couple days away, so subject to change, but could bring good amount of rainfall. And then after that, that'll leave some cloudy skies for Saturday. Saturday is also going to be a little humid. And then high temperatures go back to the 80s by Sunday. So,
beautiful.
Yeah.
Your family was in town this past weekend.
They were. It was great.
Yeah, where did you guys go? I know that for some of them it was their first visit to Minnesota. So where did you take them?
Okay, we did so much stuff. Like, I lived a week's worth of activities in like 3 days.
That's great.
So Saturday morning, we went to Paisley Park and did the whole Prince thing. It was really cool. It was very immersive.
Yeah, I've heard it's wonderful. I haven't had the time to get out there, but
you should go.
My parents have done it and said it's so cool.
Yeah, I recommend to anybody. So that was fun. And then while I was here Saturday, they went to the Uptown Arts Fair. They thought that was really cute. And then Sunday, we did the Mill City tour, the Millers tour.
Mill City Museum?
Yeah, so that was fun. And then we, oh my gosh.
Walked the Stone Arch Bridge.
We did. It was a little hot, so we abbreviated the walk. And then also we decided to throw an impromptu thing in there into the itinerary. So my sister's engaged, and she hates shopping. So I was like, why don't we shop for you for dresses? Her wedding's not until like next year probably. But she like was like, no, I don't want to go. But then my mom and I and my aunt drug her into like a dress shop, and we're looking.
Oh, fun. That's
But
great.
she couldn't try anything on because we didn't have an appointment, so we were just browsing. So we did that Sunday, went to a coffee shop, bunch of dinner, went out to Lake Minnetonka.
My neck of the woods.
Yeah, and then Monday, what did we do? We did another tour. We did a skywalk tour. My mom loves tours, so she loves educational experiences.
You can do an actual tour of the Skyways?
Yeah. I can't remember the name. I'd have to ask my mom the name of the person who did it. But
that's cool.
Yeah,
And
it was cool.
The Skyways are not what they used to be. Listen, like 20 years ago, the Skyways were like, they were the lifeblood of the city, you know, and everybody was working downtown at the time, and, you know, lunch hours, evenings, it was like the Skyway was hopping. I would say now that a lot of workers have gone remote, the Skyways are used less, but man, the Skyways back in the day, they were hopping.
I bet. Yeah. So did a ton of things, and then my sister flew out Sunday because she couldn't get Monday off of work. But Monday, my mom, my aunt, and I still went to another dress shop, and we're sending her pictures of dresses while she was at work.
Just forcing her to get in the
For us,
spirit.
it was really fun and funny. I think she was like, stop bothering me.
Did you try any?
No, I didn't. We just took photos of them and sent them to
That
her.
might be like a jinx.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I won't do that.
Don't do that. Also might freak your boyfriend out. So that is not advised. But I'm glad you guys had fun.
Oh, it was so much fun. Yeah.
Awesome. Erica Marisik, I think we'll check in with you one more time before the show is done. We appreciate you coming in.
Awesome.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with our very own Emily Pofel, who is reporting on the primary elections happening today. Stay right there. Welcome back. It's primary day across Minnesota and Wisconsin, with voters taking to the polls to narrow down the candidates for the general election in November. Our very own Emily Pofel is out with the people. I assume she's probably going to be at some polling places throughout today. Emily, how's it going so far? Slow right now, I'm sure.
Hey, Courtney. Yeah, I'm actually just getting ready to head into Congresswoman Angie Craig's election night event. She's got an election night event. Her opponent, Peggy Flanagan, has an election night event that our colleague Mike is at. So in the next couple hours, we're going to see a lot of bigwigs, we imagine, coming here to kind of wait out the election results to see if Angie Craig is going to move on to compete for Senator Tina Smith's Senate seat that's open.
So Angie Craig is going up against the lieutenant governor, and many have said that this race is a race between the progressive Democrat and the more left-leaning socialist wing of the party. What are you hearing? I know that you're covering the Angie Craig event tonight, but talk to me about this race and what people are watching and what it means on the national stage as far as what it indicates for the Democratic Party.
Yeah, certainly. You kind of brought up the two big points there as to like why this is the biggest race in the primary. One is it's kind of another iteration of a similar race we've seen play out in other parts of the country, which is the establishment Democrat versus a more progressive option. Traditionally, during the primary, one thing you're thinking about is, okay, which candidate is not only the best in the primary, but could go on to compete against a Republican in the general election. And it's this question of electability. People have said that the moderate candidate, which in this case is Angie Craig, may be more electable against a strong Republican candidate, which some are saying in this race, it's likely to be former broadcaster Michelle Tafoya. And so they're looking for a strong candidate to go up against her. The electability question is that the moderate candidate or is it the progressive candidate at this point? That's kind of what we're waiting to find out in the general election coming up. There's been that same kind of conversation happening recently In Michigan, we saw that play out in their primary. In Wisconsin, our neighbor, they also have a primary today, and they're kind of going to be answering that same question. So there's that aspect of it. The other reason why this is a big race is because Democrats have said they're looking to flip the Senate. They cannot lose a single Senate seat to Republicans if they want to do that. It's razor thin margins. So the race has huge national implications, like you said.
Have you been told whether Angie Craig will be at the event tonight and whether you'll get a chance to talk to her?
Her staffers have not explicitly told me that she's going to be here, but the way that these things typically work, and I've been to a fair amount of them at this point, is that the candidate is there. They're not always out and about mingling with everybody. You kind of tend to see if they're doing, once the election, results kind of start to roll in, if they're doing well, they'll maybe come out and mingle a little bit. You'll see them around. If they're not doing so well, they might retreat to kind of what we call like the war room, which is where they're back there with their staffers, kind of either planning a success speech or better luck next time speech to give at the end of the night. So that's kind of how these things traditionally move along. There'll also be, like I mentioned, some other important people in the party and other surrogates that are going to hopefully be willing to talk to us about, how the vibe is, if they're really optimistic or if they're a little bit nervous. So we'll get that kind of insight from Angie Craig's supporters and staffers and other people that are there, even if she's not out moving around the room. But the hope is obviously to get, an interview with Angie Craig herself too, just depending on how things shake out.
And we have seen incredible voter turnout as far as early voting goes. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, so the Secretary of State yesterday said that they had seen some incredible early voting turnout. And it sounds like this morning he was also anticipating we are headed in the direction of breaking some records for non-election year primary in Minnesota. Certainly, he says exciting that people are really engaged this year. And, we could chop that up to the fact that there is this big primary between Craig and Flanagan that, yes, is about control of the Senate and also about that greater question of is the party moving in the direction of electing progressives, or is the moderate candidate the one that can kind of relate to the rural and suburban voters? Is that going to be what the party sticks with?
Well, it's all very interesting, and the candidate where you will be hanging out tonight, the Angie Craig Watch Party, this is actually her first time doing a statewide election. Obviously, she represents the 2nd Congressional District in Congress, so voters have voted for her in her district, but this is the first time she is a candidate in a statewide election, so new for her. All right, Emily Poffel, I appreciate you joining the show, and good luck tonight.
Yeah, thanks, Courtney.
Yeah, for our reporters on the ground, it really doesn't start to heat up until, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, when the results start to come in. Results start to come in around 8 o'clock when polls close, but it really takes time for those results to calculate and for us to get substantial enough numbers to kind of tell where things are going. Here at Fox 9, we will be doing an election night special. So starting at 8 p.m. here on Fox Local, you can watch our very own Tim Blotz and Corin Hoggard host a show with our political contributor, Blois Olson. They'll be watching the results, talking about the results, and watching those races throughout the night. That is set to go until 10 o'clock, but who knows? Here at Fox 9, I know we've been known to stay on air a little longer as we wait for results to come in if those races are tight. We are going to go to a quick break. We'll be back after this. Welcome back. It is primary day here in Minnesota, also in Wisconsin. And earlier today, our all-day host, Rob Olson, interviewed Secretary of State Steve Simon. Here's that conversation.
Yesterday, Minnesota Secretary of State Steve Simon holding a news conference talking about some of the issues here, a massive early voting turnout, and what that may mean heading into the fall's race. Also talking about monitors from the Department of Justice at polling sites in Hennepin and Ramsey counties. But again, saying that this is not necessarily a unique situation here. Let's talk more about some of these things and bring in Secretary of State Steve Simon. Steve, good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Let's get to that first. I mean, this is certainly a headline that attracts a lot of attention here about the monitors that the Department of Justice is sending about 20 staff from the Civil Rights Division's voting section and from the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota in Hennepin and Ramsey counties. Now, obviously, again, this, catches a lot of voters' interest in what this means. You were very, very calm yesterday, very, again, trying to make sure this is not an alarmist thing. You're saying that this is not unusual. We've seen it in previous elections. Talk more about this.
Yeah, that's right. This is not a fresh or new thing. This is something that for the last at least 4 elections, the Justice Department has sent these kinds of observers, and it's for a very limited purpose. It's not just a general look and see mission. They're really focusing in on specific parts of the Voting Rights Act that guarantee access for people with disabilities and for people who are American citizens but whose native language is not English. So this has been a longstanding thing that they do. It's really a small group. They're not going to be able to visit that many places. The good news is, just in an abundance of caution, the Attorney General's office, with our input, is watching the watchers. So they are literally in real time following the observers as they go from polling place to polling place. And I have to report no incidents. They're not taking pictures. They're not doing anything they shouldn't be doing. They are complying with the law. But I understand, this being Minnesota, home of the surge this last winter, I understand the anxiety that some people are feeling when they hear that the Justice Department or the federal government is sending someone here to do something around elections. But this is something we're familiar with. We're watching it, we're monitoring it, and so far, so good.
Yeah, and similar efforts made recently in Michigan and other states as well, but it seems like these are blue states or Democratic-led states that where these monitors have been sent. I mean, what's your understanding about the rationale for where these monitors are being sent?
Well, in terms of the foreign language piece, there's a real set formula about which jurisdictions even comply and have to comply with this part of the Voting Rights Act. So the overall scope is pretty narrow and limited. I don't know how they choose which states they're choosing. All I know is that in Minnesota, this is not new for us. This has been happening for at least the last 4, maybe longer elections under administrations of both political parties. But we're watching them. We're making sure that they're not doing anything they're not supposed to do, approaching voters when they're not supposed to approach them, approaching the polling place. Hennepin and Ramsey counties declined the invitation to have them in the polling place, which they can do. So they are out there with the rest of the public. You, me, and all your viewers can be outside the 100-foot perimeter of a polling place. That's anyone, whether it's DOJ or the guy down the street. And so they're entitled to be there. But so far, the observers report that the watchers of the observers report that they're doing what they need to do and they're abiding by our rules and laws, which is good. We just want to keep it that way.
What was the experience in 2020, 2022, and 2024 when similar observers were in Minnesota? What were the reports or feedback from those years?
Same thing, uneventful. They complied with the law. They didn't sort of harass or intimidate voters. They were just there to gather information about disability access and about access to non-English language materials for American citizens who maybe were born somewhere else. So we're cautiously optimistic that this is going to turn out okay. But look, we got 7.5 hours plus to go. And we got folks who have eyes on them the whole time and following them wherever they go. So I think it'll be okay.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit too about the turnout. You mentioned yesterday, as of Monday anyway, 206,000 early votes, setting a record for a non-presidential election year primary in Minnesota.
Yeah, People absentee. So I'm sure that number is going to climb when we look back on it. Yeah, I mean, this is an election that people are caring about. It's inspired a lot of enthusiasm and passion, and it's perceived as close in a couple of the particular contests. And really, that's the difference in Minnesota and most places, I think, between a general election and a primary. In Minnesota, you know, we really pride ourselves on most years being #1 in America in voter turnout in the November election. And people do it out of a sense of pride and duty and obligation and citizenship. It's just not that way with primaries. It's so driven by who and what is on the ballot. And so you can't necessarily draw a straight line between our super high stratospheric general election turnout and primary turnout. But this might be the difference. You know, the modern day record was in 2018. Then, as now, there were some really interesting and close contests in both major political parties. And at that time, in 2018, the final turnout was somewhere between 22 and 23%, which for a primary, especially an August primary in Minnesota, is pretty high. So it's certainly possible that we could meet and exceed that, given the enthusiasm and the turnout indicators that we're seeing so far.
We do have a couple of questions from viewers that we wanted you to address. And the first one kind of heads back to some of the polling location and monitors, et cetera. So let's bring this one up here. The question is, I guess, do we have the full screen for that? No. The question, I'll just read it to you then. Sure. What specific protocols are in place to safeguard polling locations against voter intimidation or unauthorized interference on primary day? So protocols in place to safeguard against interference.
Yeah, great question and a very relevant question. So here's the deal. We are really blessed in Minnesota to have really good, strong, precise laws. The precision part is really important. It's not just loose and airy. For example, in Minnesota, the law is the only folks who can be in a polling place are voters, of course, election workers, anyone who naturally works in that building, the church, the school, the city hall, etc. And each major political party can send one, only one, not a mob, not a swarm of people, one person to be a representative of that political party, to be a so-called challenger. Even then, our laws are very precise. No challenger may speak to a voter. No challenger may stand within 6 feet of a voter. And they can only issue challenges to a voter based on personal knowledge. That's the exact phrase in the law. So it can't be a whim or a hunch or a feeling or a vibe or anything like that. Even as to law enforcement, we have strict rules. And by the way, these have been here for many decades. These aren't fresh or new. So as to law enforcement, federal, state, or local, the rule in Minnesota is you can't preemptively post law enforcement at a polling place, even if it comes from the best of intentions. Even a kind-hearted sheriff or police chief who says, just to calm everyone down, I'm going to put a cop at the door or a sheriff's deputy at the entrance. You can't do that in Minnesota. What you can do is, even 1 minute after the polls open, they can obviously always respond to an incident. So if, for example, a fist fight breaks out in the polling place, of course you can call the cops. Of course you can call the sheriff's office. But you can't beforehand, for no reason, post someone there. And that ought to make some people feel a little bit more safe and secure, particularly as to the federal government. For those who, in view of the ICE surge, are anxious about that, that ought to give some people some comfort. And that's not even counting the federal and state anti-voter intimidation laws that we have that say that anyone, law enforcement or anyone else, who's harassing, threatening, or intimidating, they can be bounced, they could even be arrested, and it's a crime to engage in those behaviors. So I think in terms of the law, we've got that covered, and we do have a really good tradition in Minnesota of having very calm polling places. We really only very rarely have incidents.
All right. Another question, and this is one, right from the age of social media. This viewer, Joy, asks, can I take a photo of my completed ballot? Only the ballot, no people or surroundings. People like to post that they voted and wondering or keep a record of their ballot. Can they do that?
Yes. And this has been decided by the courts over the years. It was litigated, but the bottom line is yes. Some people call them ballot selfies. You can take a ballot selfie. Just don't take a picture of someone else. But if you want to pose with your ballot or take a picture of your ballot and send it or post it, you can do that. That is perfectly legal.
Good to know. In terms of, the questions about election security, I don't know, yesterday in the news conference going over the process, but let's talk about this again in each
in the precincts and the counties, the way that ballots are tabulated, and then the way it's brought in with the absentee ballots.
Right.
Walk us through again this process and how people can be assured that there's no way for outside interference or hackers or
That's
something
right.
to influence this.
Well, the first thing I always tell people is, remember, we are a paper ballot state. We vote on paper. We don't vote on machines or push buttons. We have good old-fashioned paper, which you can touch and feel and see and audit. There's always an audit trail with paper. So how does it work? Well, it's your friends and neighbors, the election judges, the poll workers who are in the polling place. And at the end of the night at 8:01, after the polls close, they start that tabulation process. So what happens is that there are unofficial results, and they're always just unofficial, subject to later proving up and making sure the math lines up. But on election night, you have these unofficial results. Some counties, those can be modemed in through a secure system to the nerve center at a county. Others, like Ramsey County, for example, they have people drive them in. And when they drive them in, those results, that's a specific task in state law that requires political balance. You can't have just one person of one political party drive those in. It's got to be a couple people at the same time. Then they go to the county, and the county looks over those numbers as well. And when everything's in, they will post those numbers too. Afterwards, the county has to go through kind of a reckoning process. And then we do the same thing with post-election audits and reviews at the state level after that. So there's multiple layers of review to make sure the math lines up, that the ballots match up, that everything's on the up and up, and everything is something that anyone can watch. At 8:01, anyone in Minnesota, any one of your viewers can go into any polling place, not just their own, and watch as the tabulation process happens. If you live in St. Paul and you want to go in the one in Minnetonka or vice versa, you can do that. Once the polls are closed, it's totally open. Anyone can come in and watch what's going on.
And then tabulating the absentee ballots or the mail-in votes as well. And I have witnessed this process take place in which these are carefully removed from the envelopes. And it's usually, isn't there a double envelope procedure too? And then there are observers selected from both parties there to then go through and transfer what was mailed in onto an actual official ballot. What you are mailing in is not an official ballot. I think people should know that, right? It's transferred over to another ballot.
Well, I see what you're saying on that. It is an official ballot, but there is that separate process that you're talking about, these absentee ballot boards. And I just witnessed one today. As I often do on election day, I'm going around and visiting people and various elections offices. So what happens is a party balanced body called an absentee ballot board will look at those absentee ballots that come in through the mail or are hand delivered, and they will determine whether it even goes into the pile to be counted. Someone else does the counting, but they in the first instance have to determine, okay, did the voter do it right? Did they sign it? Did they have a witness sign it? Is there some defect in the ballot, just some sort of physical defect? If everything's on the up and up, then it goes into the pile to be tabulated and counted. And again, that is a thing with party balance under state law. And that's something that we've had for quite a number of years in Minnesota. So yeah, that's the ones that are cast before election day. But critically, in Minnesota, everything's blended and merged together. We're not one of those states where you say, oh man, candidate A is ahead among the mail voters, but let's see if she can maintain that lead with those who voted election day. Nope, they're all mixed in, all merged together after the polls close. So you can't tell whose vote total was higher in one method or the other method of voting. Everything's blended together after polls closed, and they're all reported as just one unified result for a particular county.
Yeah, and then a process too, we should point out, to make sure that those that have come in by mail aren't duplicates, that same person showed up at a polling place.
Exactly right. Once in a while that can happen. I'll give you just a quick example. Let's say someone sends in their mail ballot, and they're just getting nervous about whether it's going to arrive in time or not. They're checking the website, which you can do, by the way, at mnvotes.gov. You don't have to wonder whether your mail ballot arrived in time. But let's say that someone this morning is checking to see if their ballot that they mailed several days ago arrived, and they don't see that it's arrived yet. And they say, you know what, I just don't want to risk it. I'm going to go in and vote in person. You can still do that. You're not bound by that prior choice. But when you do that, the ballot that's on its way in will be nullified. And so that when it arrives, it'll be destroyed. So just extending this hypothetical, let's say someone goes in this morning, they're like, I got up this morning, it's not on the website. You know what? I'm just going to go in and vote in person. And then the ballot does arrive later this afternoon. There will be no double counting. One of the first things that's done is to make sure that that person hasn't already voted. And you get those numbers and those results in real time. So what will happen is that absentee ballot that came in later will just be nullified. It will be destroyed. It will not be counted.
Okay. Thanks for the time today. No busy day for you as it'll get busier throughout the day. But Secretary of State Steve Simon, thanks for the time.
Thanks for having me.
Right. All right. Still talking primary election day coverage, but we also have to talk the weather. So Erica Marasic joins us now. Some more average-like temperatures have been taking over, which I think is welcome to many who are melting in our previous situation.
Right. Average is good. Nothing wrong with average.
Nothing wrong with average. You know what? That should be a bumper sticker, Erica. Nothing wrong with average.
I mean, you'd rather be average than, not average could be bad or good. So I feel like you'd rather be average, And like in many ways, if only I could speak. Anyways,
let's get to the weather.
The temperatures today, highs in the 80s. It is a little bit humid though, so it feels slightly warmer. Some spots today even felt like the low 90s. But now since it's headed into the evening, temperatures backing off a little bit. Dew points will drop tonight into tomorrow, so not as humid tomorrow. And then during the day, overall, pretty nice day Wednesday, similar to today, but the afternoon, very small chance, a couple isolated showers to pop up, some thunder showers, but then slightly better chance, but still overall pretty isolated in terms of shower coverage Wednesday night to Thursday morning. That'll be southwest Minnesota. And then that drops dew points Thursday. So Thursday's gonna be quite comfortable. And then after that, there's then another chance. This one's a better chance for showers. They could be more scattered or widespread for Friday night to Saturday morning with some thunder showers potentially. So those are all the rain chances. And then in terms of the temperature trend, temperatures average for the midweek, and then they get to below average by the end of the week. So expect highs in the 70s on Saturday, also humid that day. So Saturday's not really looking that great. But then by Sunday, things are looking up. And next Monday, then temperatures should be back in low 80s.
I was checking the 7-day forecast and I saw a lot of raindrops in the forecast, and we are quite dry. We need that rain. So, and we need rain spread out, not just one big dumping.
We need, spread out over a period of time. Friday's rain should be more beneficial than, both Friday night to Saturday morning's rain should be more beneficial than any other rain this week. So,
okay,
we'll hope that improves some of the drought conditions, maybe.
And the drought monitor comes out on Thursday.
Correct.
So I'm sure on Thursday we'll be chatting with you about that.
We will be.
We have had recent rains, see if any of that has helped. I've talked to some farmers who are really struggling. Depending on where you are, a lot of our Minnesota farmers are in a tough spot right now. So they need the rain. They need the rain. And some of them say it's too late. But others I've talked to say we still could use it. We can still survive if we keep getting more, but so yeah, the drought monitor will be important on Thursday, and we'll talk to you about it then.
Yes, we'll follow up later.
All right, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back after this. Welcome back. It's primary day here in Minnesota and across the river in Wisconsin. Earlier today, I chatted with our political analyst, Blois Olson, with all the races he's watching, predictions. He has it all. Take a listen to that conversation. It's primary day here in Minnesota and Wisconsin. I do want to talk about Wisconsin with you, but let's start with Minnesota. In both states, it seems like it is a race between the moderate and the progressives on the Democratic side. And then with the Republicans, it seems that it's the establishment Republicans versus the MAGA Republicans. But let's start here at home. The governor's race. I mean, I don't think that there's anyone saying that Amy Klobuchar is not going to get the nomination on the Democratic side. So everybody's really watching the GOP side of this race. And I think I heard you on earlier all day saying it could go either way.
I can see any combination on the Republican side between the governor's and the Senate race on the Republican side. I will say about the governor's race on the Democratic side, Kobe Lane is challenging Amy Klobuchar. She got 30% at the state convention. And so it'll be interesting to see how high her percentage goes today, because I would really see that as kind of the where the index of the far left in the DFL is. And I think that's something to watch. Politico just came out with a update on why contenders for 2028 presidential are watching Minnesota. And it's because Minnesota is seen as the state that has been moving to the left, but maybe not flipped. And after Mondami and Michigan, maybe Minnesota does slide farther left. And what does that mean for the 2028 presidential? So there's a lot of things to watch today and what they impact going forward. But as we look at that Republican side, you have to look at the fact that the endorsement has mattered in every race since '94. And then it's like pick your winner in each race. I think there are favorites. I think there are ways in which people should expect people to finish, but I'm not going to be surprised by anything on the Republican side tonight.
Let's talk about Hennepin County Attorney, because this is a race that really didn't get much attention until the final hour. It's supposed to be a nonpartisan race, but it does seem, and correct me if I'm wrong, that this race seems to be a race between those who don't mind politicizing the office and those who think it should remain an apolitical office.
Yeah, Cedric Frazier has the Democratic endorsement, who, when is a prosecutor in Ramsey County, has been visible on some kind of police reform issues. And then Anders Folk has been, visible on some of the, let's get a little tougher on crime. He's a former U.S. attorney, deputy U.S. attorney here. So this will be a five-way race where the top two will go on to November. And so you'll start to see, I think, this race get way more attention in the coming weeks once we're done.
Do you think endorsements matter in this race? I mean, you see Hennepin County Sheriff DeWanna Witt was endorsing Wynn, Mayor Jacob Fry endorsed Folk, Representative Ilhan Omar endorsed Cedric. So do you think that endorsements matter in this race?
They do, because a lot of those people have their own political networks, right? And so, like, Ilhan Omar has her own list, and if she sends to her list, then that's influential. And so those are the things you watch, and those are like getting up and brushing your teeth for these candidates. If they can't get those endorsements, then they're going to have a tough time breaking through today.
Yeah, it was just interesting to see how spread out those endorsements were, between all those high power, influential people within the county. All right, let's shift over to Wisconsin, because there, too, it seems to be, for the gubernatorial race, a race between the progressives and the moderate Democrats. So get us up to speed on what's happening over there. It seems like the progressive is still polling, at least my last check before the show, she was still polling ahead of the moderate.
Yes, Wisconsin's been kind of a mess from a gubernatorial standpoint for Democrats. They weren't able to unify. They had a candidate drop out, then jump back in. They had a candidate in who was polling second drop out because their fundraising proved to be not what they thought it was. In fact, they had a finance director and a campaign manager that told the candidate that the candidate had more money than they did. and then the candidate didn't have money to finish the race, and so that candidate dropped out. But the Francesca Hong, who's the Democratic Socialist running in Wisconsin, has been polling ahead. I've been talking to a lot of Wisconsin folks the last few days. They expect her to win, and that's going to set up probably the governor's race to watch in the country, because you'll have a very MAGA member of Congress, Tom Tiffany, running against a Democratic Socialist. And this is kind of what the far left has wanted since Bernie Sanders was kind of pushed out of the race in 2016 and 2020. They wanted it to be the forced choice between MAGA and DSA. And if that happens next door in Wisconsin, it'll be fascinating to see if that kind of prairie populism pushes over into Minnesota at all, in our Senate race or something like that.
With Wisconsin being a battleground state, if that happens, if we see Hong win tonight, and you see a progressive go against the GOP nominee, what does that tell you about nationally where we're at politically?
It tells me that there's been a shift. I think that we see parts of a shift. We just haven't seen a full-on shift. The Midwest overall has been less predictable for MAGA candidates and DSA candidates. For instance, Michigan was much more closer for the Democratic Socialists last week than some of the coastal states. And Iowa and Michigan, the Trump-endorsed candidate lost. And so I like to call that Midwest kind of sensibility, but you have to wait and see how it comes in tonight. So for instance, if Mike Lindell does not win today, that's a message sent to Washington about MAGA and Trump. If Mike Lindell does win, that's a message to traditional Republicans being sent in Minnesota that the party and those who vote in a primary are, more aligned with Trump than not.
Okay, Blois Olson, you're going to be here in studio at 8 o'clock. Is that right?
I am. If you guys ever let me get out of my office and get over, I'm just kidding.
Take it up with my bosses, Blois. Take it up with my bosses.
There are bosses, Courtney, and it's all good. I'm just teasing. Apparently, I was not very good at scheduling my day today, so
that's okay. That's okay. Blame your assistant, right?
That's a whole different story for a whole different day.
We've got time. Okay.
No, we don't. No. We're not going to bring Fluence Matters into the Fox 9 studio today.
8 o'clock, Blois is going to be co-hosting an election special here on Fox 9. I bet they'll go until the majority of the results are in. And he'll be with Corin Hoggard and Tim Blotz, so that should be a show to watch. That starts at 8 o'clock. Blois, thanks for making the time. I am curious about the assistant, though. Anybody else want that story? I want that story. Thanks, Blois, for making the time, doing that interview with us earlier today. We're going to take a quick break, or no, we're going to do, you know what? We're not going to take a break.
Courtney, we're not taking a break.
That's, sometimes I just get so into routine that I can't help myself. And in the middle of that thought, I went, no, we're not.
No, we're not.
We're not going to break, Courtney. Ugh.
No, we're not.
Anyway.
The voices in your head told you.
The voices in my head. They're talking to me again. This time it was my own voices, though, that went, no, you're not. No, you're not.
Yes, it
anyway,
wasn't me. I didn't change my mind.
This time. You were very clear on where we were going, and it was here. To the moment of the show where we talk about videos that are currently going viral on social media in a segment we like to call, Wait, What's Happening? This next one is a fun one. My team told me not to watch it beforehand because they think that, that I'm just going to love this. Customers at a gas station in upstate New York jumped at the chance to get a discount on their gas prices by dancing and busting a move on the store floor. Take a watch.
We can't play the music on this.
Okay, can't play the music. So, well, I don't know. Was there music? It sounded like the guy was making his own music. Oh, yes. Yes. These individuals, wow, look at that. These individuals got a 20% discount on their gas. You can see they put the sign up and people took to it. Hey, 20% off gas. Would you bust a move, Kara, for 20% off your gas?
For 20% off? I think I would do just a little something.
A little something, something?
I don't know if I would go as hard as this guy.
The worm, maybe? I could see you doing the
Yeah.
worm.
I can actually, you know the thing where you go out and you squat and you're on one leg and one leg's out and then you
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can do that.
Isn't that called the blender?
It's called like the coffee grinder,
the
grinder,
coffee
something
grinder.
like that. Yeah.
Wow, Kara, can we get you to do that on
No,
set one of these days?
absolutely not.
Okay.
What would you do, Courtney?
You know,
you could hit like the shopping cart.
The Macarena, maybe? The Macarena? Do the 20-somethings not know about the Macarena?
The 20-something? Yeah, I know something about them. I know them.
Okay. Well, I would do the Macarena. 20% off gas. Gas is expensive these days. I'm willing to bust a move for some gas. You name it, I'll do it. You know?
I think if the gas is over $4, I'll bust a move for some gas.
Okay. On record right here. In our next video, this is just crazy. A man is captured, a man captured the moment. You guys, I've been on TV for 3 hours, okay? He captured the moment that he was struck by lightning on the golf course. So this happened on Friday evening in Cincinnati, Ohio. Cameras were rolling when he was underneath a cluster of trees at Pebble Creek Golf Course. And you see it happen right before your eyes. Take a watch. I don't want to say that was divine intervention, but did anybody else hear him chuckling at his friend caught there in the rainstorm? That was Jesus saying, don't laugh at other people. Strike you with lightning. That's right.
This is insane.
That is karma. That is karma, Kara.
This would happen to me if I was laughing at my friends on the golf course.
Yeah, so he's recording his friend, laughing at his friend who's stuck in his golf cart in the pouring rain while he's under the shelter of the tree, and then he gets struck by lightning. It is textbook definition karma right there.
Yeah.
I'm glad he's okay.
I love it.
So he said
he's okay, so who cares?
For a short period, I lost both my hearing and all feeling throughout my body.
Wow, that's terrifying, actually.
Minnesota.
I mean, that's just, I guess, what happens when you laugh at your friends too much.
That is what happens when you laugh at your friends too much. She said, my arm and my hand became completely numb and turned white. It was an extremely terrifying and painful experience.
Wow.
They didn't have him quoted saying, I'll never laugh at my friend again, but I think he'll never laugh at his friend again after that.
I don't even think getting struck by lightning would stop me from laughing at my friends at times.
Well, there you go. Kara Savage on the record. That'll do it for our show tonight. Remember, we're going to be covering these primary election results throughout the evening. We hope you'll join us. We'll be back tomorrow. See you then.
This is Fox 9 News at 5.
And thank you for joining us on Fox 9 News at 5 o'clock. I'm Randy Meyer.
And I'm Kelsey Carlson. It is primary election day, and we have team coverage straight ahead.
But first, we have another team out at Target Field for another Twins Tuesday.
And that includes our own chief meteorologist, Ian Leonard, with your weather first forecast. And seems like a great day to be out at the ballpark.
Yeah, it is. Hey, how about this running toward you? Yeah, it is a great day to be out of the. I was inside talking to our friend Marcy. Okay, here it is, Gate 34. I think a lot of people know Gate 34 as the Kirby Puckett Gate. There's the Kirby Puckett statue over there. But inevitably, the lineup is for this, the big old glove. But what I wanted to do tonight was talk about the glove and how hot this thing can get. So we just popped into some sunshine. Let's do a little test here. Oh my, I mean, it's really hot. Just be careful if you're up there, guys. And what's the forecast? Here, do that. What's the forecast? Do 6-7. Do 6-7. Inevitably, everyone's kind of doing it, and then there's one kid right in the middle going like this. Look at him right here. Do it again. Yeah, see? I mean, there's always that kid. There's always that kid, the guy doing that. Look, the sun has popped out. It is going to be a little on the muggy side tonight. I'm waiting for my friend to show up. My friend, Les. less humid. And that happens as we get through the next couple of days into some showers Friday night into Saturday morning. So how about one more time? 6-7, let's go! We'll send things back to you. It's 6-7, 6-7.
Oh, I'd enjoy seeing a baseball game with those kids.
Wound him up good, Ian Leonard. There we go.
All right, now get him some ice cream. Okay, we'll check back out at Target Field in just a little bit, but we are also less than 3 hours away from the polls closing on Minnesota's primary.
There is a lot at stake as voters decide who will move on to November's general election. We have team coverage from around the metro. In the race for Senate, Mike Manzoni and Emily Pofall are keeping an eye on Democrats Peggy Flanagan and Angie Craig. And Maury Glover is watching the primary for Hennepin County Attorney.
But first, Karen Scullin is live in Eden Prairie tonight. And so, Karen, today's Minnesota primary may be one for the record books.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we don't know the numbers yet today. People are still voting. The polls are open till 8 o'clock. Just from observation, we were down in Minneapolis today, and it was pretty darn busy down there, and it's certainly been busy here at Eden Prairie City Hall for the last 20 minutes or so. But you can really look to early voting numbers to get an idea of how this is all going to play out in the long run. Let's take a look because it's been pretty darn good. Absentee and in-person early voting for this midterm primary is at about 206,000. That breaks the 2022 record set at 155,000, but that's because there are a lot of hot races bringing out voters today and, of course, to that early voting. Now, the U.S. Senate race is one of them. On the DFL side, you've got U.S. Representative Angie Craig and Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. That's kind of a moderate versus progressive race. On the GOP side, you've got Michelle Tafoya, Adam Schwarzy, and Royce White. The gubernatorial race, also a hot ticket for Republicans. You've got Kendall Qualls, Lisa Damuth, Mike Lindell. That race still a bit of a toss-up, a lot of close polling there. And then Amy Klobuchar is pretty much a shoo-in in terms of the DFL candidacy for a governor. Now, back to turnout. We scanned polls, as I said, in Hennepin County. I would say it's been everything from a steady trickle to a very busy line. That was pretty much the norm. And the difference really seemed to depend on how many in a certain precinct participated in early voting.
We were very excited to read the news last night that we had record early voting and participation, especially for our primary. So that makes it exciting for all of us to have a chance to have our voice heard. On election day, a little less exciting because we don't quite have the normal energy that we would see because everyone already voted.
Now, there have been some questions regarding the Department of Justice having people out at different polling locations. That's true. They'll be in Hennepin and Ramsey counties, but this is really nothing unusual. I think people were kind of questioning it because we had Operation Metro Surge, and there's certainly some feelings about that going on. But the Secretary of State said today this actually happens in every election. They're out kind of watching the watchers, and they work in conjunction with the Secretary of State's office. So you probably won't even notice them, and it's really for transparency. You're just making sure that everything goes okay, so they don't expect any issues with that. And it looks like, as far as voters go, we talked to several today, and they seem pretty darn enthusiastic about this primary election. A lot of people new to voting, just registering today, I've noticed. So pretty enthusiastic folks out there at the polls today. Now, to focus more on the DFL races, we're going to go to my colleague, Mike Manzoni, for the latest on that one. Mike?
And Karen, we're expecting Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan to speak here in downtown Minneapolis at some point later tonight, probably when we start getting results or when the race is ultimately called. She is, of course, facing Congresswoman Angie Craig, a fellow Democrat, in the race to succeed retiring Senator Tina Smith. Now, Flanagan is the progressive choice in this race. Craig is the moderate, and that has led to questions about how Flanagan would ultimately fare in the general election in November. Her opponent has said that she essentially would not be as competitive against a Republican. Flanagan has also fielded questions about her ties to the Walz administration, obviously serving as Walz's lieutenant governor when a lot of fraud, tens of millions of dollars worth of fraud, happened on their watch. She has tried to distance herself from the governor in that respect. That has really been a liability for her throughout this campaign. For her part, though, Flanagan has attacked Craig's support for the Lakin Riley Act. That is a 2025 federal law that made it easier for ICE agents to detain people. Flanagan has locked up endorsements from Senator Tina Smith, of course, the senator she wants to replace, as well as progressive senators Bernie Sanders from Vermont and Elizabeth Warren from Massachusetts. So this will ultimately come down to a choice between a moderate and a progressive, and whether voters want someone who they ultimately think will be more successful in a general election, and who they think that will be. Will it be Flanagan or will it be Craig? We will now send things over to Emily Pofel, who is with the Craig campaign. Emily.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, we'll be stepping into Angie Craig's campaign watch party tonight. Craig is the current representative for Minnesota's 2nd congressional district. She has been since 2019. When she took that position, she actually flipped the seat from red to blue. So as you mentioned, she is that more moderate candidate in comparison to the lieutenant governor's progressive ideas. She's really hoping that she can capitalize on that and the work that she's done, that she says she's done across the aisle, to perhaps be a stronger candidate in a general election against a Republican. There is that question about electability. Do voters think that a more moderate candidate is going to be more electable in a general election against a Republican, or do at this point they want to vote for the progressive candidate? As I mentioned, Craig has been in Congress since 2019, and she has come under fire, like you mentioned, for a vote in the Laken-Riley Act, which gave some more power to ICE, and then everything that happened with Metro Surge after that put Craig under the microscope for that vote. She's hoping that she's going to win the primary here and move on to the general against likely Michelle Tafoya is a strong candidate that people are looking at there. Since we've been here at the election night party, we've seen some staffers getting ready. We haven't seen Craig here yet, but we are hoping to hear from her tonight. Again, this is sure to be a very big race, as Democrats hope to hang on to every Senate seat that they can as they try and flip the Senate. So of course this is a big race that's driving that voter turnout here. And I'm going to send it over to Maury, who's keeping an eye on the Hennepin County Attorney's race.
Well, we are at Ladonia Brewery in North Minneapolis, where Cedric Frazier will have a watch party later tonight. He's one of 5 candidates who are in the running to be the next Hennepin County Attorney. Now, in addition to State Representative Frazier, former acting U.S. Attorney Anders Folk, former Hennepin County Prosecutor Diane Krenz, Ramsey County Prosecutor Hal Wynn, and Defense Attorney Matt Pelican are all on the ballot. We caught up with a couple of the presumed frontrunners to find out why they want the job.
A lot has happened in terms of trying to move forward since the murder of George Floyd. I want to make sure we continue in that direction, especially for someone like me who comes from a community where when these systems aren't working well for everybody, our communities feel the brunt of that. So I want to make sure we continue to move forward, make sure we have a system that works for everybody, not just for some people.
I want to make Hennepin County safe for everybody, and I want to bring my experience as a longtime prosecutor to the race. And I think it's critical now more than ever that we have a Hennepin County attorney who's able to provide kind of proactive, forward-looking plans for the future of Hennepin County.
Now, the top 2 finishers will move on to the general election in November, and we'll be here to watch what happens, and we'll bring you all the latest. But for now, we'll send things back to you.
All right, Maury, thank you, and all our reporters out there tonight. We appreciate that. We'll have more coverage of the Minnesota primary coming up at 6 with the Twins on Fox 9 tonight. We'll be live on Fox Local until after the game. That includes our election night special at 8 o'clock with Fox 9's Tim Bloss, Corin Hoggart, and our political analyst, Blois Olson. All that coming up throughout the evening. And again, we will see us back on the air after the Twins game.
So a long night ahead, but we'll have you covered with election results. Now, there was an election primary day feel to the Vikings training camp as well.
Coming up, we'll hear from Coach Kevin O'Connell as the team names Kyler Murray the starting quarterback. Plus, the links some people will go to for a discount at the gas pump. The Fox 9 News at 5. We'll be right back.
This could be the perfect holiday present for the basketball fan in your life. The Timberwolves will be home for Christmas. They'll be hosting the Oklahoma City Thunder on Christmas Day at 7 o'clock. It will be the first time in team history that the Wolves are hosting a Christmas Day game. The full NBA schedule will be released on Thursday.
Well, with just 4 days now to go until the Vikings' first preseason game, the team has named Kyler Murray the starting quarterback.
And our Ahmad Hicks is live at Vikings headquarters right now. So, Ahmad, what made the difference here, and how did Kyler Murray get the starter's job?
I think, to quote Kevin O'Connell on what he said best, he showed us what could be. After several weeks of practices here with the Minnesota Vikings, Kyler Murray had shown enough flashes and enough potentials to the coaches and the front office that made them say, you know what, we need to go with him as the starting quarterback and give him as much time to get ready for week one. And that means getting all the reps with the ones at practice. Today, Kyler Murray only had one ball that hit the ground. It seemed like he played with a lot more confidence and poise as he tries to understand this playbook. Now, he was asked about the quarterback competition and how it played out for him. This is what he had to say after practice.
I mean, the whole process was great. You know, full transparency from KO to me to JJ to everybody in the room. You know, the competition was what it was, and it's everything I expected it to be. I didn't expect to be handed the job or anything like that. I just expected to come here and compete, and I'm very appreciative of how it was handled.
Yeah, so he kept going on to say how appreciative he was of this situation and how it played out, the competition. He said head coach Kevin O'Connell was fully transparent throughout this entire process. Now he's QB1 and will get ready for week one against Randy's Green Bay Packers.
Well, I guess it begs the next question. Kyler Murray in QB1, J.J. McCarthy not so much. How did number 9 handle the news?
Well, we didn't get a chance to talk to him after practice. We kind of assumed that, but head coach Kevin O'Connell said he's such a competitor, McCarthy he is, and he said that when he told him, he wasn't happy. He wasn't thrilled about the news, but said he's going to do whatever he can to help this team be better. And Coach O'Connell said that J.J. McCarthy still holds the pen to his book. Right now, it's up to him to, navigate this journey that he's on right now and make the best out of it. So he thinks that, he's an elite leader. He said that, and he thinks he's only going to, challenge the team to make them better. So we all know McCarthy. I spoke with him after the season last year, and I said, how's the mental process for you going through all the ups and downs of being an NFL quarterback? And he said to me, as long as I'm still breathing, I have faith in myself. So he's one man who won't lose confidence in himself, Randy.
I don't doubt that a bit.
And he's still young. All right, Ahmad, based on what you've seen at training camp so far, what should fans expect to see offensively this season?
I think they're going to see a new look offense. It's going to have a new wrinkles and a lot of new looks to it that we haven't seen in years past. Yes, there will be some under the center stuff with Kyler Murray. There will also be a lot of pistol formation, something we haven't seen in this offense. I also think they will have a revamped running game. The offensive line has looked phenomenal out here. So has Jordan Mason and Aaron Jones. So I think the offense will be high powered. A lot of points being scored. Yes, some turnovers here and there, but I think they are absolutely better than what they put on tape last year as of right now, Randy and Kelsey.
All right. Time is ticking. We're going to find out real soon. Thank you, Ahmad. Appreciate it. From the gridiron to the ballpark, where just over an hour from now until the Twins take on the Orioles at Target Field.
Coming up at 5:30, our Twins Tuesday Live crew will be getting you ready for the game tonight. And that includes Ian, who is at Target Field with your forecast. Are you watching some batting practice? What's going on?
Yeah, man, that was a monster hit to center field. Yeah, look, first of all, I am working very hard right now. Enjoying, wow, the sun has popped out. I was just actually looking up where we are, temperature versus dew point, because everybody who walked up to me all day long today has been, you know what, it's so humid. That's why we're all looking forward to our friend, less humid, showing up as we head into the day on Thursday. Right now it's 87 with a dew point at 67. In other words, it's kind of bleh outside, and I think everybody has nailed it who's walked up. They're like, no, it's too much. The humidity's too much. Says the guy sitting in a green outfield seat wearing all blue. But look, the last time we were up here and they were taking batting practice, one of these guys whistled one and it hit like 4 seats away. So I'm playing defense today. I'm facing the play at all times. So let's see if we can't move down while facing the play. By the way, with my good buddy, photojournalist Doug Solomon, as we always are. There hasn't been a lot of balls hit up in this this particular area so far today. Just coming down to keep you company.
Hey Ben, you gonna put me on the news?
I would never put you on the news if you didn't want to. No, you can put the Orioles hat back on.
I'm just trying to get a ball. You want that in the news? Is that a good story?
Yeah, that's a good...
Old man,
Okay.
ball hawk.
Hold on. He's a Twins fan wearing an Orioles hat trying to get a ball. Because what happens when the Orioles are doing batting practice and a ball comes out here, you're going to appeal to the guys who are on the field, right?
Exactly. I'm not a little kid or a blonde, so I got to work with whatever I got. So I'll buy a $50 hat, come to the game, and see what you can do. But I'm a Twins fan.
I love. Well, we're all Twins fans, and you know, it is the theater, it's such a spectacular field every time we're here, right?
And everything. So.
All right. Well, let's see if we can get you a field. We'll heckle. We'll do. Whoa. All right. If you got an extra set of hands here, ready to catch, if anything comes up this way, we're going to try and see what we can do. But these are the seats here in the outfield. Oh, come to daddy. That's going up on the plaza. Wow. That is fantastic. Okay, so let's talk about a forecast that continues. Very warm. And by the way, if I have bags under my eyes, I don't know if anybody else heard it this morning, but that crack, that clap of thunder, Eden Prairie about 4 a.m. I don't usually wake up, but it was kabam, and I was up, and the dog was up, and so we were up for a while. We did get some much-needed rain, then we clear. We're hot, we're humid. It's that again tomorrow. Hot and humid, less heat and less humid as we head into the day Thursday. Friday, with increasing clouds. Look, a lot of the region is still in desperate need of rain. Friday, late night, from midnight into Saturday morning around 7 or 8 a.m., we can expect rain, maybe a half inch for the metro if everything stays on track. And then we're a little bit cooler and thankfully less humid. And I think it's okay to catch a little bit of a break from the high heat and humidity. This as we get closer and closer to the Great Minnesota Get-Together, which generally ends up being, oh, look at this. Look at it, so close. Let's see. I did a ball! Did a ball! Nothing. You could have been on Fox 9 and you blew it. You can tell he's upset. Okay, I'm going to send you to a quick break. We're still looking to get a ball. It is Twins Tuesday at Target Field. We're back right after this.
Minnesota just one of the several states holding primaries today. Vermont, Connecticut, and Wisconsin also today. In Wisconsin, voters are picking nominees to succeed outgoing Governor Tony Evers. The Democratic primary features a high-stakes battle between 4 candidates, including State Representative Francesca Hong and Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley, while Congressman Tom Tiffany anchors the Republican ticket in Wisconsin.
One of the big topics this election season is affordability and the economy, and that includes the price of gas. With prices being what they are, some people are going the extra mile to save at the pump.
A gas station in upstate New York is going viral after that station offered 20% off to people willing to dance for the discount.
It's like a cross between dancing and kickboxing.
Not bad. And I don't think there's any music provided. They just had to dance. The one-day deal has since racked up more than 7 million views on Facebook. That does not surprise me one bit.
It's a good idea.
Coming up next on Fox 9, it's Twins Tuesday Live, followed by Twins pregame.
First pitch from Target Field is 6:30 on Fox 9, and the news at 6 will be streaming live on Fox Local.
And that's where you'll find more of our Minnesota primary election coverage tonight, including a special hour at 8 o'clock when the polls close.
And that will do it for us here at 5 o'clock. Twins Tuesday is live next.
evening. I'm Jillian Turner. This is your Fox News report. A Marine veteran is freed from a Russian prison. Robert Gilman is on his way home now after more than 4 years in custody. He was reportedly in a, quote, catatonic state before being released on humanitarian grounds. Gilman was arrested for allegedly assaulting a Russian police officer in 2022. More than 200 people are deceased after a 7.4 magnitude earthquake shook Colombia. Search and rescue operations continue now. More than 3,000 people still missing. As President Trump focuses on economic warfare to end the Iran conflict, we're learning about an alleged Iranian assassination plot as Trump left the NATO summit in Turkey last month. The president was reportedly taken off Air Force One, loaded into a catering truck, and secretly switched to another plane. More than 2,000 people have now died from Ebola in the Congo, now the fastest growing outbreak on record. Frontline healthcare workers and first responders say help is not coming quickly enough. Among the primary elections happening tonight, South Carolina, the late Senator Lindsey Graham's sister, Darlene Graham, competes to fill his seat. Wisconsin Dems vote between progressive Francesca Hong and moderate David Crowley. And Minnesota, where the campaigns have been muddied by state fraud and immigration enforcement controversy. In Washington, I'm Jillian Turner. Have a good night.
This is Twins Tuesday Live.
Welcome into Target Field. It is another Twins Tuesday Live here on Fox 9, and it is a beautiful, perfect night at the ballpark. The weather is just great. The sun is shining. We have a little bit of a breeze. It's just a perfect summer day. The Twins coming into today's game after a 9-5 win over Baltimore yesterday. And now 1.5 games behind the wild card spot, tied with the Detroit Tigers in the American League Central. Welcome in. We're going to have some fun this half hour. We are live from Target Field tonight as we get closer to the first pitch against the Baltimore Orioles. It's great to be with you. My name is Simone Bullridge. We are just about 1 hour out with the game scheduled to begin at 6:40 tonight. It is a 3-game series. Tonight is the second game against Baltimore. As I mentioned, we came with a win yesterday. By the way, tonight's game is Fox 9's 8th game of the season that you can watch here for free. Absolutely free. It won't cost you anything. Just turn the channel, of course, here to Fox 9. And we have one more game coming up in August. And then, before you know it, we have one more in September. So we are winding down this season, but we've had so much fun overall, and we'll continue to keep the fun going, of course. Okay, so over the next half hour or so, we plan to pack in a lot of fun for you, including some big fan signs. That's something very new, something very cool. It's to my left. You'll have to wait to learn about it, but it's really cool. It's a new idea, and so, of course, we'll talk about that. We'll also talk about some recent trades. That has, of course, been a big headline. A lot of new pitchers in the lineup, so we'll talk about that. And then we'll talk about what it takes to transform Target Field from a concert to the Savannah Bananas. You know, we talked about the Savannah Bananas for a while. Of course, we had so much excitement surrounding them coming to town, but how do they really transition everything from concerts to Savannah Bananas, and then, of course, being back here to welcome the Twins back at home? So we'll discuss what goes into all of that. And of course, we have our own Jim Rich. I'm not here by myself. Jim Rich is here as well as, of course, chief meteorologist Ian Litter. But right now, it is Jimmy down on the field. Oh, and I think I know who this special guest is, Jim. Who you got?
Yes, indeed. Well, you know, I can't just put myself on TV because people will turn it off. But when we have guests like this, Caleb Culpepper, then people will watch. Welcome to the Minnesota Twins.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Happy to be here.
Welcome to Fox 9. Yeah, this is your first time on Fox 9 as well. I'm sure this is just another check mark that you had on your bucket list of things too, right? Make major leagues, hit a home run, and be on Fox 9.
Oh, 1,000%. Yeah. Like I said, I'm excited. Thanks for having me. Yeah.
All right. What has this been like to go from St. Paul? You saw this. I'm assuming you were over here maybe, or at least watched it on television, to then all of a sudden get to play here last night. What's the biggest difference between AAA and the major leagues that popped to you?
The biggest difference, I'll say, like the lights, you know how bright it is. They call it the big stage for a reason. You know what I mean? Like in St. Paul, obviously it's not as big of a stadium, so it's like less fans, less people. But every day here, like in the big leagues, you know what I'm saying? Like you're just playing in front of so many people and it's just so loud, but you're having fun. You know what I mean? So many effects. like I said, so many lights just beaming on you. You just got to find a way to smile and have fun and just soak in all the energy. You know what I mean? That's what I've been doing.
Have you been using that energy to kind of focus more, or is it kind of, I have to kind of push a little of this out because it's almost too much and I got to remain focused on what I'm doing here and why I got here?
Well, see, I've been talking with Royce, and Royce is, he's done a really good job of like kind of teaching me how to absorb that energy, you know what I mean, and just let it like help you flow, you know what I mean. Like I said, you soak it all in, you look around, you breathe a little bit, and you got to enjoy that you're here, you know what I mean, and appreciate all the hard work that you did. You grind to get to this level, and once you do that, it's all about just winning with the guys, you know what I mean, playing for each other, and yeah, you just got to do it with a smile on your face, man. Just got to have fun with it.
All right, Friday, you made your Twins debut in front of a packed house. Talk about a huge crowd. And you put one in the seats. What do you remember most from that moment? Do you remember the contact with the ball? Did you watch it? Did you remember stepping out of home? What of that trip around the bases sticks out to you?
I'll say the first thing I remember is how quickly I got to 0-2. You know what I mean? Yeah, it was just first pitch, second pitch, down 0-2. Oh, crap. Put a good swing on it, and then bam, got a good pitch, put a good swing on it. Next thing you know, I see the ball fly. I'm like, oh wow, I really got that one. And I'm rounding the bases, and I was like, what should my celebration be as I'm rounding around the bases? And my teammates got on to me because I forgot to like acknowledge the bullpen, so they let me have it in the dugout. But no, I was having fun, Once I rounded first, I was like, wow, I just did that. You know what I mean? And I hit second. Came across my mind again, hit third, hit home, and then I was just all ears or all smiles and stuff. Got back into the dugout, and everybody, they were just clapping for me and stuff, and they were pretty happy. Yeah, that was a special moment. You know what I mean? It keeps replaying in my head because I'm like, it just goes back to I know how hard I work and the journey it took for me to get to that point, just to experience that moment. And obviously, I want more of that. But yeah, that was pretty fun right there. Yeah.
Well, you're only one of 13 Twins ever to do that. And you talked about all the hard work that you put in. I was doing a little research reading. You used to have your glove, you slept with it, and it was named Lucy. Is Lucy still with you, or do you have a name for this glove?
I'm actually not sure if that was the name, but I did used to sleep with a glove. And so unfortunately that glove burned down in a car accident. Yeah, it was crazy. It was one night and it's fireworks, whatever. We're not gonna get on that. But yeah, so that glove's long gone. But I did used to sleep with my glove, and I kind of did that through high school. You know what I mean? I wouldn't sleep with snuggle with it, but I'd have it like on my nightstand or something, and I'd wake up. I wouldn't talk to it, nothing weird, but yeah, I'd have it close by because I would just like flip balls in my room and stuff, like catch it up and down. Yeah.
All right. So what was the name? Maybe I read it wrong. Do you remember?
No. What I was saying was I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
It could have been Lucy, but it's so long ago. You know what I mean? Like, I probably should remember that because that was like a special time. But yeah, no, I can't remember.
All right. Kalen, thank you so much for the time. We really appreciate it. Welcome to the Twins, and hopefully we can do this again soon.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. There he is. Kalen Culpepper playing short tonight for your Minnesota Twins. He's right at home here. He fits right in. Homer's first game. Drove in a run last night. He'll do more damage tonight.
Do it. Let's get to it.
Simone, back up to you.
Yeah, we love him already, but Jim, we really want to know where you got Lucy from then. I don't know. But we like Lucy. Lucy works.
It's what I read. It's what I read.
Thanks. Whatever works. Thanks, Jim. All right, let's continue on this train here. So we're about to enter the final stretch of the regular season of baseball. Can you believe it? And the Twins front office has been busy, of course, gearing up for October. Of course, a lot of fans had been wondering what the Twins were going to do by the trade deadline. And honestly, by the deadline, they made some massive moves by going all in on pitching, adding 4 veteran arms staff. Of course, you just saw Culpepper there as well, one of the new ones here. So joining us now to talk about this is Jeremy Zoll, Twins executive vice president and also the general manager. We just heard from Culpepper there. He had you heard Jim. I mean, Friday's game against Milwaukee. You talk about getting up to the plate, hitting a home run, and his family there to watch it. Tell us about your move making in choosing him to join the Minnesota Twins.
Yeah, that was a really special moment for Casey. Pumped for him. It's something that dreams are made of. That your first hit is a home run, so for him to be able to experience that, really, really happy for him. But Kalen's done a great job this year. He was on the cusp of getting called up, and ended up dealing with a little glute injury that kept him down for a few weeks. So once we got him back up and running, we felt like he had a chance to help this team, and he's been able to contribute so far, and looking forward to seeing him doing more of that.
Yeah, and Jeremy, some of the other names here: Jeff Hoffman, AJ Minter, Tommy Nance, as well as Dean Kramer. A lot of people, of course, talking about Dean after yesterday's game. He had a pretty good game. Tell us about the focus on pitching and where your mind was when choosing how to navigate that.
Yeah, absolutely. We entered the trade deadline feeling like we had some clear goals of trying to ensure we improve the bullpen, and in a perfect world, finding a right-handed reliever and a left-handed reliever. We accomplished that with Hoffman and Minter. We felt like those were two of the better names that ultimately actually got moved, so we were really excited about that. And then we wanted to fortify our starting pitching depth, and acquiring Dean was huge in being able to make that happen. We didn't know Joe Ryan was going to end up on the IL, but we wanted to be prepared for anything that might have come our way. So to be able to have Dean step in, he's seasoned. He's pitched in the AL East for a long time with Baltimore, and we saw him as a really good bounce-back candidate. Fun moment for him last night, a little revenge game against his old team, and really excited to have him in the organization as well.
Yeah, making his debut against his old team. How do you think they have been doing so far when you talk about bringing some of these new people in?
Yeah, we've been feeling great about the early returns. First of all, they fit in seamlessly into the clubhouse. We've spent a lot of time talking about the chemistry down in the clubhouse, the leaders of that group, the work that Schulte and the staff have done. We wanted to make sure that we protected that in anything we did in adding, and these guys have fit in right away, and I think we've seen Jeff throw the ball well, AJ get some big outs, Dean making two really good starts, one on the road, one here, and building on that. And Tommy Nance has been here for a few weeks and filled in admirably as well to give Schulte a whole bunch of options.
Jeremy, of course, we have to talk about this Field of Dreams game. So many people so excited about this Thursday. If you build it, I guess the Twins will come, right? So tell us about this excitement leading up to Thursday.
Yeah, it's one of, MLB calls it one of their jewel events. Really excited to get to be a part of it. I know a whole host of the guys are excited to get to see the movie site and just be a part of the game. I watched the movie again a few weeks ago just to get back.
Off a little bit.
Exactly. And I think it'll be a really fun time for everyone. So looking forward to getting to be there and experience it with our group.
Oh yeah, it's so iconic too, and to have it on a big platform, people be able to watch it on Netflix. So we're all looking forward to that. And you see them in the white uniform. So it'll be exciting for you guys this week.
No doubt.
Appreciate your time.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you so much, Jeremy Zoll. Here. We still have a lot, though, Jeremy, still ahead, and also to our viewers here, a lot to come. Ian Leonard will show us a brand new way. There are some new things here at Target Field, a brand new way to show your Twins pride. So we are talking about big fan signs. It's just a way to get kind of creative in letting fans design their own custom signs and printing them right there on the spot. You can do it all in one little spot there. So Ian will chat with the owner coming up after the break. And also, Noah Khan, the Savannah Bananas, and the Twins. Does any of this sound familiar? We go behind the scenes to learn exactly how a Target Field crew flipped this ballpark 3 times in record time. We'll be right back.
You're watching Twins Tuesday Live.
Welcome back to Target Field. It is a great day for baseball, and it should be a fun matchup tonight. The Twins hosting the Baltimore Orioles in about an hour. They got the win yesterday, so let's hope they keep it going. And hey, if you plan to stop by today, there is something cool and new that you should know about here at Target Field. You can make your own twin signs right here at Target Field. That big sign, big fan signs, you can make a custom design and get it printed right here at the ballpark. So our chief meteorologist, Ian Leonard, he is right where you need to be by those signs where you can get them all made for you at Gate 34. Ian, this is pretty cool.
For me, it's more than pretty cool. It's very cool. And I think for you, Simone, as Houston grows up and he says, hey, Mom, I want to make a sign and take it. I've been there. My daughters are 21 and 24. We've made signs. At first, you think it's going to be a fun bonding thing, but it becomes a bit of a problem to transport them. If they get folded in transport, my daughters weren't very happy about that. And there's always paint and trying to make them legible. There is a man here at Target Field. By the way, if you want to know where we are, this is Gate 34. So right when you come into the concourse, there's a man here at Target Field who will take all of those sign-making woes and make them a thing of the past. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Seth Miller. And Seth, you've come up with an idea that I'm pretty sure 1,000 people right now will be like, oh, why didn't I think of that? So tell me about the concept.
You know, for me at Big Fan Signs here, we're all about celebrating the fan. You know, we want to create new, authentic fan moments. We want to find ways for fans to express themselves and honestly find ways for fans to create more memories. And personally, the biggest memory for me growing up was bringing a sign, getting on the Jumbotron, or bringing a sign and having a player throw me a ball.
Oh, yeah. So, okay, those are two big ones right there. On the Jumbotron, amazing. And as Doug shows off some of the signs, listen, this isn't about doing this weeks and weeks in advance. You're coming to the game. How much advance do you need to upload my idea so you can make me a sign?
You know, it's minutes, I'd say, Ian, minutes. All you need to do when you get to Target Field is scan one of our QR codes. It'll take you right to bigfansigns.com. And right on our website there, you can design your sign, put anything you want on it, submit it to print, and it'll be ready for you in minutes right here at Gate 34.
So I kind of like an instant world. This is an instant world. But just looking at, what some of the people have come up with in the past, and even some of the folks at Big Fan Signs, are you kidding me? They're so clever. They're so lovely. But they don't have to be clever or lovely. They just have to express your fandom.
Exactly. That's what it's all about. It is a joy to see what people come up with every night at the ballpark. But the real joy is just holding it up and feeling a little more connected to the game.
Okay, here's the big question. Have you had any Will You Marry Me signs yet?
We haven't yet.
No way.
We haven't yet. But if you want to be our first, that sign will be free. We'll make it free. Just put code Marry Me and it'll be free in the app.
We'd probably have to talk to my wife about that one. But here, I did exactly as I was told. I took a sign and I put it together. I submitted it to you, and you were able to print it. Let's unveil the sign right now, Seth. Go ahead.
Ian did what you can do, which is order ahead. So this is waiting for you when you got to the ballpark. We had it right when you walked through the gate, and there's your sign there if you want to hold it up.
This is so good. Instead of stay sky aware, I said stay Twins aware. It is Big Fan Signs. We're at Gate 34. If you don't use this to make a sign at a Twins game, I don't know what's wrong with you. Seth, thank you, man. It's a brilliant idea, and I hope it goes great for you.
Thank you so much.
Simone, stay Twins aware. Big Fan Signs. I'm a big fan of Big Fan Signs. You should be a big fan of Big Fan Signs, too. We're all big fans of Big Fan Signs. You get the idea.
I like how we just keep saying big fans. I love that. The clouds, the baseball, that's so cool.
It's raining home runs.
Stay Twins aware. I like it. We need a little song to go with it, too. It'll be the jam. All right, thanks, Ian. Okay, hey, let's talk about Target Field, because honestly, if you have been anywhere near downtown Minneapolis over the last few days, you will know that it has been pretty much a party anywhere you go. It has been pretty busy. So over the weekend, this stadium hosted a sold-out Noah Kahan concert, followed by immediately, of course, the wildest show in sports. We're talking about the Savannah Bananas. And then, of course, now the Twins are back at home, so a lot going on. So joining us now to explain how they pulled all of this off, it takes a lot of work, a lot of people, but little time, right? Quinn Handall with me, the director of Target Field Events. Okay, so I just learned, and I love how you have all of this yellow because you matched the Savannah Bananas perfectly when they were in town. Talk to us about just the amount of time, because you only have, about 36 hours to kind of make all of these transitions.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, so we went first on the first pitch within 48 hours. Usually we like to do events back to back, but not necessarily load in and load out straight on top of each other.
Okay.
So it took so many people and so much puzzle piecing together to just make it all work and come together. But essentially, once the concert started, we were already transitioning over into bananas mode. Concert ended and concert went full speed ahead, teardown. And then that was about 2 a.m. and then bananas got here around 8 a.m. and we just overlapped and kind of mixed and mingled to make it all happen. And we're grateful to our concert partners, also the bananas, and it took probably 50 to 100 staff. We had people pulling all-nighters. We shut down the street, obviously, so that started bright and early in the morning. So it was a lot of puzzle piecing it together to figure out how it would all work and work successfully. And overall, we hadn't done something in this tight of a timeline, but we love it. It fuels us in figuring out how to make it all happen to put on such a great event.
That made me tired, and I didn't even lift a finger. You were talking to me off camera about how you spent 3 years trying to get the Savannah Bananas here. Tell us about that. That is crazy. But a lot of work. Kudos to you to get them here.
Yeah, it was more than just me. It was a great team effort and really influenced by Dave St. Peter and Mike Clough really took the lead on getting them here.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have been having conversations for the last 3 years about we think we need to get this to Target Field. And then thankfully last summer about this same time, we just kept up conversations. They called. They said, hey, we want to do this. We said, hey, we got Noah Khan 24 hours before, and away we went.
How is the pressure? Do you feel the pressure in those moments, or what happens?
No, I feel like you just run on straight adrenaline. Like, I live for the busy, so I'm at my best when we're doing things like this. And it was just so much fun bringing it all together, making that experience for everyone, and getting that many people downtown into Target Field in such a short amount of time.
Well, we appreciate all that you guys do. It takes a lot of hands, a lot of people, but of course, a lot of hard work by you and your team. So we appreciate your time joining us as well here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Of course. And we have a lot more left here. Let's see. We have about less than 10 minutes left in this show, but we are still having, of course, a lot of fun here at Target Field. We'll have much more Twins Tuesday Live in just a few minutes. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Twins Tuesday Live.
So apparently we're on, which is always nice.
All right, Twins fans.
We're repositioning from where we picked up our Stay Twins Aware. By the way, big fan signs. That's an amazing deal they've got going. It's Gate 34. That's where we are here. Here's the plaza. You know, the Twins do such a great job with community involvement, and most nights they have a parade like this of softball teams, little league teams, high school teams, and it's all just a part of the family atmosphere that's created in the heat and humidity of a sticky Tuesday night. Listen, if you're coming, leave the sweatshirts and long pants at home. It is a gorgeous evening, and it's more of the same tomorrow, but then we lose the humidity and the heat as we head into some much-needed rain Friday night into Saturday morning. You know what, and I've said this a million times, I haven't been to every seat, but we tried one night to go to every time seat. There's not a bad seat in the place, and so we're truly on deck right now. I mean, think about this. It's hot, the sun is still blazing in the outfield, and we sit here and we say, yes, please, I will have a delicious refreshment. And I can watch the Twins perfectly, and it's almost foul ball territory, too. Simone, Stay Twins Aware. And you asked for a song? Stay Twins Aware. It helps you stay Twins Aware. Everywhere we're staying Twins.
It's a good way to end it, Ian. Thank you so much for joining us.
A record-setting day for voter turnout. Well, thanks for joining us here for Fox 9 News at 6, streaming on Fox Local this evening. I'm Randy Meyer.
And I'm Kelsey Carlson. It is a big day in Minnesota. Voters are headed to the polls determining which candidates will appear on the November ballot.
We have team coverage of primary day here in Minnesota. Mike Manzoni and Emily Pofall are covering the closely watched race for the DFL Senate nomination between Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan and Congresswoman Angie Craig. Maury Glover has more on that race that will help decide who will be the next Hennepin County attorney. But first, let's go to Karen Scullin, who has more on what could be a record-breaking day when it comes to voter turnout. Karen.
Well, of course, the numbers aren't in for today. The polls are still open, and they're open till 8 o'clock. I can tell you just from observing in Hennepin County, a few polling locations, both in Minneapolis and here at Eden Prairie, that overall it looks pretty busy today, which is really not a surprise because where we can kind of gauge things is early voting numbers, and those look pretty darn good overall in terms of high voter turnout. Now, absentee and in-person early voting for this midterm primary is at about 206,000. That breaks the 2022 record set at 155,000. And I'm told by Secretary of State Steve Simon that's because there are some hot races here. The U.S. Senate race for one. On the DFL side, we've got Angie Craig, Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. That's kind of a moderate versus progressive race. On the GOP side, you've got Michelle Tafoya, Adam Schwarzy, and Royce White. Then the race for governor, it's a hot ticket for Republicans. You have Kendall Qualls, Lisa Damuth, Mike Lindell. That race right now kind of a toss-up with no real early predictions on the winner. And Amy Klobuchar expected to be pretty much of a shoe-in for the DFL in terms of the race for governor. Now back to voter turnout. We scanned polls, like I said, in Hennepin County. I would say, getting more detailed, kind of a steady trickle to a steady busy line was the norm. And that really seemed to depend on how many people in the precinct voted early. But no matter what, Steve Simon's saying primary day is never like general election day.
I mean, this is an election that people are caring about. It's inspired a lot of enthusiasm and passion, and it's perceived as close in a couple of the particular contests.
Now, I can tell you in terms of the DOJ and their presence at polling locations, there have been some questions about that, especially after ICE had Metro Surge here in Minnesota, and that's actually normal, that the DOJ would work with their Civil Rights Division to have a presence at polling locations. This time it's Hennepin and Ramsey County. They work with Secretary of State Steve Simon on how that's all going to play out. They won't be inside, they will be outside, they will be watchers watching the other people. So just kind of making sure everything's going smooth and it's transparent and solid and going how it should be. So no real issues there, according to Steve Simon. As for the voters themselves today, I can tell you they were pretty enthusiastic. A lot of first-time voters, a lot of people kind of just registering for the first time as they're going to vote. So a pretty exciting day for a primary election. We are live in Eden Prairie. Karen Scullin, Fox 9.
All right. Thanks, Karen.
Well, there are a lot of races on the ballot, as Karen pointed out this primary day. A few in particular are getting a lot of attention.
And our reporters are also keeping a close eye on those races as well. Maury Glover will have the latest on the Hennepin County Attorney's race, and our Mike Manzoni and Emily Pofall are covering the DFL Senate primary. Let's go to Mike first, who is in Minneapolis, where Peggy Flanagan is holding a watch party tonight. Mike?
Kelsey and Randy, we are expecting to hear from the Lieutenant Governor later on in the evening, either as results start to roll in or when the race is finally called. She is, of course, going up against fellow Democrat Congresswoman Angie Craig, who is viewed as the moderate in this race. Flanagan is the progressive choice, and that's led to questions throughout this campaign about her electability in the fall in the November general election against a Republican opponent. Angie Craig, in her races, she's from a so-called purple district in the Twin Cities Metro, has successfully fended off Republican challengers in the past, and she has highlighted that throughout this race. Also, another liability, Flanagan has really answered questions about the fraud, the pervasive fraud, which has been ongoing throughout her tenure in the Walz administration. She has attempted to really distance herself from the governor on that front, but that has been a talking point for Craig's campaign. For her part, she has attacked Craig's support for the Lake and Riley Act. That is a 2025 federal law that made immigration enforcement a lot easier. This will really come down to a choice between the moderate or the progressive, who is the lieutenant governor, and really what voters care about, and whether they do feel that Craig is more electable, or whether they feel that Flanagan is up for the challenge against a Republican come November. We'll, of course, find out tonight. We'll now send things over to Emily Pofall, who is with the Craig campaign. Emily.
Hey, thanks, Mike. Yeah, in a couple minutes, I'll be stepping into Angie Craig's election night watch party here tonight. This is her first statewide race for Tina Smith's Senate seat, going against, as you mentioned, Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. This is the first time Craig is in a statewide race. For the past few years, she's served in Congress in Minnesota's 2nd Congressional District. She got that seat in 2019 and actually flipped that seat from red to blue, which is certainly something that she's kind of hoping to capitalize on as maybe proof that she would be a more electable candidate in the general election going against a Republican opponent. She is hoping that her experience, she says, being able to reach across the aisle means something that will resonate with voters, especially in those rural and suburban areas. She is the more moderate candidate, like you mentioned, to the lieutenant governor's more progressive ideas. And as far as endorsements go, Craig is not endorsed by the DFL party here in Minnesota. She did recently get the endorsement of Gwen Walz, the current governor's wife. Governor Tim Walz has said that he's staying out of endorsements in this race in particular, but Craig has gotten that endorsement from Gwen Walz. And I was able to take a peek inside as staffers are setting up for this election night party. They tell me that Craig is expected to speak tonight, win or lose. Certainly, this is a race with some national attention too, as Democrats work to keep every seat that they can in the Senate. Their goal to flip the Senate from red to blue this general election. So certainly a very important race that a lot of people are watching, will be watching closely too. And now I'll send it over to Maury Glover, who's covering the race for Hennepin County Attorney.
Well, thanks, Emily. The watch party for Cedric Frazier is expected to start in a couple of hours, and he's one of 5 people who are hoping to replace Mary Moriarty as the next Hennepin County Attorney. Now, in addition to State Representative Frazier, former acting U.S. Attorney Anders Folk, former Hennepin County Prosecutor Diane Krenz, Ramsey County Prosecutor Hao Wynn, and Defense Attorney Matt Pelican are all on the ballot. We caught up with a couple of the presumed frontrunners to find out why they want this job.
A lot has happened in terms of trying to move forward since the murder of George Floyd. I want to make sure we continue in that direction, especially for someone like me who comes from a community where when these systems aren't working well for everybody, our communities feel the brunt of that. So I want to make sure we continue to move forward, make sure we have a system that works for everybody, not just for some people.
I want to make Hennepin County safe for everybody, and I want to bring my experience as a longtime prosecutor to the race. And I think it's critical now more than ever that we have a Hennepin County attorney who's able to provide kind of proactive, forward-looking plans for the future of Hennepin County.
Now, the top 2 finishers will move on to the general election in November, and we will be here all night to see what happens. But for now, Randy and Kelsey, we'll send things back to you.
All right, Maury, we'll see you later. Those races are just some of the ones drawing attention this primary day.
And Fox 9 political analyst Blois Olson is joining us now with a look at this primary. So, Blois, what are you watching closely tonight with these races?
You know, I've been really watching turnout and where the turnout's going to come from. We're seeing heavier turnout in Hennepin County. I talked to somebody down in Mankato, lower turnout than maybe 8 years ago or 4 years ago when Tim Walz was on the ballot. There's these regional centers that have moved more towards Democrat activity, Rochester, Mankato, Duluth. And so we're going to watch where the votes are coming in for these statewide races. For Republicans, we're looking at certain congressional districts in turnout, the 7th, the 6th, and the 1st, to see what kind of turnout is there. That'll determine if it's a traditional primary Republican turnout or if there's a new kind of turnout with Mike Lindell on the ballot.
So, Blois, with that said, they are anticipating this could be a record turnout at the polls. Time will tell on that one. But if it is, if it's heavy turnout, who does that favor in these kind of situations, if anybody?
I think in the Democratic side, it would probably favor Peggy Flanagan. And the Republican side, I think it favors Lisa Dameth because Republicans have had a lower turnout traditionally in primaries. And if they have more turnout, it says that not only are the core constituencies coming out, but also they're getting Trump Republicans or MAGA Republicans. And what we've seen in Minnesota since 2016 is that MAGA Republicans only show up in presidential years. But if they show up in a primary, that's going to change the dynamics this year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so polls close at 8. When do you think we might have some races called?
Oh, Kelsey.
I would
think by 10 o'clock we will know most trends in the state. Some of the bigger counties, Hennepin and Ramsey, are going to determine where we're at. And as we've learned, we no longer get kind of trickles by precinct or by city. We get whole county at a time. And that creates kind of a flood of votes that we have to deal with in real time rather than kind of a gradual push.
Yeah, we call those the big dumpings that happen. You have 0% reporting in, and then you have 90% reporting in. So it's a challenge on nights like this. Bloys, we're looking forward to seeing you tonight. We appreciate your insight, and we're going to lean on you a little bit.
It's all good.
All right.
If I can work one night a year, it's okay.
Just grab some coffee, and we'll see you in a little bit, okay?
See you in a little bit.
Thanks, Bloys. We have continuing coverage of the Minnesota primary on Fox Local throughout the evening. That includes our election night special at 8 o'clock with Bloys, along with Tim Blotz and Corn Hoggart. We'll also have live coverage on Fox 9 after the Twins game. That's where you'll see Kelsey and myself somewhere around, we hope. I don't know, 9:30 maybe? We get lucky.
Whenever that game wraps up.
Yeah. On this primary day, the Vikings have re-elected or selected a new starting quarterback.
Hear from head coach Kevin O'Connell about the decision to go with Kyler Murray as the leader of the offense. Plus, Erica Mrazek will join us with a look at the heat and the chances for showers.
Today's been pretty nice, pretty warm. Midweek quiet, but I am looking at changes in temperatures ahead, as well as perhaps a few chances for possible showers. So more on that in a couple of minutes.
Well, as the Vikings continue preparing for their first preseason game this weekend, they also made a big announcement.
And Kyler Murray is officially their new starting quarterback. Fox 9's Ahmad Hicks has more on why the Vikings decided to go with Murray.
After several weeks of Vikings training camp, we now know who's going to be quarterback one of the Minnesota Vikings, and that's K1, Kyler Murray. Head coach Kevin O'Connell came out this afternoon and announced him as the team's new starting quarterback. He said he's shown enough throughout training camp thus far to give him the keys to the ship and make him comfortable before week 1 when they take on the Green Bay Packers. Murray told us after practice he's appreciative of how this process has played out, and he's grateful to get a chance to play in this illustrious offense that they have, and he said his wide receiver core is one of the tops in the league, and it's going to be fun playing with them.
Well, again, a blessing. I think we got some special talent in that room. From top to bottom, guys can make plays, and I know there are a lot of young guys eager to make plays and show what they're capable of. But again, everyone knows what we have in that room from top to bottom. I'm excited to go out there and execute on game days.
Now, of course, there's another side to this story. J.J. McCarthy. He lost out on being the quarterback one for the Minnesota Vikings, and head coach Kevin O'Connell said he wasn't thrilled about that when he heard it in the meeting, but said he took it in stride. He said McCarthy still holds the pen to his book, and he can rewrite all these chapters and make it out to be the best book out there. He said this is what he thinks of McCarthy and his future here with the Minnesota Vikings.
I'm still very excited to continue to, get to work with him every single day, coach him, and I truly, as he knows, he's holding the pen on his story, and we're going to support him and try to just help him continue to improve as a young player at the most difficult position in sports. And he's got to also understand this isn't just a long-term mindset, which we want to have always for a player his caliber and a young player like him, but it could be an immediate response needed. And JJ's the kind of guy that'll be ready to rock and roll. I know that.
So, of course, not the news J.J. McCarthy wanted to hear, but I'm sure that was the news Kyler Murray wanted to hear. He said he didn't come here expecting for him to get the job right away or for it to be handed to him. He went out there and earned it. Now we'll get to see what he does week 1 when the Vikings take on the Green Bay Packers at home. Reporting from Eagan, I'm Ahmad Hicks, Fox 9 Sports.
Thank you. Wolves fans get an early holiday present. They will be home for the Christmas holiday, hosting the Oklahoma City Thunder. It'll be the first time in team history the Wolves will host one of the NBA's Christmas Day games. It'll tip off at 7 p.m. The full NBA schedule will be released on Thursday.
The Twins are back on Fox 9 tonight at Target Field, but later this week they will be in a dream matchup. On Thursday they head down to Iowa for the Field of Dreams game against the Phillies. Fox 9 Sports Director Jim Rich and Don Mitchell will be there for us. First pitch is on Netflix at 6:30 p.m. Always just a magical night in baseball. And the way they produce it is beautiful.
Yeah. Being a part of that was really something special for the Minnesota Twins. All right, well, we heard Ian Leonard earlier talk about how hot and humid it is down at Target Field. He wasn't kidding. It's damp out there.
It is steamy. Temperatures today were upper 80s, and then the dew points were warmer than yesterday, so then the heat index for some was even 90s, so quite warm. But dew points will drop into tonight, and they'll drop also into tomorrow, so they'll be more mid-low 60s, so not as humid for your Wednesday. Overall today, there were a little bit of very isolated shower storms that rolled through way earlier in the morning. That moved kind of along the stationary boundary, and then later in the midweek, there's the chance for kind of another wave to move along the same boundary and go south and east. That'll be Wednesday night into Thursday morning as your next chance for an isolated shower. But other than that, it's looking pretty quiet for the next couple of days. So zooming in, really not much happening right now. Some clouds are trying to drop a little bit of precipitation, but I've not seen any reports of rain in the southern part of the state. However, towards the west, there are a few storms, but these are going to break up before they get here tonight. And then there is just that chance for a few rumblers to move through late tomorrow into early Thursday. Overall today, it's been pretty quiet, partly cloudy skies, a little bit of a haziness in the upper levels. High temperature above normal in the upper 80s, but felt even like low 90s. And then at the moment, the temperature is mostly 70s and 80s. Currently, it's 86 here in the Twin Cities metro, 70s up north, and then Grand Marais 60s up towards the north and the east. So light breeze is looking light also for tomorrow, but it does start to pick up into Friday. But overall, pretty nice evening, warm evening though, so you might get a little bit sticky if you still have to go on a dog walk or anything outside for the rest of the evening. And then looking ahead for tomorrow, pretty nice day as well, fairly quiet, but there is that chance for just a few showers to pop up here and there late Wednesday. So afternoon, very small chance for a very stray rumble because it'll be still warm, but then that better chance is late Wednesday into early Thursday, southwest of 94. Then that clears out for most into Thursday, late morning. A couple lingering stray showers, but overall quieter after the overnight. And then summary high temperatures 80s. Those will be dropping, though, into the end of the week. The highs will be into the 70s by the time you get to about Saturday. So some trending downward temperatures for the rest of the week after warm air today and tomorrow. Overnight tonight, 68 for your low temperature. It's really quiet. You're going to see a few clouds. And then your day tomorrow afternoon, warm but not as humid. So this 86 will feel more like 86 rather than upper 80s, 90s. There's going to be a few clouds out there. Again, some of that upper level haze. And then for the evening, clouds will begin to move in. So it turns a little bit more almost overcast for Wednesday night to Thursday, which brings in a little bit of a showery activity south and west. And for rain totals for that, anywhere from a couple hundredths to a couple tenths of an inch, and the highest amounts are about a quarter of an inch far southwest. But overall, it turns then quiet later Thursday, so the afternoon sunny. But then Friday into Saturday, that's your next best chance of a shower, and more likely then they could be scattered to widespread. And those will clear out later Saturday, and then after that, temperatures 70s, and then by the start of next week, the temperatures could be back up to the low 80s.
All right.
All right, Erica.
We need some rain.
We do need some rain.
Yes, bring it on.
All right. Thanks, Erica.
Thanks.
Coming up tonight with gas prices really high right now, some people are going the extra mile to get a discount while also showing off some unexpected skills.
Plus, some people are making extra money by making a splash and renting out their backyard swimming pools thanks to a new app. Some Toyota Camry owners may need to get their vehicles into the garage sooner rather than later. A new recall has been announced. The automaker is recalling 655,000 Camrys, most of them from 2025-2026 model years. They have a display error which could deactivate safety indicators like turn signals and hazard lights at startup. Toyota says it will notify Camry customers by early October so they can bring their vehicles into a certified dealer. You can also check Toyota's recall website to see if your vehicle is included in this recall. Home sales fall once again in July. The National Association of Realtors says sales of existing homes were down 1.7% last month. to a seasonally adjusted rate of $4.06 million. It's the latest sign the housing market remains essentially frozen due to limited affordability and elevated interest rates. Mortgage rates rose to 6.6% over the course of July, while the median home price rose to $434,000, an increase of 2% from 1 year ago.
Well, some good news for drivers. It is costing a little bit less to fill up these days. Gas Buddy says the average price of regular unleaded in the Twin Cities is down to $3.84 per gallon. That's a fall of nearly 13 cents from a week ago. For the state of Minnesota, the average price is $3.82 per gallon, and for Wisconsin, the average is $3.84 per gallon. All of those numbers are below the national average of $3.94. Now, with gas prices so high, some people are trying every move that they can think of to save at the pump.
We do mean moves. A gas station in upstate New York is going viral after they offered 20% off to people willing to dance for the discount. Pretty good, I would say. Yep. The one-day deal has since racked up more than 7 million views on Facebook.
I love it. It's a great idea, and a lot of people would just do the dance moves even.
You're going to get a lot of characters.
Yeah.
I get to dance?
Like, you know what? Take away some of the pain at the pump by just making it fun.
Well, a lot of people are looking to make some extra cash right now.
Yeah, some are Uber drivers, others take a second job, or you can let strangers just use your swimming pool. Across the country, there are more than 18,000 pools available to rent on the Swimply app. Those rentals range from $25 to $250 an hour. The app's founder says that the idea came to him when he offered to do maintenance work on his neighbor's unused pool.
I went on Google Earth. I found 80 swimming pools. I just started knocking on doors, asking people if they want to rent out their pool by the hour when it's sitting empty. And after 80 doors, 4 said yes.
Innovative, yes. This is all part of the growing side hustle economy, which new research shows has expanded to more than $550 billion in market size.
Not a bad idea. The Powerball lottery is now approaching the $1 billion mark. Nobody won last night's $905 million grand prize, so now the jackpot climbs to an estimated $975 million for tomorrow night's drawing. The cash option would net you about $422 million before taxes. Tomorrow's jackpot is the 8th biggest prize in Powerball history. If you decide to play, good luck.
And coming up at 6:30 tonight, just over 90 minutes left until the polls close on this primary day in Minnesota. We'll take a closer look at the big races on the ballot both here and also in Wisconsin.
Also, air travel may be a less turbulent experience in the future. More in efforts to modernize the industry through a high-tech overhaul.
Fox 9 News at 6:30.
Thank you so much for joining us here on Fox Local tonight. My name is Tim Blotz, and primary election day is here in Minnesota. And we're going to have the latest on the elections here in just a few moments. But first, I really need to start with Erica Mrazek in your weather first, because my goodness, did the humidity pile on today.
It did. It was warm and humid, so kind of felt like it was low 90s even for some people. Felt like about 91 here in the Twin Cities, so quite abnormally warm for this time of year. Temperatures typically 80s, but we were upper 80s today. So 87 for your high in the afternoon. Morning was also warm. Started off in the 70s. Typically it's the 60s, so a very summer-like day all around. And highs across the board, a lot of 70s and a lot of 80s. 87 here in the Twin Cities, 70s towards the north, and then Grand Marais temperatures upper 60s. But now, as we're headed into the evening, temperatures are starting to drop just a couple degrees. So currently in the Twin Cities, 86. You still have a lot of 80s in the southern part of the state. Still a lot of 70s up north, and Grand Marais still the 60s, but now lower 60s instead of upper 60s. And overall tonight, temperatures are going to drop to 60s for most. It'll be fairly quiet. Also going to stay quiet for most of the day tomorrow. But I am tracking a chance for a couple possible showers tomorrow night into Thursday morning. So I'm going to have that all timed out in the Futurecast so you can see what time and where that's most likely. And then ahead, temperatures for the midweek looking pretty mild. It'll feel pretty much like August for the next couple days. But then once you get towards the end of the week, temperatures start to change. So highs are going to be below average by the time you get to about Friday, Saturday. And then they could start to increase for the start of next week. So I'll have all the details on all those trends in the full forecast. Tim?
My goodness, we got some changes this week, don't we?
We do.
All right. Thanks, Erica. Okay, we got just under 90 minutes now until Minnesotans head out to the polls for their last time to cast their ballots in this year's primary election, which will determine which candidates are, of course, going to appear on the November ballot. Now, there's a lot of races, but these are some of the highest profile ones that we want to profile here tonight. First, the U.S. Senate race, and this features a closely fought battle on the DFL side between Congresswoman Angie Craig and Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. Now, the Republican candidates include former sportscaster Michelle Tafoya and the GOP endorsed candidate Adam Schwarzy. In the governor's race, we have Amy Klobuchar. She's the heavy favorite on the DFL side. Well, for the Republicans, the leading contenders are My Pillow founder Mike Lindell, along with Minnesota House Speaker Lisa Demuth and Kendall Qualls, who won the party endorsement. And while those two races will feature only one winner in each primary, the race for Hennepin County Attorney, the two top candidates will advance to the November general election. All right, one piece of evidence showing just how high the turnout just may be for the primary is the number of absentee ballots that have been cast. In fact, the Secretary of State says the record number of more than 206,000 absentee ballots have already been accepted ahead of today's primaries. Now, these numbers are as of yesterday. 107,000 of those ballots were returned in person, and 99,000 were sent in by mail. And the Secretary of State, Steve Simon, he's been pretty busy today, but he made time to join our Rob Olson on All Day earlier this afternoon, where we talked about the turnout that's expected and what may be driving this surge here.
This is an election that people are caring about. It's inspired a lot of enthusiasm and passion, and it's perceived as close in a couple of the particular contests. And really, that's the difference in Minnesota and most places, I think, between a general election and a primary. In Minnesota, we really pride ourselves on most years being number one in America in voter turnout in the November election. And people do it out of a sense of pride and duty and obligation and citizenship. It's just not that way with primaries. It's so driven by who and what is on the ballot. And so you can't necessarily draw a straight line between our super high stratospheric general election turnout and primary turnout. But this might be the difference. The modern day record was in 2018. Then, as now, there were some really interesting and close contests in both major political parties. And at that time, in 2018, the final turnout was somewhere between 22 and 23%, which for a primary, especially an August primary in Minnesota, is pretty high. So it's certainly possible that we could meet and exceed that given the enthusiasm and the turnout indicators that we're seeing so far.
Yeah, back in 2018, as Steve was just talking about, the two big races in that time were both seats of the U.S. Senate that were open. Now, the Secretary of State also talked about the teams of observers from the Department of Justice in Minnesota for primary day, and he pointed out that this is not unusual and has happened in a number of elections under multiple presidents. The Minnesota Attorney General's office says it's sent its own observers to watch the federal observers. Well, Minnesota is not the only state going to the polls today. Wisconsin voters are heading there too. The Wisconsin Democratic governor primary is one of the closest watched races in the country at the moment, and this is pitting progressive Democratic Socialist endorsed Francesca Hong against a more moderate Milwaukee County executive. His name is David Crowley. Also in that race are Joel Brennan and State Senator Kelda Roys. Now on the Republican side, U.S. Congressman Tom Tiffany is leading the polls by a pretty large margin among Republicans. Well, another race getting national attention this evening is happening in South Carolina, where a special primary is being held to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham on the November ballot. Now, Graham's sister, Darlene, who was temporarily appointed to fill her brother's seat, is the favorite here, particularly after getting an endorsement from President Trump. With so many candidates in the field, that race is likely heading to a runoff. And we've got continuing coverage of Minnesota's primaries on Fox Local throughout the evening. I invite you to join myself along with Corin Hoggard and our Fox 9 political analyst Blois Olson for an election night special. We're going to have live coverage on Fox 9 coming up right after the Twins game. All right, we've got a sad update tonight against the firefight in Minnesota. One of those responders up north has died. The U.S. Forest Service says that a medical emergency involving someone assigned to the fires happened at about 10:40 this morning near Ely. The patient was taken to a hospital where they passed away. No name has been released yet. Also, Luigi Mangione and his attorneys in a New York courtroom today for a pre-trial conference. Now, the hearing comes less than a month before his state murder trial is set to get underway. The judge announced that jury selection in this case will begin September 8th and that jury members will remain anonymous. Mangione is charged with killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson on a sidewalk in Manhattan. Well, the death toll in Colombia is likely to rise as search and rescue teams work around the clock to look for people still trapped under the rubble from Monday's big earthquake. Seismologists say this was a monster, 7.4% magnitude here. It originated much deeper underground than usual. As a result, it caused greater structural damage. More than 200 people have already been reported dead, and another 3,000 are still missing. Right now, the Red Cross and other groups are fielding donations to help.
Very hard to see this, and the epicenter that was Chocó is very known for its poverty, so a lot of people are in need right now.
Now, Colombia's president has declared a state of emergency to fast-track funding for recovery efforts. Well, air travel is about to hopefully get a lot safer in the U.S. thanks to some high-tech overhauls that are getting some new funding from Congress. Grady Trimble has the details from Chicago's O'Hare Airport.
This is not small. This is not one or two airports. This is a nationwide build.
The Trump administration is ramping up efforts to modernize America's air traffic control system, and on Tuesday it took a big step forward. Officials installed new technology at Newark Liberty International Airport, including a new surface movement radar. It'll help controllers with tarmac traffic, including cars and trucks.
If they can't see out of the tower and see what's happening on the tarmac, they can actually use this radar to actually see under screens where everything is at.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says within 20 years he expects American air travel to double to 2 billion annual passengers. And to keep up with that pace, this new digital technology will help replace the decades-old system now in use, including updated network connections, radios, and high-tech radars.
We need to go from the 1970s and 80s system architecture that we have to a modern cloud-based, cyber-secure, infinite data capacity system.
And Duffy says artificial intelligence will be a big part of that, though officials stress humans will still be in control.
Their jobs are difficult, they're stressful, they're taxing. If we can alleviate some of that pressure by giving them additional tools, well, we want to do that for them.
Duffy also says he needs around $10 billion more from Congress to create new software to work with this new hardware. He says that'll be critical in making air travel safer and more efficient. At Chicago O'Hare Airport, Grady Trimble, Fox 9.
All right, coming up, dinosaurs roam a portion of the metro again. We're going to take you to a mini golf course being taken over by prehistoric beasts. Also, a massive new entertainment venue opens its doors in the South Metro. We're going to give you a closer look. All right, we love this. We have a new entertainment venue that's opened its doors in the South Metro, and it's got a lot of options for anyone looking for some fun. Our Shane Wells takes us inside Skyline Social and Games.
Just say you're going to get a lot of steps in checking out this brand new spot in Apple Valley, Skyline Social and Games. Cameron Ressett is taking us on the tour today, and we start right when you walk in the door and you know, like, oh, really cool bowling alley, but also lots of shiny lights over here. Walk us through Skyline Social and Games. What all is here?
Yeah, so we're a family entertainment center. We've got obviously traditional bowling right behind us. The arcade is right over there. We've got 60 plus games, which is super cool. And then if you keep walking that way, we've got axe throwing, we've got duck pin, and then we also have an outdoor area with volleyball, cornhole, and bocce balls. So
okay. Before we get to those, I know you have some leagues that are starting up soon. I want to mention, if someone says duck pin, what's that?
Yeah, so duck pin, it's kind of like miniature bowling. It's a shorter lane, smaller pins, smaller balls. There's no finger holes in the balls. And the big difference there too is that for each frame you get 3 throws instead of just 2.
Ooh, I like that.
Regular bowling, yeah.
Okay, giving us a few more chances to not embarrass ourselves.
Yes, exactly.
Fantastic. Okay, let's talk outdoors, which you said you think has an even bigger footprint than inside.
Yes.
Okay, if people want to be in a league, what is offered? What do you need?
Yeah, so this year we're doing a shortened inaugural league season. So it runs from August 19th and 20th through October. We've got volleyball, cornhole, and bocce ball, and each league has different levels of play. So whether you're rec, newbie, just want to have some fun, or you're a skilled player, we also have advanced too. So it's super fun.
And if you just want to come out and play with your friends for fun, one game.
Yeah, you can reserve a court.
Okay.
You can come play for an hour and a half and give it a try. And if you love it, you can sign up for the league.
Food, drink, here as well.
Yes, yep. So we've got a full bar, full food menu, and then we also have servers who will serve you throughout the building. So if you're at your game, if you're at bowling, if you're outside, a server will come to you, take your order, bring the food right out to you, so you never have to stop playing.
Very cool. And before we send it back, if people are saying Skyline Social and Games, I feel like I recognize that name. You might.
Yes, yep. So we have a location in Hermantown, Duluth. We've been there for 70 years this year. And yeah, we just expanded to Apple Valley this year, so we've been open for a couple weeks now. And so yeah, we've got some history in Duluth.
I love it. Everyone's been buzzing. Have you seen Skyline Social? The place is huge.
Yes, yep.
It is. Well, come check it out for yourself. You guys are 7 days a week?
Yes, yep. We're open every day. Our hours are on our website, but yeah.
Perfect. All right. Cameron, thanks. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
And looking ahead, another massive sports venue will open soon in Apple Valley on the other side of town from Skyline Social. This is called Pickle Hall, and it's set to open sometime around October. And this is going to offer 18 indoor pickleball courts to the South Metro. The 2-story facility will also have a food hall with 4 local vendors plus a self-serve tap wall too. And a mini golf course in Bloomington is going back to the Stone Age. Dinosaurs have taken over the Dred Scott Mini Golf, and the course's owner joined us on Good Day to explain how people from all over the country are stopping by to play with the dinos.
What every golfer wants is an experience. If he's a professional or if he's a child, no one wants to play in a hayfield. This is an experience. It's unique. Nowhere in the United States outside of North Carolina or Universal Studios will you see this. So this is unique for the United States. People have come actually from Seattle, stopped in through here, going to Florida to see the dinosaurs.
That's cool if you want to check it out for yourself. Dred Scott Mini Golf is open every day this summer from 10 in the morning till 9 at night. Okay, if you were out there, boy, you could feel the humidity just pile on throughout the day. Erica Mrazek joins us now. I heard you mention the temperature is already starting to drop ever so slightly.
It is, and then it's going to drop even more later this evening and tonight. So lows will go down to the 60s, which will feel slightly refreshing after your warm day today with those high temperatures and high dew points. Overall, this is your setup. So there were just a couple very isolated showers way earlier this morning that moved through. They were mostly down in Iowa, though, and they tracked across this stationary boundary. And then looking ahead to the midweek, I'm looking at another wave that could move kind of along this boundary again and bring the chance for a few isolated showers, mostly in the southwestern part of the state, Wednesday night to Thursday morning. So that's kind of what's in store for the rest of the midweek. But overall, things are looking quite quiet outside of that. So at the moment, really dry across the area. There are a few clouds trying to drop a few showers southeast of the metro, as well as around I-90. And then you'll notice kind of a watch box here towards the west. This cluster of shower storms in South and North Dakota, that's going to break up tonight. So that's not really going to affect us here in our state. But overall, it was a pretty mild day, warm day, though. Temperatures were in the 80s, mix of sunshine and clouds. And then when you did get the sun, it was kind of a more filtered blue sky because there was some smoke in the upper levels. And then temperatures at the moment, they are falling into more the mid to low 80s for most and some 70s towards the north. So currently 86 in the Twin Cities, and then temperatures will be in those upper 60s tonight. So breeze is light coming in from the north, overall fairly quiet in terms of your wind, and the wind will also stay light for tomorrow too. So nice evening, but warm evening. You might sweat a little bit if you still have a dog walk to do later this evening and into tonight. And then your day tomorrow looking quiet, warm, not as humid. And then I am also looking at that chance for perhaps an isolated shower, rumble of thunder late Wednesday. So timing that out, that's most likely if you're located south and west of 94 during Wednesday night to Thursday morning. And then rainfall totals, they'll be quite low. Most looking at only about a couple hundredths to a tenths of an inch. But the highest totals I saw far southwest were about up to a quarter of an inch. And then those higher totals more in places like Iowa, Nebraska, and those kind of along that line. So not a lot in terms of rainfall totals, but that opportunity is there for a shower or two for those southwest. And then temperatures for the midweek, those will stick to the 80s. Going to still feel like the summer pattern, but then later in the week, I'm looking at the potential for another system Friday into Saturday. So that's going to change the temperature trend for the weekend. So highs will get to the 70s by the time you get to about Saturday, but they'll be the upper 70s, and humidity is going to be up there too, so it will feel a little bit sticky. Overnight tonight, 68, quiet, few passing clouds. Tomorrow afternoon, not as humid, so more comfortable. 86 will feel more like 86. And then clouds move in for Wednesday night. That brings a chance for rain, shower for those south and west, but north and east, you're likely to stay dry. And then you'll dry out into Thursday afternoon, not as humid that day either. But then Friday night to Saturday, that's your next best chance for a shower with a rumble of thunder. Those could be more scattered to widespread. So that's a little bit more likely towards the end of the week. And then the temperature Saturday, upper 70s, also upper 70s on Sunday, and then a slight increase in temperatures for the start of next work week, back to the 80s.
Right back where we belong, right?
Yep, back to average.
Yeah.
We always find our way back.
We
somehow.
Do. All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, it seems like we all watch separate things and talk about different things these days. That's not necessarily been the case this summer. We've got more on the big blockbusters and events that have led to the return of what people are calling the monoculture again. It's coming up here at 6. So think about the things that have happened this summer. We've had major sporting events, we've had blockbusters at the multiplex, and we've had fans of all kinds cheering for goals and some legendary heroes. Ashley Dvorkin has more on monoculture making a comeback.
From the World Cup to the Odyssey.
No one could
could stand between my bed and home.
And Spider-Man Brand New Day.
Because I'm not just Peter Parker. I'm Spider-Man.
This summer, suggesting people still crave the feeling of watching, cheering, and talking about the same thing all at the same time.
I love it. I love it. My family grew up watching soccer most of the time.
Summer 2026 had a perfect storm of events, which were expected to have massive appeal, starting with the New York Knicks' thrilling run to capture the NBA championship.
The energy here, I've lived in New York my whole life, but it's different lately because of the Knicks.
Even Taylor Swift's not-so-secret wedding at Madison Square Garden over July 4th weekend had those who don't consider themselves Swifties giving an opinion on the starry nuptials.
I think they're American royalty. I think everyone follows them, whether you're a sports fan or a music fan.
All the group bonding turned into big business at the box office. The Odyssey crossed $1 billion within its first month, while IMAX extended those coveted 70mm screenings into September.
Wherever you go, people are talking about it. They're debating Odysseus. They're debating, was Charlize this or the best one is Zendaya. Was she real or an illusion? It's just crazy and gratifying.
Spider-Man Brand New Day also brought out the masses with the biggest domestic opening of all time with $360 million.
Please, you just have to trust me. Come on.
And all the shared enthusiasm could continue with Avengers Doomsday and Dune Part 3 releasing on the same day this December. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
While we're talking about sports and entertainment here, Wolves fans get an early holiday gift today. They're going to be home for Christmas, hosting the Oklahoma City Thunder. This will be the first time in team history that the Wolves will host one of the NBA's Christmas Day games. It will tip off at 7 at night. The full NBA schedule, that will be released coming up on Thursday. And the Twins, they're back on Fox 9 tonight at Target Field, but later this week, they're going to be in the Dream matchup. On Thursday, they head down to Iowa for the Field of Dreams game against the Phillies. Our sports director, Jim Rich, and Dawn Mitchell will be there for us. The first pitch is on Netflix at 6:30 Thursday night. I want to thank you for joining us. We have so much more news and weather ahead on 7 o'clock on Fox 9 Plus and right here on Fox Local. And I invite you to stay in Fox Local throughout the night because we will have your complete primary day coverage all throughout the evening. In fact, Corn Hoggart and Blaise Olson will join me here at 8 o'clock to run down the totals that are coming in and take a look at the profiles of the voters who actually come out on primary election day. It's vastly different from what we see in the general election. We're going to talk about all of that, plus the election results and our reporters out in the field at the various campaign watch parties. Again, that's on Fox Local at 8 o'clock. I'll see you in a couple of moments over on Fox 9 Plus.
at 7.
I want to thank you for joining us here at 7 o'clock on Fox 9 Plus, streaming on Fox Local. My name is Tim Blotz. This is a big...
This is Fox 9 News at 7.
I want to thank you for joining us here at 7 o'clock on Fox 9 Plus, streaming on Fox Local. My name is Tim Blotz. This is a big night here in Minnesota. We have several candidates who are hoping to move on to November's general election. And we're going to check in with our Fox 9 crews that are out at the watch parties tonight. But first, I need us to start with our weather first. Our meteorologist Eric Mrazek joins us now with the latest on the conditions. My goodness, it got steamy out there today.
It did. Dew points were quite high. They were in the upper 60s, and then your temperatures were in the upper 80s. So then when you get those two together, it feels like temperature for some even was in the low 90s this afternoon. So it was quite warm, warmer than how it typically is for this time of year. Usually temperatures are low 80s, so today above normal by about 6 degrees. And then your morning temperature too started off abnormally warm. Temperatures were in the 70s, and typically it's the 60s. But overnight tonight, I do expect the temperatures to drop to the 60s for our lows. Overall, high temperatures today, a lot of 80s here, and then up towards the north, a couple 70s, and Grand Marais still sticking with the upper 60s. And at the moment, as we're starting to head into the later hours, well, mid-evening, temperatures are beginning to drop. So in the Twin Cities metro right now, 84, a whole lot of low 80s also surrounding the metro region and the southern part of the state. And then once you get towards the north, you find a couple 60s or a couple 70s, and then Grand Marais is in the 60s. So overall, warm nights. It's going to also stay quite warm for tomorrow, but tomorrow a little bit more comfortable because the dew points will not be as high. So your high temperature in the 80s will likely feel like the 80s on Wednesday. And then I'm looking pretty quiet, but I am tracking a chance for a stray shower, isolated shower, rumble of thunder Wednesday night to Thursday morning. So I'll have the future cast later so you could see the timing of that and who's most likely to see that. And then also changes in the temperatures ahead. So pretty warm for the next couple days, but then temperatures will be dropping into the end of the week. So all that and more coming up later in the full forecast.
All right, my friend, sounds good. And topping our news here tonight, the stakes, they're pretty high in several elections here in Minnesota, including the races for governor and a seat on the U.S. Senate, too. So let's start with the gubernatorial race. The top candidates, Kendall Qualls, Mike Lindell, and Lisa Demuth, are all aiming to be the Republican candidate for November's general election. Now, Kendall Qualls, he received the GOP endorsement from the state party, while Lindell was endorsed by President Donald Trump. Now, on the Senate side, Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan and U.S. Representative Angie Craig are also in the race for the DFL nomination there. The winner tonight will also advance to November's general election. They are both aiming to fill the seat of Senator Tina Smith, who announced that she'll be retiring. Now, the number of accepted ballots in this race indicates that this could be a record night. Our Karen Scullin took a look at the numbers today, and she joins us now with how things could end up.
Well, we don't have the voting numbers in just yet, but I can tell you just by looking, it's been pretty darn busy, both in Minneapolis at some of the polling locations we looked at there, and then here at Eden Prairie City Hall as well. But you can really look to early voting numbers to see how this is all going to play out in the long run. Let's take a look. Absentee and in-person early voting for this midterm primary is at about 206,000. That breaks the 2022 record set at 155,000. But there are a lot of hot races this time around that are bringing out voters. The U.S. Senate race for one. On the DFL side, you've got Angie Craig, Peggy Flanagan. That's kind of a moderate versus progressive race. On the GOP side, you have Michelle Tafoya, Adam Schwarzy, and Royce White. The gubernatorial race, also a hot ticket for Republicans. You've got Kendall Qualls, Lisa Demuth, and Mike Lindell. That race right now, pretty much a toss-up. And then Amy Klobuchar is expected to be kind of a shoo-in for the DFL in terms of the gubernatorial race. Now back to turnout, we scanned polls in Hennepin County. I would say kind of a steady trickle to a very busy line was pretty much the norm, and that really seemed to depend on how many people in the precinct actually voted early. But no matter what, primary day is never like the general election day.
I mean, this is an election that people are caring about. It's inspired a lot of enthusiasm and passion, and it's perceived as close in a couple of the particular contests. And really, that's the difference in Minnesota and most places, I think, between a general election and a primary. In Minnesota, you know, we really pride ourselves on most years being #1 in America in voter turnout in the November election. And people do it out of a sense of pride and duty and obligation and citizenship. It's just not that way with primaries. It's so driven by who and what is on the ballot.
Now, there have been some questions about the DOJ having a presence outside polling locations today. That is true. They do in both Hennepin and Ramsey counties. But this is not unusual. They work with the Secretary of State's office, and they kind of watch the watchers. So it's just kind of all for transparency, make sure everything goes okay. They will not be inside at any time, just outside for the most part. And I can tell you, in terms of talking to voters today, all were very enthusiastic, and there were a lot of new voters who were actually just registering today. So a pretty big deal for the primary election day here in Minnesota. In Eden Prairie, Karen Scullin, Fox 9.
All right, Karen. Well, Minnesota Secretary of State Steve Simon, who you just heard from, pretty busy, but he made some time to join Rob Olson earlier this afternoon, where he talked about the big turnout expected and what may be driving the surge.
This is an election that people are caring about. It's inspired a lot of enthusiasm and passion, and it's perceived as close in a couple of the particular contests. And really, that's the difference in Minnesota and most places, I think, between a general election and a primary. In Minnesota, you know, we really pride ourselves on most years being #1 in America in voter turnout in the November election. And people do it out of a sense of pride and duty and obligation and citizenship. It's just not that way with primaries. It's so driven by who and what is on the ballot. And so you can't necessarily draw a straight line between our super high stratospheric general election turnout and primary turnout. But this might be the difference. You know, the modern day record was in 2018. Then, as now, there were some really interesting and close contests in both major political parties. And at that time, in 2018, the final turnout was somewhere between 22 and 23%, which for a primary, especially an August primary in Minnesota, is pretty high. So it's certainly possible that we could meet and exceed that, given the enthusiasm and the turnout indicators that we're seeing so far.
Yeah, and that 2018 primary that Secretary Simon was just talking about featured 2 U.S. Senate races on the primary deal. So that's why it was so big back then. Now, he also talked about the team of observers from the Department of Justice for this primary day, and he pointed out that this is not unusual, as Karen was reporting, and that this has happened in multiple elections under multiple presidents. The Minnesota Attorney General's office says has its own observers out watching the federal observers. And Minnesota is not the only state heading to the polls today. Wisconsin voters are heading there too. The Wisconsin Democratic governor primary is really one of the closest watched races in the country at the moment. It's pitting progressive Democratic Socialist endorsed Francesca Hong against a more moderate Milwaukee County executive. His name is David Crowley. Also in the race are Joel Brennan and State Senator Kilda Roys. Now, on the Republican side, U.S. Congressman Tom Tiffany from the 7th District is leading the polls by a large margin. Again, and that's on the Republican side of the primary. Another race getting national attention tonight is happening in South Carolina, and this is that special primary being held to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham on the ballot in November. Now, Graham's sister, Darlene, who was temporarily appointed to fill her brother's seat, is the favorite, particularly after getting an endorsement from President Trump. And with so many candidates in the field, that race will likely head to a runoff. And we're going to have more coverage of the Minnesota primary coming up at 7:30 tonight. We're going to hear from our crews in the field as soon as they get set up out there. And then coming up at 8 o'clock, we will have our election night special. My colleague Corn Hoggard and I are going to sit down with our political analyst Bloise Olson. We got a lot to talk about, and especially some of the data as we look at the money that's being raised and spent and the profiles of a typical primary voter in Minnesota. Again, that's coming up tonight at 8 o'clock on Fox Local. Okay, we've got a sad update in the fight against the Minnesota wildfires because one of the responders has died. The U.S. Superior Forest Service says that a medical emergency involving someone assigned to the fires happened at about 10:40 this morning near Ely. The patient was taken to a hospital where they passed away. The Forest Service has not released a name yet. Luigi Mangione and his attorneys are in a New York courtroom today for a pre-trial conference. Now, the hearing comes less than a month before his state murder trial is set to get underway. The judge announcing that jury selection in this case will begin September 8th and that jury members will remain anonymous. Mangione is charged with killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson on a sidewalk in Manhattan. And on this primary day, the Vikings have elected a new starting quarterback. We're going to hear from head coach Kevin O'Connell as he talks about the decision to go with Kyler Murray as the leader of the offense. They also make a huge announcement today. Kyler Murray is officially their next starting quarterback. Armand Hicks has more on why the Vikings decided to go with Murray.
After several weeks of Vikings training camp, we now know who's going to be quarterback one of the Minnesota Vikings, and that's K1, Kyler Murray. Head coach Kevin O'Connell came out this afternoon and announced him as the team's new starting training camp. We now know who's going to be quarterback one of the Minnesota Vikings, and that's K1, Kyler Murray. Head coach Kevin O'Connell came out this afternoon and announced him as the team's new starting quarterback. He said he's shown enough throughout training camp thus far to give him the keys to the ship and make him comfortable before week 1 when they take on the Green Bay Packers. Murray told us after practice he's appreciative of how this process has played out, and he's grateful to get a chance to play in this illustrious offense that they have. And he said his wide receiver core is one of the tops in the league, and it's going to be fun playing with them.
again, a blessing. I think we got some special talent in that room. From top to bottom, guys can make plays, and I know there are a lot of young guys eager to make plays and show what they're capable of. But again, everyone knows what we have in that room from top to bottom. I'm excited to go out there and execute on game days.
Now, of course, there's another side to this story. J.J. McCarthy. He lost out on being the quarterback one for the Minnesota Vikings, and head coach Kevin O'Connell said he wasn't thrilled about that when he heard it in the meeting, but said he took it in stride. He said McCarthy still holds the pen to his book, and he can rewrite all these chapters and make it out to be the best book out there. He said this is what he thinks of McCarthy and his future here with the Minnesota Vikings.
I'm still very excited to continue to, get to work with him every single day, coach him, and I truly, as he knows, he's holding the pen on his story, and we're going to support him and try to just help him continue to improve as a young player at the most difficult position in sports. And he's got to also understand this isn't just a long-term mindset, which we want to have always for a player his caliber and a young player like him, but it could be an immediate response needed. And JJ's the kind of guy that'll be ready to rock and roll. I know that.
So, of course, not the news J.J. McCarthy wanted to hear, but I'm sure that was the news Kyler Murray wanted to hear. He said he didn't come here expecting for him to get the job right away or for it to be handed to him. He went out there and earned it. Now we'll get to see what he does week 1 when the Vikings take on the Green Bay Packers at home. Reporting from Eagan, I'm Ahmad Hicks, Fox 9 Sports.
Yeah, and Ahmad saying it was steamy out there at practice today, right?
It was, especially in the afternoon. That's when it was the warmest and the dew points were the highest, so felt like even the 90s during the afternoon. But now it's starting to feel a little bit better because the temperatures are dropping, and then we'll get...
I'm kind of surprised how much they've dropped already.
Yeah, and then we'll get some reprieve tonight because they'll get to the 60s. And then tomorrow, still going to be warm, but not as humid. Overall, there was kind of a system that moved through. It was towards our south, so it didn't really bring much in terms of shower activity to our neck of the woods this morning, but that was right along this boundary here. It went southeast. And then looking ahead, tomorrow night into Thursday morning, I'm looking at the potential for kind of another wave to move right along this boundary again and bring the chance for a couple isolated showers, mostly southwest Minnesota. That's for Wednesday night to Thursday morning. But right now, though, it is fairly quiet, mostly dry. There could be a little bit of a shower happening south and east of the Twin Cities metro, and also possibly a few isolated showers along I-90. But outside of that, it is very quiet and also partly sunny. So you could start to see the sun starting to lower there in St. Paul. Mix of clouds with sunshine, but then it's more that filtered sun because there is a haziness in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So not impacting air quality, but just kind of bringing that filter to that sky. High temperature today, 88 degrees. Typically it's 82, so warmer than normal. And then your morning also started off quite warm in the 70s. Typically it's the 60s, so warm all through today. And then across the board right now, things are starting to get not as hot. 84 in the Twin Cities, a few 80s still in the south, so about 81 to 82. Then you have some 70s towards the north, and then Grand Marais 60s with temperatures that will get to the 60s for the low. And then your breeze is light. It's from the north. It'll stay light into tonight and tomorrow, so you don't have to worry about any very gusty wind throughout your midweek. So overall pleasant, but if you still have to walk the dog, if you still want to go on a jog, you might be a little sweaty for the rest of today. But tomorrow not going to be as humid, so more comfortable but still quite warm. And then overall it's a quiet midweek, but I am looking at the chance for perhaps an isolated shower and rumble of thunder for Wednesday night to Thursday. So that's going to move in from the Dakotas, and that'll be for areas mostly southwest of 94, and the rain total is looking pretty light. They could be a couple hundredths to a couple tenths of an inch, and then far southwest perhaps quarter of an inch of rain, but it's more in places around Iowa, Nebraska that get those higher rain totals in terms of this system for the midweek. So that clears out, and then dew points will be lower after that on your Thursday, and then they increase again into the end of the week, and temperatures will be cooling off, though. Highs will be below average in the 70s for the weekend. So overnight tonight, 68 for the low temperatures, pretty quiet. The day tomorrow will going to be not as humid as today, so more comfortable. The 86 is going to feel more like 86. And then clouds move in during the evening. They bring in that chance for a couple showers in the southwest part of the state. And then that clears out by midday Thursday, so the clouds will clear as well. Some partly sunny skies Thursday afternoon. High temperature, not as warm, also less humid that day. But then by Friday, I'm tracking perhaps your next system. That'll bring the chance for more scattered to widespread rain even Friday night to Saturday morning. So rain is more likely then with a few rumbles of thunder. And then once that moves through, the temperatures are going to be dropping. So highs below average, upper 70s Saturday, Sunday, and then they eventually return to near average by the start of next work week in the low 80s.
Yeah, back to August.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thanks. We're coming right back.
Anytime on Hulu.
Some Toyota Camry owners may need to get their vehicles into the garage soon. A new recall has just been announced. The automaker is recalling 655,000 Camrys, most of them from the 25 and 26 model years. Now they have a display here which could deactivate safety indicators such as turn signals and hazard lights at startup. Toyota says it will notify Camry customers by early October so they can bring their vehicles to a certified dealer. You can also check Toyota's recall website to see if your vehicle is included in that recall. So home sales fall once again in July. The National Association of Realtors says that sales of existing homes were down 1.7% to a seasonally adjusted rate of just over 4 million. Now, it's the latest sign that the housing market remains essentially frozen due to limited affordability. Mortgage rates, they rose to 6.6% during the course of July. While the median home price, that rose to $434,000, an increase of 2% from a year ago. Okay, some good news for drivers. It's costing just a little bit less to fill up the tank these days. Gas Buddy says the average price of regular unleaded in the Twin Cities is down to $3.84 a gallon. That's a fall of about 13 cents from the week before. As for the state of Minnesota, The average price is right around $3.82. In Wisconsin, $3.84. And all of those numbers are below the national average now by about a dime. Okay, with gas prices so high, some people are trying every move they can think of to save at the pump. A gas station in upstate New York is going viral after they offered a 20% discount to people willing to dance for it all. Kind of looks like a boxing match there. The one-day deal has since racked up more than 7 million views on Facebook. That's one way to save money. Okay, we get a lot of people who are looking to make some extra cash at the moment. And some are Uber drivers, others take a second job, or you can let strangers use your swimming pool. Across the country, there are more than 18,000 pools available to rent on Swimply app. Now these rentals range from $25 to $250 an hour. And the app's founder said that the idea came to him when he offered to do maintenance work on his neighbor's unused pool.
I went on Google Earth. I found 80 swimming pools. I just started knocking on doors, asking people if they want to rent out their pool by the hour when it's sitting empty. And after 80 doors, 4 said yes.
This is all part of a growing side hustle economy, which new research shows has expanded to more than $550 billion in market size. Okay, a lot is at stake as voters tonight decide who will move on to the November election. We're live from election events here in the Metro as polls get set to close in about 30 minutes from now. It's all when the news comes back at 7:30.
This is Fox 9 News at 7:30.
I want to thank you for staying with us this half hour. We're broadcasting live on Fox 9 Plus and streaming worldwide on Fox Local. My name is Tim Blotz. Look, we got a busy night in Minnesota as the polls are set to close in about 30 minutes from now. We have team coverage from around the metro tonight as several candidates await to see if they're going to move on to November's general election. So I want to start with our Mike Manzoni, who's at Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan's event tonight. So I have to imagine the energy is already starting to build up there, Mike.
Yeah, Tim, First Avenue is starting to fill up here, mostly supporters and other volunteers from the campaign at this point. Of course, we are expecting to hear from Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan later on in the evening. Polls close, as you mentioned, in 30 minutes, and then the results will start to trickle in. She is expected to address the crowd at some point tonight. Flanagan is, of course, the progressive choice in this race. She is facing Congresswoman Angie Craig, who is seen as the moderate, and because she is progressive, that has led to questions about her electability in the general election in the fall. Angie Craig has gone after her on that front. She's also been facing a lot of criticism and questions over the Walz administration's handling of the widespread fraud here in Minnesota. She is, of course, part of that administration and has worked to distance herself from those accusations, but that has been a liability for her throughout this campaign. For her part, she has attacked Craig's support for the Lake and Riley Act. That is a 2025 federal law that is widely seen as making immigration enforcement easier for the feds. And Flanagan has locked up endorsements from Senator Tina Smith, who is retiring. That is the senator who she is looking to replace. She has also picked up key endorsements from progressive senators Bernie Sanders as well as Elizabeth Warren. We will find out what happens tonight. Again, this is a race largely between the progressive choice, the Lieutenant Governor, Peggy Flanagan, and the moderate in this race, Congresswoman Angie Craig. We will now send it over to Emily Pofall, who is with Craig's campaign tonight. Emily.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, we're at a brewery in St. Paul. We're just getting set up here inside for Angie Craig's campaign event tonight. As you mentioned, Craig running for Senator Tina Smith's open seat against the lieutenant governor. And Craig, she has some experience working in a congressional district 2 here in Minnesota. This is her first statewide race. But in that experience in the 2nd congressional district here, she was elected in 2018 and actually flipped that seat from red to blue, which she certainly hopes to capitalize on when it comes to that electability question in this race. She thinks that maybe her more moderate tendencies versus the lieutenant governor's more progressive tendencies makes her perhaps a better candidate to go against a Republican in the general election in November. As far as endorsements goes, she doesn't have the DFL endorsement. Craig does, though, have the endorsement from Gwen Walz, the governor's wife. Governor Tim Walz has said that he's not endorsing anyone in this race. And since we've been in here, we're able to speak to some campaign staffers. We know that Craig is expected to address the crowd here tonight, a crowd of her supporters here just at a local brewery in St. Paul. This is a pretty big race that's getting some national attention too because of the razor-thin margins in the Senate right now. Democrats hoping to hold on to every Senate seat as they try to flip the Senate to blue. Again, Craig is expected to address the crowd here tonight, so we'll certainly keep our eye on that. And now I'll send it over to Maury Glover covering the Hennepin County Attorney's race.
Well, that's right. The watch party for Cedric Frazier is expected to get underway in about 45 minutes. He's one of 5 people who are hoping to replace Mary Moriarty as the next Hennepin County attorney. Now, State Representative Frazier is joined by former acting U.S. Attorney Anders Folk, former Hennepin County Prosecutor Diana Frank, Ramsey County Prosecutor Hal Wynn, and Defense Attorney Matt Pelican, who are all on the ballot. 2 of the presumed frontrunners told us why they believe voters should pick them.
This is about building a system that works for everyone. We've had distrust within this system, within this office for decades. I'm someone that's coming from a community that understands what that is like. I didn't read about it. No one has to tell me about it. I've lived these experiences. So I'm that person who's going to bring that lived perspective, and I'm going to solve problems based on that.
If they want somebody who loves Hennepin County, who wants to make the Hennepin County Attorney's Office the best county attorney's office, not just in Minnesota, but really a national model for how a good prosecution office is run, I've got the experience to do that, and I can't wait to go on day one.
Now, Moriarty was criticized by some for being too progressive, so this election will determine which direction voters would like to see that office move in. Frazier's a bit more progressive, while Folk is a bit more moderate, but of course, two top finishers will go on to the general election in November. For now, we'll send it back to you, Tim.
All right, sounds good, Maury. And those are just 3 of the races that we're going to be watching here throughout the evening, all night long. Just a reminder that we've got special election coverage here starting in about 25 minutes from now after the polls close, and that will be streaming on Fox Local. My colleague Corin Hoggard is going to be joining me along with our political analyst Bloise Olson, and we'll be going through the numbers as they come in and also taking a look at the demographics of who is actually voting in this primary election based upon past elections that we've had here in the state of Minnesota. We're just getting started here. Before we go to break, here's Erica with a peek at your weather.
Hey, Tim. Today was warm, today was muggy, and into tomorrow still warm, but a drop in humidity, so it'll feel more comfortable, and I'm tracking possibly a chance for a couple showers. So I'll tell you when you can expect those, and I'll have your 7-day forecast for you in a couple of minutes.
Fox Local is Fox 9. Download the new app on your phone today.
Okay, we've got a new entertainment venue that it's opened its doors in the South Metro, and it has a lot of options for anyone looking for some fun. Shane Wells takes us inside the Skyline Social and Games.
Just say you're going to get a lot of steps in checking out this brand new spot in Apple Valley. Skyline Social and Games. Cameron Ressett is taking us on the tour today, and we start right when you walk in the door and you know, like, oh, really cool bowling alley, but also lots of shiny lights over here. Walk us through Skyline Social and Games. What all is here?
Yeah, so we're a family entertainment center. We've got obviously traditional bowling right behind us. The arcade is right over there. We've got 60+ games, which is super cool. And then if you keep walking that way, we've got axe throwing, we've got duck pin, and then we also have an outdoor area with volleyball, cornhole, and bocce ball. So
okay, before we get to those, 'cause I know you have some leagues that are starting up soon. I want to mention, if someone says duck pin, what's that?
Yeah, so duck pin, it's kind of like miniature bowling. It's a shorter lane, smaller pins, smaller balls. There's no finger holes in the balls. And the big difference there too is that for each frame, you get 3 throws instead of just 2.
Ooh, I like that.
Regular bowling, yeah.
Okay, giving us a few more chances to not embarrass ourselves.
Yes, exactly.
Fantastic. Okay, let's talk outdoors, which you said you think has an even bigger footprint than inside.
Yes.
Okay, if people want to be in a league, what is offered? What do you need?
Yeah, so this year we're doing a shortened inaugural league season. So it runs from August 19th and 20th through October. We've got volleyball, cornhole, and bocce ball, and each league has different levels of play. So whether you're rec, newbie, just want to have some fun, or you're a skilled player, we also have advanced too. So it's super fun.
And if you just want to come out and play with your friends for fun, one game.
Yeah, you can reserve a court. Okay. You can come play for an hour and a half and give it a try. And if you love it, you can sign up for the league.
Food, drink. Here as well.
Yes, yep. So we've got a full bar, full food menu, and then we also have servers who will serve you throughout the building. So if you're at your game, if you're at bowling, if you're outside, a server will come to you, take your order, bring the food right out to you, so you never have to stop playing.
Very cool. And before we send it back, if people are saying Skyline Social and Games, I feel like I recognize that name. You might.
Yes, yep. So we have a location in Hermantown, Duluth. We've been there for 70 years this year. And yeah, we just expanded to Apple Valley this year, so we've been open for a couple weeks now. And so yeah, we've got some history in Duluth.
I love it. Everyone's been buzzing. Have you seen Skyline Social? The place is huge.
Yes, yep.
It is. Well, come check it out for yourself. You guys are 7 days a week?
Yes, yep, we're open every day. Our hours are on our website, but yeah.
Perfect. All right. Cameron, thanks. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
All right, sounds good, Shane. As the Vikings continue to prepare for their first preseason game, it's this weekend, by the way, they make a big announcement, and kind of buried in all of the election stuff is really one of the biggest stories of the day. This would have been our lead story in any day of the week, because Kyler Murray is officially their next starting quarterback. Our Ahmad Hicks has more on why the Vikings have decided to go with him.
After several weeks of Vikings training camp, we now know who's going to be quarterback 1 of the Minnesota Vikings, and that's K1, Kyler Murray. Head coach Kevin O'Connell came out this afternoon and announced him as the team's new starting quarterback. He said he's shown enough throughout training camp thus far to give him the keys to the ship and make him comfortable before week 1 when they take on the Green Bay Packers. Murray told us after practice he's appreciative of how this process has played out, and he's grateful to get a chance to play in this illustrious offense that they have. And he said his wide receiver core is one of the tops in the league, and it's going to be fun playing with them.
Well, again, a blessing. I think we got some special talent in that room. From top to bottom, guys can make plays, and I know there are a lot of young guys eager to make plays and show what they're capable of. But again, everyone knows what we have in that room from top to bottom. I'm excited to go out there and execute on game days.
Now, of course, there's another side to this story. J.J. McCarthy. He lost out on being the quarterback 1 for the Minnesota Vikings, and head coach Kevin O'Connell said he wasn't thrilled about that when he heard it in the meeting, but said he took it in stride. He said McCarthy still holds the pen to his book, and he can rewrite all these chapters and make it out to be the best book out there. He said this is what he thinks of McCarthy and his future here with the Minnesota Vikings.
I'm still very excited to continue to, get to work with him every single day, coach him, and I truly, as he knows, he's holding the pen on his story, and we're going to support him and try to just help him continue to improve as a young player at the most difficult position in sports. And he's got to also understand this isn't just a long-term mindset, which we want to have always for a player his caliber and a young player like him, but it could be an immediate response needed. And JJ's the kind of guy that'll be ready to rock and roll. I know that.
So, of course, not the news J.J. McCarthy wanted to hear, but I'm sure that was the news Kyler Murray wanted to hear. He said he didn't come here expecting for him to get the job right away or for it to be handed to him. He went out there and earned it. Now we'll get to see what he does week 1 when the Vikings take on the Green Bay Packers at home. Reporting from Eagan, I'm Ahmad Hicks, Fox 9 Sports.
Yeah, going to be a lot to watch during that game. Thanks, Ahmad. All right, we were just talking about Apple Valley here a few moments ago and one of the new businesses that's there. Looking ahead, there's going to be another massive sports venue opening up soon on the other side of town from where Shane just was at the Skyline Social. This will be called Pickle Hall, and it's set to open sometime near October. And this will offer 18 indoor pickleball courts to the South Metro. This is a 2-story facility and will feature a food hall with 4 local vendors plus a self-serve tap wall as well. And then a mini golf course in Bloomington is going back to the Stone Ages. Dinosaurs have taken over the Dred Scott mini golf. The course's owner joined us on Good Day to explain how people from all over the country are stopping in to play with the dinosaurs.
What every golfer wants is an experience. If he's a professional or if he's a child, no one wants to play in a hayfield. This is an experience. It's unique. Nowhere in the United States outside of North Carolina or Universal Studios will you see this. So this is unique for the United States. People have come actually from Seattle, stopped in through here, going to Florida to see the dinosaurs.
Dan, if you want to check it out for yourself, Dred Scott Mini Golf is open every day this summer from 10 in the morning till 9 at night. Okay, you may have started to feel the drop in temperatures already, even though it still feels really humid outside. My goodness.
Today was a humid one.
Right?
Dew points upper 60s,
Yeah.
so that with the temperature in the 80s, then kind of felt like the 90s for some people.
Not the worst we've had this summer.
Right.
But it was still, everyone who came into work today was like, oh my gosh, it's so humid outside.
Yeah, like it's so hot in the afternoon. I mean, I was only outside in the morning, so personally I didn't experience it, but I have heard all about it. Overall, today was pretty quiet. Long ago this morning, there were a couple isolated showers that moved through. They moved right kind of along this boundary, but mostly that system was centered around Iowa, and that just rolled through parts of the Midwest. So that boundary is still here, and then I am looking at the potential for another wave to move right along it. That'll be Wednesday into Thursday, so Wednesday night, Thursday morning, and that could bring a couple chances for a few showers, a few rumbles of thunder during mostly the overnight Wednesday to Thursday. But outside of that, looking like a quiet midweek. Overall, it's mostly dry across the area, but I have seen some reports of light rain showers around I-90 in the southern part of the state. And then I want to zoom in here on this one cell. This is in the southeastern part of Goodhue County. A little bit of lightning with it, and this is headed south and east. So might find some showers and some thunderstorms if you are southeast of the metro, right around Goodhue County. But everywhere else, though, looking fairly quiet. Sun's starting to get slower, filtered sunshine with that upper level haze and that mix of sunshine and clouds currently. And then it was warm, high temperatures, upper 80s. Typically, it's low 80s. And the morning was also a warm one. It's usually in the 60s, and today it was in the low 70s. But right now, the temperature is starting to be on the decline. Currently in the Twin Cities, 84 degrees. Whole lot of low 80s in the southern part of the state. And then up towards the north, you find some 70s. And then even for Grand Marais, temperature in the 60s. And light breeze moving in from the north. It'll stay light tonight and into tomorrow. Tomorrow, it's going to be a more comfortable day. The high temperature is going to be right back to the mid to upper 80s, but the dew points are going to be lower, so it won't feel as muggy for Wednesday. And overall, quiet for the most part, but I am looking at that chance for a few showers, and this is going to be just for those in the southwestern part of the state pretty much. So this map starts midday tomorrow. You'll notice that a couple showers, couple storms move in from the Dakotas, and they're going south and east. So this is just mostly south and west of 94, and then rain totals pretty light, mostly a couple hundredths to a couple tenths of an inch, and then those in the far southwestern corner of the state could see about 1/4 of an inch, but most of those totals are higher in places like Nebraska, Iowa, and areas kind of along that line. And then that clears out. Thursday afternoon going to be sunnier, and then your next chance for your next system is going to be Friday to Saturday. And then temperature-wise, more 80s for high temperatures for the midweek, and then things start to drop off to highs in the 70s by the weekend. But overnight tonight, upper 60s. It'll be quiet. Your day tomorrow, fairly nice. A warm afternoon again, but lower dew points. And then during the evening, clouds move in, and then that brings that chance for a few showers for southwestern Minnesota for Wednesday night to Thursday morning. So if you're in the southwestern part of the state, you could see some showers during the morning commute, but that clears out for the second half of Thursday. Less humidity Thursday, but then Friday, clouds start to build again, and then your next chance for a shower. And this is a little bit more likely, so the showers could be scattered to widespread Friday to Saturday. That's Friday night, Saturday morning. So that's when you're going to want the umbrella, but then things looking drier Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening. And then temperatures will be starting to increase after highs in the 70s for the weekend. They'll be back to the low 80s by Monday, Tuesday.
Back where we belong in August. Okay,
yes.
Thanks. We're coming right back in a moment. You know, this has really been a summer of just major events that have brought so many of us together. Think about it for a moment. We've had major sporting events, we've had blockbusters at the movie theaters, and all kinds of folks cheering for goals, and really some legendary heroes too. Our Ashley Dvorkin has more on monoculture, now making a comeback.
From the World Cup
to the Odyssey.
No one could stand between my bed and home.
And Spider-Man Brand New Day.
Because I'm not just Peter Parker. I'm Spider-Man.
This summer, suggesting people still crave the feeling of watching, cheering, and talking about the same thing all at the same time.
I love it. I love it. My family grew up watching soccer most of the time.
Summer 2026 had a perfect storm of events, which were expected to have massive appeal, starting with the New York Knicks' thrilling run to capture the NBA championship.
The energy here, I've lived in New York my whole life, but it's different lately because of the Knicks.
Even Taylor Swift's not-so-secret wedding at Madison Square Garden over July 4th weekend had those who don't consider themselves Swifties giving an opinion on the starry nuptials.
I think they're American royalty. I think everyone follows them, whether you're a sports fan or a music fan.
All the group bonding turned into big business at the box office. The Odyssey crossed $1 billion within its first month, while IMAX extended those coveted 70mm screenings into September.
Wherever you go, people are talking about it. They're debating Odysseus. They're debating, was Charlize this or the best one is Zendaya. Was she real or an illusion? It's just crazy and gratifying.
Spider-Man Brand New Day also brought out the masses with the biggest domestic opening of all time with $360 million.
Please, you just have to trust me. Come on.
And all the shared enthusiasm could continue with Avengers Doomsday and Dune Part 3 releasing on the same day this December. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
See, we've all had something to talk about and watch together. That's going to do it for us here at 7 o'clock. Thanks for joining us, but please keep it right here because we invite you to switch over to the free Fox Local app at 8 o'clock. Corn Hoggard and I are going to sit down with our political analyst, Bloise Olson, to break down tonight's primary election. We'll see you. Welcome you to our primary night coverage here on Fox Local. My name is Tim Blotz, and I'm joined by our Fox 9 political reporter, Corn Hoggard, and our political analyst, Bloise Olson. Gentlemen, this is going to be an interesting evening, isn't it?
One of the most interesting primary races in quite some time here in Minnesota.
Yeah, probably since about, what, 2018, Blois?
Yeah, certainly more interest than since 2018. Add in an open Senate seat. I'm going back to 1994, 2000, when we had a couple statewide primaries, and similar party dynamics where the parties weren't sure who they were. And I think that's part of what we're going to find out tonight.
And in 2018, we had the 2 open U.S. Senate seats, which is why there was so much participation then, upwards of 23%, which we're going to take a deeper dive into here later in this hour again. But as we have the polls starting to close right about now, Blois, other than, of course, governor and U.S. Senate, what are you keeping your eye on here tonight?
That 2nd district primary in the Democratic seat to replace Angie Craig. You have a 3-way primary there between Matt Little, Matt Klein, and Kayla Berg. So that's going to indicate kind of where the local party is. But since that's Angie Craig's current congressional seat, looking at the numbers in the Senate race there is going to say, did her folks stay with her? Then Hennepin County attorney's race is another one to watch because of turnout and where in the county you're going to have the turnout. Because there's definitely a different mindset between the suburbs and the city in Hennepin County.
Absolutely. And Corn, you've been watching some of the races in the Minnesota Senate and in the House of Representatives too.
Right. There are 11 incumbents who are actually facing challenges from within their own party, and there are a couple of them where they might actually be toppled. I think that the most likely one there is Senator Utke from Park Rapids. He's facing a challenge from the Minnesota Freedom Caucus and Mike Weiner. He actually won the endorsement at the party convention, 80% to 20%. And then there's Ron Latz, who's been there for 20 years in the Senate from St. Louis Park, facing a pretty strong challenge from Yvette Dumalag, the former St. Louis Park City Council member, who no endorsement in that race, but she has gotten a lot of support from St. Louis Park and from Hopkins elected officials, as well as the 2 state reps in that district. And so she is a formidable challenger.
And Ron Latz has been an institution at the legislature, pardon me, since I came here as a reporter more than 20 years ago.
Right.
So he's
20 years in the Senate, and I think it was 4 years in the House before
that. Exactly. He was in the House when I started reporting at the Capitol all those years ago. So my goodness, we've got a lot of races to watch here tonight. We're now into the 8 o'clock hour, and that means the polls have closed in both Minnesota and Wisconsin. And we're waiting for results to kind of pour in shortly here. So let's look at some of the big races, starting with the Republican primary for Minnesota governor, shall we? Let's look at this race right here. Kendall Qualls, of course, has got the Republican nomination for this, but Lisa Damuth, the current House Speaker, and Mike Lindell, of course, 0% reporting so far. But what's interesting in this race, gentlemen, is the presidential endorsement of Mike Lindell.
Makes a huge difference, right, boys?
Well, we'll see if it makes a difference. You know, one of the things we've seen is that in the Midwest, the president's endorsement has not been as effective as it has been in the Southeast or the Southwest. So, for instance, in Iowa, the president's endorsee for governor lost. In Michigan, lost. So the Midwest may be different. We may find that out here. The other thing that's very interesting here is you have Lisa Damuth and her supporters who probably outspent the field 10, maybe 15 to 1.
And we'll see that here in a little bit.
And we'll see whether or not that makes the difference.
Yeah. Lindell, very little spending, and I haven't seen any of his ads on our network, at least, and he's really just running a social media and noise campaign, really.
Yeah. But he has built a grassroots network. He has, 100 people at rallies here. We hadn't seen that out of the Damuth campaign. We didn't see that out of the Qualls campaign. The other thing to watch for both in the Republican governor and Republican Senate race is, what do their endorsed candidates do? A Republican endorsed candidate has not lost since 1994. And if they're not successful today, there's going to be a lot of hand-wringing over the future of the party.
And we were talking about this earlier, Blois, that Mike Lindell has such incredible name recognition because of the years he spent on overnight television and Fox News Channel selling his pillows and then his slippers and various other products that he's done. He is a national figure because of his business.
He is. I actually did an interview earlier today with the Hollywood Reporter that's tracking Lindell and Tafoya and Minnesota's history with high-profile media people running for office here, and what does it mean? And so we will see. Lindell also drives out and energizes part of the MAGA Republicans, the Trump Republicans. And we have not seen them show up in midterms before. In fact, it's about a 300,000 vote difference in general elections between when Trump is on the ballot and not. And does Trump help Lindell in that way? We'll find out with turnout tonight.
Yeah, okay. And then we have the race for the Democratic side for Minnesota governor. We're seeing the slate here right now. Of course, Amy Klobuchar taking on...
not that Bill Gates.
Not Bill Gates,
no, not that Bill Gates, but yeah.
Kobe Lane and Bill Gates, yeah.
And you know, Amy is the overwhelming favorite in that, but we will wait for the vote totals to come in.
The one thing to watch in that is Kobe Lane challenged Senator Klobuchar at the convention, got almost 30% of the vote at the convention. If there is a protest vote tonight against Amy Klobuchar in the DFL, that's where it'll show up.
Yeah, and then U.S. Senate on the Democratic side, Angie Craig pitting against Peggy Flanagan here. And in this race, I mean, look, the narrative in this race all along has been the moderates against the progressives, right?
And this is another one where your turnout is really key here. We're trying to see basically whether the moderate wing, the older wing of the DFL shows up and votes, or if it's young voters coming out, which would be unusual, but you mentioned, I think, in your newsletter today that there's already a pretty high turnout among younger voters.
There is, 12% in the early voting. The other thing here is that Governor Walz and Mark Dayton beat endorsed candidates in statewide races. Angie Craig said, I can build that formula. However, those were not head-to-head races. We also have the idea that do rural voters show up in this race the way they did when Mark Dayton and Tim Walz were running for governor?
Because both of them, especially Tim Walz, was a rural candidate himself representing southern Minnesota.
Absolutely.
For so many years down there as a Democrat. All right, we've got team coverage on this particular race here tonight. In fact, we've got Emmy Profile, who's at the campaign headquarters for Angie Craig. But we want to start with Mike Manzoni, who's live for us in Minneapolis at Peggy Flanagan's campaign. Mike?
Yet First Avenue is starting to fill up here. Right now it's mostly supporters and other campaign volunteers, but we do expect to hear from the Lieutenant Governor at some point later in the night. Of course, polls have been closed for the last 8 minutes or so we should be getting some results fairly soon. This race, as you mentioned, is really one between a moderate choice and a progressive one. The Lieutenant Governor is the progressive choice in this race, and that has led to questions about her electability against a Republican challenger come the general election in November. Her opponent, Angie Craig, the Congresswoman, has highlighted that difference. She's also been facing questions about her connection to the Walz administration, of course, because of the widespread, rampant fraud here in Minnesota that happened under her and Tim Walz's watch. She's been trying to distance herself from that, but that has been at least one liability throughout this campaign. For her part, she has attacked Angie Craig's vote for the Lake and Riley Act. That is a 2025 federal law that made immigration enforcement easier. It essentially made it easier to detain people. Craig has expressed regret for that vote. So again, this will come down to a question between a moderate or a progressive choice. Which one will the voters choose? We will find out in the coming hours. As for the Craig campaign, Emily Pofel is over there with them. Let's send it over to her, Emily.
In fact, as you just saw, Mike Manzoni there with Angie Craig. We do have Emily with the Craig campaign right now. So let's toss it over to Emily if she's still there. There she is. Hello, my friend. I can hear a big crowd behind you as well tonight.
Yeah, Tim. Well, with the polls closing just a couple minutes ago, that's when this campaign party just started as well, 8 o'clock on the dot. We saw some supporters start to trickle in. Haven't seen Craig herself yet, but her staffers tell me that they're kind of anticipating this could be a long night, waiting for those results to come in. Optimistic maybe that it doesn't take so long, but they're prepared to be here for the long haul. And like Mike mentioned, this is really the race between progressive ideas and moderate ideas, Angie Craig being the more moderate candidate to the lieutenant governor. Craig has some experience working for Minnesota in the congressional district too, and she has said that she's really hoping to use that experience that she has. She calls it reaching across the aisle to perhaps appeal to more of those suburban or rural voters, and to answer that electability question, kind of hoping that her experience being more moderate and working in Congress gives her that leg up, and she can convince voters that she would be the better candidate to stand up to a Republican in the general election in November. And as far as endorsements go, we know that she's endorsed by Gwen Walz, the governor's wife. Governor Tim Walz has said that he's not endorsing in this race. Craig does not have the DFL endorsement, but she is endorsed by some local electeds like Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry. I haven't seen Gwen Walz or Fry here yet tonight, but again, it's still just early days as far as this campaign party goes, and the staffers tell me that they could be in it for a long night, and this is a race that is getting some national attention, just as nationwide Democrats try and hang on to every Senate seat that they can as they work to flip the Senate. So we are also told that Craig is expected to speak tonight. We don't know exactly when, and like I said, I haven't seen her here yet, but she is expected to be here, and she is expected to speak to her supporters here. So for now, I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, sounds good, Emily. And we are now 12 minutes after the polls close, and we do have some numbers in this race, although they are small at this point. Let's go to them right now. Just a couple hundred votes, and I think I'm sorry?
Nothing in the governor's race.
Nothing in the governor's race.
We did see some numbers there briefly from the Senate DFL primary. There we go. In the gubernatorial race, Amy Klobuchar coming out with almost all of the votes there. Kobe Lane, 3 of them. Bill Gates, not that Bill Gates, got 1. We're looking at a total of only 300 or 400 votes there. Angie Craig with 56% of, again, 300 votes. So this is very initial early numbers here. Not much to do, but these are the first numbers that we're getting in here. And there we go on the U.S. Senate Republican primary. Again, a few more votes on that side, about 400 of them, and 450. Michelle Tafoya, unsurprisingly, with a pretty hefty lead.
So far, but again, these are just a few votes. To the U.S. House right now in Minnesota District number 2. This is the seat that Angie Craig will be vacating to run for Senate if she makes it on the ballot tonight. 0% reporting in this one so far.
I got a question for Blois on that one because you mentioned it earlier, and I wonder if votes for Klein, Berg, or Little tell you anything about who voted for Craig in that district.
You know, I think Little has the DFL endorsement, so he's aligned with Flanagan. But all those candidates were very careful not to endorse in the Senate race. And so I think that if Klein and Berg surge, that's better for Craig. But, you know, Representative Craig is known so well down there. But I heard stories about people who voted for Angie Craig every time for Congress, but they were not going to vote for her for the Senate. And we just don't know how many of those voters there are.
We're going to break either way. All right. We're going to take a quick break and come back with more coverage here on Fox Local of your Minnesota primary night. Welcome to our primary election coverage here on Fox 9, streaming on Fox Local all night long. I'm joined by Corin Hoggard, along with our political analyst Bloise Olson. I want to take a minute or two here and look at the various races and some of the money that's been raised so far. And this latest data is from the Minnesota Campaign Finance Board, and these are the latest publicly available data sources that were reported to the Campaign Finance Board as of the end of July. Okay, so when we look at cash raised for Minnesota governors so far, perhaps not a surprise here that Amy Klobuchar comes in at almost $9 million. And then we have $400,000 for Kendall Walz, and more than $500,000 for Lisa Demuth, and $725,000 for Mike Lindell. And we're going to break this down here in just a little moment to see where some of this money is from, but not a lot of surprises here, gentlemen.
Well, I mean, you look at the overwhelming amount of money that Senator Klobuchar has raised, and there is a surprise. One of the dynamics that happened was when Governor Walz dropped out and Amy Klobuchar got in, it froze donations to Republicans because suddenly Republicans nationally said this race might not be as competitive. And so I heard from several Republicans that they started shifting their dollars to the Senate race or to other races. And I think that's one of the things you see here.
All right, let's look at the next slide here. So this is the cash on hand so far. More than $4 million for Senator Klobuchar. Kendall Qualls, $67,000. Almost $500,000 for Lisa Demuth, and $87,000 for Mike Lindell. She's clearly hanging on to some cash here in hopes that she wins so she has money to run in the general election.
One of the reasons is she had outside super PACs spending money. One of the other things to watch, we've never seen outside super PACs in this level of race, either in the governor's race for Republican or in the Senate race for Angie Craig and Peggy Flanagan.
As of this reporting, she had gotten about $1.1 million that was reported from political action committees. Neither of them, Qualls or Lindell, got any money from political action committees. And so Qualls even lent his campaign money. I believe Lindell did the same.
Yeah. Okay, next slide here. And this shows the in-state versus the out-state donations. And again, this is according to the Minnesota Campaign Finance Board, where it's pretty even here for Senator Klobuchar. Most of Kendall Qualls' money comes from inside the state. Again, Lisa Demuth, 70% comes from Minnesotans. But this one really tells a story. Most of the fundraising for Mike Lindell so far from outside of the state of Minnesota. Only 6% of the contributions here from in Minnesota. I'm not surprised by this given his national profile and the endorsement by President Trump.
Yeah, and I will say I went through a lot of these individually. Most of the donations to Mike Lindell are smaller numbers that I was seeing. She got, Speaker Demuth got a lot of $4,000 maxed out donations. Most of the donations I saw to Mike Lindell's campaign were much smaller. I think you built a graphic about that as well, but clearly, you know, the Trump endorsement and just his national profile, as you mentioned, are, you know, driving some folks to try to get him elected here, whereas the other two candidates on the Republican side are seeing a lot more money coming in locally.
When you look at the data, you can see it. It's $250 from Florida, $250 from Tennessee, $250 from California for Mike Lindell. In fact, let's go to the next slide because I believe this one shows it. So $250 and under. You can see the retail politics going on here with Kendall Qualls and Amy Klobuchar. A lot of those smaller donations from individuals. Only half of that going to Lisa Demuth, and again, half to Mike Lindell. A lot of contributions for those two campaigns are above that $250 mark.
Well, one of the things that Mike Lindell has done is he's held two events at Trump properties, one at Bedminster in New Jersey, one at Mar-a-Lago. Those are going to be larger donors. So he can get a lot in one event there. But the online fundraising. The other thing to acknowledge here is that Mike Lindell is known for pillows, but he has a TV network.
Yes.
He has built grassroots political things. He was holding rallies many years ago on voting and election integrity. So he does have that base. And when you look at Senator Klobuchar and the quantity, that's 20 years of donors and knowledge.
She's got a network.
Oh, absolutely.
She's got a network built.
Yeah, and she's a known name. Kendall Qualls, that represents the Republican-endorsed grassroots of the Republican Party, saying he's our chosen one, we're going to do it. Lisa Dameth is probably the one that had the smallest network, but had the most kind of institutional or insider support.
All right, let's go to the next slide here, because I want to show this up just shortly because it tells an overall story here. Just look at the trends from Angie Craig in the U.S. Senate down to Royce White here at the bottom. And you can see where the money is flowing from one of the main candidates down to one whose campaign has been struggling. So let's go to the next slide here. There, you can see it. This is the money raised so far. Angie Craig, more than $12 million. Okay, Peggy Flanagan, $6.5. Michelle Tafoya, almost $5.5. And then Adam Schwarzy, a little more than $1, $661,000 for Royce White. So this is what we see so far in this race.
Well, it is. That's on the Democratic side. It is, Flanagan didn't have a big base. Angie Craig picked by a lot of DC people early, so DC money went her way early. And then she raised millions for her congressional races. She's done this. Moving from a state race to a federal race is a totally different fundraising game. And then you look at Tafoya. Tafoya's numbers reflect DC Republicans icing out other candidates from DC money. Schwarzy, great profile, but trouble raising money, had to loan his campaign money, and then finally gets the boost with the endorsement. He's a former Navy SEAL, but still felt like everybody nationally he called who would usually give to a Republican said we're with Tafoya. And that was a choice of Tim Scott and the National Republicans very early on.
And you moderated the gubernatorial discussion at Farm Fest, but at the Farm Fest Senate discussion, Schwarzy was complaining that he wasn't allowed in, and he was saying the DC apparatus wasn't letting him in. Same with Tom Weiler and a few other candidates. And so that lends credence to what you're saying there.
Well, the biggest thing was he just wasn't showing up in polls. That's why he wasn't allowed at the Farm Fest Forum. But he knew for months that was the mark. And that tells you how long it took him to get momentum in this race.
All right. So this is a look at some of the campaign money that's flowing in, at least in these two races in Minnesota. We're going to come back with more here in just a moment. Welcome back to our Minnesota primary coverage here, streaming tonight on Fox Local. Let's run down some of the key races we're watching as more vote totals come in here tonight. Let's start with the race for Minnesota governor. Lisa Demuth, at least on the Republican side so far, holding a 46% lead with the numbers are so small I can barely see them.
About 1,925?
Yeah, roughly about, what, 2,000 vote totals coming in so far.
These look like rural places. First, they didn't pop up in CD2, and there's more votes here in the Republican side than we saw on the Democratic side. So that would tell me this is a more Republican area that we're getting these votes from.
Yeah, and we don't know exactly where they're coming in from, but I think Boyce's instinct is spot on here. On the governor side for DFL, Amy Klobuchar, 93% there so far. Again, with
about 1,900.
Yeah, about 1,900 coming in so far. Not much of a surprise there.
There's a few precincts in Minnesota that are mail-in only, and those could be easily counted quickly and delivered back out. So just be mindful of that.
What about early voting? Do we get those numbers quickly?
They go in with all the other votes that come from the counties.
All right, let's move on to U.S. Senate and Flanagan and Craig. Again, Peggy Flanagan with an early lead, but again, roughly only 3,000 votes counted here so far.
Not much you can really determine with those small numbers of votes.
No. On the Republican side, Michelle Tafoya, 52%, Adam Schwarzy, 29%. He's the endorsed candidate, Royce White, with 10%. And again, these numbers are very early.
Nothing yet in CD2 there on the DFL primary. Kayla Berg, Matt Little, Matt Klein. We are not seeing any numbers yet from that district.
Moving on to the next race, Secretary of State on the Republican primary here. Tad Jude, 52% over Wendy Phillips, 48%.
What are you expecting in that one, boys?
Tad Jude should be favored with the endorsement. However, the idea that it's 52-48, and then if you correlate that to the Senate race where Tafoya was leading by a larger margin, this could be a place where the name Wendy Phillips just appeals to more people. We also have to watch, one of the things here is that there's never been two women running statewide on the Republican ticket. And we know through the data that women vote for women. And so in that race, if you showed up to vote for Demuth and Tafoya, you're probably not going to pick Tad Jude.
All right, here's the race for state auditor on the Republican primary. Oh, we just passed that one over. So, all right, we are now calling this. Amy Klobuchar is going to win the DFL primary here for Minnesota governor, moving on to the general election in November.
Only 2,700 votes have been cast and counted, but we can already call it.
I think we can call that one. I think we could know that. But again, let's watch to see where those numbers end the night, because what Democrats have been worried about is that if Klobuchar and Craig are the ticket, that progressives, the DSA types, will not show up in November. And Kobe Lane is very focused on running a DSA-like campaign. And so that'll give us an idea of how big that block was statewide.
All right, in the race for Hennepin County Attorney, the top two advance in this because technically this is a nonpartisan race. No votes coming in that particular race so far. But our Maury Glover is watching this tonight and is at one of the celebrations there, or at least one of the watch parties, and we're going to go to him live. Maury, what do you have?
Well, the watch party for State Representative Cedric Frazier just got underway, and it's still a little quiet. All this in the race to see who will become the next Hennepin County attorney. Now, in all, there are 5 candidates who are in the running for this office, but the 2 presumed frontrunners are Frazier and Anders Folk. Frazier has the DFL endorsement and the backing of progressive politicians, while Folk is a former acting U.S. attorney and who is more of a centrist. Now, both candidates told us why they believe voters should choose them.
This is about building a system that works for everyone. We've had distrust within this system, within this office for decades. I'm someone that's coming from a community that understands what that is like. I didn't read about it. No one has to tell me about it. I've lived these experiences. So I'm that person who's going to bring that lived perspective, and I'm going to solve problems based on that.
If they want somebody who loves Hennepin County, who wants to make the Hennepin County Attorney's Office the best county attorney's office, not just in Minnesota, but really a national model for how a good prosecution office is run, I've got the experience to do that, and I can't wait to go on day one.
Now, Moriarty faced criticism for being too progressive, and some of her policies in this election will determine which direction voters would like to see that office move towards in the future. For now, I'll send things back to you.
All right, Maury, thanks. Let's take a look now at some of the U.S. House races as some of those numbers perhaps come in, because we're watching this as well. And there you can see in Minnesota District 2, and this is the seat that's currently held by Angie Craig. Matt Little, who Lois noted was the DFL endorsed candidate so far, with a big lead over the other candidates here. But again, these are small numbers that
2%
are reporting in.
2% reporting. That would be bad news, though, for Angie Craig, you'd think.
It could be. We don't know, but we saw those Senate numbers where Flanagan had a slight lead, and if there's some matchup there, that matters.
All right, in District 1, Jake Johnson so far beating Alex Eaton 72 to 28%. And this is in the DFL primary. In the Republican primary, of course, Brad Finstead, who's the incumbent down there. Not much of a contest so far, and again, with only 4% reporting.
And then we have District 3, the Republican primary. Tyler Bass taking a little bit of a lead there over Quentin Whitrock with about 3,600, 9% of the precincts reporting there. So again, very early still. And in District 4, the DFL primary, no votes yet. I can imagine that Betty McCollum is heavily favored there, though.
Mm-hmm. And again, on the Republican side, in District 4 and District 5, of course, this is Ilhan Omar's seat, and she's already pulling in big numbers, 76%, but again, only 9% counted so far.
So this would start to tell us that if votes are coming in the 5th district, that's where Peggy Flanagan would be expected to do well.
Mm-hmm.
Formerly the district of Keith Ellison, that is really the district the Democrats have organized since 2018 to surge their vote totals by boosting turnout.
So you think this could be somewhat of a bellwether, depending upon what happens here?
I think this is a place where Peggy Flanagan needs to run up a lead. And if she doesn't, then that's when we're going to start to look at those other parts of the state, if Angie Craig could catch her. I think my calculation was that there's probably a 40 to 50,000 vote advantage that Peggy Flanagan will have coming out of that district.
Mm-hmm. Which is a big advantage.
In a
right?
primary, that's a huge advantage.
Right, it's huge. But again, 9% reporting so far in District 5. On the Republican side, John Nagel, 50% so far over the rest of the candidates in that particular race. But again, the night's still early. Okay, in the 6th district, this is Tom Emmer's district, 82%. Again, no surprise with 21% reporting.
Right, and if you're missing some of these, if you're saying, oh, we're not showing the CD6 DFL primary, it's because they are unchallenged.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
In District 7, the DFL primary, you see Eric Osberg there with the lead. 47 vote lead with 2% of precincts reporting. Pretty early there.
Mm-hmm. Very early. In Minnesota District 8, in the DFL primary, Trina Swanson with a sizable lead so far, but again, very few, almost under 100 votes so far, just slightly over 100 votes, 1% reporting. The same on the Republican side as well. Pete Stauber with 186 votes so far to 31, but 86% of that 1% reporting. Oh, all right. Let's go over right now to Amy Klobuchar's watch party tonight, because Congresswoman Kelly Morrison is on the stage right now. Let's check in.
And she's also somehow both the smartest and the most down-to-earth person in every room. We all know no one works harder, no one gets more results, no one brings people together, and no one knows Minnesota better than Amy Klobuchar. And you know what helps Democrats in an election year more than anything else? Having Amy Klobuchar at the top of the ticket. And you know what scares the hell out of Republicans in an election year? Having Amy Klobuchar at the top of the ticket. Amy's been a champion for Minnesota her entire career, from Hennepin County Attorney to the United States Senate. And she's always understood that Democrats have to meet Minnesotans wherever they are, from greater Minnesota to the exurbs, to the suburbs, to the cities. That's why she visits all 87 counties every single year. And I am so grateful that Amy is stepping up to run for governor in this moment. Because let's be real, Amy's one of the best senators Minnesota's ever had. She's ranked #1 in the Senate for bipartisan bills. She's #3 for getting bills passed into law. I mean, she's really good at her job. That she's willing to change course, meet the moment, and lead our state tells you everything about who she is and what her priorities are. She will always put Minnesota first. We need proven, tested leadership. We need someone who can bridge divides and bring our state together. And we need someone who will get things done for Minnesotans while also standing up to this lawless administration. And you guys, Amy Klobuchar is that leader. Amy's exactly who we need right now when everything is on the line. Her leadership, her smarts, her experience, and her toughness will make her a transformative governor of Minnesota. And she made a great decision in choosing Ben Shire as her running mate. He's a mayor and a creative problem solver with the ability to connect with anyone, and I am so excited that Ben is stepping up to run as her lieutenant governor. So you guys, I'm all in to do everything I can to get Amy and Ben and every Democrat on the ballot across the finish line. So I got a question for all of you. Are you all in? Are you all in? It is my honor to introduce the next Lieutenant Governor of the state of Minnesota, Ben Shire. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Morrison. And thank you all for being here tonight. My name is Ben Shire. I'm a former mayor, small business owner, a father of 5, and I'm honored to be running as Amy Klobuchar's lieutenant governor. I want to say thank you to my wife and kids for being here tonight. I also want to say a special thank you to all the incredibly talented and hardworking members that make up Team Klobuchar. Would you help me say thank you to them? It's my honor to introduce Amy tonight, and I'll say this. Amy fundamentally believes that government should make people's lives better, and I agree. And to do that, you have to show up, and we all know that Amy shows up every county, all 87 counties, every year. She takes on the big fights, and she delivers results for Minnesota. That's what this campaign's about. That's what tonight's about. That's what this team is about. Would you please help me welcome the next governor of the state of Minnesota, Amy Klobuchar.
Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ben. We're so proud of our future lieutenant governor. The former mayor of Fergus Falls, who knows what it takes to lead in rural Minnesota. He knows what it takes to raise a family in a small town. Tessa's right over there. Thank you. And he knows what it takes to run a small business. So also here with me is my husband, John, right over here. And so many leaders. In addition to Kelly, Betty McCullum just walked in. More than crossed the river and came over here to the 3rd District. I know that Leader Aaron Murphy is here and Leader Zach Stevenson is here. Richard Carlblom is here. So many legislators, local officials, thank you. And thank you to Joe and our team. They're fantastic. And to the voters who are showing up in big numbers this year, thank you for putting your trust in me to be the next governor of the state of Minnesota. In Minnesota, trust is not given, it's earned. That trust comes with an expectation, which is results. Results that you can see and feel in your life. Results in making life more affordable, making our government work, and getting rid of the fraud. Results in expanding our economy with a growth agenda. Results that will transform our government. And yes, I will be a transformative governor. You expect leaders to deliver results, not excuses. And you are rightfully tired of this partisan theater and the punchlines. I will deliver those results. I've done it as senator, and I will do it as your governor. Now, we know we have headwinds coming at us every single day. Trump's tariffs eating away at people's paychecks, the massive cuts to health care, the mess in Washington. Those headwinds may well be a constant, but they can never be an excuse. We need a governor who is going to put Minnesotans first and not be a rubber stamp of Donald Trump. I am running for the people of Minnesota, and I'm going to govern for the people of Minnesota. While the Republicans are still deciding their nominee, it has appeared for a while that this race has come down to 2 candidates. Mike Lindell, as you know, is Donald Trump's guy. He got Trump's complete and total endorsement. Mike Lindell may be Donald Trump's choice, but I want to be Minnesota's choice. And Lisa Dameth, you may have seen her advertisements recently, lots of them. Well, most of those ads are paid for by one person, one man, one billionaire who doesn't even live in Minnesota. A Wisconsin billionaire who is one of Donald Trump's biggest donors. He has spent $3 million already flooding our state for her. And who does this guy want? He wants her in the governor's office. And while she may be this Wisconsin billionaire's choice, I want to be Minnesota's choice for governor. When my opponents were asked to name one place where they disagreed with Donald Trump, they couldn't do it. They won't speak out against the tariffs that are raising everyone's costs. They won't speak out against the Medicaid cuts that are hitting our hospitals, particularly in the rural areas. They won't support extending the health insurance premium tax credits that Donald Trump let expire. They won't speak out against the war in Iran, which is costing us in lives, in treasure, and yes, in costs. And Trump keeps telling us it will end. So I voted, along with Tina, to end Trump's war. I put my name on that vote. But my opponents can't even find the courage to stand up to the president and say this is wrong, and this has to stop. I plan to do, and I pledge to do, my job without fear or favor. I will be fearless for Minnesota. I will stand my ground for Minnesota, and I will be accountable to Minnesota. I'm going to be focused on you. I'm focused on lowering your health care costs, on making sure you can buy a home, and on making it easier to start a business or raise a family, on making your government work for you. And I will measure our success as a state, not in that political theater. I will measure our success as a state by results. My goal is to keep what's right and fix what's wrong. That's why I'll launch on day one a top-to-bottom audit of state government to root out the waste and the abuse and the fraud, to cut red tape so we can build 100,000 more homes. So we can get student achievement up and screen time in the classroom down. So we can double the number of apprenticeships in healthcare and manufacturing and construction and more, and take on rising costs by reducing healthcare premiums. As your governor, I'll create a state tax credit for healthcare premiums if Washington won't act. 10 states have already run tax credits like this. New Mexico acted last year, and as a result, it was the only state where more people got covered through the marketplace instead of people losing their coverage. After tonight, Minnesotans are going to be presented with a choice. It's a choice about the future of our state. If my opponents want to devote their energy to attacks instead of solutions, let them. If they want to avoid making tough calls because the president might not like what they say, let them. That's not what I'm going to do. Earlier this year, I met with a 14-year-old girl who was part of a middle school class from St. Paul who came to visit our office. And it was right after it had been announced that Minnesota was getting the Profile and Courage Award, the John F. Kennedy Profile and Courage Award. And I said to her, you know, that Profile and Courage Award, that didn't go to an elected official. It went to the people. And then she stood as tall, as short as she was, as tall as she could, this little 14-year-old girl, and she said, now I know, she said, that award went to me. That award went to me. She wasn't just proud of our state and how her people had marched 50,000 strong in 10 below zero weather and brought food to strangers and kids to school. She saw that it makes a difference when people stand up. She saw that if we want to see change in the world, we have to be ready to make it happen ourselves. You see, if you want to see that change, we truly have to do it ourselves. So tonight, we are here standing up. Democrats, independents, and yes, some Republicans, ready to make that change. For the people who work in the kitchens and the firehouses, on farms and factory floors, in classrooms and emergency rooms. We are standing up for every parent who wants a better world for their kids, for everyone who understands that immigrants don't diminish America, they are America. For the young, for the young people trying to pay their bills, find a good job, or buy their first home. For the seniors who deserve a dignified and affordable retirement after a lifetime of hard work. For the union members who are out there leading the way for our workers. For the farmers fueling our nation and keeping our rural economy strong. For the businesses, entrepreneurs, and innovators changing the world every day. For those builders and workers who show up on the job with resilience and understand, like I do, that when unions are strong, our economy is strong, and when our economy is strong, America is strong. And to the independents and moderate Republicans who didn't vote for those high costs, for the chaos, and for the corruption that we're seeing coming out of Donald Trump's White House, they didn't vote for the fraud. And I want to tell them right now, I will be the governor for you. To the people of Minnesota, I say this: I'm not afraid to take on the hard fights, especially when those fights are for you, and I have a record of winning hard fights. My colleague Tina Smith said to me once that patience is a virtue, but it's a virtue I don't have. So when prescription drugs are through the roof and people are rationing their insulin, we don't wait, we change it. When it takes too long to build a house and landlords are using algorithms to drive up rental prices, we don't wait, we change it. And when Donald Trump raises health care costs and threatens our democracy, we don't wait, we win an election. Minnesota, I don't like the status quo. The status quo doesn't bring down costs, it doesn't build homes, it doesn't create jobs, but we can. Our state built this nation. We do big things. We brought the world everything from the pacemaker to the Post-it note. But we will not rest on our laurels. You all know my story. My grandpa worked 1,500 feet underground in the mines up in Ely. He saved money in a coffee can in the basement so that my dad could go to a 2-year community college. My dad went on from that hardscrabble mining town to be a beloved journalist covering the Vikings. And I know they made a quarterback announcement today. That's too controversial to debate. My mom, a proud union member, was a teacher, and she taught 2nd grade until she was 70 years old. I still have people come up to me on the street and tell me that she was their favorite teacher. So I stand before you today as the granddaughter of an iron ore miner who never got to graduate from high school, as the daughter of a teacher and a newspaper man, and as the first woman elected to the United States Senate from the state of Minnesota.
Amy Klobuchar saying, you know my story, and many voters across this state do. From county attorney to U.S. Senator, she is now the Democratic-nominated candidate for governor coming up in November. No surprise there tonight, but she's already outlining what her campaign will be against whoever the Republican nominee is.
She also started going after her potential opponents.
Absolutely.
Quickly. We haven't heard that at all. Right, I moderated the forum at Farm Fest. She didn't go after him on that dais, but she started going after him today. She started talking about big money against her, Trump money. You're going to continue to hear that. Groups supporting her will be on the air tomorrow, defining whoever the Republican nominee is.
And she's already trying to define them, particularly Lisa Demuth and Mike Lindell. So let's go to the vote total so far coming up from the Republican side. Lisa Demuth taking out an early lead so far with 11% reporting in, Mike Lindell with 30%, Kendall Qualls 20%. So where do you see some of the support coming from so far?
So I've looked congressional district by congressional district, and Lisa Demuth is doing well where you would expect her to do well in the 6th, her home congressional district, but that's also one of the most conservative and active Republican districts. Then you look at the 2nd congressional district, again, suburban. She's matching with Tafoya in some of those districts, which tells me it's there. She's being competitive with Lindell in the 7th, a very conservative district, and in the 1st congressional district in southern Minnesota. These numbers, while it's still very early, match the numbers that Demuth's supporters kept saying. They said Lindell can't get over 30. And if Qualls can't get over 30, we end up with 40. And so
that's playing out right here.
So far, early look with 5% reporting that's playing out.
But again, the night is still early yet. All right, let's go on to our next race if we can. Minnesota Governor, again, Amy Klobuchar is the projected winner so far with only 11% in, but 86% of the vote so far. A foregone conclusion that she will be the winner as the night goes on. In the U.S. Senate, in the Democratic primary, Peggy Flanagan taking a very early lead here with only about 92,000 votes in so far over Angie Craig.
As I go congressional district by congressional district in this race, like the second, Angie Craig's home congressional district, they are neck and neck. Angie Craig needs to come out of that district with a lead. You go to the 8th congressional district, the Iron Range, Duluth. That's where traditional candidates who've defeated the DFL endorsement have done well. Peggy Flanagan is very competitive there. And that boost is coming straight out of the 5th district where the most progressive DFLers are.
And if she can do well there and carry a majority of votes in the 5th, that could propel her statewide.
Yeah, then it's kind of like giving somebody a head start as these other. Plus, then you look at turnout. If turnout is higher in the 5th, then it's even harder to make up those votes in other parts of the state.
All right, let's go on to the next race here. In the Republican primary, Michelle Tafoya that you see, 51%, and she is now projected as the winner of the Republican Senate primary over the party-endorsed candidate, Adam Schwarzy.
Schwarzy overperforming what any poll said. This shows that while we look at polls, we analyze them, the base of the Republican Party is going to be what Adam Schwarzy's number is. Adam and Kendall Qualls, not that different than Adam Schwarzy. So about 20% of the voters right now are favoring endorsed candidates. One of the themes I heard from January, February as I traveled the state as they went through this is Republicans at the grassroots talked about winning more than they had done it in previous years. They're kind of tired of this 20-year losing streak, and they wanted to pick candidates that they thought could be competitive.
All right, let's move on to the next race.
In the Minnesota District 2, CD2 DFL primary. Wow, Matt Little there with 49% of the vote, with 46% of the precincts reporting. This, again, Matt Little being one of the more progressive candidates in that race. In Angie Craig's home district, this is kind of what you were mentioning, Blois, about maybe progressive voters over voting in that district more than we thought they would, and maybe that is advantage Flanagan as well.
But we don't know where those votes are coming from within the district yet, too.
We don't for sure, but what I can say is if 46% are reporting, this district could have 100,000 total votes, and if you're thinking about turnout being really high, which favors Flanagan, then you're going to see this. If we get over 1 million total voters in a primary for the first time ever, that's going to benefit Little as well.
All right.
And the math just plays out there. That's 44,000 or 45,000 votes, so they're on the way to 100,000. We'll look at the Republican primary for Secretary of State, and Tad Jude, the GOP convention endorsed candidate, has now taken a pretty wide lead over Wendy Phillips here. That is a lot bigger lead than we saw early on, and Tad Jude seems to be pulling away a little bit, but still only 11% of precincts reporting.
On the Republican side of the Minnesota Auditor, you've got Scott Jensen so far, 66% over Nate George. Not a surprise there, given that Scott has been a statewide candidate in the past. Keep in mind that he was the Republican nominee 4 years ago, running against Tim Walz.
Name recognition.
Nate George is the endorsed candidate too, but Scott Jensen has the lists, he has the name ID, and Nate George's campaign stumbled a little.
Moving on to the next one there in the Hennepin County, we have no votes in yet.
So this is an exercise. We know we have 5th district votes, but we don't have any Hennepin County votes.
Interesting.
So this is the county processing county races and uploading to the state and federal races. So I would expect these to fill in fast once we get them.
Once with those votes getting dumped in. Okay, let's take a quick break here, and we'll be back with more election night coverage here, the Minnesota primaries on Fox Local. Welcome back to our Minnesota primary coverage here, streaming live on Fox Local tonight. We have now about an hour past the polls closing, and we're starting to get a lot of returns coming in, particularly in Wisconsin, to one of the most watched races in the country tonight. And this is the race for Wisconsin governor, especially on the Democratic side. And so far, this is very, very close with 50% reporting. You've got David Crowley, who is the Milwaukee County executive, running against Representative Francesca Hong, 40% so far. Kelda Royce, who is a state representative, polling at 7%, and she represents the Madison area, which is one of the most heavily Democratic voting districts in the state of Wisconsin, and she's only polling 7% so far. Tom Tiffany, who is the Republican, is the projected winner so far, running against Andy Mansky, 26 years old, his first race that he's ever won in. Tom Tiffany is a congressman from the 7th District, representing a good chunk of northern Wisconsin and central Wisconsin, who will go on to become the Republican nominee now in the state of Wisconsin. Gentlemen?
Well, you look at that Democratic governor's race in Wisconsin, and Hong was heavily favored. They had candidate drop out. That can't get back in. And if some reason Hong doesn't win that, it's one of the greatest fumbles at the end of a campaign we've ever seen. And if she does win, all eyes are going to be in Wisconsin previewing 2028. Remember, Wisconsin, key swing state in a presidential.
Key swing state.
And you're going to have MAGA versus socialist if Hong wins that. And so all eyes are going to be on that governor's race.
You can almost see the narrative writing itself now, can't you?
Oh, it's well written already, Tim.
And in Wisconsin, the purplest state in our region, right? So to see those folks, just having that kind of duality, far-wing folks that they're going to have to choose from if that was the case.
But again, we don't know where a lot of those votes are coming in. You've got the Democratic stronghold in Milwaukee County. You've got Dane County and the surrounding areas there, very, very Democratic and liberal. And then you've got other places such as Waukesha County, just on the west side of Milwaukee, that is very conservative and was the launching point for Scott Walker and his political base in Wisconsin more than a decade ago there. So it's going to be an interesting race to watch there. All right, what's our next race that we want to go to here?
We want to check in with Mike Manzoni at Peggy Flanagan's campaign event. Hey, Mike, how's it going out there?
Okay, well, it's a packed house here now at First Avenue. Things really filled up within the last half hour or so. And Peggy Flanagan, Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, has taken an early lead at last check by roughly 9,000 votes, but that is an early lead, only 15% of precincts reporting. Still, anytime that the results flash on that big projector, that screen behind me, the crowd starts cheering. They are encouraged, of course, by those early returns. As you've been mentioning throughout the night, this is a race really between Flanagan, who is a progressive, and her opponent, Congresswoman Angie Craig, who is the moderate choice in this. The fact that Flanagan is a progressive has led to some questions about her electability should she win tonight in the general election this fall. She's also been facing questions about the widespread fraud here in Minnesota because she is, of course, part of the Walz administration. She's done a lot to try to distance herself from that. That has been, though, a liability for her throughout much of this campaign. For her part, she has attacked Craig's support for the Laken-Riley Act. That is a 2025 federal law that made it easier for ICE to detain people. Craig has expressed regret for that. In the world of endorsements, Flanagan has picked up some key ones in the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, notably from Senators Bernie Sanders from Vermont and Elizabeth Warren from Massachusetts. She also has the endorsement of the senator she is trying to replace, outgoing retiring Senator Tina Smith. So we do expect to hear from Lieutenant Governor Flanagan at some point, probably within the next couple hours or so. And we will be here for that. We will carry that live. But for now, let's send it back to you.
All right. Sounds good, Mike. We also have one of our reporters, Emily Pofall, who's out at the Angie Craig campaign tonight, at least with their watch party. So what are you hearing and seeing so far, Emily?
Yeah, good evening, you guys. So about an hour out from polls closing, it's definitely gotten busier here at the Angie Craig campaign party. We're at a local brewery in St. Paul. The energy is good. There's a lot of attention on the screens right now. I'm having my photographer pan and just show you that the brewery has filled up pretty significantly. We're seeing a lot of friends, a lot of supporters. I just spoke to one of her staffers who says that they're feeling optimistic at this point. Like Mike mentioned, Flanagan does have that early lead right now, but with only about 15% reporting at this point, the energy is definitely still up in the room, I can tell you. Craig hasn't been spotted here yet in the brewery, but we know that she is expected to speak tonight to the supporters here. She currently also does hold the 2nd District congressional seat for Minnesota, and in that time she has championed that she reaches across the aisle, is how she says it, and works with some Republicans, and she is kind of using that at this point to leverage perhaps those undecided or moderate voters. Mike also mentioned that question of electability. Who's going to be able to stand up to a Republican in the general election in November, which it looks like is going to be Michelle Tafoya at this point. So the question is, what candidate is going to be strong against Michelle Tafoya? And Craig says that because she is more moderate and does appeal to a wider variety of voters from different parts of the state, that she is the right candidate for the job. And like I mentioned, we do know that Craig is expected to speak tonight. We haven't seen her here in the brewery yet. She does have some significant endorsements. She doesn't have the DFL party endorsement, but Gwen Walz has endorsed her. The governor's wife, Governor Walz himself, says that he's not going to be endorsing anybody in this race. She also has the endorsement of some local electeds, including Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry. We've kept our eye out for them here tonight. I haven't spotted Fry or any other local electeds here at the party yet. So we're keeping an eye out for that. Staffers are also keeping an eye out, looking to connect us with those people. But we might be in it for the long haul. These campaign parties can sometimes go late, and the staffers say they're definitely ready to do that. Of course, as we continue to watch these screens and as the people here continue to watch these screens, we'll bring you more of those updates when we get them, you guys.
All right, sounds good. Emily Pofall coming to us from Angie Craig's watch party here tonight. You know, this is a good time to explain to our viewers joining us on the stream as to how the returns actually come in. And it's not as instantaneous as journalists would like oftentimes, and certainly not as often as viewers and those who have a stake in these elections like to see come in. But physically what happens is they are counted at the precinct level, and then they are reported into the county. So gentlemen, explain to us what happens then.
So then the county takes in all the precincts, and then the county dumps the data to the Secretary of State, and then we get the results. And we're all pulling a feed from the Secretary of State.
Correct.
And so behind the scenes, when we're not on, I'm seeing where are these votes coming from? What do the trends look like? Which we don't get, and we can break down only on the Secretary of State's website.
And in some cases, in fact, in many cases, especially in greater Minnesota, these votes from the precinct are actually driven into the county seat. And that's been happening for years, especially up in northern Minnesota and St. Louis County and Cook County, where you've got to physically drive from the local precinct to the county seat, and especially in November. If the roads are icy
Yeah.
and if there's snow, that's why the vote totals are delayed all night long.
Yeah, and we should be clear. There's a paper ballot. Yep. There's an electronic counting. The paper ballots and the electronic count go to the county. Mm-hmm. Then they are secured there, verified there, and then given to the Secretary of State. There's no electronic internet access to the voting boxes. It is an electronic printout that is counted the ballots.
Correct. And Minnesota is one of the states that has made the very conscious decision to have paper ballots so that there is always a paper trail, right?
Well, and we've had an election in the last couple decades where that mattered. The Al Franken, Norm Coleman race, we didn't have a senator until April because every ballot down to 317 was litigated by the physical paper ballot.
And Al Franken talked about that a lot, how every vote matters, and he won by just 300 votes in that particular election.
We saw that in Scott County 2 years ago with Brad Tapke's seat, where he won by 14 votes. I was there as they counted each of these ballots all over again, and threw some out, took some back. It ended up being the same number in the end.
All right, let's go through some of our vote totals here again one more time tonight as we see them coming in the race for Minnesota governor in the Republican primary here. Lisa Dameth so far leading with 44% of the vote. However, only 22% reporting so far.
And we're seeing that Mike Lindell just right there sitting at 31%, as Blois mentioned. If Kendall Qualls and Mike Lindell, combine for 50%, Lisa still wins the race here, probably.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, this is somebody's going to win with a plurality. What I've seen with where these votes are coming from is they are coming from the 6th district, Lisa Dameth's home district. They're coming from the 2nd district, a suburban district, and they're coming from the 1st and the 7th. So we're waiting on the 8th. Lisa Dameth is winning in the 3rd and the 5th, but we're not seeing a lot of votes coming out of the 5th. And when we look at turnout, I think that the range of turnout here could be 2/3 Democrat, 1/3 Republican, but probably not more than a 1/3 or maybe 40% of the total primary votes will be in the Republican primary versus the Democratic primary.
Interesting. All right, let's go to the next race here now. In the DFL primary for governor, of course, Amy Klobuchar has already been declared the winner of this race by the Associated Press and Fox 9. 22% coming in so far, but a sizable lead, and she's already declared victory in this race, sizing up the race against whoever her Republican opponent will be in November. On the Senate side, Peggy Flanagan so far with a sizable lead over Angie Craig, but again, only 22% reporting at the moment.
So if we're shooting for 900,000, 1 million votes here, this is about 1/6 of the votes coming in that DFL primary. But what I've seen is in the 5th district, where Flanagan is expected to do well, it's about 67 to 33. In the 2nd district, where Craig needs to do well, it's 50-50. And so, again, we don't know what precincts, we don't know if they're rural, etc. If Angie Craig is able to win tonight, it will be, one of the factors will be that rural voters who trust her on ag issues voted in a DFL primary. There's just not tens of thousands of them as much as there are thousands of them. And that's where Angie Craig's going to have to overperform.
Okay, there's always, and you bring up a good point there, Place. There's always this discussion every primary election, especially in a state like this, where it's an open primary, you don't have to declare your party, about how much crossover voting actually happens. I've always been skeptical of that.
We don't have good data. We can't act like we know what's going to happen. It's all anecdotal. And I'll just say that anybody who does that or talks like it are not the people we talk to regularly. I did hear a story today about a family of 3 who went and did that. Now, the flip side is, if it doesn't impact what they wanted their result to be, then it's not going to matter. And so we just don't have data. And in this day and age, when we have so much data,
that's one thing we do not have data.
I would just say speculating about that is not the smartest thing for us to do.
Well, and, if you are a DFL voter who wants to be a troll and vote for Mike Lindell because you think he's going to be unelectable in November, that means you're throwing away a chance to vote in all of the other DFL races.
Honestly, I've had this conversation, 36 times since yesterday morning. It's not worth the energy you put into it because it's not going to impact the race.
All right, we were just looking at the vote totals here on the Republican side for U.S. Senate. Michelle Tafoya is the projected winner in this primary here tonight over Adam Schwarzy, who is the GOP endorsed candidate.
And that's, not too much of a surprise there.
It's not a huge surprise, but I went into the night thinking any combination was possible. But it's very clear that Tafoya, and I've said this for a while, if Tafoya performed well, that would help Dameth. And because women vote for women, and that we do have data on.
All right. Let's go to the next race here.
That's Minnesota District 2, CD2, the DFL primary. Matt Little extending his lead a little bit since the last time we saw it when they were at 50% of precincts reporting. Now it's 65% of precincts reporting, and he has a pretty strong lead at this point over Senator Matt Klein and Representative Caleb Berg there. He's got about a 12,000 vote lead over State Senator Klein, and yeah, pulling away a little bit there.
Yeah, it's expected. I mean, he is the DFL. And the winner of that will face Eric Pratt, the Republican, in November.
One thing I would say on that one is I saw a lot of campaign commercials and a lot of investment from Klein and Berg's camps. And I think Matt Little's first campaign commercial that I saw was yesterday.
I saw him on the air for the first time within about the past 24 to 36 hours.
Yeah.
Little's got a background in being grassroots and he's very effective on social media.
Right.
He's a former state senator. He's a former mayor of Lakeville. So it's not like he just showed up.
Right.
And he did get the endorsement.
He was a very popular state senator, too.
Yeah, and like Blois said, very good on social media. He's definitely controlled the ground game on socials for sure. All right, Tad Jude there with 62% of the vote on the Republican side of the Secretary of State primary. Again, pulling away a little bit from Wendy Phillips. He was the GOP convention endorsed candidate, so this is perhaps expected. Early on, we saw it very close, but Jude seems to be pulling away now with 19% of the precincts reporting.
All right, in our next race here, we have State Auditor Scott Jensen. So far with a sizable lead on the Republican primary here with 67%. With 21% reporting, Scott, of course, was the Republican-endorsed nominee for governor 4 years ago against Tim Walz, has very good statewide name recognition. He's got a network of fundraisers. Not a big surprise here.
No, and this is a race to watch statewide because Jensen will have the resources. Zach Flipovich expected to be the DFL nominee. And if there's one race that the mood of Minnesota is going to swing on that people don't watch very closely, it's probably going to be the auditor.
It was the closest race for GOP winning statewide 4 years ago. Well,
yeah.
Right? Yeah. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. We're streaming live tonight on Fox Local with your primary election night coverage. We'll be back with more right after this. Back, everyone, to our election night coverage here, the Minnesota primaries here on this Tuesday night. August 11th, where we are still waiting for vote totals to come in. We've got a lot of races that we're seeing some sizable numbers in. I'm joined by Corin Hoggart, our political reporter, along with our analyst Blois Olson here tonight. My goodness, a couple of surprises already and some that have not been surprises. Yeah. So let's go to some of the next races, particularly in the U.S. House District 2.
We see Matt Little again pulling away there from Senator Matt Klein and Representative Caleb Berg. Little is the endorsed DFL convention candidate there, but was spending a lot less money on commercials. And so, you know, as you mentioned, Blois, kind of the ground campaign there won it for him.
One of the things we will watch here is if Little is successful, Klein and Berg had outside money in for them too, a lot of super PAC money. Flanagan had super PAC money, but was underraised Craig. This will be a theme coming out of this, is that money did not win these primaries, if that holds true. And that will be a theme carrying out to 2028 on the national stage.
Mm-hmm. If it wasn't money, what was it?
Organizing, grassroots, the party. Look, DFLers have been organized in this state, better organized than the Republicans for a long time. They have lists, they know where their voters are. Operation Metro Surge gave them a new chance to renew organizing. All of those candidates were organizing in their communities. They got the names, they got the emails, they built the relationships, and that might be a big part of this.
So what you're saying is it was a supercharging event for the DFL.
Absolutely, no doubt, and I think it'll carry through till November.
All right, let's look at the next list of elections coming in so far. And we've got, are we going to move on? Here we go. Okay, this is House District number 1. This is southern Minnesota. On the DFL primary, you've got Jake Johnson, 77% so far over Alex Eden, but again, 21% of the vote coming in.
This is the one House district, other than the second, that we're going to watch closely in November. Brad Finstead, the incumbent. This has been a mercurial district for years. Tim Walz held it till he was governor. And Jake Johnson is a teacher. Very much fits the Walz profile, and he's raised a lot of money in this race, a couple quarters more than Brad Finstead. So mark that one as something we'll be talking about in November.
All right. Within the past hour, we've announced that Michelle Tafoya will go on to win the Republican nomination here tonight for U.S. Senate. She joins us now live here on Fox Local. Michelle, congratulations to you tonight.
Thank you so much. We are thrilled. It is clear that our message resonated across every county in Minnesota, and now the real work begins.
So the real work begins now. What is your message going to be? You have a message, obviously, for the primary campaign. Will you be continuing that message for the general election now, or are you going to refocus somehow?
The message is that Minnesota is going in the wrong direction, and it is the career politicians who have brought us to this place, that we are in this national embarrassment of fraud, of dropping test scores, of crime. And everyone who loves Minnesota, including me, wants to see this straightened out. And our message is we cannot continue to reelect the same establishment politicians who got us to this place. You cannot reward their ridiculous failure with a promotion. So we're going to stand up for Minnesotans. Minnesotans deserve better. We think they're now demanding better, and we're going to give them better.
Michelle, Corin Hoggart here, and Minnesota has not elected a Republican to the Senate since Norm Coleman in 2002. The numbers just kind of advantage Democrats typically. So how do you move 100,000 Democrats over into your pile, so to speak?
Well, look, it's about first making sure that we get every Republican vote. Yes, we're going to win the independent votes, and then absolutely we are going to pull over Democratic votes, because you know why? Minnesotans of every political stripe are fed up. They're exhausted with this fraud. They're exhausted with the amount of regulations that they have to deal with as small businesses. And I'm not going to sit here, we're not going to sit here and let them all leave and let this state become unaffordable for our kids. So there's a lot of work to do, but that is the message. It's just going to take some work. It's going to take change, because that same single party establishment has brought us to the point of failure.
Michelle, as you look at where the numbers and your support is coming from here tonight, where have been some of your stronger areas that you pulled votes from, and what's going to be your challenges going forward?
Listen, we've talked to every group of voters, every county that we can reach, and we're going to continue to do that. We're not just going to, focus on one group here or one group there. We're talking to all Minnesotans. We are opening the tent for everyone who feels that they don't have a place in their party anymore, or that their party has left them. So that's what we're going to go after. Every single Minnesotan who wants to see the state get back on track again, and bring all of those issues to the fore and say, why would we continue to elect the same people who got us into this mess? We cannot show our children that failure comes without accountability. We've got to have accountability, but more than that, we've got to do everything we do to make Minnesota more livable, more affordable, more safe, and without fraud. And we're going to do that.
Michelle, congratulations on your victory tonight. As you think about this, President Trump has not been popular in Minnesota. He has not won here. How do you triangulate to make sure that he doesn't kind of create more headwinds for you?
Well, listen, he's the president. He's going to do what he's going to do. And I'll tell you something. When I agree with him, I'll say I agree with him. And when I don't agree with him, I'll say I don't agree with him. I'm going to Washington to represent Minnesotans, not to represent party leaders, not to represent lobbyists, not to represent special interests, to represent Minnesotans. And that's what I'm going to do.
All right, Michelle Tafoya, thanks for your time. Congratulations to you tonight
Thank
on
you.
winning the Republican nomination. We'll be
Thank you so
hearing
much.
a
Great
lot
to
more
talk
from
to
you here in the next couple of months, that's for sure. Thanks, Michelle. We're still waiting to find out who she is actually going to run against.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a national race. If it's Peggy Flanagan, it may be a more elevated national race. Republicans really do feel like they can win statewide this year. And that would be a race that you have it. I also think that you look at the personality styles of this. I've thought about if it's a general election debate between Michelle Tafoya and Angie Craig versus Michelle Tafoya and Peggy Flanagan, and those are two very different dialogues.
Very different kind of conversations that they're going to have with voters, aren't they?
They are.
All right, we're going to take a quick break and be back with more election night coverage here of the Minnesota primaries, streaming live on Fox Local. Welcome back to our Minnesota primary coverage here, live streaming on Fox Local here tonight. So much to talk about. We've got a couple of already called races in Minnesota governor, at least on the Democratic side with Amy Klobuchar, and on the U.S. Senate side with Michelle Tafoya.
We just talked to her. Tom Emmer has declared victory. We saw Brad Finstad has a projected winner. A few of them, not surprises there though, Blois.
No, and in competitive races, we see that Matt Little has a lead in that 2nd Congressional District DFL primary, and we see that Lisa Dameth has a lead in the governor's race for Republicans.
All right, let's walk through some of these races so far and show you the numbers that have come in. Now, for Minnesota governor so far, as you can see, we've just been talking about Lisa Dameth with a pretty good lead so far over Mike Lindell for the Republican nomination for governor. But again, just 28% of the vote totals coming in so far.
And Tim, you noticed that, Lindell and Qualls total a little over 50%. As Blois said, it's going to just be a plurality that wins this race. I think, Lisa, as you mentioned, has performed pretty well in the districts she really needs to perform well in.
We talked about the money in the DFL race not being the factor. Money helping Michelle Tafoya and Lisa Dameth could be the difference in the Republican race.
So let's talk about this for a moment. She does not win a majority of votes, the plurality of the votes. You've got almost 51% of Republicans that have voted against her or for somebody else. How much does that hurt her going into November?
I think Republicans will be energized in Minnesota. We see a midterm fall-off, but that was part of the strategy of getting Michelle Tafoya through the Senate race, is the idea that if they had two kind of fresh faces, that would be different. And Republicans have never run two women on statewide races ever.
And these are two women who know how to campaign too, or at least they've proven so far.
They're successful, they have good name ID, they have energy. And by the way, swing voters are women in the suburbs.
Yes, all right, let's go on to the next race.
We're looking at the Klobuchar win there. She's back up above 90% here. Kobe Lane's 4% there. You mentioned that might be the kind of left wing of the party with a protest vote there, but it doesn't look like there are too many of those.
No, I looked to see if that was going to get over double digits, and clearly it's not.
All right, U.S. Senate Peggy Flanagan so far with a lead over Angie Craig here with 32% of the vote total so far. We don't know where a lot of these votes are coming in, so it's kind of hard to give a read on that.
Based on what I can tell, they're spread out around the state. The 5th district and the 2nd district, that competitive primary in the 2nd district drove out a lot of votes, but Angie Craig and Peggy Flanagan were running 50-50 there, and Angie Craig needed to run up a margin there.
All right, let's move on to the next race, and that's the U.S. Senate and the Republican side. Of course, Michelle Tafoya has already been declared the winner in this. We just talked to her a few moments ago, and she is very much looking forward to this race in November.
And she said, when I agree with the president, I'm going to say it, and when I disagree with the president, I'm going to say it. What we heard from her is she plans on running her own race, not necessarily a traditional Minnesota Republican race. And that's probably what she's going to have to do if she has a chance to win.
She has to run the Susan Collins lane or Lisa Murkowski lane.
She does, and she's going to have to engage with her opponent in a way that really puts their opponent on their heels.
All right, let's move on to the next race now, and that's House District number 2. Matt Little, with a sizable lead, has now been projected the winner here in CD2 for the Democratic primary over Matt Klein and Kayla Berg. So this is a pretty big development.
Little will face Eric Pratt here. This will be another race that we will watch closely. Remember, Angie Craig flipped this from a Republican seat to a Democratic seat. She ran as a very moderate pro-ag candidate. Pratt and Little, you couldn't see a more contrast between the two of them in personality. Pratt, very staid, kind of in the middle. Little can be unconventional, and they both served in the Minnesota Senate together.
Right, and Eric Pratt is well known. He's been in the Senate for many, many years, so he's got his own voter base there as well.
And he is a moderate business guy. He is not necessarily MAGA, and he's certainly not MAGA personality.
No, absolutely not. Okay, in the next race here, we've got Secretary of State Tad Jude, 61% so far, with 32% reporting in the Republican primary.
state auditor. We saw Scott Jensen has established a significant lead over the endorsed by the party convention Nate George. But again, Scott Jensen, former state senator, former gubernatorial candidate, a lot of name recognition. Not a surprise.
No, not a surprise at all.
Hennepin County Attorney, we are still waiting for numbers to come in here tonight. Our colleague Maury Glover has been at Cedric Frazier's watch party all night long. They are waiting for numbers to come in too, but a big race to replace Mary Moriarty as Hennepin County Attorney. She has decided not to run again. Now, this is technically a nonpartisan race, so 2 of these names will advance on tonight after the vote totals come in and a winner is declared.
And one name's missing there, Matt Pelican. We just can't get 5 names up there, but as the numbers start to come in, the top 4 will show up on our list there.
All right, let's move on to the next race. And Wisconsin governor. We haven't talked about Wisconsin governor in quite a while, so let's look at those numbers because this is a race that's been watched very closely across the country. And now you see David Crowley with ever so slight of a vote advantage coming in. And I'm seeing 65% of those votes coming in so far.
Hasn't moved much, but we'll keep an eye on that one.
And Wisconsin has a tradition of late surges in Milwaukee County, so stay tuned.
You've been watching our election night coverage here, streaming live on Fox Local. I'm Tim Blotz, along with Corin Hoggard and our political analyst Bloise Olson. Thanks for watching. Fox 9 News at 9 starts now.
Coming up next at 9.
We're on our way to record-shattering numbers.
Minnesota's primary election is here, and a lot is at stake as voters determine which candidates will appear on the November ballot.
Well, that makes to record-shattering numbers.
Minnesota's primary election is here, and a lot is at stake as voters determine which candidates will appear on the November ballot.
Well, that makes it exciting for all of us to have a chance to have our voice heard.
We are tracking results and reaction to the biggest races in Minnesota and the biggest races in Wisconsin. Our coverage starts right now.
This is Fox 9 News. Good evening. Hope you enjoyed the Twins game. Thank you for joining us for our primary election night coverage. I'm Randy Meyer.
And I'm Kelsey Carlson. We have live team coverage of the biggest races on the ballot in both Minnesota and Wisconsin tonight, including reporters at watch parties and political analysis right here in our studios. We will get to all of that in just a minute, but first we want to talk about results. They are starting to come in.
Yeah, let's take a look at the key races, and tonight there are many. Let's go ahead and look at that governor's race, the Republican primary here in Minnesota. You can see it there on your screen. They figure about 32% of the votes have been tallied in this race thus far, and Lisa Damath is leading by about 15 percentage points right now over Mike Lindell.
And let's take a look at the DFL primary as well. The results came in pretty early tonight. Amy Klobuchar called very early in the evening, has already addressed her party and spoken to the public, and is moving on to the general election in November.
All right, what do we have coming up next? Let's take a look. The race for U.S. Senate has been a showdown between progressive Peggy Flanagan and moderate Angie Craig, and you can see the numbers there. This race still a long way to go, but there is a separation factor starting to happen there.
And we are both watch parties for the candidates tonight. We will talk with our reporters as well. So we want to talk about the U.S. Senate Republican primary as well. And that race called just a short time ago, and we spoke with Michelle Tafoya. That race called for her. She talked about moving on to the general election and her plans and her goals for the state of Minnesota as she gets ready for November.
And that U.S. House District 2 DFL primary there, Matt Little, the declared winner there, 75% of the votes tallied in that one with a 16 percentage point lead over Matt Klein, the doctor from Mayo Clinic.
Let's take a look at the Secretary of State and the Republican primary there. We have about 38% of the precincts counted, and Tat Jude is leading right now with 60% of the vote.
State Auditor, Republican primary, Tat Jude. Scott Jensen there, 67%, 100,000 votes tallied for Scott Jensen right now over Nate George, with about less than half of the votes being tallied so far. But Scott Jensen, the former state senator and gubernatorial candidate, a sizable lead over Nate George right now.
All right, and if we have a chance to look at the Hennepin County Attorney as well, we're still waiting for numbers to come into this race. It is now 9:44, nearly 2 hours after polls closed, and we don't have any numbers for this race, but we are closely watching this as the incumbent Mary Moriarty decides not to run for re-election.
No idea, folks, why these numbers are so slow to roll in from Hennepin County, but that's what we have right there. U.S. House District 2, Minnesota. This is the DFL primary. Matt Little, again, as we said before. Matt Little, the projected winner, with 75% of the votes tallied there.
And Congressional District 1 in the DFL primary, Jake Johnson with 80% of the vote, 24% of the votes counted in that race.
In District 1, Minnesota Republican primary, Brad Finstad with 91% of the votes that have been tallied so far, the projected winner in Brad Finstad over Oliver Moreland and Gregory Getzman.
And let's take a look at the 3rd Congressional District, the GOP primary here. You have about 14% of the votes counted, so just a small number, but Tyler Bass leading with 59% of the vote.
And in District 4 there, the DFL primary, Betty McCollum, no big shake there. The declared winner with 30% of the votes tallied, 87%. Betty McCollum, again, she will get through this primary with ease.
And let's take a look at the GOP primary in the Congressional District number 4, and you have the race called for Paul Wickstrom. He'll be on the Republican ticket in November.
And in District 5, go ahead and look at that, Ilhan Omar. 76% of the votes, not the declared winner just yet, only 10% of the votes tallied there.
And let's take a look at the 5th Congressional District, the Republican primary here. John Nagel with 50% of the votes. But again, just a small number of votes coming in this race, just 10% of the votes counted.
And moving to District 6 as well on the Republican side, Tom Emmer, about an hour ago, the declared winner on that one with 81% of the vote. 80% of those votes tallied in that race.
And let's take a look at the 7th Congressional District now. This is the DFL primary numbers. Eric Osberg leading with 66% of the vote in that race.
Moving to the 8th. Trina Swanson, 75% of the vote there. That's a pretty good lead with 35% of the votes tallied over Luke Gilbranson.
And in the GOP primary for the 8th Congressional District, we have Pete Stauber. The race has been called for the incumbent there. He'll be on the Republican ticket in November.
We are at the watch parties tonight. Let's start out with Mike Manzoni, who is at Peggy Flanagan's tonight first for us. Mike, what's the sentiment there as it stands right now?
Well, First Avenue has been packed for the last couple hours or so. It's been a largely positive crowd as we've watched the results come in with Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan maintaining a lead throughout all or much of the evening. The crowd has been ecstatic. When the results flash on the screen behind me, they start cheering. You can hear them actually doing that right now when they see that she is ahead. At last check, Peggy Flanagan is leading her opponent, Congresswoman Angie Craig, by roughly 17,000 votes or so, but that is with only about 30% of the precincts reporting, so we still have a ways to go here. Now, Flanagan is the progressive choice in this race. Craig is considered the moderate, and that has led to questions for Flanagan about her electability. Should she win tonight in the general election in November? She's also been facing questions about the rampant fraud here in Minnesota, since she is, of course, part of the Walz administration. That's been a liability for her throughout much of the campaign. We don't know when, but we do expect to hear from the Lieutenant Governor at some point, and that should be presumably within the next hour or so, because the results are continuing to roll in, and she has maintained a lead really all evening here. The crowd is anxious and really waiting to see her speak, so we will of course carry that live for you when it happens, which should be relatively soon. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right.
All right. Also in the DFL primary tonight, vying for this U.S. Senate seat is Angie Craig.
Let's go live to Angie Craig's watch party now. That's where we find our Emily Pofall with a quieter scene there, Emily.
It's a bit quieter. We're in a local brewery in St. Paul, not quite as large as First Avenue, but I can say that it's filled up since we've been here for the past couple hours. And as the results start to trickle in, this is the part, you guys, where people spend a lot of time facing the screens, just watching anxiously as the results come in, which right now, Flanagan's got that lead, but with just about 25%, just over 25% reporting. The people here tell me that they're still optimistic. It's too early to say yet. At least that's what people here are saying. And yeah, like Mike mentioned, there is this question of electability between Peggy Flanagan, the more progressive candidate, and Angie Craig, who's more moderate. Craig has been touting her experience in Congress thus far, representing Minnesota's 2nd congressional district. She says that she's reached across the aisle to work with Republicans, and she's kind of hoping that that will help her reel in those moderate or undecided voters, perhaps in the more rural or suburban areas. This is her first statewide race, so this is her first time opening up to the entire state of Minnesota. And speaking of that, I was actually able to speak with one of her supporters here just a couple moments ago, who says that she describes herself as a longtime fan, first-time voter, because she didn't live in CD2, but now that Angie Craig is running for Tina Smith's Senate seat, she said she was excited to be able to vote for her, and says that she does think that Craig is the strongest candidate to take on Michelle Tafoya in the general election in November. I think we have that soundbite we should be able to pull up for you.
What I love about Angie, again, is her tenacity and her grit and her determination. And we've seen her win. We've seen her win tough races. And I know that if she's done it before, she'll do it again.
The electability piece is certainly top of mind for Democrats as well, as they're trying to hang on to each and every Senate seat that they can as they try to flip the Senate coming up here in November. So again, things are still kind of ramping up here. The crowd is still pretty lively. We know that Angie Craig is expected to take the podium here behind me tonight at some point to address her supporters. We don't know exactly when, but we're on standby for that as well, you guys.
All right, Emily, thank you very much. We will stand by right along with you. The race for Hennepin County Attorney is also garnering a lot of attention.
Mary Moriarty is not running again, and this has opened up the race to quite a few candidates. Our Maury Glover is tracking the race and joins us live from Cedric Frazier's watch party tonight. And Maury, we're still waiting for numbers to come in. They may come in all at once, but we just don't know when that's going to happen. So what's the mood been there?
Well, the watch party for State Representative Cedric Frazier is slowly ramping up. People are starting to fill in here, the back room here at La Danya Brewery, and all this as they watch to hopefully see some results in the race for who will be the next Hennepin County Attorney. Now, in all, there are 5 candidates who are running for this particular office. 2 of the presumed frontrunners are Frazier and Andrews. Folks, Frazier has the DFL endorsement as well as the backing of several progressive politicians, while Folk is a former acting U.S. attorney, and he has the backing of more moderate politicians. Early this afternoon, we got a chance to ask both candidates why they believe voters should choose them.
This is about building a system that works for everyone. We've had distrust within this system, within this office for decades. I'm someone that's coming from a community that understands what that is like. I didn't read about it. No one has to tell me about it. I've lived these experiences. So I'm that person who's going to bring that lived perspective, and I'm going to solve problems based on that.
If they want somebody who loves Hennepin County, who wants to make the Hennepin County Attorney's Office the best county attorney's office, not just in Minnesota, but really a national model for how a good prosecution office is run, I've got the experience to do that, and I can't wait to go on day one.
Now again, both top finishers in this race, or the 2 top finishers, will go on to the general election, so both of them could be, voters could see them again, but again, we haven't seen any results so far in this race. Frazier is expected to address the crowd here once the race is called, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But for now, back to you.
All right, Maury, and we'll continue to watch the race and get you numbers as soon as we have them. Because this is a nonpartisan race, top 2 vote getters will be on the ballot in November. So we do have political reporter Corin Hoggard and political analyst Blois Olson in studio tonight.
Let's bring them in to break down some of what we are seeing. And I want to start with the Peggy Flanagan, Angie Craig race right now. 35% of the votes tallied in that one. What jumps out at you there? And have we seen Angie Craig's area where she would likely get the most votes, or, historically get the most votes? Have we seen those pop yet?
I have, Randy, and she was running 50-50 in that CD2 area where there is that competitive primary for her seat. She needed a margin out of there. Her margin that she's losing by in the 5th district is about 67-33. So it's going to be a big push, but we're going to have to see those rural districts come in. That's where she's also going to need to overperform. But I think that right now it's an uphill battle for Angie Craig to overcome this Flanagan lead.
One of the things you saw there, I think, was in her previous district. There's the numbers as they stand right now. Peggy Flanagan opening up a 27,000 vote lead now with 46% of the precincts. But as I was saying, in CD5 there we saw Matt Little come away with the victory, and he is one of the more progressive candidates out there, and that tells you maybe some more progressive voters were coming out for this primary, and that's what you saw with Angie and Peggy splitting that 50-50, right?
Absolutely, and the endorsement matters. I mean, the endorsement gives you a grassroots organization. DFLers are energized at that level. They're energized by Metro Surge. They're organized and energized against Trump.
And as you mentioned earlier, money didn't necessarily buy votes this time.
No, not in either the congressional race or in the Senate race, whereas in the Republican side, it was the top fundraiser who got through in both Michelle Tafoya and it looks like Lisa Damath.
Right, so Flanagan with the lead, Matt Little with a win. They were both outspent, but outperforming.
Exactly.
All right.
All right, one more question on Minnesota races, then we also want to talk about Wisconsin too. These races tonight, Blois, let me ask you, what does it say, or are you looking for a message about where the Democratic Party wants to go in Minnesota?
Well, I think we see that in the Flanagan race. We're going to see that in the Wisconsin governor's race. That's going to be one of those pieces that, depending on who wins, they're going to face a very Trump-focused Tom Tiffany congressman. If Francesca Hong wins in Wisconsin, that's going to be a nationally watched race right next door. Not just because of this year, but because of the future of the Democratic Party. And a preview of 2028 when Wisconsin's the most competitive state in the Electoral College.
And we were watching this all through the last hour and a half. That has been more or less the margin the entire time, with David Crowley taking just a small lead there, about 1,200 votes over Francesca Hong.
One of the big factors here is that Milwaukee County traditionally reports late. We've seen that in the last couple of presidential races. The difference here is that's Crowley's home area. And so if he holds his own in Milwaukee County, it would be a good sign for him. But that's also where the most liberal members of the Democratic Party are outside of Madison.
Which also looks like the Craig Flanagan fight right there. We do want to point out Kendall Qualls has conceded the GOP's gubernatorial race, right?
And he conceded and acknowledged that Lisa Dameth is the winner. And so we haven't called that race, but it looks like Dameth has a lot of momentum tonight.
No concession from Mike Lindell.
We would see them coalesce now moving forward. I assume the Republican Party would need to do something like that.
Yeah, I think the Republican Party of Minnesota is going to be more energized than they have been in a while. They're also going to have more resources than they've had in statewide races for a while. Michelle Tafoya has already outraised many of their previous Senate candidates. Lisa Dameth has a lot of outside money that we've talked about before that's willing to lean in on this race because ultimately Republicans know they want to be competitive. Other groups want to make sure Republicans are competitive so they can try to prevent a trifecta, which has, Republicans very demoralized from 2 years ago.
And you also heard Senator Klobuchar kind of lay the groundwork for those types of attacks in her acceptance speech tonight, attacking, Trump's candidate and the Wisconsin billionaire's candidate, as she said.
Pro-Klobuchar groups will be up tomorrow with ads attacking Lisa Dameth.
Right.
Come on, don't go anywhere.
Yeah, we want to talk a little bit more about Wisconsin. We talked about the Democratic primary for governor. Let's look at the GOP primary now. Tom Tiffany being called the winner there, 96% of the vote, 70% of the votes counted so far.
There are some key congressional races in Wisconsin as well, right on our border. In fact, this is the Wisconsin 3rd Congressional District on the Democratic primary side with nearly 70% of the votes counted. Rebecca Cook is the projected winner in that race.
All right, let's keep looking at some of these congressional races. Or the U.S. House District 7 on the Democratic primary. We have a pretty close race running here with 54% of the votes counted. All of the candidates splitting about 33% of the vote.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's something to watch for there. District 7 again on the Republican primary side. Michael Alfonso, the declared winner there. Again, this is U.S. House District 7 in Wisconsin, the Republican primary, with 49% of the vote, with almost 60% of the votes tallied there. Again, this is Wisconsin, U.S. House District 7.
And Michael Alfonso, the son-in-law of former Congressman and current Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy.
He's a young fella, too.
Very, like about 26 years old, yeah. Let's look at the Democratic primary for Okay, we are going to take a break for just a moment and see if we can get some more numbers in and a little bit more information from some of the watch parties.
Yeah, I want, not yet, but after the break, I want Blois and Corn to weigh in on what's going on in Hennepin County. Why don't we not have any results yet in that Hennepin County attorney's race? We will try and get something in the break, but in the meantime, we'll be right back. Welcome back to Fox 9 special coverage of tonight's primary results, and the results are official results coming in as we speak.
And it'll be interesting to look at the turnout because we know that as far as early voting goes, it was record-setting. So it'll be interesting to see what that looks like at the end of the night. At the top of the ticket in Minnesota, the race for governor, and it's been one of those races that has been closely watched. On the Democratic side, Senator Amy Klobuchar has won the nomination. She'll be on the ticket for the DFL in November. And here's a portion of what she had to say within the last hour.
In Minnesota, trust is not given, it's earned. That trust comes with an expectation, which is results. Results that you can see and feel in your life. Results in making life more affordable, making our government work, and getting rid of the fraud. Results in expanding our economy with a growth agenda. Results that will transform our government. And yes, I will be a transformative governor.
Okay, and the other race that's been called, the big race here in Minnesota, would be on the Republican primary side for the U.S. Senate race, and Michelle Tafoya is the declared winner there. She also spoke to us just a few minutes ago, and she gives us a pretty clear take on how she plans to address her race moving forward.
We've talked to every group of voters, every county that we can reach, and we're going to continue to do that. We're not just going to, focus on one group here or one group there. We're talking to all Minnesotans. We are opening the tent for everyone who feels that they don't have a place in their party anymore, or that their party has left them. So that's what we're going to go after. Every single Minnesotan who wants to see the state get back on track again, and bring all of those issues to the fore and say, why would we continue to elect the same people who got us into this mess? We cannot show our children that failure comes without accountability. We've got to have accountability, but more than that, we've got to do everything we do to make Minnesota more livable, more affordable, more safe, and without fraud. And we're going to do that.
All right, that is Michelle Tafoya, the Republican primary winner tonight for that U.S. Senate race. So that will be a big race. Right now, we don't know who her challenger will be on the Democratic side, but we will watch that very closely in the next few minutes as well.
A lot of money has been spent on that race, so it will be closely watched here and across the country. We do have some numbers coming in, so we want to go over some of the biggest races in Minnesota. We'll start with governor, and on the Republican primary side of things, Lisa Dameth is leading with 45% of the vote, about 50% of the votes counted so far. She's running against former MyPillow CEO, Republican Mike Lindell, and Republican Kendall Qualls. Qualls getting the GOP endorsement in this race.
Yeah, and the DFL primary side for governor as well. Take a look at that right now. Amy Klobuchar, the declared winner. That's been about an hour ago, with 91% of the votes. 53% of the votes tallied, 91% of the votes garnered to Amy Klobuchar in that side of the race.
And then we were talking about that Senate seat. Tina Smith is retiring, so it opens up this seat. This is a race that has just been seeing a ton of money. And in the DFL primary, Peggy Flanagan, Lieutenant Governor, 54% of the vote right now, 53% of the votes counted, and Congresswoman Angie Craig with 44% of the vote.
And we just heard from Michelle Tafoya. Let's take a look at how those numbers shape up right now. At 53% of the votes tallied, she has 53% of the votes, and she is the projected winner, as we mentioned a minute ago, over Adam Schwarzy and Royce White.
And then we have been looking at the 2nd Congressional District. This is the seat that Angie Craig is vacating. And in the DFL primary tonight, this race has been called for Matt Little, 47% of the vote.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the U.S. House Republican primary. No, Secretary of State, sorry about that. Tad Jude, 60% of the vote, 53% tallied right now. Hasn't been called, but Tad Jude certainly has that one well at hand.
And then the Republican primary for state auditor, Scott Jensen, a former candidate for governor. That race has been called for him in the Republican primary. He has 67% of the vote, with 53% of the vote being counted.
In the race for Hennepin County Attorney, this is a two-way race. The top two vote getters will move on to the general election. Again, as we stated before, I don't know. We don't know why there's no votes coming in from Hennepin County right now. But right now, those are the 4. There are actually 5 on the ballot. We can only put 4 on the screen. If the numbers start to come in, that will change. But right now, Anders Folk, Cedric Frazier, the endorsed candidate, Diane Krenz, and Ha Nguyen, again, no votes tallied in Hennepin County for county attorney. Which brings us to Blois and Corrin. I don't know what to make of that. I mean, we talked about this before the votes were even being tallied, that Hennepin County might have something like this going on tonight. What do you make of this?
Well, you have to look at those are nonpartisan races, and they're going to count probably the partisan primaries first, because we do see results from Hennepin County in the partisan races. We just don't see them in the nonpartisan races. And I looked at some of the state Senate, state legislative races in Hennepin County. We're not getting those in yet. So I'm guessing that they've maybe reported statewide, and now they're doing the localized races. But they probably are making sure that they have them right. And I expect a big dump from Hennepin County in the next half hour, 45 minutes.
I'm looking right here at their posts to the Secretary of State, and we've got 0 votes in County Commissioner Districts 2 and 3, none in the County Attorney's race, Park Commissioner District, nothing there. And we just saw 99% of precincts reporting in CD2 in the DFL primary. That's Scott County, Dakota County, not Hennepin County. And so apparently whatever Hennepin County is doing, it's not that quick.
And we've seen this before. We saw it in the mayor and the city's race, where Hennepin County was a little slow to report. And so we'll watch and find out.
We talked earlier about how those ballots end up being counted by the Secretary of State. I'll let you say that.
Sure. So they're counted at the local precinct level. They're given receipts out of the machine. Then those paper ballots are transported to the county, and all of the results are delivered then from the county to the Secretary of State. So precinct to county to Secretary of State.
And it's not something like Clay County, where it's this super long county where they may have to drive a long way to get it there. It's pretty concentrated.
Well, I would also say that one of the things is we look at that Senate District 46 primary. There's a lot of turnout in there. When I stopped by, there would have been about 900 voters in a precinct there. And so the intensity there may be making sure that they're not reporting just a couple precincts, that they're making sure they have all the precincts in some of those local races.
And Blois mentioned Senate District 46. That's one of maybe 3 of the races that we're following in the state Senate, where there are incumbents who are facing pretty significant challenges, and we're seeing no votes yet to tell us what's going on between Senator Ron Latz and Lynette Dumalog there.
Right. There's no votes there yet either.
And we have seen some slight reporting. If you can pull up race 20 at all, Minnesota State Senate District 5, we have Paul Utke, the long-term 9-year senator there, but he's facing a challenge from the Freedom Caucus.
And Representative Mike Wieners, his own representative, challenging him. Wiener said, I said I'd only serve 2 terms. Now I'm going to challenge Utke. So we'll see kind of there. Paul Utke leading there 54 to 46%, with about 38% reporting. And that's a district up in northern Minnesota.
And Wiener won the GOP endorsement with 80% of the votes at the convention.
Utke faced a challenge 4 years ago as well, and so he's fended it off before.
So there you go. District 46, again, we do not have anything there. If you have District 10, we're looking at Nathan Wiesenberg's district there. He is facing a challenge, but it didn't seem like it might be as strong as Representative Wiener's against Senator Utke.
There you have Deb Holthouse only drawing 24% against Senator Nathan Wiesenberg. There was a sense that Holthouse could mount a challenge. This is a part of the state where local party politics are very controversial. There's very active factions within the Republican Party, and the faction here shows that kind of the incumbent faction is doing well in this primary.
And so we're seeing a lot of those numbers coming in outside of Hennepin County. It seems to be the one standout where we're not seeing much information.
Exactly, but that's not new.
Gentlemen. at least for now, right?
Right. And just real quick, with Hennepin County, with this attorney's race going on, Mary Moriarty not seeking re-election, there's a lot at stake here. She was seeking prosecution against federal agents from this ICE enforcement. So all of that would remain up in the air and becomes a big part of what's going to shape this race.
I think that county attorney's race is going to feel more like a congressional race between now and November than a traditional county attorney's race, because you're going to have significant spending there, you're going to have the prosecution of ICE agents, and you're going to have just this sentiment about prosecution, jail time for everyday criminals that is the talk at neighborhoods across the county.
I think one of the issues that a lot of them may have some differences on as well is what to do about prosecuting juveniles, especially when they commit serious and violent crimes. That's one that separates them.
In our data, as we've polled, public safety is now remains a top 3 issue across the state of Minnesota. It's never been in the top 5 since I've been doing this for 30 years.
Wow.
All right, gentlemen, stay put. We've got to take a break here, and we'll get back to you with some more results. And for the folks out there, we're going to get some more results as well. Hopefully Hennepin County will come in soon, but if not, we have plenty of other stuff. For now, though, we'll send you a break.
across the border in Wisconsin, we have some key races that we've been watching as well. Some races that have been getting national attention too.
Yeah, to replace Governor Tony Evers, who's retiring there in the Democratic primary, one that has gotten a lot of attention, national attention, as Kelsey points out. There it is. Wisconsin Governor, Democratic primary, Francesca Hong. She got a lot of press over the last few weeks. She is a self-professed socialist. David Crowley, who was endorsed by outgoing Governor Tony Evers. Look at that race. They are neck and neck, statistically tied right now, with 82% of the votes tallied.
And then in the Republican primary, a very different story tonight. U.S. Representative Tom Tiffany easily winning that race to be on the November ballot.
And Wisconsin Congressional District 3 on the Democratic side of the primary, Rebecca Cook is the declared winner there with 69% of the votes tallied there.
All right, let's take a look at the 7th Congressional District, the Democratic primary there. This is a very close race as well. Take a look at those numbers for just a second. Basically a three-way tie at this point, and 71% of the votes counted, so that one may go late into the evening and early morning hours.
All right, there it is. Wisconsin U.S. House District 7, on the GOP side, Michael Alfonso, the declared winner with 49% of the vote, almost 60% of the votes tallied in that race.
And that 7th Congressional District is to replace Tom Tiffany, who's running for governor.
All right, let's take a look at this, closer look at this with Corin Hoggart and Blois Olson. Anything stand out other than the governor's race on the Democratic primary side? It is a razor-tight race tonight.
At that margin, we would expect a recount. Yeah. I just was working the phone here with a couple sources in Wisconsin, and they're waiting on Milwaukee County. Milwaukee County comes in late, but if it stays that close, they'll have an automatic recount there, which then kind of pauses and makes Democrats have to focus on the recount rather than focus on the general. That changes the dynamic there. Democrats had planned a unity tour tomorrow, but if there's a recount, I guarantee you it's going to be pretty tough to have a unity tour.
And Crowley is the Milwaukee County executive. As you said, that could favor him, but at the same time, that is the home to more of the left wing of the party as well.
Yeah, and in Wisconsin, they decided that they didn't want Hong. Evers decided. He got Crowley back in the race after Crowley had dropped out of the race. And it was really, I don't know, it was kind of Lucy in the football there for a while as they were trying to figure out which candidates were leading. And Hong's had a couple tough days of media coverage after saying that she didn't really believe in Thanksgiving and became kind of a lightning rod very late in this race. And that's a difference between our Senate race in the Democratic side and their governor's race, is the way in which the candidates stayed steady on their lanes in Minnesota, did not stay steady in their lanes in Wisconsin.
Right. I think I also noticed that in CD3 you're going to have a rematch from 2024 where Rebecca Cook, she lost by 3%, and looks like it'll be Derek Van Orden against Rebecca Cook again.
And in a race where the economy is there, it's not a presidential race, that could make a difference.
All right, guys, we want to keep your mics up here. We want to bring in Hennepin County attorney numbers with 100% of the precincts reported now. Cedric Frazier has the highest vote total of 36%, and then Anders Folk second there, and the top two vote getters will be on the ballot in November.
No big surprise here, gentlemen, as you look at these numbers?
Not a big surprise. I think one of the surprises is just how many votes the other candidates, Diane Krenz and Hao Win, got. But this is going to be a major race. And also, by the way, I told you there would be a big dump from Hennepin County. They dumped all the votes in one tranche. And so here we see that. And then you just look at turnout in Hennepin County. You know, quick math here says over 200,000 votes out of Hennepin County. That's why we're also seeing the results in the Senate race the way it is, too, because Hennepin County is likely to favor Peggy Flanagan heavily.
Do you see any combination factor there with Krenz and Wynn and in either one of those other two candidates? In other words, as the general moves on, the other votes, do you see them leaning one way or the other towards Folk or Frazier?
Well, I would have thought Wynn would have finished third, frankly. And so Diane Krenz, a well-known attorney, I think, had support from key communities. And I think their support, if they switch and if they weigh in on the general, could make a difference here.
And Cedric Frazier really had the name recognition advantage. It was always a fight for second place. It seemed likely to be Anders Folk, and basically now he has 3 months to introduce himself to the voters of Hennepin County.
Frazier also has the DFL endorsement, but I guarantee you, I would predict this will be a $2 million race, which we haven't seen in a county attorney's race ever before in Minnesota.
No doubt.
Yeah, and just a little bit of background on both of the candidates. As you said, Cedric Frazier is the DFL endorsed candidate, state representative, former public defender in Hennepin County with Mary Moriarty, also New Hope City Council member. Anders Folk, former U.S. acting U.S. attorney for the District of Minnesota, where he brought charges against Derek Chauvin for the murder of George Floyd. He's a former Marine, and as we spoke about this before, there's a lot at stake with this race because Mary Moriarty was currently seeking prosecution against federal agents for things that happened during the immigration enforcement, and so all of that still is very much up in the air and would become part of what the next person down the line would have to either deal with moving forward, or we'll have to see.
I'm
what
curious,
happens.
Blois, maybe this is one for you. How do those two separate themselves? I mean, with their approach to the office.
I think they're going to have very different styles. And it's not necessarily going to be the way the two of them separate themselves. It's the constituencies that are supporting each of them. And I think you have to look at kind of the Black Lives Matters and the kind of pro-reform movement supporting Frazier, and the more kind of law and order movement supporting Folk. And I look at this as one of those races that people talk about in their neighborhoods and in coffee shops, is because if you live in Hennepin County, or frankly, if you live outside Hennepin County, you've kind of watched this dynamic now for 6-7 years, and the Mary Moriarty term. And to know that, people they have an opinion about the way criminal justice is handled in Hennepin County one way or another.
And it's not a small office. It's a $90+ million a year office with hundreds of attorneys, and it is a significant position. And managing that is obviously a challenge.
Is it an asset or a liability? A Mary Moriarty style Hennepin County attorney assigned to, say, a Frazier. Is that an asset or a liability in a race like this?
Well, she's endorsed Frazier,
yep.
And I think, Randy, we're going to find out, I think, is the best thing. I'll keep going back to the idea that in our data and polling that we do, public safety is a very high issue this year, still higher than 2022 when we had just come out of George Floyd.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's amazing. All right.
So that's why you will see so much attention.
A lot more to come. In fact, we're hoping to hear from Angie Craig soon. We're told she might take to the podium in a few minutes, but in the meantime, going to send our folks to the break, and we'll be back after that with more on our primary election results here on Fox 9. Stay right here.
And welcome back to our election coverage here on Fox 9 tonight. It's 10:30. Polls closed about 2.5 hours ago. We've had a number of races that have been called, and we have a new one that's been called at this moment.
The race between Peggy Flanagan and Angie Craig, the Democratic primary for U.S. Senate race, and this is what it shapes up like. 70% of the votes tallied. Peggy Flanagan is now the projected winner in that race with 59% of the vote. You can see the numbers break down there. She has about a 110,000 point lead or vote lead, and they have since called that for Peggy Flanagan.
All right, and we have another race that's been called in the Republican primary for governor. That race has been called for Lisa Damoth. And this is one of those races like the U.S. Senate race where a lot of money has been spent, and it was one that we've been watching.
How long do you want?
Oh, that's Ian's mic. So we probably need to turn that down for just a moment, but we will try to get some weather in as well. Let's bring in Corin and Blois first to talk about these two races that we've been sitting here watching, wondering, okay, where are the numbers coming in from across the state and how are they going to shake out?
Let's start with that Democratic primary for U.S. Senate. That race now declared. Gentlemen, interesting how this one broke down. I thought personally that it would be closer than this.
You have to look at the energy that Operation Metro Surge gave to more liberal Democrats and the Lake and Riley Act that really kind of haunted Representative Craig to understand that. Then you look at Hennepin County coming in and that margin growing for Peggy Flanagan. That's got to be her home area, kind of coming back more liberal. Think about that's an area represented by Ilhan Omar. It's Keith Ellison's home area. And that is a more progressive place. And it sets up a pretty good contrast in the U.S. Senate general election between Peggy Flanagan and Michelle Tafoya.
And you were talking about how the Republicans are motivated in thinking that they can win statewide contests this year, but you also talk about the motivating factor that Operation Metro Surge was and how that sent a lot of younger voters, I assume, to Peggy Flanagan's ballot box. And I wonder how that shakes out in November.
Then you look at that Republican gubernatorial win by Lisa Damoth. That's going to energize Republicans because they are going to feel like they've got the best possible candidate to go up against Klobuchar. Damoth is going to have money that Mike Lindell nor Kendall Qualls would have had, which is going to make that race more competitive. And let me just say it, you're going to have 4 women at the top of the ticket going toe-to-toe in this race, which Minnesota has never seen in its history, and we'll ultimately have our first woman governor.
Yeah, and our third senator, right?
Correct.
Yeah, there you go.
One quick question before we move on. We do have that last race, and I'll bring some numbers, but not just yet. I do want to ask you about the progressive element of Peggy Flanagan up against the much more conservative element of a Michelle Tafoya. Does that, from a Republican standpoint, increase their odds that they're not going up against a moderate?
Well, we heard from Michelle Tafoya already moderate tonight. She said, when I agree with Trump, I'll say it. When I disagree with him, I won't. She was going straight towards independence in her message tonight. She's going to continue to do that. And I would just say that you just think of the personalities here, because we start to see more personality in the general election than we do in the primary. And so I do think Michelle Tafoya will be conservative on conservative issues. But let's remember, Republicans were skeptical of her because she's pro-choice. They said, they brought up things she said about Trump. And so she has been her own voice more so than any other Republican.
That might not hurt her in Minnesota.
It might not hurt her. It might help her, and she's going to hope that it's going to help her. She's also got the resources. She's already raised $6 million, and she's going to get more. There's going to be a flood of money in from national Republicans, and they've already started running ads against Peggy Flanagan, and we'll start to see more of them in the next few days.
You got to wonder, though, with no Trump on the ticket, if a lot of the MAGA Republicans are less likely to show up in November.
That is going to be a worry for Republicans if Lisa Damoth and Michelle Tafoya don't do that. Our continuing analysis says that there's about 200,000 fewer Republican voters in midterms. Democrats have been able to hold their volume of votes in midterms since Trump. Trump energizes Democrats to come out. Trump, not on the ballot, does not energize the same amount of Republicans.
Yeah.
All right.
It's all about the math.
We'll see if this race continues to captivate people and you get big numbers despite all of the trends typically for a midterm election. We do expect to hear from Representative Angie Craig and Peggy Flanagan, Lieutenant Governor, in a little bit. And because that race has been called, we will take those speeches live when we get them. So we'll be listening closely for those. We do have some state Senate races that we want to talk about as well. Corin, you mentioned this one. Senator Ron Latz was facing a really tough primary here. He's been in the state Senate for a couple of decades, and he was facing a challenge from Lynette Dumalog, a St. Louis Park City Council member.
Yeah, as you pointed out, he held that seat, Hopkins, St. Louis Park area, for 2 decades. This was one, Corin, that you had mentioned was vulnerable. Didn't turn out that way.
No, at the DFL convention, there was no endorsement. During the campaign, a lot of DFLers in that district came out to endorse Dumalog, including both of the state representatives in that district, one of whom previously worked as a staffer for Senator Latz. And so it felt like there were headwinds for the senator, but he's actually looking like he wins by a pretty significant margin, boys.
I live in this district. It was hard to see the activity in this district because if you weren't a primary voter, which I haven't been, you didn't get mail, you didn't get door knocked, etc. And this is a place where, like the Flanagan-Craig race, you were starting to see, does the far left start to come into the suburbs a little more? This became a really ugly race in the last couple of weeks. I will just go back to the old phrase, and I think it fits here because the 2 representatives that serve that district, former Mayor Jake Spano, current mayor, all the power brokers of this district were against Ron Latz. And if you're going to try to take out the king, you better take out the king. Because now those 2 state reps are going to have to serve with Ron Latz. And that he is not going to forget that. And let's think about this. If gun control was the #1 issue for many Democratic voters, Ron Latz led on that.
He led.
So trying to take him out, it always was a head scratcher.
Yeah. And the numbers are so tight in the state Senate, too, so control will be a continuing issue as those numbers are so tight there.
So we're expecting to hear from Angie Craig and possibly Peggy Flanagan in the near future here. But before we do that, I want to quick get in some weather for you folks at home who are wondering what the heck's happening tomorrow after that hot day today, Ian.
You know, we've talked a lot about numbers. I'll take a couple of minutes to talk about numbers. By the way, I want to thank everybody for their vote. It's been a really rewarding night. For me.
I feel like we should have a balloon drop for you, right?
You look back at today, it was hot, it was humid, a muted sunshine the better part of the day, brilliant sunshine late afternoon. That's where we went into the upper 80s, well above our average high of 82. And really across the region, the warmest air from the metro off to the south. 88 in Red Wing, 84 in New Ulm, Hutchinson and Mankato. To the north, upper 70. So not any real cool spots until you work into the evening. Generally, you find the coolest air closest to the lake. Ely, Grand Marais, Duluth, Hayward, Hinckley, Hibbing, International Falls. I'll call that on the cool side. All things considered, the metro still at 81. Now, in terms of active weather, I don't know if any of you heard it, but at about 4 a.m. this morning in Eden Prairie, there was a clap of thunder, and usually I don't wake up to that sort of stuff. I was like, both the dog and I were looking at each other like, it was one of those cracks of thunder that you feel like it struck somewhere in your neighborhood. It really was jarring. We picked up some much needed rain, nowhere that we totally need. Some scattered showers here just off to the southwest of the Minnesota River Valley. And I will tell you this, tomorrow it is back into the wildfire smoke. That smoke burning in parts of lower mainland British Columbia, Canada, in an area called the Okanagan Valley. where my father-in-law lives, and we'll pick up the smoke. Overnight tonight increasing and through the day tomorrow. Tomorrow probably in terms of smoke, near surface smoke, the highest levels we've seen in some time, and in particular how far this smoke is traveling. You look off to the west, stacked areas of severe thunderstorm watches. All of these storms diving here off to the southeast. They're a miss for us. Nice, you know, it's nice to stay away from severe weather, but how desperate we are for moisture from Mille Lacs all the way to the Canadian border, now classified as a severe drought. There's your high temperatures across the region today. Not much of a breeze, just a light wind right now out of the northeast, and you're thinking to yourself, is it going to stay this warm? I'm waiting for my friend to show up. You may have met him before. Less humid.
He's a popular guy.
Stop it. It is warm and muggy again tomorrow. A scattered shower thunderstorm possible tomorrow night into Thursday morning. We lose the humidity on Thursday. We lose the high heat on Friday. Late evening storms into early morning storms, and the possibility here Friday night into Saturday morning near 9 or 10 a.m. of upwards of a ½ inch of rain even into the metro. Then we tail away from the rain as we talk about pleasant and nice conditions as we work our way into early next week. So look, it's been a night of numbers. Those are my numbers. There will be no recounts, and I thank you for your support.
All the votes have been counted.
Like Hennepin County, your numbers aren't in yet.
Oh, quiet, Corn.
And you came in late.
I mean, all I get, look, if elected, I promise that we'll form a committee to make sure that Corn isn't in the background laughing and Randy's hair will win the race.
Good plan.
That's right.
I can see the yard signs already.
It'd be great.
Right. Thanks, Ian.
We'll be right back. We now have a pretty good list of called races here. Let me show them to you as we look at voting from today. The polls are closed. The votes have been tallied in a lot of these races. So let's start with some of those top races. Governor on the Republican primary side tonight. We can take a look at some of those numbers. This is a called race.
And Lisa Damath, House Speaker, winning this race with 44% of the vote. And so she will be on the Republican ticket in November.
On the Democratic side for the primary there, take a look at that. Amy Klobuchar was called. This one was called some time ago, but all the votes haven't been tallied. 80% tallied, but she did exactly what most people thought she would do there with 89% of the vote.
So we've heard from Senator Klobuchar. We're still waiting to hear from Lisa Damath. Let's take a look at the U.S. Senate race. This has been called in the DFL primary for Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, winning with 59% of the vote to be on the ticket for the DFL in November.
Another primary called here tonight, resolved, the U.S. Senate race on the Republican primary. Michelle Tafoya, 53% of the vote with 80% of the votes tallied.
And we've been watching the Hennepin County Attorney's race. The incumbent, Mary Moriarty, deciding not to run for re-election. And so that race was hotly contested. And we have Maury Glover at Cedric Frazier's watch party. And, okay, we do have him with Cedric Frazier. Okay, so we know that Maury is with Cedric Frazier right now, so he's just getting set up. He's getting to the microphone, and we're going to hear from Cedric Frazier in just a moment. He's the top vote getter with 36% of the vote, but you'll remember this is a nonpartisan race, so the top two vote getters will go on to run against one another in the November election. So Anders Folk, who was former acting U.S. attorney, will also be on the ballot.
Maury Glover does have Cedric Frazier with him now. Let's join Maury there at the Hennepin County Attorney's race. Maury?
Yeah, Cedric Frazier just walked in a few minutes ago, greeted his supporters as he walked in, and he joins me right now. And I guess first thing I'll just ask you, kind of how are you feeling after you've now seen some of the results or seen the results from this race?
I feel really good. I mean, we've been going at this for almost 12 months now. I think what the results show overwhelmingly is that when you go out and you talk to the people, and you give them a message, one of hope, one that's going to be about the people, for the people, and allowing the people to have their voice heard. These are the results. I feel really good about that.
How were you feeling kind of while we were waiting for those results? It took a while for them to come in. Were you sweating it, or what did you think?
No, I'll tell you what I've been telling my team the entire time. We had our plan and we worked our plan. We did all the work. We did everything we needed to do. We left it up to the voters, and we trust the voters based on the message that we put out there and based on what we were hearing and what we were feeling. Just similar to how we felt going into the endorsement convention, and the results speak for themselves.
You had the backing of the DFL party. You had the backing of Mary Moriarty. I guess kind of how will you, and now it'll be you and Anders Folk going into the general election, kind of how will you differentiate yourself from him? How are you different, and how will you paint yourself as different from him in the general election?
Well, my resume is clearly different. I've been an elected official. I've been a state representative, a city council member. I've been a community organizer. I've been a labor attorney for the last decade. And we cannot forget that I'm the only labor endorsed candidate in this race. And I think that speaks volumes, because the workers are saying, the workers, the working families are saying, this is who we want as our leader. We believe this is the leader that's going to take us to the next level and keep moving us forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Congratulations. So, Cedric Frazier about to address his crowd of supporters here, but for now, we'll send things back to you.
All right, Maury, thank you very much. Angie Craig, as you can see there in your screen, our split screen, is addressing the people tonight after she loses to Peggy Flanagan. Let's listen in.
Campaign team, to my congressional staff, to every volunteer, every organizer, every person who knocked the door, made a phone call, chipped in $5, or simply told a neighbor why this election matters. I am so grateful to each and every one of you. But I have said since day one that my top priority is making sure that we beat MAGA Michelle Tafoya and hold this Senate seat in November. In that spirit, I just called the Lieutenant Governor to congratulate her on her hard-fought victory and to offer her my full and complete support going forward. I deeply admire Peggy's commitment to Minnesota and her dedication to improving the lives of everyone around her. Peggy's story is one of grit, of determination, and resolve. The election was a choice between two women, and it's a great damn day to see women running even against each other. I am confident that both of us will continue to work to improve the lives of our neighbors in Minnesota. To every person that supported me, I ask you tonight to support and elect Peggy Flanagan as the next U.S. Senator from Minnesota. Donald Trump is a threat to our democracy, and Michelle Tafoya would be nothing more than a rubber stamp to his dangerous agenda. In addition, we must do everything in our power to elect Amy Klobuchar as our next governor. And I'd like to take this moment as well to say thank you to Senator Tina Smith for her leadership and service to Minnesota. To my supporters, team, volunteers, and every person who's been on this journey with me, thank you. Thank you for your work over the last 16 months, for being in this fight with me, for knowing that giving up in the face of this administration is simply not an option, and more than anything, for fighting for Minnesota. But I especially want to circle back to thank the love of my life, my wife Cheryl, and our 4 sons. Love is built on joy, resilience, and deep respect. And Cheryl, I'm grateful every day for this amazing life and family that we've built together. Despite tonight's outcome, everyone in this room and on this team has something to be proud of. Tonight, I stand here proud. Proud of my service to the 2nd District of Minnesota. And proud of what we accomplished over the course of this campaign, bringing people together into our tent. Reminding so many people in this state that Democrats give a damn about their livelihoods and their lives, because their struggles, their hardships, their hopes, and their dreams, they matter. A year ago, right before I announced this campaign, I traveled across the state to Republican districts because I had a problem with the 4 Republican members of Congress not showing up in their own districts to do their job. Democrats, Republicans, and independents all came out because they felt like no one was fighting for them. I told them that if Republicans won't show up, won't hear your concerns and take them back to Washington, then I will. We must show up everywhere. We must listen to everyone, and then we must deliver. DFLers here in St. Paul and across our state will reject MAGA Michelle Tafoya and her Trump-aligned allies because we deserve a government that works for hardworking families. Folks, it's been a tough year for Minnesota and for our country. But what I've seen from Minnesotans across every corner of our state is a desire to be heard. I've met people who were desperate for someone to listen to them and for Washington to work for them. I will continue to be in this fight with each of you, each and every day. I know the moment we're in is difficult. Sometimes it's dark, it's exhausting, it's scary, but folks, all of the incredible folks who have kept me going through this campaign, none have inspired me more than my 3 grandsons and my 4th grandson on the way. These little babies remind me that hope is the best motivator. I believe to my core that if we keep fighting, if we keep believing, bringing people along, that around that corner lies this more perfect union. This is our moment, folks, to use democracy to save democracy. Thank you so much. We have to keep fighting for the country we want and the country we deserve. It's an honor of a lifetime to be in this fight with you. Thank you.
You've been listening to Congresswoman Angie Craig giving her concession speech tonight, losing in the DFL primary for U.S. Senate, the seat that Senator Tina Smith is vacating to retire.
Expected coalition, and she was unabashed about it. She wants folks to rally for Peggy Flanagan here. She did mention Michelle Tafoya, the challenger in that race, so you will see a lot of endorsements now coming forward for Peggy Flanagan, as demonstrated there by Angie Craig in her concession speech.
Yeah, we're still waiting to hear from Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more election coverage. Welcome back to our election coverage here on Fox 9. We have a number of races that have been called, and we are waiting for Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan to address her crowd there tonight after being called the DFL primary winner for this U.S. Senate race.
In the meantime, it looks like she's written a love letter to the folks of Minnesota. I love you, Minnesota.
Oh, it's
what else does it say? Oh, Miigwech, yeah. Miigwech, thank you, Ojibwe, Miigwech, for everything, Peggy Flanagan, or Peggy. little heart there.
Yeah, so we are expecting her to come out.
Yes, she's expected to come out soon. When she does, we will go to that. Let's go to Wisconsin governor race. That is razor thin right there. You can see it has moved just ever so slightly since the last time we showed you these results. 86% of the votes being tallied. David Crowley is up by 0.4 of a percentage point right there. 39.6 to 40%, and that is a very tight race. Undoubtedly a recount there.
All right, and Peggy Flanagan has now stepped onto the stage, so she will probably just take a few seconds here and just acknowledge the crowd as they cheer her on. This was a race that you saw a lot of ads for, signs for, a lot of money has been poured into this race. As the ballot starts to take shape for November, you have Michelle Tafoya winning the Republican primary in this race, and she will be facing Peggy Flanagan in the general election.
Yes, she's considered the more progressive of the two candidates tonight. Angie Craig, a more moderate. And in this particular case, the progressive won by about 10 percentage points as it's shaping up so far, maybe even a little more. Let's take this full and listen into Peggy Flanagan.
Thank you, Minnesota! Woo. Minnesota. For months now, I have been telling you that this campaign was about the many versus the money. Well, guess what? The many just won. And make no mistake about it, this didn't happen because of me. This happened because of you. This happened because you said Minnesota is not for sale. Not now and not ever. Now, I just got off the phone with Congresswoman Craig, and she assured me that she is in this fight with us. And look, it is no secret that Congresswoman Craig and I haven't seen eye to eye on everything. And that's okay, because that's what primaries are all about. We are both proud Democrats, both proud DFLers, and we love this state. And we both know that we just can't hand Donald Trump another Senate seat. And I want to be very clear that to everyone who voted for Angie Craig, I appreciate that you made your voice heard, but I also want you to know this, that I will work my tail off to earn your votes and, most importantly, your trust. Because I need you in this fight. Minnesota needs you in this fight. Because Donald Trump has cost our state far too much already. And we are not about to give Donald Trump another loyal soldier like Michelle Tafoya to take his orders and do his bidding. Michelle Tafoya was all in with Trump when ICE was terrorizing our neighbors. She even said, ICE treated children really, really well. Well, Michelle, tell that to Liam Conejo Ramos. Tell that to the parents who were disappeared. Tell that to the kids who don't know where their mom or dad are right now. Because the last thing this country needs is to give Donald Trump another yes, sir, senator. Trump cut 15 million people off of their health care, and Michelle Tafoya said, yes, sir. Tax breaks for billionaires? Yes, sir, you betcha. Crushing tariffs? Yes, sir. An illegal war that's costing us billions? Michelle Tafoya said, yes, sir, Mr. President. And when people said the war was driving gas prices too high, she told Minnesotans, and I quote, keep a stiff upper lip and take one less trip to Starbucks. Woof. And you know what? We already have too many spineless yes, sir senators who won't stand up to Donald Trump. Minnesota, we are not going to send him another one. And Michelle Tafoya may not understand what you're going through, but I do. I was raised by an amazing single working mom struggling to pay for food and rent. So to me, food assistance isn't just another line item in the federal budget. It's why I was able to walk out of the food shelf with a block of commodity cheese under my arm like a football. Section 8 wasn't just a number. It's how we moved into our apartment in St. Louis Park. And Medicaid isn't just some abstract program. It's what kept me alive as a kid with really bad asthma. And that's why I've spent my entire career focused on helping families like mine get ahead. Because I know what it's like to stretch $20 through the end of the month. As the head of the Children's Defense Fund, I led the campaign to raise the minimum wage and index it to inflation, and we won. I worked for a decade to pass paid family and medical leave, and we won. And I helped win the battle for free school breakfast and lunch for our kids, for emergency insulin for those in desperate need. And let's be clear that these were moonshot ideas when we started fighting for them, but we knew that they were worth the fight. And when did we stop believing that our elected leaders could improve people's lives, not just make them a little less lousy, right? We need